For the season's biggest event and save on generators, power tools, trailers, and more. Shop in-store or at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
Special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-898-6155 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-3485. Call 800-209-3485. 800-209-3485. That's 800-209-3485.
Sponsored by Patriotic Hearts.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Number 8.
Let's put it together.
Hall of Famer Steve Young, Wednesdays at 5 on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Prescott in the gun, receiver Lamb in motion. There's the snap. He arches a pass in the end zone, over the shoulder catch, far side touchdown! Brandon Cooks is caught. A touchdown pass from Prescott over his shoulder. The Cowboys have taken the lead early in the fourth quarter.
That ball is smoked to left field. It is over the Crawford boxes. Jonah Heim has got at least one hit in all 7 postseason games. This one, a home run. 5-1 Rangers.
Swing and a drive, right field, way back, and gone. Kyle Schwarber, first pitch of the game with a rocket to right. Swing and a high fly ball drilled right center field, way back, gone. Bryce Harper. The Phillies lead it 2-0. Next offering, drilled right field. Going back is Carroll at the wall, and it's gone. Over the high wall and right, Nick Castellanos is red hot. And the Phillies lead it. It is 3-0. An Oppo homer for Castellanos.
And that should do it.
Oh, that should do it for week 6 of the NFL season. Game 2 of the ALCS, game 1 of the NLCS, and the return of my guy, Overnight Dave. Welcome back to the leadoff spot, Overnight Dave, and welcome back everybody this morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning to the start of the Murph and Mac Show. And of course, OD, after his 2-week sabbatical, is back in action. Of course, giving us a great highlight package of a Monday night of football action and baseball action. And either way you wanted to pick, you had some options. You had friends, and you had the Dallas Cowboys bouncing back after that embarrassing 42-10 beatdown against the 49ers to take down Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers on Monday Night Football. Seems like we're getting to the point of the season, 6 games in, where we can start looking at the playoff picture a little bit, start talking about who are the top dogs in the NFC, talk about the Dallas Cowboys maybe being back in the conversation after winning last night, improving the record to 4-2. Of course, the 3 teams at the top of the list are guys like the 49ers, 5-1, Philadelphia Eagles, 5-1, and also Dave's Detroit Lions are 5-1 also. So we'll take a big look at today's NFC landscape, talk about last night's game for the Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons getting a sack on the final drive of the day, followed up by a Stephon Gilmore and the San Diego Super Chokers kind of choking away another win. It's funny, last night it came down to a pick'em matchup in this pick'em pool that I do here at KNBR with Mike Holler. It's got like 150 plus people on it. And last night, going into yesterday's game, I had picked 12 games correctly, and I was tied for first place. And so I needed to choose correctly who was going to win last night's game. And I kept on flipping back and forth between the Cowboys and the Chargers, Cowboys and the Chargers. And I said to myself, I'm not betting on the Chargers on Monday Night Football. Not underneath the lights. Not with Brandon Staley as your head coach, the man that can't figure out when or when not to go for a 4th down conversion. And there he was last night. Again, failing to score on 4th down. Actually lucked himself in a situation where the Dallas Cowboys almost blew the game with a little bit of a special team blunder. Fumbled a punt. Guys ran into each other. Chargers recovered. There's Herbert tying the game up 17-17, but I got to give credit where credit's due. Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys bounce back. It's something that we talked about last week before the 49ers and Cowboys matchup. How Dak Prescott has not been using his legs. How he's not as mobile as he once was before that ankle injury. Well, last night he was scrambling all over the pocket, running from his life when he had Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa breathing down his neck. And it paid off. Whether it was scrambling and improvising and making plays to Tony Pollard out of the backfield or connecting with CeeDee Lamb downfield. The Dallas Cowboys looked better last week, but still, I don't know if they are in that cream of the crop selection of teams in the NFC. It's something that we said coming into this season. For me, it's always been a 2-horse race between the 49ers and the Eagles. Guess what? Both of those teams lost this weekend. There are 0 undefeated teams remaining in the NFL. But I am still looking at those 2 horses, Dave. Your Detroit Lions are creeping into the picture. They're now 5-1. They got a good matchup this weekend against the Baltimore Ravens, but they're also dealing with some injuries also. Did not have Jahmyr Gibbs last week. David Montgomery goes down with an ankle injury. So the Detroit Lions are dealing with some injuries. The Philadelphia Eagles for sure are dealing with some injuries. Lane Johnson left the game last week against the New York Jets. We're also missing Jalen Carter, their rookie defensive lineman out of Georgia. Shout out the Bulldogs. But if we're talking injuries this morning, I feel like we got to give the update on the San Francisco 49ers. Of course, this past weekend's game where the 49ers lost their first game of the season to the Cleveland Browns, it saw them not only lose for the first time, but they lost Christian McCaffrey, who left the game with a rib/oblique injury. The latest updates are from guys like Kyle Shanahan, who spoke to the media yesterday at Levi's, and from Adam Schefter is he's seeing a specialist right now. He's getting an MRI to determine if it is his rib or if it is his oblique injury. And Dave, from all the oblique injuries that I've seen in other sports like baseball and so on, it seems like these injuries linger. And now we're looking at a scenario where the 49ers have a Monday night matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. So I have an extra day of rest. But I also think we're looking at a scenario where Christian McCaffrey could sit out against the Vikings, could sit out next week against the Cincinnati Bengals, and maybe the 49ers give him a 2-week break before their bye week. That would give him 3 weeks to rest and recover. But who knows if that's the plan we're going to go down.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
And we're still trying
that goes for all of us.
And we're still trying to specify what that injury is. Not just for Christian McCaffrey, but also the injuries that guys like Deebo Samuel is dealing with. He left the game with a shoulder injury. Kyle Shanahan clarified that it happened on the first play of the game this past week against the Cleveland Browns. Hey, at least it didn't happen in that pregame scuffle that he got into. I saw a couple of people throwing out theories that Deebo hurt himself before the game. I don't think so. But maybe he hurt the 49ers' chances by poking the bear, or should I say poking the dog pound that was that Cleveland Browns defense. We'll take a look at Deebo's injury and Christian McCaffrey's injury and talk about the scenario of maybe this 49er offense having neither of them. We talk about how they are interchangeable pieces, but what are you going to do when you don't have those interchangeable pieces? And Kyle Shanahan straight up said after the game on Sunday that he wasn't prepared for the injuries, which kind of made me scratch my chin a little bit. I'm like, you're not prepared for guys like Deebo and Christian McCaffrey to get hurt when they've had a long list of injury problems in the past? And it's like the great Ken Boucher always told me growing up, getting ready for my baseball and football games. Marcus, preparing to fail is failing to prepare. So the 49ers might have to prepare this weekend for a game on Monday night against the Vikings without Christian McCaffrey, without Deebo Samuel. We'll give you the official updates from Kyle Shanahan and give you an update on Trent Williams, who was last seen in a walking boot after the game on Sunday also. So plenty of injury storylines to get into this morning with the 49ers. Wrapping up week 6 of the NFL season before moving on to week 7 and that matchup on Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings. But how about the Monday night matchup of a little baseball between Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker? And now Bruce Bochy has gone into Houston, Texas, said, screw your trash cans. I'm just going to show up and win ball games with Jordan Montgomery and Nathan Eovaldi. And yesterday, in my opinion, was another Bruce Bochy masterclass, letting Nathan Eovaldi work into the 6th inning, because really the key moment of the game is when Eovaldi got himself into a bases-loaded jam in the 5th inning, nobody out. And from what I've seen in baseball in 2023, it seems like the analytical department would automatically make the move to pull him from the game, but Bruce Bochy said no. He said, screw your analytics. I'm going to ride with my guy Nathan Eovaldi. And guess what he does? Strikes out back-to-back guys, gets a ground out, works out of the inning. And that's pretty much what Bochy and the Rangers have been doing all season long. They're undefeated this postseason when their starting pitcher goes at least 6 innings. Hell, you want to talk about their record during the regular season? They went 51-20 this season when their starting pitcher threw at least 6 innings.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if the Giants had even half of those numbers. I'd be surprised if they had 70 games this year where their pitcher went 6 innings. I can just tell you right now it didn't happen. Giants bullpen led Major League Baseball in innings pitched, not their starting pitchers, unless we're talking about Logan Webb, of course, but he was kind of the outlier for the San Francisco Giants. So again, it's going to be interesting while the Giants are in the middle of this managerial search, interviewing all these in-house candidates, whether it's Kai Correa or Alyssa Nakin, or the news that they're bringing in Stephen Vogt for an interview. We're going to see how this process plays out and what the approach is for the Giants in their next manager. I got some great sound coming up for you from Dusty Baker talking about his matchup one-on-one with Bruce Bochy. And the quote that might go down as maybe one of the quotes of the offseason or quotes of the postseason, talking about Bruce Bochy's big head, his big brain, and how it's harder to actually coach against a human being than it is to coach against analytics. Yeah, what a concept. When everybody's doing analytics and everybody knows what you're going to do, it's not too hard to counter your moves. Kind of like we saw Bruce Bochy counter Gabe Kapler when he came to San Francisco earlier this summer. But man, oh man, you want to talk about the two different directions those two ball clubs have gone since that matchup in the middle of the summer. Obviously, the Giants falling out of the playoff picture, Gabe Kapler losing his job, and now here's Bruce Bochy. 2 wins away from being back in the World Series. Winning ball games on the road in Houston. Now gets to play in front of the Texas Rangers fans for, I believe, only the second time so far this postseason because they've been going out and just winning ball games on the road. And yes, it is a little frustrating to see Dusty Baker frustrated in the dugout. But I told you all before, I'm riding with Bruce Bochy in the Rangers. And last night, I love what I saw from this squad coming out and putting four runs up in the first inning. Nathan Eovaldi working out of that bases-loaded jam. Aroldis Chapman comes into the game, gets taken deep by Yordan Alvarez, but they're able to hold on with Jose Leclerc in that 9th inning, close out the ball game, and now they're up 2-0. We'll have the day off today as they travel back to Texas before Game 3 kicks off. But yesterday, Game 1 also kicked off in the NLCS, and the birthday boy had himself one hell of a celebration. Bryce Harper goes deep on his 31st birthday, and this was actually following up a Kyle Schwarber bomb in the first inning. We talked a lot about the electricity in Philadelphia. The Phillies have not lost a single home game this postseason. Shout out for Bochy getting it done on the road. Shout out to the Phillies getting it done at home. And if these two teams are on a collision course to face off for the World Series, sign me up. That was my pick a couple weeks ago. It's my pick I'm sticking with this morning. It's Rangers and Phillies. And yesterday we saw Zach Wheeler, the guy that we've been talking about here in San Francisco for the last 12 years, ever since he got traded for Carlos Beltran, absolutely dealing 6 innings pitch, 8 strikeouts on the day. He's got 26 strikeouts in his last 3 starts. That's another pitcher working deep into the ball games. It is kind of funny. You got to put the caveat that 6 innings now is now deep into the ball games, but there he was last night. Zach Wheeler getting the job done. Craig Kimbrell coming in the 9th inning to close it out for the Phillies. But man, oh man, what a scene it was out in Philadelphia with the Kelsey brothers in attendance, cheering on Kyle Schwarber going deep on the first pitch of the game. Zach Gallen, who's a candidate to be the NL Cy Young winner, really got bum rushed for 4 runs, whether it was Harper, whether it was Schwarber, whether it was Nick Castellanos in the 2nd inning also. This is a guy that's got 5 home runs in the last 3 games. The only other player to do that in MLB history in the postseason was, just this guy named Reggie Jackson. So he's in pretty damn good company, and so are all the Philadelphia Phillies right now. They have an overall postseason record, I believe, of 5-1 now. Actually, 6-1. Rangers are 7-0. Phillies are 6-1. That's a combined 13-1 record, and we'll see if the Arizona Diamondbacks can extend this series. They've been a great story so far with turn-up Torey Lovullo, but I think the Phillies are just the team to win it in the NL, and I think the Rangers are the team to win it in the AL. So maybe we'll see if that is the World Series matchup that we're going to see between the Phillies and the Rangers. Stay tuned as Game 2 for the Phillies kicks off today. Aaron Nola on the bump. And also some big news in the Rangers series. Max Scherzer is going to start Game 3 of the ALCS. Kind of some sneaky news that came this weekend of him being added to the ALCS roster. What a postseason it's been. What an October it's been. And what a last couple of weeks we're going to get before we turn into the sports equinox and we start talking about the Dubs and the Warriors and the NBA season starting up as well. So there's plenty of storylines to get into this morning, whether it's the Cowboys winning on Monday Night Football, whether it's the 49ers injury reports, whether it's some baseball with Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker, or talking about the Giants managerial search. We'll get into all those topics this morning. But on the other side, we should get into the Kyle Shanahan news, the updates on Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams, and what the 49ers backup plan is for this Monday night if they're going to be missing out on some of those key superstars. We'll start taking a look on the spread, too, and I'll let you know my Bobby Boucher's best bets early in the week and the strategy to bet this 49ers and Vikings game. We'll do that on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher with the return of Overnight Dave on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is no good! It's no good! And the Browns will beat the 49ers 19-17. He pushed it wide to the right.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
You can do it. Okay, I see you, Boucher.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The sounds of Cleveland radio on the final play of the game. Jake Moody pushes it wide right, and the San Francisco 49ers lose their first game of the season. Welcome back to the leadoff spot, everybody. It is Marcus Boucher getting you ready for week 7 of the NFL season and the 49ers matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. But before we get to week 7, we still got a lot of things to clean up from week 6 and the 49ers' first loss of the season against the Cleveland Browns, which I think in the big picture is not going to be too big of a deal down the line unless, it does impact home field advantage in the NFC playoffs. But this was a ball game that I'm not making a big deal out of. I'm not saying the sky is falling. Yes, it was bad weather. Yes, the 49ers were plagued by penalties. Yes, they went 3 for 12 on third down conversion and also lost the battle of the trenches against the Cleveland Browns. And oh, by the way, it was against a third-string quarterback, a backup running back, and a backup offensive lineman. But still, it's one game. It's a West Coast team playing at 10 a.m. body clockwise on the East Coast. We'll chalk this one up. And no, we're not going to hold Jake Moody or Brock Purdy to the flames and start calling for their job, but we will see what happens down the road if there is another game-winning situation for Jake Moody, something that we discussed yesterday in the 49ers' decision to go with the young rookie kicker over what they had last year in Robbie Gould. But hey, Robbie Gould's still sitting on the couch, so maybe they'll give him a call up this week, or maybe they'll be calling up some other savvy veterans around the NFL to maybe replace some of the production of guys like Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, or hell, even Trent Williams. Because that's probably the biggest takeaway from this past weekend's game. Not the fact that the 49ers lost, but that they lost some of their top players. And yeah, we can get into the discussion if you think this was Brock Purdy coming back to reality without his superstars, Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel. Still had plenty of other talent on the field too. And we can also take a deep dive into the Jim Schwartz versus Kyle Shanahan discussion. Talk about the fact that he's pretty much owned him in every single matchup. But again, I think moving forward, the bigger storyline is the injuries going into this weekend's game. And that's why last week we started breaking down the spread early for you against the Cleveland Browns because we started paying attention to the Deshaun Watson news. And of course, obviously, it didn't play that big of a factor because the Browns still won the game, but it played a big factor in the spread. When it opened up early in the week at 3 points, then by midweek, it was at 6. Then by game time, you're looking at a 9 or 10 spread. And that's why I advised everybody in last week's Bobby Boucher's Best Bets to take the 49ers early in the week before the Deshaun Watson news. Now, obviously, with the results, it didn't matter where you got the spread at.
Oh, my God.
But this week, I'll tell you to take an opposite approach. Because with the 49ers dealing with injuries, the current spread for this Monday night game is -7 against the Minnesota Vikings.
7.
Now, if Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel both get rolled out, I expect that spread to drop. Not as drastic as we saw last week with Deshaun Watson. We broke down how much impact a quarterback can have on that spread. But if you lose McCaffrey, you lose Deebo. Hell, who knows what's going on with Trent Williams and Dre Greenlaw also. I would expect this spread to come down at least a point. So the strategy here this week is to wait it out. Don't take the spread early unless you are looking to take points with the Minnesota Vikings, which I highly advise against since it will be Kirk Cousins on Monday Night Football playing underneath the bright lights where he's got one of the worst primetime records in the NFL. And oh yeah, by the way, he's missing Justin Jefferson, arguably the best wide receiver in the NFL. So I don't think this week is going to be a huge problem for this 49er defense, but who knows? They just struggled last week against Kirk Cousins, against P.J. Walker, Jerome Ford, and Kareem Hunt. So who knows if Alexander Madison and Cam Akers are going to be able to run against this 49er defense, a 49er defense that struggled last week without Dre Greenlaw, but maybe that's where we should start. Because Kyle Shanahan yesterday said Dre Greenlaw is expected back at practice this week. The other players we are unsure of. So here is Kyle Shanahan's official injury update yesterday on his conference call. talking about the long, long list of 49ers injuries, what seems to be the longest list of the season.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Christian McCaffrey, oblique rib. He's actually in MRIs right now, so we're still waiting on the imaging. George Odom, quad contusion. He'll be day-to-day. Deebo Samuel's shoulder. He'll be day-to-day. Trent Williams, ankle. He'll be day-to-day. And from last week, Greenlaw with his hamstring. We expect to get him back for practice this week.
So that sounds like it's good news for Dre Greenlaw. Because last week when he popped up on the injury report, I didn't make too big of a deal out of it because I'm like, all right, he's been dealing with this kind of lingering injury for a couple weeks now, but he's still out there every Sunday. Last weekend, you saw what that 49er defense looked like without him. So getting back number 57 in the middle next to Fred Warner would obviously have a huge impact. But you know who also is a huge impact? Trent Williams. And that's why I started sweating on Sunday when I saw him get his ankle rolled up. And I started thinking about the possibility of Myles Garrett going one-on-one with Jalen Moore the entire game. Because I know we spent a lot of last week talking about Myles Garrett and his pass rush ability. I know some people will say, well, Waterboy, look at the box score. He didn't record a sack. Didn't have an impact. No, Myles Garrett was in the backfield a lot. Go look at that highlight of Brock Purdy's first interception of the season. The ball almost gets swiped out of the hands by Myles Garrett. And we talked about the numbers yesterday about how this was the game where Brock Purdy got pressured the most, even more than week 1 against T.J. Watt and the Steelers, which obviously had a lingering effect. Now, the good news on Trent Williams is he was able to re-enter the game, play pretty damn well against Myles Garrett, stop him from getting a sack, but he did leave the game at the podium in a walking boot. So that's another injury that we're going to pay attention to, and it's going to have a huge factor, especially in the running game, if Christian McCaffrey's not playing. Because I think maybe that's the number one priority on this 49ers offense, was keeping Christian McCaffrey healthy. It's a storyline that we've tried to kind of ignore over the last season here in San Francisco. It's a big narrative that popped up when Christian McCaffrey first got traded here. And everybody complaining about how Christian McCaffrey would get hurt in Carolina and cost people fantasy football points. Well, this ain't fantasy football. This is reality. And in real life, Christian McCaffrey has showed up and scored touchdowns in 15 straight games. You want to talk about riding a hot hand. You want to talk about throwing down a prop bet. Just take Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown every single week, and you're cashing those tickets. Well, that streak could come to an end this week. Well, I guess technically if he's not playing in the game, it would have come to an end. But it might be the consecutive streak snapped literally if Christian McCaffrey is not in that backfield, because Adam Schefter said yesterday he's currently seeing a specialist to decipher whether or not he is dealing with a rib injury or an oblique injury. And I know there's been this narrative surrounding Christian McCaffrey this year that he might be getting targeted by other teams. Again, I really don't want to buy into that narrative too much. We had Christian McCaffrey on the Murph and Matt show, and he says he's not buying into that narrative. I mean, it's football. We talk all the time about the difference between playing injured and playing hurt. You can play through being hurt. You can't play through being injured. And I think that's the difference people have to decipher here. I don't think people are purposely trying to injure Christian McCaffrey, but I 100% think they're trying to hurt him. That's the goal. That's football. It's a violent game. I think Deshaun Gibson was trying to hurt Elijah Moore when he was trying to break up that pass. Now, it obviously resulted in a flag and the Browns being gifted a first down, but that's football, folks. And as Dante Whitner told us before, if they're going to keep throwing these flags, it's eventually going to turn into flag football, which they're having in the 2028 Olympics, by the way. Shout out to L.A. Just got rid of breakdancing so that they could have flag football.
We're talking about practice.
Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about with the Olympic Games, quote-unquote games, not really sports, but that's for a whole other discussion. Now we're worried about maybe the 49ers being better off if they were playing flag football. If Christian McCaffrey wasn't getting his face mask ripped on each and every play. But even this past weekend, it was hard to decipher when exactly Christian McCaffrey got hurt, because we saw him stretching out on the sideline, trying to get that rib/oblique loose. But then we also saw him go back into the game and then run out to the locker room. So I don't know if this is a case of him dealing with a fractured rib, something that we saw last year with Brock Purdy. I know Kyle Shanahan was asked about the difference. Yeah, the difference is running backs get hit a lot more than your starting quarterback does. I know quarterbacks still take hits, but not the punishment that Christian McCaffrey's taking. And so this might just be a pain tolerance thing, or it could be worse. Well, here was Kyle Shanahan talking not only about Christian McCaffrey, but also Deebo Samuel, and deciphering when, at what point of the game did he get hurt, or if, some of the narratives out there, or should I say conspiracies, that Debo might have hurt his shoulder in the pregame scuffle against the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, Debo was the first play of the game on the jet sweep. He just took a shot on the shoulder. It didn't look overly big or anything. It just connected right, and so it got him after that. And if you watch him like the next 8 plays and stuff, you could just tell the feeling was starting to go because he couldn't use his left arm. Tried to come back and stuff, but just couldn't get feeling back in it. So we had to shut him down. And Christian, we're not sure about. He mentioned about 4 possible plays he thought he could have done it on, but we're not sure which one he did.
Yeah, that's the thing. Christian gets hit so often, you really don't know when that injury started or if there's something that he's been dealing with for prior weeks. Now, the argument has been that maybe Kyle Shanahan uses Christian McCaffrey too much, but I also think CMC doesn't want to be off the field. I think he wants that kind of workload, and we see the impact that it has had on this 49ers offense. I mean, hell, look at the stats since the Christian McCaffrey trade. 49ers are averaging 30 points per game. It's one of the big reasons why Brock Purdy has been so successful. And now I see people saying that it's a big reason why Brock Purdy was unsuccessful this past weekend once Christian McCaffrey left the game. I don't know. There's some correlation there. I think anybody looks better with Christian McCaffrey. Even Jimmy Garoppolo, when he got to play like a game and a half with Christian McCaffrey, looked a lot better. Also, shout out Jimmy G. He's dealing with his own injury. He's got a back injury. He's questionable for this weekend's game against a Bears team who probably won't have Justin Fields.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, we'll see if we take the under again on the Raiders because I don't think there's going to be too many points scored in that game, but I do think the 49ers can still score points without Christian McCaffrey. The question is, can they score them without both Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel? Because we spent a lot of time this offseason talking about how these 2 Swiss Army knives are 2 of the most interchangeable pieces on Kyle Shanahan's offense. That's why it's not a big deal when Deebo missed a game earlier this year because guess what? A, Brandon Ayuk is breaking out, having an unbelievable season. And B, Christian McCaffrey can go line up in the slot or run some of those Deebo Samuel plays that you need. Vice versa, if Christian McCaffrey is hurt, Deebo Samuel can go into the backfield. Now, of course, we saw in the first play of the game, he ran an end around, which resulted in his injury. So there's some discussion on whether or not Deebo should be running the ball. But again, that's Deebo Samuel's style of play. So I think he's got no problems running the rock. And maybe he will be running it more on Monday night if Christian McCaffrey is not good to go. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about the game plan of running his Kyle Shanahan system without 2 of its biggest stars.
I mean, anytime you lose real good players like that, it's a challenge. But that's stuff you got to go through. That's part of football. I just thought we made too many mistakes, missed assignments and stuff once that happened. And because when that does happen, you got to put some guys in some different positions, stuff that you don't always put them through, but they're responsible for studying. And that's on everybody. But also when it got to that situation, I thought we should have made it easier for those guys because I think it would have been all right if we don't lose those guys. But with the amount of mistakes we made in the game, obviously we had too much on them.
And that's the thing to focus in on here when you're looking at the rushing numbers post Christian McCaffrey. The 49ers went 3 for 12 on third down conversion. That means 2 things. They were getting stopped on first down, and they were getting stopped on second down. And it doesn't take me to be like a football expert to explain to you that when it's in a third and long situation, you're not going to run the rock. And that's why the 49ers got away from the run game in the second half, really until Deommodore Lenoir had that interception to set up that J.P. Mason touchdown. But outside of that, the running game was non-existent, which was a little head-scratching after especially seeing all the success that the 49ers had on the same drive. Or it's for the first drive of the game. So now they have options. Now, if Christian McCaffrey is not available, you're looking at guys like Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason. Now, last week, Elijah Mitchell was questionable with a knee injury. Kyle Shanahan actually went to Jordan Mason first off the bench. But now with a full week of practice, maybe you will see the full workload for Elijah Mitchell, a guy that was tearing it up here before Christian McCaffrey showed up, but has been dealing with a long list of injuries himself. Here's Kyle Shanahan on the backup running back plan. If it's going to be Elijah Mitchell, if it's going to be Jordan Mason, or if we see Ty Davis-Price, who it sounds like everybody's forgot about, maybe get back in the action and actually be active for a game this Monday night.
Yeah, we'll see how. I mean, Elijah's earned a ton with us over these years. I think Elijah, when he's been healthy, has been as good of a back as there is. He's had a hard time staying healthy. But I also can't take away anything from JP. I mean, every time JP's got his opportunities, you guys see how he's done. So both of those guys have done very well. Elijah came back and practiced late last week on Thursday. So he got really one true day of practice in, and that's why JP got the first nod once Christian came out. But we got two really good players there, and I know Ty Davis is waiting for his opportunity also. So hopefully Christian will be good to go this week. But if not, we got a group of backs that we can rely on.
Hopefully Christian will be good to go this week, but if not, we got a good group of backs that we can rely on. And we've seen this 49er system actually be productive with Elijah Mitchell and with Jordan Mason, but we all know how big of an impact Christian McCaffrey has. Again, I would not be surprised if the 49ers played safe. Don't play him this week. Maybe even sit him out the week after in Cincinnati. Or excuse me, that game's at Levi Stadium. But against the Bengals, they might rest him because in 3 weeks you've got the bye. So maybe this is the point of the season where you take a break from Christian McCaffrey and rely on some of your other guys. And we all know the bread and butter for Kyle Shanahan is A, his defense, and B, running the rock. And maybe that's our biggest takeaway from this weekend's game against the Browns, is the fact that the 49ers lost the battle of the trenches. Whether it was being stuffed by Dalvin Tomlinson in the backfield, whether it was Myles Garrett or Zadarius Smith making plays, or if you want to look at the 49ers defense allowing the Cleveland Browns to run for over 160 yards. P.J. Walker scrambling. Jerome Ford, the backup for Nick Chubb. Kareem Hunt, the former backup for Nick Chubb. They had a combined 130 yards. Even Marquise Goodwin was ripping off a 20-yard end around. That shouldn't happen against this 49ers defensive front. That shouldn't happen against a defense that's only allowing 63 yards per game going into Cleveland. They ran for over 100 more. Now, again, Dre Greenlaw not being out there is a factor. But again, I don't think that excuses the fact that you're going against a bunch of backups, a backup offensive lineman too. Browns won the battle of the trenches, and Kyle Shanahan honestly wasn't too happy about it when he spoke about it. Here he is breaking down the battle of the trenches and the 49ers being ran on by the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I was disappointed in it. It was I'm not sure the exact stat compared to the others, but if I had to guess, it was our most missed tackles on the year. I thought they got our edges way too much, just blocking down our DNs and getting around. We played a lot more two-shell defense, and when you play two-shell defense, you're a little bit behind in the run game. But we've been able to stop guys pretty good in that way. And when they got our ends and we didn't get our safeties downhill, they bled us out too much. And when you add on a couple of those missed tackles and everything, it was way too much. And especially when you got quarterbacks coming in who hasn't started yet. The best way to make that guy uncomfortable is to take away the run game, and with 160 yards in that, we obviously didn't, and that was disappointing, especially on those last two drives.
And that's why the Cleveland Browns put up 19 points and won the ball game, because they were able to run the ball, and hell, they even took a couple shots downfield to Amari Cooper. You look at the final stat line for a guy like P.J. Walker, he actually had a worse quarterback rating than Brock Purdy. And after all that was said and done, there was Brock putting his team with a chance to win the ball game, but Jake Moody obviously missed a field goal. Again, there's plenty of blame to go around with this 49ers team, whether it was the defense kind of playing a little undisciplined with the penalties at the end of the game, the Gibson unnecessary roughness, the defensive holding call right after that. It was just bad 49er football. From the 12 penalties for over 100 yards to the 3rd for 12 third down conversions. Again, it's only one game out of a 17-game season, but there was some sloppiness. And there were some things to take away from tape. And Kyle Shanahan will watch the tape today. That's the last piece of sound we got for you. Is Kyle talking about how this 49er team is going to bounce back and how they can prepare for Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings on Monday night?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you got to play good football in this league or you're going to get beat. And it doesn't matter who you play or win. But we didn't play that good of football. And we were still able to pull it out, which – I would have been proud of them for doing that. I mean, you're not always going to play great football, and you still got to find a ways to win. But rarely do the football gods reward you when you make as many mistakes as we did. Just missed assignments, penalties, missed tackles, a couple missed opportunities that are the difference in winning and losing. And when you miss those throughout the game, rarely does it work out in the end. So either way that happened, I think it was a good learning experience. And really all that matters is when they come in tomorrow and they watch this film with us, just like all that matters when they came in after Dallas and watched the film, is that you watch what you did good, you watch what you did bad, and you make sure that you get better the next week.
That's it. Flush it and move on to the next one. It's what we say with baseball all the time, next pitch. Next game is this Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings. 49ers are a 7-point favorite. And we'll see if the football gods want the 49ers to win that game. That's funny. Back-to-back days now, I've heard about the football gods, whether it was Tim Ryan talking about the factory of sadness that is the Cleveland Browns, or even Kyle Shanahan dropping it right there. Well, hey, how about we check in with the baseball gods on the other side? See how they're feeling about Bruce Bochy going into Houston, winning back-to-back games, and Bryce Harper having himself a little bit of a birthday celebration. Let's hop into the ALCS and NLCS on the other side. Talk a little baseball for you on a Tuesday morning. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
One strike. Here it comes. Challenge to Altuve. Rips it to left. Not deep. And Taveras is there to make the play. The Texas Rangers survive another one and win game 2, 5-4. Eovaldi comes out of the dugout with his hand over his heart. He felt the same way you did. A tightrope walk, but Texas comes on the road and beats the Astros twice and now go home with a commanding 2-0 lead as they win again. They have not lost in the postseason.
Now back to the leadoff spot with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bochy does it again. The Texas Rangers take down the Houston Astros in H-Town 5-4 yesterday to extend their winning streak to 7 straight games in the postseason. I believe they're 6-0 on the road, have only played 1 game at home. They'll have the day off tomorrow before flying back to Arlington to host Game 3 of the ALCS, where Max Scherzer is making his return to the rotation. Man, oh man, what a story it has been for the Texas Rangers and Bruce Bochy this year. After losing Jacob deGrom, after bringing in Max Scherzer and losing him for the second half of the season, here he is with his workhorses, Jordan Montgomery and Nathan Eovaldi. Yes, Dave, a couple former Yankees who couldn't beat the Houston Astros when they were pitching in pinstripes, but now here they are, going into the heart of Houston, facing off against Yordan Alvarez, who's one of the hottest hitters in the postseason outside of Nick Castellanos and Bryce Harper. But man, oh man, what pitching performances the Texas Rangers have gotten this postseason after the entire storyline this offseason was the Texas Rangers having no pitching. And that's why I think it's funny when people are having kind of this revisionist history of Bruce Bochy being, quote, unquote, handed an all-star team. The Rangers won 68 games last year. Bruce Bochy took them to the ALCS. He hasn't lost a postseason game yet. Marcus Semien, Adolis Garcia, Corey Seager, all these guys were on the roster last year. You know, the big thing that's changed, it's Bruce Bochy. And it's the approach he's had this year as a manager. And last night we saw another perfect example of Bruce having his guy on a long leash. Nathan Eovaldi got into some trouble, worked himself into a jam, bases loaded, nobody out, 5th inning. This is the time and day where you're going to get your analytical team calling into the bullpen saying, hey, get somebody hot, get somebody ready to go. Bruce Bochy said, hell no. I'm letting Nathan Eovaldi go out of there and give him the opportunity to work out of it. Now, he did have a little bit of a lead. Nice to do that when you do have a 5-1 cushion, but still, the fact that he let Nathan Eovaldi go out there and get the results that he did, back-to-back strikeouts and a ground out to get into the inning, is just another example of what the Rangers have been doing all season long. I told you guys the stat in the first segment. When the Rangers allow their pitchers to pitch at least 6 innings, they're 51-20 this year, 5-0 in the postseason. I mean, this is something that just doesn't happen anymore. Look at the San Francisco Giants as a great example. But that's why I also think this postseason is a great example of guys like Bruce Bochy, Dusty Baker, even over in the NLCS with Rob Thompson and Torey Lovullo. These guys are taking kind of the old school approach versus the analytical approach that tells you, oh, you're not allowed to face a lineup 3 times. Well, guess what? Yesterday, Nathan Eovaldi faced him 3 times. Got out of it. Yesterday, Zach Wheeler, another 6-inning pitch, another 8 strikeouts, faced the lineup 3 times. Looked pretty damn fine to me, and that's why I think there is a kind of disengagement between the old school style of baseball and the new school style of baseball. And that's why I think it's important to check in with guys like Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy. And this is a quote that I heard a couple days ago that has been resonating in my mind, especially since we are in the midst of a Giants managerial search. And here is Dusty Baker before the series started talking about his matchup mano-a-mano with Bruce Bochy and how much different it is coaching against someone like Bruce Bochy versus coaching against a team that relies so heavily on analytics.
It's harder to manage against a person than it is against analytics or the computer, because a lot of times the computer and analytics will tell you, just like we played Minnesota, that if you bring in a right-hander, they're going to change their whole lineup around early in the game, where a person might change only part of his lineup or try to do different things to, I respect Bruce. I don't know what our head-to-head record is, but he got a lot of brains in that head up there.
I respect Bruce. I don't know where our head-to-head record is. He got a lot
of brains in that head up there.
He's got a pretty big damn head. Of course, the longest running joke here in San Francisco is that size 8 ball cap that Bruce Bochy does wear, but he does have a lot of knowledge in that head. I think he's probably forgotten about a lot of baseball. Probably forgotten more baseball than a lot of these front office analytical guys kind of know. And that's what you got to kind of remember going into this managerial search for the Giants. It doesn't seem like it's rocket science to say, yeah, it's harder to coach against a manager, that's actually coaching. Dusty's absolutely right. When every team's got the analytics, you know what the moves are, you know what the counter moves are. It's like playing chess against yourself, looking at the man in the mirror. Against Bruce Bochy, it's different. He's actually coaching with his gut. He's actually coaching with a little bit of feel. But I don't know if that's what the Giants are looking for moving forward. There's been a lot of talk about this week about the in-house interviews that the Giants are doing, whether it's Kai Correa, Alyssa Nacken, or someone like Mark Hallberg. I really don't think either of those moves are the moves to make. I don't know what would change from going from Gabe Kapler to someone that was, on the staff of Gabe Kapler. But the question is, how much does Farhan want to change? How much of his lineup is he going to change? How much of his roster is he going to change? Because that's the big argument when we're talking about guys like Dusty and Bruce versus Gabe Kapler. Everybody talks about the roster and how they weren't going to win with this team here. Again, I'll take you back to mid-June to the trade deadline when the Giants were 2.5 games back from the LA Dodgers with that roster. When they were 12 games above 500 with that roster. When they were sitting there in the third wild card spot with that roster. And you know what happened with that roster? They fell out of the playoffs. So, yes, no doubt about it. It's a roster that needs to improve, but I also think it's a ball club that could be managed better. And again, with those in-house candidates, I don't know what would change too much. But the question I've been asking is, what manager is going to want to come here when Farhan Zaidi's only got 1 year left on his contract? Who knows? Maybe he will go outside the clubhouse. Reports this week of Stephen Vogt may be coming in for an interview. That's a possibility, but again, there's a lot of unanswered questions with Farhan in the front office, especially with his end-of-the-year press conference when he said, we're going to let our manager have more of an impact on these games and make more of these decisions, like a manager probably should be doing, like Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker are doing right now with their teams out in the ALCS. Great game last night in Texas. Rangers up 2-0, and also a great environment last night in Philadelphia as the Phillies celebrated Bryce Harper with 2 home runs in the first, Kyle Schwarber with the leadoff home run. Bryce goes deep on his 31st birthday. Nick Castellanos hits his 5th home run in the last 3 games, putting him in the same sentence as Reggie Blanken-Jackson. Phillies are hot right now, hottest team in baseball, but maybe not hotter than the Texas Rangers. They're 7-0. Phillies are 6-1, and now Bochy's 2 games away from making the World Series. Phillies are back in action today with Aaron Nola on the mound. Man, oh man, baseball in October, nothing like it. And Bruce Bochy back in October, nothing like it. But back on the other side, we'll get all the boys back in town. Overnight Dave's here, Triple E's here, and Murph and Mac are here. We'll make the connection and have our face-off. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
The heavy metal means one thing and one thing only. Overnight Dave is back in the building. Hell, Dave, I started feeling like Kyle Shanahan. I didn't know who's going to be alive on my roster on Sunday. I didn't know when Dave was going to return to the leadoff spot, but he's back, Murph. The boys are back in the building. Murph and Mac are here this morning. What's up, Murph? How we doing today?
The sweet sound of OD metal, man. I mean, it's like a speed thrash kind of. I don't know, what is that? Pantera?
Dave will wake your ass up at 5:59. He'll hit that heavy metal for you, Murph.
Help me out, Dave. Who was that there in my ear? That was it's straight Metallica.
The Four Horsemen.
My bad. That's bad knowledge on my part.
Well, first of all, it's
bad knowledge on my part.
It's a great. I don't have my headphones on. I don't know what Dave was playing, but
Metallica, the Four Horsemen.
Oh hell yeah! First album, great one.
That's my bad.
Four Horsemen, right?
yeah.
Shout out Marcus. Shout out Murph, and welcome back, Overnight Dave. I was so surprised to see him. I just ran in there, and I go, Dave, it's funny. I'm going to Detroit, your hometown, to go see Metallica. Now, he's playing Metallica. There's a lot of good particles in the air. It's a good way to start a Tuesday.
The connections. Yeah. And this morning, we were talking a lot about Dave's Detroit Lions being 5-1 and what that NFC playoff picture looks like with the Dallas Cowboys winning last night out in SoFi Stadium against the LA Chargers.
It's so funny, man. Did you stick around for any of the postgame?
Oh, no, I bailed out. I wanted no part of the postgame.
Everything was framed in context of the 49er loss. That's all they talked. It was like, what about that play on the third down? Given that you got whipped by the 49ers a week ago. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, you decided to kick a field goal. Was that because you got your ass kicked by the Niners a week ago?
I heard the immediate one on the field with Dak Prescott. She goes, last week you said it was a humbling loss. How would you describe this week?
I saw CeeDee Lamb come out with Van Pelt, and they were like, how much was last week hanging over you, does today's game invalidate last week?
Dak, at any time did you consider going into hiding?
Yeah. I mean, the Niners I just put a lasting whooping on these guys.
And we left a mark, bro. We left a mark.
And that's why I thought a lot of people thought the Cowboys were going to lose last night because of that legendary stat the last couple seasons of teams struggling the week after playing against the San Francisco 49ers.
And Murph, my poor guy, Justin Herbert's out here with all his talent, and he's toiling away on this SE.
There's something about his face that looks pained.
Are you not a fan of his face?
No, it's just he just looks like kind of pained and not.
Of course, he's playing for the Chargers. Of course, he's pained.
Yeah.
You see him down there?
Yeah, he's got Micah Parsons putting him on his back before he throws a game-ending interception.
Bro, imagine throwing that dude like on the Niners or any other team. Like, I mean, you throw him in front of a good line and like watch out. I mean, there's no telling.
That he plays for the Chargers because there is a Dan Fouts like quality to him. Just this pure, brilliant quarterback who can't be on a winning team.
It's almost a punishment, you know?
I mean, that's the Chargers. Look at Phillip Rivers' entire career. Never won any playoff games.
Are they the team with the greatest roster of quarterbacks that have never won a Super Bowl?
Just the greatest roster of talent.
And a lot of people, Murph, say, I don't know, we've never really broken this down, but a lot of people say the Chargers have the best unis in the NFL.
They KNBR.
Well, I like the powder blues.
They like the lightning bolt.
Overnight Dave back chipping in, not just giving me the making me laugh in the car with the I can't guarantee anyone will be alive on Sunday.
That's a good one.
But he also said, well, you're forgetting that, in the Fouts, Rivers, Herbert parade, the Super Bowl quarterback was Stan Blank and Humphries.
Teeth, he like a chipmunk. He looked like a gopher. Remember those big teeth he had, Murph, coming out the front? He did. He looked like a groundhog.
How did the Chargers roll out Rivers and Fouts and Humphries is the one that goes to the
How did they
ball?
have Rivers, LaDainian Thompson, Antonio Gates, and win nothing?
I think Humphries wish he didn't. I mean, he got his ass handed to him in that game.
He did.
Yeah.
He did by the
Tim McDonald and company.
The last Super Bowl champion.
Which, by the way, we're getting to the point now, Murph. That's a little too,
buddy. Been a while.
A little too far back now.
Been a while. Warriors and Giants have won quite more recently than the Niners. So,
how about 7 between the two franchises while the Niners are still looking to add to their. Yeah.
One for the thumb.
And by the way, speaking of rings and titles, as soon as we get on the other side, dude, we got to break down the king of all kings. He's out. He just don't care.
Bochy is 2 wins away from returning to the World Series. Goes into Houston, takes down Dusty Baker in back-to-back games. And last night, Bryce Harper celebrated his birthday. 31 years old, blowing out the 3-1 candles, going deep as the Phillies win Game 1. Game 2 today, we'll talk plenty of baseball, plenty of Bruce Bochy this morning, and of course, give you your 49er injury updates on Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and Dre Greenlaw ahead of the 49ers Monday night matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, Overnight Dave, and you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Did you hit that Trevor May sound at all? I did.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. Great start, having some chuckles there with Waterboy and Overnight
So
Dave
good
being
to
back.
see Big D. Look at my guy.
It's great having him. He took the Lost Highway. He took Highway 50.
He's a gangster. Nah, Dave does whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Route 66, Highway 50.
Get
you
your
name
kicks on 66.
Yeah. I think that the movie Cars is based on that whole concept, isn't it?
Shout out Paul Newman.
The Lost Highway with the small towns and all that.
By the way, Murph, when the smoke clears, you look at Paul Newman's body of work, a great actor, really been some of the great films of all time. Was that the last stuff he did with those Cars voice movies? He was doing the voice?
Top of my head, I'm going to say yes, but it was
that's the end of his legacy there. Like, you bookend it with, like, The Hustler.
You know
and
what?
Like, you know what I mean?
Hudson, what was the name of his character? Hudson
I'm forgetting.
something or other?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while for me.
He was kind of regal in those.
He had a lot of wisdom.
Yeah, he had a lot of wisdom.
He had a lot of wisdom to offer.
He had a lot of wisdom.
Yeah. Like in real life, too.
Through his carburetor. Let's see. Well, he died in 2008. Let's see if we have it
also,
here.
shout out Paul Newman's Oreo cookies that he makes. Those are solid.
He was a voice in a movie called The Meerkats. That was his last
See what it comes to, Murph? That's what we'll be doing someday. We'll be voicing kids' shows right before we croak.
I should be so lucky as to voice The Meerkats.
I'll be doing some weird, like, stoner, like,
We're having to Paulie Mack.
Yeah.
He's voicing some documentary up in Mendocino.
He's doing Henry the Buzzard, like some new cartoon.
Doc Hudson.
Okay. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, Doc.
That was his character's name. So
the wisdom of Doc.
The wisdom of a Doc Hudson.
So anyway, Murph, last night the King's out here.
Yeah.
He's just putting Dusty over his knee. He's going, listen, this is the way it's going to be. And I told Murph right before we came on, I go, listen, no one's going to win in Philly. And then Murph goes, although Boch might. Boch has already done it. He don't care.
I keep trying to tell my kids, I'm like, you see this crazy thing in Philly?
It's
mayhem
in Philly.
I say we, the royal we. The Giants went in there, stared that S down. And not only that, Paulie, not just winning game one, Cody Ross, the two bombs, Tim Lincecum, the wolf whistles, all that stuff.
Yeah.
They closed it out in Philly,
right in front of them. Right in front. They were
in Game 6.
That team had some magic, man.
And that Philly team thought, well, you're in our lair now.
Oh, Ryan Howard. I mean, they had
Chase Utley, Jason Worth.
That team was
Roy
loaded.
Halladay.
Dude, they were loaded.
Cliff Lee.
We had no business.
They didn't have Cliff Lee. The Rangers had Cliff Lee. But anyway, Roy Halladay and on and on and on. And dude, Juan Uribe hitting that. I told Declan last night, I said, that's one of my favorite moments as a sports fan ever.
Uribe.
He hit the 8th inning homer that put them ahead.
That was what a moment, dude.
Yeah,
I almost got a little emotional when you said that.
Brian Wilson closing it out.
God, dude,
the balls on those Giants teams to go into that, because that's the same environment.
What about the game where Sanchez got into it? He hit somebody.
That was Game 6.
Okay, and then Affel came
had
in.
to come out.
Oh, dude, Affel, he did it all.
Let me look up that whole box score
you want to ever just
dude.
trip out, Giant fans? Like, check when you have a spare minute. Go look up Jeremy Affel's postseason numbers. They're insane.
They're insane.
They're incredible.
He's the only middle reliever ever to have his own retirement ceremony.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Which went on for like 2 hours.
It did go on for 2 hours.
A few more things, you guys.
Here's the lineup that day, dude. Andres Torres.
Oh, that's my guy. Has a family.
He went 3 for 5.
That's a leadoff hitter. Can I get an Andres Torres these days? Somebody give me one.
Aaron Rowan later was his defensive replacement late in the game.
You forget Rome was part of that.
Freddie Sanchez hit second. He went 3 for 4.
Freddie could hit.
The top two guys went 3 for 4 there. Aubrey Huff in the 3-hole.
Yeah.
Aubrey Huff in the 3-hole. Yep. He went 1 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored.
They're all hitting.
Buster in the 4-hole.
How'd he do?
He went 0 for 4 that day.
Okay, he was quiet.
He did draw a walk.
That's all. Get on base, Buster.
In the 5-hole, pat the bat.
Yeah.
Pat the bat. Pat Burrow went 1 for 4. In the 6-hole, Cody Ross, he went 1 for 4. In the 7-hole, Juan Uribe, he went 2 for 3 with the bomb. 8-hole, Edgar Renteria, 0 for 4. And, look at this. The pitcher hit 9th. Remember that?
National League Baseball. Rest in peace.
That?
Rest in peace.
Slinging Johnny Sanchez, and he got a hit and scored a run. He got a hit and scored a run.
Johnny. Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, it's great.
Oh, man. And then,
how many innings did Affel throw? He threw like 2+ or something?
The Phillies counted with Jimmy Rollins, Placido Polanco, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, Jason Worth, Shane Victorino, Raul Ibanez, Carlos Raz, and Roy Oswalt was their starter.
Yeah,
they were outstanding. Yeah, I'll give you the so Sanchez went 2. Affeld went 2 shutout. Bumgarner went 2 shutout. Dude, Bumgarner. Then Javi went 1 shutout. Then Timmy came in. He brought in Timmy.
I remember that.
But Timmy gave up 2 hits, did get 1 out.
Yeah.
And then Wilson had to get a 5-out save. Brian Wilson had to get a 5-out save.
doing some work, man.
And he walked 2 in that.
Of course. He always did.
So
he loved
he went
that.
up throwing 26 pitches, only 12 strikes.
Be easy.
So there it is, man. There it is.
Those are some good days, man.
It was a 2-2 ball game. The Phillies scored 2 in the first. The Giants tied it with 2 in the third. How'd they tie it with the 2 in the third?
Murph, was that a 2-3-2? Would Game 7 have been in Philly? Yeah.
Giants tied it with 2 in the third when let's see here. Giants tied it with 2 in the third. Let me give you this here. Top of the third. Aubrey Huff singled in Sanchez. Sanchez singled to start the rally. Johnny Sanchez. Torres singled Sanchez over to second. Freddie Sanchez bunted them over to second.
Nice. Way to go, Freddie. Lay one down.
How about that?
Tim Flannery was proud.
How about that? Second and third one out, then Aubrey Huff singles to center. Sanchez scores. They throw Torres out at the plate.
Wow, okay.
Huff goes to second, and then Posey reaches on an error. Make 3 fewer mistakes than the other team. Critical error by the third baseman, who would have been Placido Polanco. He made a critical error. And then, so the game was 2-2 into the 8th, and then Uribe hit the solo shot in the 8th inning. And the rest was history. Anyway, it's a long way of saying, can Bochy go into Philly? The answer is yes.
Yeah, he's already done it.
He's
already done it. Whatever it takes,
He's
Murph.
2-1 there, buddy.
Whatever it takes.
He's 2-1.
Yeah, he don't care. Boats don't care. He don't care.
I mean, they're playing with this just sort of like, they're playing with this serene calm. They're playing with this sort of like total
Seager,
command. Eovaldi, bases loaded, nobody out.
God, Eovaldi, man.
And Boat says, "Yeah, just stay out there, buddy."
No, that's what I'm talking about
Jose
right there.
Leclerc, I got to go get my 8th inning guy. I got my closer's got to go 4 outs. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And
he's trying to win a ring.
Every button works.
Yeah. He's got the magic. He's got that Midas touch in the postseason, man.
So, Dusty's
God
like,
bless
damn.
him.
Dusty's like, damn, I got to do this again.
This is what it's like. Yeah. I already did this.
In 2012, we did this to
I
him.
know.
Anyway, that was fun. Any thoughts on the Cowboys?
Very little.
They're back,
very few.
quote unquote.
Well,
They're
they're
back.
back. They barely beat the Chargers.
I was listening to, it's so funny how NFL narratives are like, the NFC power structure has changed.
Oh, stop it already. Would you stop?
Has it really?
Cut the crap.
That's
Yeah,
what
you're
they're
right, though. It's on ESPN. Like, right now, they're breaking down Cowboys. New confidence in the
That's what they're
Cowboys.
saying.
Get the blank out of here.
That's what they're saying.
They're confident they're going to get their asses kicked if they see the Niners again.
Is that the Cowboys are back in the NFC power structure.
You got to stop.
They just played a week ago.
They couldn't even. Murph, I'll tell you this much about the Cowboys. They can't carry the Lions' jock. I'm not even kidding. Lions will outscore them in a heartbeat.
Honest to goodness.
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
Dallas ain't going to Detroit and winning that game.
No.
No. So anyway, but they're back. They squeaked it out last night. 20-17 over the hapless Chargers. And then the scene in Philadelphia with the Bryce Harper. Did you see what he did? It took me a while to figure it out. He held up 3 fingers on his left hand and 1 finger on his right hand, and then blew the top of his fingers as he touched home plate.
What does that mean?
It was his 31st birthday.
Oh, blow out the candles, kid.
He was blowing out the 31.
You do whatever you want the way this guy's playing.
Fairly creative, I must say.
Blowing out candles.
Says he thought of it rounding third.
Hey, Marcus, when is somebody going to invent the either touchdown celebration or the home run celebration where they step on home plate and either like light the air bong for like an air rip or just like a standard like take a pull and then throw the J?
Aaron Judge and one of the Jets had one where they
Aaron Judge.
They touched each other.
You mean Roger?
Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner.
Well, they were doing the J thing.
They brought
the J
in
thing.
They
Yeah,
brought in the J.
I did see that. Yeah, I'd prefer it wasn't Rogers though.
Rogers a stoner?
That's a great. Well, he eats ayahuasca. I've never done that, so he's something.
Is that considered
He's
part
some
of the
kind of medicine man?
Stoner culture there. So hey, 1 week from tonight is the Warriors season opener. We got Christian McCaffrey injury news. We got Deebo Samuel injury news. We got Trent Williams injury news. And we got the 49ers at Minnesota next Monday night. You get Buck and Aikman. How you feeling about Buck and Aikman on Monday night? Are you used to it by now?
Yes. That's a good way of describing it. I'm fine with those guys. It's been,
It throws me off a little bit. I ain't gonna
Does
lie.
it?
Yeah.
What for? The Joe Buck element or
so
Troy?
many years of seeing them on Sundays.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm Joe, that's Troy.
Yeah.
And
Aikman actually made reference to the fact that people think he looks like Jay-Z.
I heard that last. He said he was his doppelganger.
Yeah.
I go, man, that's maybe a little stretch. I don't know.
That's going around. There's a belief that Aikman and Jay-Z look like each
I don't
other.
know. It's up to y'all.
It's kind of funny, man. All right, we'll get the guest list from Marcus on the other side. Everybody's back. Overnight Dave's back.
Hey.
We're all here.
All right, man.
We got...
Bochy's 2 wins away from the World Series. That's all I know.
Niner football on the front burner. As always, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good. This is
unbelievable. Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors season is 1 week away, so you heard it right there on the promo. Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes for his weekly hit to talk about the start of the season against Kevin Durant and the Suns next Tuesday. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
We know he's dealing with an oblique. I'm going to guess that he's going to see some specialists today. I don't think that he or they know right now whether he'll miss a game, 2 games, any games at all. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what that oblique injury is right now. And again, that's part of the problem on some of these injuries is, everybody says they're okay, and then they're not once they get the MRI.
There he is, Adam Schefter on. Where else? Pat McAfee. He's got them all, and that's our old buddy Schefter.
Listen.
And Schefter seems like he was saying several times that McCaffrey guards this information with his life.
Listen.
It's like Schefter can't crack Fort McCaffrey. It's like a
fortress, yeah.
Yeah, because, he gets all the information from everybody.
By the way, can I have access to Fort McCaffrey since that's my name, too? Can I go in there, whatever's going on?
You can.
I want to go to the fort.
You're allowed.
I'll bring him something to eat. I'll get him a pie or something. Here's some Giorgio's. Get well.
Great. If you're going to talk about great forts throughout history, I got to go with, of course,
this will be a good one. I don't know many forts.
Well, I just got to go with the TV show F Troop.
Nice. Well, I'll take F Troop.
And I'm trying to remember the name of their darn fort.
Murph, would you accept a Fort Wayne, Indiana?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll throw that on the pile.
Obviously, Fort Knox comes to mind, right? But I'm trying to...
Thanks for taking Fort Wayne, too.
F Troop's fort was named... God darn it! I'll move on. I'll find it.
Okay.
Anyway, remember they were at war with the Indians. They were called the Hakawi tribe. Because the tribe got lost and said, where the heck are we? That's what they said. That was the old joke on the show. All right, Marcus Boucher, McCaffrey. I am presuming that McCaffrey ain't playing Monday night. That's my presumption. It's obliques are no joke.
No.
Ribs are no joke.
Yeah.
Do you want to risk this guy in the middle of the season?
No.
And we've talked about it, and you laid it out, Marcus, this morning, that there's a... After this is the Bengals, which is no joke, even though they're not having an awesome start to their season.
They can still do some damage, though, yeah.
But then there's a bye week after, so if this thing is legit, there's a scenario where you could give him 3 weeks off.
It's actually a gift in that way, in the scheduling sense, Marcus, because like Murph said, you're getting the free extra week on top if they need to do that.
Yeah, I think that's the best game plan right now because obviously we're still awaiting those MRI results, but I think the game plan would be to give Christian McCaffrey that extra rest, give him 3 weeks, and then maybe bring him back after the bye. But Murph, since you brought up the sound of Adam Schefter calling Christian McCaffrey a military operative, here it is.
It's not that they're being discreet. It's that's the way that Christian McCaffrey operates with injuries. He's like a military operative that doesn't ever want to share anything and doesn't want anyone to know anything about what's wrong with him.
Listen how testy he's getting. Do you mind if we keep some to ourselves, Shefty, or do we have to give you? I almost feel like, should I give him the mashup treatment just to get him ease in?
100%.
All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. What the flower people say. Don't you listen? What the man says.
Schefter's pissed.
Get confused. Listen to the music play. Listen. You hear a moan. She's gonna listen.
Anyway,
it's incredible, by the way. Yeah, no, Schefter wants his information,
He's all
and if he can't get it, he gets pissed.
He's like,
he won't give me why he climbed the mountaintop, man. He doesn't take no for an answer. I don't know who will release the McCaffrey information because the 49ers won't, and if Schefter doesn't get it, I don't know. Maybe Paul McCaffrey is our only hope.
Stand by. Let me make a few calls. Yeah.
Just for my own head and for everybody out there, Fort Courage was the name of the F Troop Fort.
Yeah, you got some love here on the line, on the text line, too. A bunch of them,
so F Troop Nation is out there?
They're out there. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them, actually. And people are also coming strong with Fort Bragg. They're going, guys, Fort Bragg, California.
Okay, so we're going to go Fort Knox, Fort Wayne, Fort Bragg, and Fort Courage.
I enjoyed this detour.
Those are the
I thought we were talking forts.
That's all because Christian you might want to play... later in the show, Marcus, as a rejoin, Sting's Fortress Around Your Heart.
Dude.
And
you'll remember me. By the way, he's playing with the San Francisco Symphony.
Gold. Don't confuse him.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
What's the other one? Give it to me. Give me a piece.
If I build this fortress around your
Bradford
heart,
on that's a good track, actually.
And chisel me with
barbed wire.
Yeah, there it is.
Encase me in barbed wire, whatever he says. Yeah.
You got it. By the way, now I'm on the F Troop wiki page. This is dangerous. Because
What do you got?
Waterboy F Troop was a black and white sitcom.
Yeah, do you know
from
what
the
that is? Do you even know what F Troop is?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You would stay home from school,
funny.
you'd be getting F Troop. Yeah,
Really funny. I know, but it was an old sitcom and
black and white, I think too.
I'm reading about the Hikawi tribe and. Just jokes that just would not pass.
Yeah, don't even say them. I wouldn't even go there.
They would not.
Yeah,
No, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. So anyway, McCaffrey, I don't know how we're going to get the information. If Schefter can't get it, Rappaport can't get it, and the 49ers are going to get it, we're going to be in the dark.
He's like a military operative.
Yeah, well, that's the way he rolls, man. That's the way he rolls. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, the Niners might just play possum the whole week and just say no.
I bet they will. That's what I bet you they're going to do. Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe Schefter will crack the code. Maybe he'll crack the code.
He'll die trying if he can't.
I mean, I would imagine the results are back now, aren't they?
Do you think there's a rivalry between our buddy Rap Sheet and Shefty?
100%.
Or are they colleagues of friends?
It's like the Shams Charania, Adrian Wojnarowski one.
Yeah. So when Rap Sheet breaks some kind of story, Schefter's pissed.
Sure.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm just checking. I know.
Yeah. So anyway, listen. I'm assuming, which brings us to Jordan Mason or JP. Does he go by which? We don't know.
I call him Jordan Mason, but Kyle calls him JP. I also expect you're going to see some Eli Mitchell, Murph. I would expect he'll be out there. It's just been his health.
It's been a while.
He can be a lead back, though, if he's got his body right.
As the kids might say, it's been a minute.
What do you have, one carry in Cleveland?
He's coming off a knee injury, so he missed 2 games. But in general, here, let me give you his...
He's had a hard time staying out there.
Yeah, and he was a guy you were writing songs about last year.
Well, he was a lead dog.
Yeah. Against the New York Giants, he toted it 11 times for 42 yards.
Yeah, that's some work.
That's kind of his best year. 2021 was his year. That's when he went 207 carries, 963 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, he was...
Last year, he only started 1 game last year.
Yeah, and McCaffrey came into town.
Yeah. He only played in 5 last year. So the injuries have been a factor.
Yeah.
So is it going to be Mason? Can Mason do? I mean, you're going to be throwing the ball to Mason like you did to McCaffrey. You're going to be throwing the ball to Mitchell like you did to McCaffrey. You're going to be throwing the ball to Ty Davis-Price. I mean, the Niners become a different offense.
Yeah, and that's why it's such a huge issue this week, because not only Christian McCaffrey is injured, but so is Deebo Samuel. Because we know Deebo can do a lot of the same things as CMC does in that backfield, but he's not available. Then this is the first time in the past season that we'll see this 49er offense without both Deebo and Christian McCaffrey.
So eyes on Kittle, eyes on Ayuk, eyes on can Jawan Jennings want to step up with a 6-catch, 90-yard day? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Do they run the ball incessantly? Do they ride the defense? I mean, Minnesota, the good news is the Vikings aren't that good. In fact, the Vikings are kind of not good at all.
I hope Kyle doesn't look over there and get pangs when he sees Kirk Cousins.
Well, seriously. Tim Kawakami put out on Twitter during the game in Cleveland, he goes, this is the kind of performance that will have people saying the Niners will trade for Kirk Cousins before the deadline.
I hope not.
Wait, what?
No, I've heard the same thing, Marcus. I just ignore it. I'm just going to ignore it into reality.
That was a serious take?
That was a serious take.
Yeah, I've heard that
the 49ers will go out and trade for Kirk Cousins.
Because of that game in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Come on.
One bad game, you're out.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You just said it.
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Let's be
civilized.
Gentlemen, let's be civilized.
I honestly, I thought you were riffing, Murph, honestly.
No riff.
Kawakami's usually a pretty sometimes the tweet you send out you regret.
Come on.
But he did say, he said, I imagine people will be frothing for a trade deadline move for
Boy, that's
Cousins
quick.
now.
You like that? You like that?
Boy.
Vikings are 2-4 right now.
Yeah.
They're 2-4, and their defense ain't doing much here. Their defense is bottom third in the league. Their offense is middle of the pack.
Yeah, they got Daniil Hunter. He's got like 7 or 8 sacks this year, so it'll be another good pass rusher that the 49ers are going to face off this weekend. But there were some news last week with Kirk Cousins. He said that he's not going to waive his no-trade clause, so I don't think that trade's happening anytime soon.
Okay, well, that kills off the rumor there. Mm-hmm. By the way, they only beat the Bears 19-13, and that was without Justin Fields, although I don't know the way Fields is playing these days. They played the Chiefs close, 27-20. And that came down to the wire.
So far, everybody's playing the Chiefs close. Every one of their games has been close.
They beat the Panthers 21-13. The Panthers are woeful.
Yeah, they're not
woeful.
Yeah.
Dude, and they're already regretting their number 1 draft pick.
Yeah,
too, by the way.
you know.
And Paul and Max, stay away from them in the forecast. They're 0-6 this year, and they have not. They haven't covered a single spread.
I got no interest. Whoever you play, take the other team.
Yeah, 0-6 against the spread, 0-6 on the year.
Yeah, and Frank Reich was talking about. We didn't talk about this much, but Frank Reich was talking about how the owner's coming into his office every day. Did you guys catch that?
No.
Frank Reich casually said, yeah, well, the owner, he's very involved. He comes in, he talks to me pretty much all the time about the team.
Oh, boy.
And everybody's like, dude.
Maybe a few too many meetings.
Get out right now, man. Yeah. They started 0-3. They lost to Tampa Bay. They lost to Philly. Their Philly game was 34-28, and they lost to your Chargers, probably.
Right.
28-24. So, I mean, you'd like to think the Niners win this game Monday night at 5:15.
I also think the Niners are going to come out.
Even without McCaffrey.
I would expect a really nasty attitude, too. I think the Niners they'll be a little pissed off when they hit the field in Minnesota.
And you're talking about a Vikings team that, A, doesn't have Justin Jefferson, and B, has Kirk Cousins playing in a primetime
And Niners
game.
coming off a loss.
Yeah, Niners coming off a loss, and Brock ready to wipe the slate clean.
Totally.
All right, let's get the guest list going here.
Give me the horns, Marcus.
On a Tuesday afternoon.
Thank you.
I realized I forgot to hold up the guest list yesterday.
Hold it up. Let it fly.
My bad. That's my bad.
It's a good-looking list.
Sometimes I forget. Like yesterday. Today I did not. Tuesday, 10/17/23.
Well, Murph, to kick off our Tuesday guest list, it starts early this morning at 6:50 with the Hall of Famer Ronnie Lott, number 42, talking about this 49er defense and the performance this weekend against the Cleveland Browns.
Top 5 in the greatest human beings on the planet.
Yes.
Ronnie Lott, Hall of Famer,
Steph
obviously.
Curry's one of the other ones, so you only got 3 left. Ronnie's doing an event with our guy Shannon Kaler.
Now, see, that right there, that's some kind of oxymoron. How's that possible?
This is
I need your help, Ronnie.
Really baffling to all of us.
Ronnie, are you free? Could you imagine, Ronnie having a deal with Kaler on the phone?
It's at the Guild Theater in Menlo Park, October 29th.
Yeah.
It benefits Oakland School for the Arts, Glide Memorial Church, SF Jazz, Blue Bear School of Music, enriching lives through music in the San Francisco Community Music Center.
Yeah, it's a great location. I've actually been over there for a couple of events, too. Great spot. Shannon's a great guy, and Ronnie rules.
You know who's going to be there with Ronnie?
Who?
Sheila E.
Oh, that's right. I did hear that. That's incredible.
Hey, now.
Legendary Sheila E., man.
That's why Ronnie's going.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. We'll talk
That's might be where I'm going, too.
We'll talk to Ronnie about that at 6:50 this morning. Friend of the program. Hell, he's in the Murph and Mac family. We'll bring on Ronnie at 6:50 in about 20 minutes. Then we'll check in with Tracy Sandler this morning at 7:15 from the Fangirl Sports Network. I see her once in a while in the press box out in Levi Stadium. Great job covering the 49ers.
Well, she
we'll
was
talk
in
to
Cleveland
Tracy today.
She was in Cleveland, so we'll get the locker room report.
Yeah, we'll check in with Tracy at 7:15. Then at 7:35, it's Mike Krukow talking about Bruce Bochy being 2 wins away from being back in the World Series.
It's starting to heat up now. Because Farhan said he wants it before the end of the World Series. The World Series starts next Friday. They've now interviewed Kai Correa, Mark Hallberg, and Alyssa Nacken, who's, by the way, going to have a baby in February. And now they say Stephen Vogt's coming in. So far, just all the ordinary candidates you would expect. Alyssa Nacken's a little surprised, but so far there hasn't been an outside-the-box name I've heard yet.
Do you have a feeling,
Still
Murph?
waiting.
A preference? Do you have one, in terms of in-house, out-of-house?
It's a great question. Wotus is my number one preference.
That would make a lot of people happy.
But let me noodle on that some more.
Yeah, go ahead and let it percolate.
I'm still letting my rage from the season die down.
You got to let that simmer down.
So
Gabe's reading some
Gabe
books. He's reading some books.
He posted a stack of books in his apartment.
I got an awesome book.
I guess he's telling kids to read, which is
a good thing.
A nice message.
Maybe he's doing his homework this offseason.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Yeah. Well, he's got
too soon.
That's very good. Very good. One of the books in his stack was Season of the Witch.
That's a great book.
Yeah.
That's a great
Got
read.
Good taste.
Learned a lot about San
also the
Francisco.
Jim Marshall Rock and Roll Photos book too.
Yeah, it's a good one too.
Wow, and boys,
rest in peace, Jim Marshall.
Speaking of Season of the Witch, we're about a week away from the Season of the Fits. Warriors kick off next Tuesday, bro.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Season of the. Can I get it?
Oh, sure. Can you get it? I mean, I always got it. If you need it, stand by. Sorry. I'm scribbling. Season of the Fits coming up. Yes.
It's that.
Yeah, you like that? You first likes that. I don't know. Makes no sense, any of it.
So strange, must be the season of the Fits. Must be the season of the Fits, yeah. Must be the season of the Fits.
It's one of your all-time best.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Paulie Mac. Yes, Warriors season is 1 week away. Maybe we'll start getting that into our big hit conversation. That will be at 8 a.m. today. Then we'll do our cooler of content and then wrap up the show at 9:30 today. Eric Armstead as your 49er player of the week.
Eric Armstead. Ooh, that's good. You know what you need after a loss is the veteran wisdom of an Eric Armstead. What did Boch have to say after winning another one, too shy of the World Series? And what was Bryce Harper doing with his fingers? Next on the Sports Leader.
Palea, boys.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Speaking of no doubters, here's Bryce Harper. The pitch. Swing and a high fly ball drilled right center field. Way back. Gone! Bryce Harper. A solo homer, and the Phillies lead it 2-0 as he circles the bases, and they're going crazy here at the bank.
3 balls, 1 strike. Here it comes. Challenged him. Altuve rips it to left, not deep, and Taveras is there to make the play. The Texas Rangers survive another one and win game 2, 5-4. Eovaldi comes out of the dugout with his hand over his heart. He felt the same way you did. A tightrope walk, but Texas comes on the road and beats the Astros twice, and now go home with a commanding 2-0 lead as they win again. They have not lost in the postseason.
Well, the sounds of Philadelphia, back in the old days, it was the R&B sounds of like the Manhattans and the Stylistics, but in the 2020s, it's war on drugs, is what it is.
I'll take that, yeah.
I wonder, does Bryce Harper leave Citizens Bank Park blasting his indie dad rock war on drugs?
It's a great question. You would think they would get pumped in there. I don't know what their kind of victory song is.
You know
where the
what
Giants
it is?
do lights and everything. Yeah, what is it?
It's that song called Dancing on My Own. I even tweeted about this last night.
Dancing on My Own.
It's
Help me.
Very odd that a rough and tumble city like Philadelphia would choose this sort of Euro pop dance remix.
Okay.
Called Dancing on My Own. The story is that for whatever reason it was in Boston, and one of the who was it? Was Castellanos in Boston? Somebody came from Boston.
Castellanos
was Schwarber in Boston?
Out of his mind. No,
was
he?
Schwarber in Boston?
He was a Red Sox? Okay.
Oh, boy. Was Schwarber a Red Sox?
He's saying
he
yes.
was.
Okay.
So they're saying for somebody in the Red Sox clubhouse used to play this song called Dancing on My Own.
Yeah.
It's this Swedish girl named Robin.
Okay.
And probably it's like the kind of song that you would have no time for because it's like a pop disco
and
song.
It's called Dancing on My Own?
Yeah.
Can Billy Idol sue them because of Dancing with Myself?
I cannot.
A little too close.
And he brought it to Boston. They were on like a losing streak. He brought it from Boston to Philly.
Yeah.
And they were like on a losing streak. And he's like, hey, we used to play this in the clubhouse. And then they hit a winning streak, and then it became the song.
Wow.
And now, dude, you heard the whole stadium singing
I did.
it.
It was like, what is that? Yeah.
You know, I keep dancing.
Do you know it,
on
Marcus?
my
You know the
own.
track?
I think I know the track.
do?
I'm trying to look it up right now.
Robin, R-O-B-Y-N.
Yeah.
Don't forget the Y. R-O-B-Y-N.
Shout out Robin Yount.
Yeah,
Probably
exactly.
greatest Robin in the bigs.
So anyway, they have that, and they were doing that. And then, dude, here's the deal. When you're facing Kyle Schwarber to start the game,
oh, my God.
Don't throw a cookie right down the middle.
These guys are hitting bombs like it's going out of style.
That was the first pitch of the game.
I know.
So it's like, hey, I'm going to throw. Here's a good idea. I'm going to challenge Schwarber with a waist high.
Wasn't Bryce's also a first pitch? I think he got a first pitch
It was only
also.
5 pitches in. They hit the 2 bombs.
Yeah.
But once again, here it is. Take a listen. This is it. Da, 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 da. They're all in the locker room spraying champagne. Listen.
And Philly's into this.
The whole
Okay. I listen, you know.
This is it. Wait, we're coming up on the chorus. Here we go.
Yeah. So you can't even sing that.
Harper was being interviewed last night with this in the background, and the whole stadium. Listen.
And if it works, it works. Listen, we had, what were we doing? The, come on, man.
Gangnam Style?
Yes, dude,
Yeah.
Gangnam Style. So I guess it happens. You get a hot tune gets hot.
I mean, I guess it'll be
It
one of the
just works,
songs that,
yeah.
like, I'm sure, like, you know, years from now,
Like it's their Gangnam
you start
Style.
crying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oppa Gangnam Style. That was big in 2010. Marcus at every Giant playoff game, you get Gangnam Style. Yeah.
So anyway, then Harper hits the bomb, and he's coming around. He touches home plate, and he holds up 3 fingers and 1. Here,
Right.
look in the stream right now.
Look at this.
He goes like this. He goes, I was like, what did he just do? Oh, he held up 31. It's his 31st birthday,
Happy
and he blew
birthday.
out the candles when he crossed home plate.
Yeah.
How about that? So, I mean, this is a guy now who, you know, he was the free agent. The Giants went to Vegas. They tried to court him. He went to Philly. He was like, oh, you know, it's a lot of money to give it. Well, look at the result. I mean, look at the energy and electricity that a guy like that is creating.
That's a perfect word for him, too. He really is electric, and he electrifies that stadium probably like nobody else.
And how about the fact that Bryce Harper's out here doing this, Murph? on the back end of his 30s.
Bryce Harper is well into his 30s, all right? And here he was after the game. By the way, they said he was very stone-faced after the game last night. He was like all business.
He wants a ring, yeah, that's why.
And here was his explanation.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know, it's crazy. Sometimes I just do stuff, and that felt right. So I thought I'd step on home plate and do that. But I just thought about it as I was running around third base that I'd do it.
I want the Giants to get a player like that, like a guy that really is
Shohei
electric.
Ohtani?
Well, that would work just fine.
That count?
I would work
He's the
just
only
fine.
one. Cody Bellinger's the
How
only
do you
other one
get
out
him
there.
to commit to San Francisco? Will you sell him on what?
Well, the other
you say here we got
the theory is
we got a Ghirardelli stand.
The theory is you blow him out of the water with the money, like you pay $100 million more than the next guy.
Yeah, but see, he could get that down, and I think he wants to win. I think that money is definitely a big part of it, but I also think he wants to go somewhere he's going to win. And if he, I'm sure he could get tons of money with the Angels. I mean, the Giants, can they sell him on being a winner?
No.
That's a problem.
The answer is
That's
no.
a little bit of a problem.
Unless, Kyle Harrison, Pat Bailey, Luis Matos, Marco Luciano.
Actually, kidding aside.
Austin Slater, Mike Yastrzemski, Wilmer Flores.
Kidding aside, in the right,
J.D. Davis.
the right conference room with the right buffet, could Buster convince him?
Yes. Yes.
So
Buster has that kind of.
You know what I mean?
Well, though Buster didn't Buster go to Vegas to recruit Bryce?
I don't remember. It's a great question.
Buster jokes about the fact that he's a failed recruiter. He flew to like John Lester's doorstep, and then Lester turned him down. He's like, dude, I'm at your doorstep.
Not interested. He closed the door. Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it the office.
Leave me a
right?
flyer. I'll take a look at it. Yeah.
Dude, Lester opened the door and saw Bochy and Buster and turned him down. Yeah. Come on, man. You turned down Bochy and Buster. That's his mistake.
How dare you? I was going to ask the question. You guys are talking about recruitment pitches. You think Shohei Ohtani says yes to Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers?
Oh, here we go now.
Could you imagine?
Come on down to Texas.
I mean, no state income tax, right? Mm-hmm. And they're winning. Yeah, Shohei.
Mm-hmm. We're going tax-free down here.
What would he call him?
Shohei.
What would he call him?
Shozy. What is Shozy?
Yeah, Shozy.
Well, hey, he's the Shohei kid.
Yeah, totally.
Man, oh, man. Do we have any Boch after the game last night? No?
I want some. Give me some post-game Boch. I haven't heard it.
You have Baker on managing its Boch. Here's Dusty.
Okay.
On what it's like to not go against, they say, the cyborg that is analytics. And then there's Big Head Boch.
It's harder to manage against a person than it is against analytics or the computer. Because a lot of times the computer and analytics will tell you, just like we played Minnesota, that if you bring in a right-hander, they're going to change their whole lineup around early in the game. Where a person might change only part of his lineup or try to do different things to, I respect Bruce. I don't know what our head-to-head record is, but he got a lot of brains in that head up there.
That's great. That is new sound. Yeah, he says so. Rocco Baldelli and the Twins are one of those analytics is, so I bring in a righty, they're going to change their whole lineup.
How old is Dusty Murphys? What is he? How old is he?
Oh, God, he's north of 70, isn't he?
And Boch is
68. Boch is 68.
Boch is 68? Okay.
I'll give you Dusty right now.
I think he's got about 73. Is that right? Something like that?
Well, let's see here. Dusty Baker is born in 1949, June of 49, so
God bless
74.
him. Yeah, God bless him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
What a career in the game, too. I mean, we watched him play. Marcus, we were kids. He was a Dodger. We watched him. He was a left fielder.
There was a time.
Saw him all the time.
Before this Astros stint that I don't know if he was a lock for the World Series, and now I think he is. I mean, for the Hall of Fame. Now I think he is.
Dusty? Yeah, he got that ring, yeah.
But I don't think he got the ring. Exactly. So, anyway, listen, I mean, the Waterboy, you brought up this great point. The Rangers have played one home game this year, one postseason home game. And, I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, and it was nuts there, too.
Oh, yeah.
So, remember, I was joking with the Rangers fans near me in 2010 because I was in one of those moods, I was like, let's be honest, being that guy. I was like, let's be honest, you're not that into this. You're just killing time until your next high school football game. You got to be honest with me. This is not your thing, man. You're waiting for the next high school football game.
You guys trying to get to a Dillon Panthers game,
exactly.
Yeah.
They were chuckling, but I wasn't that far off, by the way. But I mean, now,
well, how legit is
the ball? They're going nuts.
Let me see a legitimate question. We talk baseball history, look at these teams like the Rangers. How would you describe their fan base? It's not like
high school football fans waiting for Friday night.
Well, there it is. Okay.
Killing time until Friday night.
Yes. Who's the greatest Ranger of all time?
Nolan Ryan.
Okay, good one. Good one. That's a good one.
Pudge Rodriguez.
Good.
Hall of Famer.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So those would be the two. Unless you want to go Mike Hargrove, the human rain delay. The
what
old guy
about
there too.
that or throw out Paulie Mack's boy A-Rod?
There you go. Did you guys see his skin's getting darker and darker? Somebody says he's pulling like a reverse Sammy Sosa.
He was walking around with the mirrored shades the other day when he came. You guys see that when he came into the stadium? He looked like some kind of like a CIA agent. He had like the suit, the shades. I'm like, damn.
Here we get some of this before we get out of here for Ronnie Lott. Do you have this cut sheet in front of you here, buddy?
Yeah, you want to go with the one where he talks about leaving Nathan and Valdi into the game in that fifth inning, bases loaded situation. A little old school baseball that Dusty Baker was just talking about.
I think you're talking about one of the elite pitchers in the game. They have that ability to turn up a notch when they have to, and we made an error, bases loaded, and it's about picking each other up, and he picked us up there and just made some great pitches. And that was a turning point in the game. Bases loaded, nobody out there in the fifth, and found a way to get through it, and terrific job by him. He had good stuff today, pitched very well. And
here it is, man. Just hearing that.
And
I listen to him all day, Murph.
And how about the fact I threw out this stat earlier on my show? The Texas Rangers this year, when they let their pitchers throw 6 innings during the regular season, went 51-20.
It's incredible.
What a concept.
And here we are talking about bullpen games.
What a concept.
There's the Logan Webb outlier that's so weird. He led baseball in innings pitched, but that was it. They only trusted one guy.
That's it, right.
Semyon on what Bochy brings to the team. We got this. Cut G, cut 10-17G. Here we go. Marcus Semyon, the Bay Area's own.
Well, I mean, everybody knows what he's done in his career. I think that he's been in the AL, the CS multiple times, and he's done it successfully by getting to the World Series and winning in the World Series. So we trust, his leadership. We all want to play as hard as we can for him, and he makes it easy to show up to the ballpark and have fun every day.
I love it, man. All right, well, there you go. A little recap of the October baseball. Today, 5 o'clock, 5:07. Phillies, Diamondbacks game 2.
I'll be there.
Aaron Nola v. Merrill Kelly.
I'm expecting another Philly win, to be totally honest with you. I don't think D-backs can handle.
One last stat.
Yeah.
Harper's day yesterday. He hit a bomb, drove in a run with a single, walked and scored. His career October OPS
Here we
is
go.
now third all-time behind Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig.
Ruth Gehrig Harper.
He must have driven home last night and just stared at that on his phone for like 10 minutes. You know?
Attaboy Harper.
Attaboy Harper. All right. Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30. That'll be good. And, of course, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Ronnie Lott, next, the great Hall of Famer on The Sports Leader.
He got a lot of brains in that head up there.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
No, they're the reason we had a chance. I mean, getting that turnover at the end with Demo, helping us win the turnover battle. They're the reasons that we were in it at the end and had a chance to win. But I also still think that they can do better than that too, giving up over 300 yards to there and not finishing it there at the end. But they were the side of the ball that gave us a chance today.
There's Kyle Shanahan talking about that loss that still sticks. Cleveland 19, 49ers 17. The Niners only gained 215 yards in that game.
Really dismal. Yeah, it was tough.
I can keep my eye on that Browns defense going forward.
Big time, buddy.
Who do they have coming up? I'm going to see who's the next victim for them. It is the Colts.
That's a win.
Yeah.
I would think.
Is it? They're
I would
at
think.
the Colts.
Yeah.
They're only a 2-point favorite. Maybe the forecast goes
What's
there.
that offense of theirs? They need a little help, but that D, like you said, it's money.
All right, speaking of money, Sheila E. on a rejoin is
Sheila
money.
E's money.
The only thing more money than that is on the other side, the voice you'll hear after I tell you you're listening to KNBR and
Thank you,
KNBR
Murph.
FM San
Thank
Francisco,
you.
the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And that voice is our great friend, our family member, number 42, the Hall of Famer, the 4-time Super Bowl champ, Ronnie.
Uncle Ronnie.
Lott on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Ronnie.
Hey, Ronnie. Good morning.
What's up, guys?
How you doing,
How
man?
you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I didn't realize I was an uncle, though.
I just figured I'd drop an Uncle Ronnie. I don't know. It felt right at the moment. Is that okay, or should I not do that, Ronnie?
I was just thinking of myself, there is something about being an uncle that, that sounds pretty cool.
Okay,
Yeah, it is
Uncle
cool.
Ronnie. It just
is
felt
cool.
right. Yeah, I went with it.
The pressure's off. You get to be like the cool uncle who just
You can
kinda,
just chill and be awesome. Yeah,
you're funny at
I was
Thanksgiving and all
going to
that.
say, you know what? I've never been cool and awesome.
Yes, you have.
Actually, I think you have, but I won't. I know you don't like
And
that, but yeah.
we'll talk about this event we have coming up here October 29 at the Guild Theater in Menlo Park. For it's the Follow the Music event. But first, we got to ask, man, when you're striving for a championship, how do you process painful losses? That's what the 49ers are doing. That
was a tough
Striving for a championship, and now they got to process a painful loss, Ronnie.
Yeah, but the painful loss was a great game. It was a game that, to me, that when you look at games like this, you were in the game. You got yourself in the game. You fought throughout the game. You did all the little things that you needed to do. You found moments where you had a shot. And so, yeah, tough losses, man. I think every guy would say, oh, you know what, we lost, but, man, that was a tough loss. And the reason that that you just think about it that way is that, losing tough games there's so many other lessons that you learn. So many other lessons that you learn when you have a tough loss. So, yeah, to me, I look at it and say to myself, you know what, it's a tough loss, but it's a loss that, look, the defense that the Browns,
yeah,
they're talking about uncle,
right?
Man,
Seriously,
man, that defense that they're packing,
yeah,
that's a pretty good defense. And so, I mean, again, there were some things that to me that I look at and say to myself, okay, hey, that was that was one of those games that you look at and you go, okay, there's some elements. There's some rain that came in, some things that just, surprised them, and some things that when it does happen, you don't really understand what to do. You don't know that okay, well, we got to protect the ball. I mean, those are little things that, you got to think about, and the reason you got to think about them because they don't happen often. They don't have. I mean, there's so many moments in that game to me that just they don't happen like that, and all of a sudden they happen, and you go, wow, I wish we would have been ready for that.
Yeah.
Man, you're so right, and you went through so many tough ones. We kept talking about how good this team was because they won 15 games in a row in the regular season, and it was reminding us of the teams you were on in like 84 and 89, and those were teams that went 15-1 and 14-2.
And in the way they beat Dallas too, everyone was feeling really high after that game. It was just such a convincing win.
Yeah, Ronnie. So that's the thing is like, so you've been in that environment where you have the big win and then the painful loss, whether it was to Pittsburgh in '84 or whether it was to I think the Packers in '89 or '90 or somebody, or, I mean, you can kind of remember these ones and what it was like in the locker room after.
Yeah, because again, it's a tough loss.
Yeah.
And again, when there's so many emotions around why you lost, and the emotions are because when you think about how those guys play and how they dial it up, and I think when you think about what they were, what they were pursuing and where they were going and what they were trying to accomplish, I mean, it's a lot there. And so, to me, when I look at the loss of this game, I mean, it's one of those moments in life where you sit there and you realize, man, that's a tough loss on the road. You're playing, you're sitting there thinking to myself, oh man, this is not going to be, for me as I was sitting there watching the game, it was like, oh man, this is all that and some popcorn and some. And some chocolate milk.
Yeah,
I'm like sitting there going, wait a minute, this game is starting to get complicated.
Yeah,
it was.
Hey, how do you process kickers? I mean,
that kid,
it's a hard
Moody.
deal because it's different. You guys are out there playing a different game than the kicker is, and then the kicker.
Again, and you guys know this, man. When that ball was kind of fading, who knows, why the ball faded, the way it faded. And so, I mean, we don't know the weather. We don't know the elements. We don't know all the things but that's a tough moment for a young man who, Ray Wershing went through something like that in his life.
Mm-hmm.
All kickers go through. Robbie Gould went through something like that in his life, where you have those kind of moments where it's the biggest moment. You're ready to nail it, and it happens because it's a tough game. It's a tough moment. It's a tough situation.
Talking to Ronnie Lott, who we always love talking to, and Ronnie's got a great event going on October 29th at the Guild Theater in Menlo Park. It's about music, Ronnie, the transformational power of music. It's called Follow the Music, and it's followthemusic.live, guildtheater.com. Are you going? Let's be honest, Ron. Are you going because Sheila E. is going to be there? Is that why you're going?
No. And look, and you know this. I think one of the great things in life is that, that's an incredible additive because of who she is and what she's done and all the things that she stands for. But the additive of all of this is like, hey, man, and how I think about it is I love when you're able to find ways to figure out how to give somebody a shot. And when you can find ways to give kids an opportunity to express themselves and get a chance to be able to understand the element of, man, I might make it. I can actually do this. And I think that's where I get excited about this opportunity. And really, when I think about a young Sheila E. and her having that moment and sitting there with her dad and sitting there going, oh man, this is going to be her first show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I know that when that moment happened for her, I would imagine that she was sitting there going, wow, am I prepared for this? Am I ready for this? And what I think is really, great is that some guy discovered and said, wow, man, she's really good.
Yeah.
Not only is she really good, but, man, she's got all the elements that she's going to be a superstar. And I think that's what this is all about, is looking for those kind of elements and looking to give people those opportunities, especially young people, especially in the music world, especially here in the Bay Area.
Amen.
And there's just so many reasons that got me excited about it. And when I started working with Rodney and Phil and the gang, it just made me realize that, man, I want to be a part of that because, I want to be able to say, man, that would be great to help that young person not only develop, but being able to get the most out of themselves. So, it's an exciting opportunity. It's a great opportunity. And there's so many great music people here in the Bay Area.
Oh, yeah.
And so we get to lean on some of those guys. As you guys know, there's so many amazing superstars that have lived here in the Bay Area. And we'll be able to team up with them and be able to talk to them and be able to hopefully help us find the next, look, to me, finding the next superstar, finding that next person.
Yep.
I mean, think about it. Here's this kid Purdy that everybody, we've all fell in love with him because of the moment of him taking the opportunity and running with it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what this is about, man, is finding those kind of moments. I remember meeting, some guy named MC Hammer going, hey, man, he was in our locker. And I was like, who is this dude? But the point I'm making is, like, he took it and he ran with it and he did a phenomenal job. So,
well, Ronnie, this is going to be a great night, I think, for you and Sheila E. And anybody who would like to attend, by the way, it's happening October 29th at the Guild Theater. Beautiful new theater down in Menlo Park, which I'm hearing has incredible acoustics. It sounds really good in there. So the event is October 29th at the Guild Theater. Get information and tickets at followthemusic.live or go to guildtheater.com and get more information. Oakland School for the Arts will be there, Glide Memorial Church, SF Jazz. There's a really great collection of people. And Ronnie, all this talk about, and I agree with everything you said, and it is similar to being an athlete. You got to go out on stage, you got to perform in front of an audience, you got to hit your marks and play the right stuff and keep everybody happy. My question to you, Ronnie, we've talked music over the years. We talked about you and Prince. We talked about Jimi Hendrix once, I remember, Sly Stone. But my question today is, did you ever play an instrument, Ronnie, growing up? Did you play anything?
Hey, man, I tried, there was Louis Armstrong, right? Louis Armstrong, and man, I'll never forget. I literally tried to blow into the trumpet.
Yeah.
And nothing came out.
It's not for everybody, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So, exactly.
Yeah.
And the point is like, I just knew right then and there that, like, no, I'm just not going to be that.
Right.
I'm not going to have, as much as I love Louis and as much as I love the way that he would blow and, and thinking of all the great, trumpet players that I've, watched, I knew right there, I was like, nope. That's
nope. Leave that to
that's not happening.
Leave that to Louis and Will Venable. Pardon me, Will Venable. I was looking at Giants thing. Leave that to Louis and the Marsalis family. Marsalis family. For some reason, I had the Giants on my mind. Hey, real quick, Ronnie, just before we let you go, and again, October 29th, Guild Theater, Menlo Park. These young kids are going to be performing.
Yeah, they're great.
And you got to go see the next Brock Purdy of music.
That's right.
We can't let Ronnie. Has 1 week in Ronnie's life. You beat the Cowboys 42-10. But then Notre Dame got you 6 days later. So how does Ronnie handle the highs and the lows of the two biggest rivals in his life?
Hey, man, did you really have to bring that up?
Listen.
I did.
Oh, Ronnie.
I gave you the Cowboys.
Man, look, I was at an event. I was at Christy Yamaguchi's event, and so I'm sitting there, I'm at the event, but I know the game is on, and I'm like, man, you gotta be kidding me. And then my best friend Marcus Allen is calling, and
he's not happy.
And we're like sitting there, and he's telling me what's going on, and all of a sudden you got four other guys that are on the on the call, and man, and you know what happens, man. They got it.
I got you, but I'm sorry, Ronnie. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I shouldn't have done that, man. I shouldn't have done that.
Something? No, you know something. Hey, there are moments where you tip your hat and you move on because
that's it.
Because the Irish they've had their moments where we've done the same thing.
Yes,
so,
yeah.
I know that. Look, I know there are a couple of Guinnesses that
number 16 might call you. He might call you.
No, hey, man, but I can tell you right now, those kind of moments in life, man, you understand that those are.
Yeah.
Again, that's one of those moments that you thought you could show up. You thought you were going to do it.
No, you got to. Hey, man. Hey, listen, you got to worry. Flush that one down. You got to worry about a tough Utah team Saturday night. So that's you just turn the page on that one because here comes Utah. They're no joke. So that'll be a fun one too, man. Ronnie, you're the best, and you're helping young kids make music, and that's all that matters
Great
right
job,
now.
Ronnie,
so you
as
and Sheila
always.
E., everybody go see him October 29th at the Guild Theater in Menlo Park with young musical talent from all over the Bay Area. Oakland School for the Arts, Glide Memorial Church, SF Jazz, Blue Bear School of Music, Enriching Lives Through Music, San Francisco Community Music Center. It's the movie School of Rock live
Pretty
with
much.
Ronnie and Sheila E.
Yeah.
So follow themusic.live and guildtheater.com. We love you, buddy.
God bless,
Thanks for coming
Ronnie.
on, man.
God bless you guys, man, and thank you again. And thanks for bringing up that Notre Dame.
Ronnie, I owe you one, but I owe you a Guinness. All right, Ronnie, take care, buddy. Ronnie Lott on the UMA guest line. Talking 49er football with Tracy Sandler next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, it's Paulie Mack saying good morning to you. Listen, one of the greatest San Francisco, icons of all time. We just had a great chat with Ronnie Lott. So let's go from one icon to another great San Francisco icon. He is Steve Moskowitz. He's been helping me out for over a decade. He's a tax attorney here in town for over 30 years. And comes on the Murph and Mack show in the morning just to kind of share tax advice and tax suggestions for all of us. So, Steve, it's a Tuesday morning. Good morning to you, my friend. I know we had a great chat yesterday about taxes and about tax day and all the stress that brings. So it's a new day, Steve. And what's on your mind today, my friend?
I like to think about the money flowing the other way instead of from your listeners to the IRS.
Oh, good.
IRS to listeners.
Yeah.
And that's the ERC.
Okay.
Employee Retention Credit. This is where if you employed people during 2020 and 21, the employer can get up to $26,000 for every employee. And if you've already applied for ERC, a lot of clients are coming to us now and saying, hey, Steve, did I get enough of this? And I recently had a case where the CPA thought the client was entitled to $12,000 and got it for him. In fact, he was entitled to $300,000.
Wow.
So the bottom line is we're happy to be that second opinion for you. See, did you get the max? Or if you were told you don't qualify, is that true? Because going down in gross revenue is only one test. There's other tests to get it for you. The bottom line is there's so much money involved here. It's really worthwhile to get a second opinion.
Hey, Steve, thanks so much for sharing that. And if you're a business owner and you're listening, don't leave any money on the table. Reach out to Steve and have a conversation. It just might benefit you in a very big way. 1-888 tax deal, and you can get more information about Steve Moskowitz at moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Christian McCaffrey, oblique rib. He's actually in MRIs right now, so we're still waiting on the imaging. George Odom, quad contusion. He'll be day-to-day. Deebo Samuel's shoulder. He'll be day-to-day. Trent Williams, ankle. He'll be day-to-day. And from last week, Greenlaw with his hamstring. Expect to get him back for practice this week.
Yeah, that last one he just kind of threw in there, Greenlaw, man. I was not expecting, I guess I did a bad job anticipating that, but his scratch was very underrated. Niner run defense was bad, and man, oh man, licking wounds after the loss in Cleveland. On to Minnesota Monday night. Let's talk to 49er beat writer Tracy Sandler. She's the founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports, and we've never had Tracy on the show. So, Tracy, welcome to the Murph and Mac Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey. How are you, Tracy?
Hi, Tracy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I am well. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're good. So, listen, you're around this team all the time. What was your surprise level, on a scale of 1 to 10 that they lost that game in Cleveland there?
It's funny. I was surprised. I did think, really thank you to my podcast guest last week, I did think that the defense was going to give the 49ers a fair amount of fits just because Jim Schwartz always does do that to Kyle Shanahan. But I was surprised at how the offense just could not get going and how difficult it was for them to get in any kind of rhythm. Of course, Deebo Samuel goes out there in the first half. Christian McCaffrey goes out later. And Kyle Shanahan, and I thought that was pretty kind of open and honest of him, admitted that we were putting guys in situations they were not prepared for, and it certainly showed. But, yes, as you mentioned, the run defense was not good. Dre Greenlaw, as that scratch, very underrated. I think we forget this defense is really good, but you lose a Dre Greenlaw, that's a huge loss for San Francisco, and I do think sometimes people forget that because you have Fred Warner, who's so incredible at his job. But part of why he's so incredible is because he's got Dre Greenlaw. That's also so incredible. So that really hurt him. So it was a tough loss. I maintain it was a good loss because I think it brought them down to earth a little bit. I think it, gave them a little bit of a reality check, and there was a lot to take away from it, a lot to learn from it. And we're 6 weeks into the season. So there's a lot of football left to play.
Yeah, Tracy Sandler, the voice you hear, runs Fangirl Sports. You can follow her on Twitter, too. And I got to tell you, Tracy, this I'd say 5 weeks in after the Cowboy game, it was kind of like, we know this team is really, really good. And honestly, at this point, it became like they just got to go into January healthy. Now, I'm not like granting them 10 more wins or whatever, but I'm kind of just thinking they're in pretty good shape. And that becomes the story because – we just mentioned McCaffrey,
healthy
right?
bodies,
Greg Greenlaw,
you need them.
Deebo, you mentioned, and then Trent Williams, right?
No question.
So, is there any news on any of these guys? Going into Monday, how concerning is the injury report? I know it's early; we still have many days to go, but that'll be the story this week, huh?
That'll definitely be the story this week. And it sounds like nothing was too terrible. The fact that all of those people are day-to-day, the only one, of course, that we don't know is Christian McCaffrey. But even at the end of our conference call with Kyle on Monday, he said, We hope Christian is good to go, which feels like a good sign. But we do have a lot of days to go. I think having the extra day is really going to help the team. They won't practice till Thursday. So we've yet to hear anything else about Christian McCaffrey. As when you played the clip there, he was in MRIs yesterday. But I think everybody else being day-to-day is pretty good. I mean, they had been real lucky with nobody really being hurt the first few weeks, and they were definitely a little battered and bruised. But I think day-to-day is about as good of news as you can hope for. And even with McCaffrey, just based on what Kyle said yesterday, even if he were to miss a game, I don't think that's as bad as maybe people are concerned about. But I'm sure we'll get a little bit more news later today, and then, of course, Thursday we'll see who's actually practicing.
Right. Tracy, we're talking to Tracy Sandler, who runs the 49er beat coverage at Fangirl Sports. You can follow her on Twitter at TracyFGSN. That's Fangirl Sports Network. So, Adam Schefter was saying on Pat McAfee yesterday how he sounded almost frustrated that he can't get information from McCaffrey. He guards it like a military
He was
operative.
definitely frustrated, yeah.
Is that what your guys' experience has been? Christian said he doesn't want to give defenders areas to target. So, I mean, you guys...
That's funny. I mean, I think Christian's great to talk to. I think he's great with the media, but no, he's not going to give defenders areas to target. The other thing with Christian that you always will get from him after a game, you ask him about the game, and he will always say, I got to look at the tape. He does not want to share. He also doesn't want to share anything incorrect, which I appreciate, but he is real focused. I think the military thing is kind of funny just because of the way he prepares, the way he practices. He's so focused on everything that he does, and he's not going to give anybody anything. I find that talking to him in the media is beneficial. I think he's open and honest to a point, but yeah, he's not going to give anything away. But I always love when someone, especially if someone new comes in and asks him a question about the game, I'm like, he's going to tell you. He has to look at the tape. And he always does. I got to look at the tape. Like even on these days where he has these incredible games, he's like, I'm going to have to look at the film.
Well, yeah, we'll see you at. The tape was showing that Sunday was no fun, and the next topic would be Brock Purdy, Tracy. And listen, I mean, we've been riding this incredible, unbelievable fairy tale ride with this guy, and then kersplat, right? It goes down in a loss, and the numbers were bad. 12 of 27 for 125.
Yeah, not a good one.
A pick. So, Tracy, this is a big week for him to bounce back, right? What's been your read on that situation?
Well, and I think he showed us he's human. As Kyle Juszczyk said after the game, we're all human. My read on that is, yes, it was a bad game. It was a bad game for everybody. It was a bad game for Brock. He was brought very much back, down to earth. It was the first time we've seen him as a quote-unquote seventh-round draft pick or look like a seventh-round draft pick. But I think what's encouraging about Brock Purdy is on that final drive, which really was their best drive of the game, he did put them in a position to win the game. And ultimately, that's what you want him to be able to do. You certainly would like better numbers. You certainly would like them to not be in that position. But at the end of the game, with the pressure on him, he put them in a position to win the game. And there's a lot of talk about that final drive, and should they have maybe tried for more yardage? They tried for the touchdown. There were a lot of things. But I think ultimately that's what should be encouraging. Because the thing that everybody always talks about with Brock, as teammates talk about, is he's the same guy if they're up 42-10 or if they're in the situation they're in. And for him to be able to kind of march down the field, get in a rhythm, though late, should give 49ers fans encouragement that it's still the same Brock Purdy. He just had a bad game, as did they all. I don't think this is something you're going to see continue on. And he was without Deebo Samuel. He was without Christian McCaffrey. And I hesitate to say that, because I hate to play into the idea that, well, he has all these weapons. Well, great, he's in a good situation. But I go back to what Shanahan said, is that by losing those guys, they put other people in positions that they weren't prepared for, and then that affects everybody, including Brock Purdy.
Yeah, we're talking to Tracy Sandler, who covers the 49ers at Fangirl Sports. Check her out there, and obviously so many different things. Purdy, McCaffrey, Deebo, Trent Williams, on and on and on. The defense and the run game. And, of course, that leads us to, the situation going into Minnesota, where you think it's a favorable matchup. I mean,
on paper, it is.
They don't have the Browns' defense.
No, not even close.
But, Tracy, it kind of becomes all of a sudden a sort of big game.
It's a game you want to get, yeah.
Oh, it's definitely a game you want to get. They also don't have Justin Jefferson, which is going to make a huge difference in this game. But, yes, this is a game you want to get, and all of a sudden this does become a game you have to get. So they were very lucky that Philadelphia lost on Sunday too. So you have a kind of somewhat even playing field, I guess, no pun intended. But they were very lucky with that. But now all of these games become very important games, and you want to bounce back on the road. You have the extra day, against this Vikings team. It is kind of a funny team. It does seem like a favorable matchup. They have not played well, but they're a better team than their record shows, and they're a better team in theory than what we've seen. Again, though, they don't have that defense. They don't have Justin Jefferson. That changes things dramatically for them. But, I think the 49ers obviously know that. They'll go in prepared. They'll go in, if they are going to be without Deebo Samuel, if they are going to be without Christian McCaffrey, they're going to go in knowing that and be ready for that. And so I think it's a game they're going to win, absolutely. Do I think it's now a little bit more pressure? Yes, and some of that is self-imposed pressure because a big thing that they've talked about and they want that first-round bye and home field advantage. And if you want that, they're going to have to win this game. And then they're going to have to beat the Bengals the following week and go into the bye with only one loss.
And the best news is Jim Schwartz will not be wearing purple.
That helps
Monday,
us.
Right?
Yes. That's good, Tracy. Yeah.
Big sigh of relief for everyone. I'm sure Kyle Shanahan is very, very, very pleased about that.
Yeah. Everybody has that guy, and Jim Schwartz is that guy.
He is that guy.
And it's funny because Kyle Shanahan is that guy for a lot of other
Great call, Tracy. Yes, indeed.
McVay doesn't like seeing Kyle Shanahan.
No, God, no. He gets the sweats. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers doesn't like seeing
McCarthy doesn't like seeing it, Kyle Shanahan, but Jim McCarthy is Kyle Shanahan's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, man.
That's good.
Stuff, man. Yeah, that's very funny.
Jim Schwartz, not Jim McCarthy.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Tracy. Well, listen, fun checking in, and listen, it's been an amazing run so far. The loss adds a little intrigue and spice to the season, and then obviously we'll be following all the reports this week about who's healthy and who's practicing. So thanks for hopping on. We'll talk to you down the road.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Take care. Thank you. Sandler at Fangirl Sports at Tracy FGSN.
Who's your Schwartzy, Murph? Who's your guy? I want to know who Murph Schwartz is.
Great question.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Well, you're talking about in life or in youth sports coaching?
Anywhere you want to take it. Anywhere you want to take it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to really noodle on that
I'll
one.
give you a couple
buddy.
top of my head just to get grease the skids a little bit. I'll start.
Give me some.
Start with Phil Simms. Okay. When I see Simms, I just had there's like a reaction. I break out into a rash and I get hives.
Yeah.
I got a couple of guys around the office. I don't want to drop any names. I'll tell you during the break.
You're taking it where I wanted to go.
I tell you, I'll mute the button and I'll tell you who it is. You know who I'm talking about.
Marcus, you got a guy? You got a Jim Schwartz in your life?
You guys know.
I know. I was thinking about that. I don't know if anybody owns me, but every time I see Triple E in the hallway, I start getting a little anxious.
Is he your Schwartzy? Okay. All right.
Yeah, but he gets a little anxious.
But somehow I don't see Triple E's defense shutting you down. I think you go right through
so
it.
Yeah. I think I'm Jim Schwartz. He's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. So, there's two different ways to look at that. There's the guy who, like I told you, there's a couple of coaches and certainly in basketball, there's a couple guys, and I'm like, I got no shot. This guy's forgotten more about basketball today
what
than
about
I've known
that
my
ref
entire
that
life.
teed you up in like 3 seconds? You're like, excuse me, ref.
That guy was a problem.
Yeah.
And we wound up losing by 1, too. But then in life, are there Schwartzes for me?
Yeah, of course there are.
Yeah,
of course there are.
They're probably best left unsaid. Are you somebody else's Schwartz?
Probably. I hope so. I hope I'm my neighbor's Schwartz.
Okay.
I can't give them enough.
Well, there it is.
I can't give them enough grief. Yeah,
all
yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, all right, good stuff. Okay, here's the deal. There's your 49er chat for the moment. On to our Tuesdays with Kruk. And my goodness, Bruce Bochy is 2-0 up on Dusty Baker. He's 2 wins away. The Giants are bringing in some candidates to interview. We'll talk about that. And the Phillies are singing Dancing on My Own and haven't lost in like forever. Is Boch going back to Philadelphia? Is that what's happening here? Anyway, we'll talk about it with Mike Krukow as we do every Tuesday and Thursday next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love baseball.
Great deal at Amici's right now for October, being National Pizza Month. This is a great deal. Any online order you can be our listeners' place for takeout using Amici's.com. If you spend $30 or more at Amici's.com Monday through Thursday, you enter the code Pizza Month at checkout, Amici's will give you 20% off the entire order. That's nice. That's a good deal. It doesn't have to be just pizzas either. You can have pastas, wings, salads. It's all delicious. It's all fantastic. So whether you prefer a traditional cheese or pepperoni pie, or maybe you're one of those people who likes to get all fancy with like the barbecue chicken or whatever, California style, this is the time to do it. Place your takeout order at Amici's.com Monday through Thursday. Enter the code PIZZAMONTH at checkout and get that 20% discount off any order of $30 or more. So, you want a great deal for National Pizza Month. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, a lot to get to. The Giants are bringing in some names. Bochy keeps winning.
Boy, oh boy.
And Mike Krukow is on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, good. It's good morning. Are you kidding me? It's the ALCS, NLCS. Things are heating up. The baseball was great, and the weather is even better. I mean, how do you beat that?
I know, right? It's and we got 2 games yesterday. We get 1 today. The Phillies. So many different places to start. Let's start with our old buddy, old Boch. Mike, they haven't lost a game this October. And
he's just doing his thing.
He went into Houston and did it again. I mean, what are you noticing about this Ranger run? Like, what's sticking out to you?
Well, they're confident from the first hitter in the lineup to the 14th guy on the bench. I mean, there's just such a consistency of confidence coming up to the plate.
Yeah.
And I think that's really, I mean, what is a manager's job? It's to get his players confident, to get them to have the belief that they can win. And, for the most part, I mean, he accomplished that when he walked in the door way back in spring training. I mean, this is a team that, they had lost, 90-plus last year, and here they are. Bochy comes walking in, and everybody's going, okay. Because everybody in that clubhouse was thinking, we really underperformed the previous year. and they're looking at the talent level on the field, and then here comes Bochy. And Bochy, another thing that Bochy's really good with is rookies. And look at the contribution that the Rangers are getting from rookies.
Yep.
When they had Jung and Heim, they made the All-Star team, and now they're cornerstones on this team and in this lineup, and certainly on the field. So I just think that's what he does. I mean, he gives you a confidence, and it goes from the first guy on the team to the 26th guy on the team, and that really is what he's all about. And it's playing. I mean, I could say the exact same thing about Dusty Baker. One of the most personable people I've ever met in my life. One of the great readers of people that I've ever seen in my life. I mean, here's an African-American manager who the white guys could totally relate to just because of the coolness and the lifestyle that he leads, and he's bilingual.
Yeah.
He speaks Spanish, and everybody in his clubhouse has been communicated with and have a belief in what they're doing. So it's really an interesting dynamic between these two managers, what they bring and what they bring to their clubs. But to go in from Bochy's perspective to, open up in Houston and to take 2 from Houston and then to slap dance on Framber Valdez, their big guy. I mean, Valdez is their guy. And they spanked them for 4 in the first, and they kind of took care of things in the first inning and made it stand.
Yeah.
So very interesting what's happening in this series early on, and it'll be up to Dusty to rally his troops as they go to Texas now, which will be quite interesting.
Yeah.
Right. Not much travel. Houston to Dallas, piece of cake.
Across the way there.
But man, oh man. And it's only been pointed out, Texas, Bochy has only played 1 home game this October.
Isn't that crazy?
They opened as the wild card in Tampa.
Wow.
They took care of them, and then I forget.
1 game.
Who they beat last round? I forgot who they beat in the last round.
Yeah, no, they just beat the
Orioles. Yeah, they had the 2 against Baltimore and then 1 in Texas, and then this. Unbelievable, Mike. Unbelievable. He's doing his thing.
He's on a roll.
By the way, just looking ahead, because Philly, they look pretty darn good.
Oh, my God.
So I looked it up, and I saw which team has more wins, because that's how they do home field in the World Series now. They both won 90 games. So I said, well, who gets it? Mike, the Rangers swept the Phillies in a season series this year.
That's a
so
tiebreaker.
Bochy would have the home field. How about that?
There you go.
There you go.
I mean, it's lining up for him. And, that team is and every time you win a game in the playoffs, you get not just a little bit more confidence. You get a ton more confidence. You get to that point where you think you're invincible. And they haven't lost a game. They're feeling pretty bulletproof right now. So, if you're betting, you have to think about Texas.
Well, to me, it's the big thing is that to get out of Philly. You know what I mean? To avoid Philly.
That's what I wanted to ask Mike about, that exact point. So, Mike, I've been telling Murph I'm having so much fun watching these Phillies games. The atmosphere is just, it's off the hook. I mean, the fans are on their feet most of the night, if not the entire night. And I said to Murph before the show today, I go, I don't know how anyone's going to win in Philly. That atmosphere is so insane. But my question to you, Mike, as a former player, I mean, I like to think it has an effect, but does it really? Like when you're out there competing, is there anything a crowd can do, even that Philly crowd, that can affect what's happening, on the field?
Well, it sure can. And once you get to that level, that decibel that they're hitting nightly, it becomes a huge advantage because it can affect your ability to concentrate. When you have noise that loud, it 100% takes away your ability to concentrate. And I say this only because the loudest place that I ever played was Candlestick. And, we didn't fill it that much, but when we did, the electricity in that ballpark and the knowledge of the fan and just the cadence that they would get into. And they would have anticipation. And when it would erupt, it would totally affect the opponent. And it completely elevated us. It was a complete ace in the hole. I mean, that's the one you can't. I love Oracle Park. I mean, I've loved it since day one. I wish that I could. I desperately wish I could have played there. But the one advantage that Candlestick will always hold over Oracle Park is louder.
Yeah,
louder to the point where it affected your opponent, and it was a home field advantage. And that pretty much is the way it is in Philadelphia. I only played there 1 year, and that was the only time I ever played in a city that only had one team. When I was in Chicago, it was the Cubs and the White Sox, and of course, the Giants and the A's in the Bay Area. But in Philadelphia, I found out that they love their people like they love their God, and that is not an exaggeration. Yeah. there's a fanaticism there in Philly that is it's amazing, and you're watching it firsthand, and they'll truly have an advantage when they're in their own park. Now, I haven't been to the new Texas field. I mean, it's indoor. I would imagine it's going to get pretty loud. I don't know if they can match the fanaticism of the Philly fans, but I don't know. I mean, they could be pretty good. They'll represent. Let's put it that way. But for right now, I mean, if you're Boch, I mean, you definitely want to take advantage of that home field advantage, and then maybe that's what happens if those two teams are the teams that are going to the World Series. And right now, I mean, they look pretty good.
Man, oh man, what a scene. And, I mean, let's talk about Bryce Harper for just a second. Just the player, the man, he never won a World Series. But he, listen, when he was a free agent and the Giants wanted him, they made their move. They went to Vegas and everything, and he chose Philly. He left an NL East team for another NL East team. Is interesting, Washington and all that. And, he talked about earlier this week, he talked about pressure. And he's talking about, man, when I was 10 or 11 years old, I was being flown around the nation to play in big tournaments. He goes, when I was 16, I wanted to get my GED so I could be the number one pick in the draft. He said that he considered that pressure. He said he actually doesn't feel pressure now because he's been through so much in his career. I mean, do you reflect on that as a guy? He just turned 31 yesterday, blew out the candles on his fingers as he crossed home plate. Yeah. I mean, what is your read on Bryce at this point in his career? Hasn't won a series, is performing at the highest level.
He really is.
And has said, basically, no, I've handled pressure all my life.
I think the guy's an event, and the only guy that I think that I ever played with or against that you could compare him to was Pete Rose. Pete Rose had a way of walking into the clubhouse, and he made everybody better. He elevated everybody in that clubhouse. And it's almost like he premeditated everything he did. His response when he had his fourth hit in the game, it was something that was cool. The one-on-one matchup that he would project when he stepped in the batter's box. I'll never forget one outing that he had against Nolan Ryan. That it was just like the most exciting thing I'd ever seen. And both guys, they couldn't project harder than they were projecting. And on that particular night, Nolan Ryan struck him out 3 times. It was unbelievable. Wow. And when he left the game in the 8th inning, he looked over at Rose and he held up 3 fingers. And I looked at Rose, and Rose saw it. Man, he didn't even blink, and he was grinding his teeth.
No kidding.
It's just unbelievable. Wow. And I think that Harper's that way. It just seems like he premeditates everything. What he wears to the ballpark, you know.
Right.
And every move that he makes with his hand signs and the way that he turns around and looks at the shortstop after the first. I mean, you have to think to do that. I don't think that you can be smart enough to be that spontaneous. And I just think that he premeditates all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I just think that his presence in that clubhouse just tells everybody in that room there's accountability. Now, you're right. He hasn't won one yet, but he will. I mean, I just think he's that type of player. And that's the way Rose was. Rose, with him in that clubhouse, you couldn't get to the ballpark earlier than him. You couldn't do it. It was impossible. And every time I walked into that clubhouse, there he was in his locker. He already had his uniform pants on and his stirrups, and he was sitting there, and he didn't have his uniform top on, but he had his sleeves on, and he was shining his shoes. He was oiling his glove. He was boning his bats. He was getting ready for the game. And this is like 4 hours before the game, or 5, or whatever time you got there, trying to get there ahead of him. But it just made you better. And I'll tell the other story, too. When I first got to Philly, the first start I ever had, I pitched a shutout. We won 1-0. And the next day I get to the ballpark, glowing from the start, right? Mm-hmm. Great way to introduce yourself to a new city. And there's a box score on my cutout box score on my chair. And on the box score, there were the guys who had really good days. They were outlined in yellow. Oh. And then the next day, there was another box score outlined in yellow of my next start. And I'm thinking it's Claude Osteen, the pitching coach, right? So by about the 4th day, I said to Claude, are you putting these things in my locker? He goes, no, Pete Rose does that. Whoa. And that's just a point to get your head out of the clouds and get your head back into your next start.
Oh, man.
He made you better. So wow. I do think there is a comparative to him and Harper.
Wow, that's really
awesome.
Cool. Really fun,
that's awesome.
Fun stuff. By the way, I did see that. I think the Bochy Rangers starting 7-0 is on the short list of best
It's got to be.
runs ever. And you know who one of them was the 76 Reds.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the entire series. They won 3 in
They swept the Yankees in the World Series, too.
Back then, the NL Championship was best of 5s. They won 3.
Yep.
And then they swept the Yankees.
Yeah.
And
that's a big red machine.
Peter Edward Rose was on that team, Mike.
Oh yeah, that was a fun lineup to pitch to. I mean, they were like 8 New York Times crossword puzzles, each guy representing a puzzle. And I mean, it was doable. I mean, and I actually did pretty well against them. But you had to hit your spots. You had to pitch to them. You couldn't try and outstuff them. And God forbid you try and throw fastballs by them. At least from my perspective.
All right, Mike, we got to talk about the Giants. So the names have cropped up now. Okay, so I think the first to appear was Mark Hallberg. Quiet guy, third base coach, Buster's roommate at Florida State. Okay, people don't know a lot about him. Very quiet. We had him on the show once. Very, very, not very flamboyant. Just baseball guy. Kai Correa was next. We know Kai with his infield drills and just working with the infielders constantly. Then the news came that Alyssa Nack, historic interview, the first woman to interview for a Major League Baseball job. Alyssa makes friends everywhere she goes. Everybody likes her. It'd be amazingly historic. She is pregnant, due to give birth in February. And then the word is that Stephen Vogt, who's just, everybody's idea of a good time. The guy comes in with a lot of energy and positivity. You still hear other names out there that are Donnie Ecker, the hitting coach at Texas. It appears Will Venable has withdrawn his name. He apparently wants to stay in Texas. Mike, I just want your breakdown on this whole thing here. What do you, so far nothing truly out of the box other than Alyssa Nacken, but she was on staff. What's your opinion so far of the process?
Well, they're going right through it, and they're getting good people that have credibility in the eyes of the clubhouse, which certainly applies to Alyssa Nacken. And you guys have been around that clubhouse, and you see the way that she is respected in that clubhouse. And I think every one of those candidates has all that in common. They're respected. And I think if you're a general manager or a president of an organization like Farhan, I mean, you want somebody that somebody's going to look to and they're going to believe in before they even walk through that door and pick up the reins and lead this team. I got a phone call in regards to Alyssa Nacken from a friend, and they said, "Is this serious?" I go, "Yeah, it is. If you could see how they love this woman and how they respect her, you absolutely would believe this is serious." And when you think about how games are managed now, I mean, you don't have to have a Dusty gut or a Bochy gut. You can have, I mean, you're watching what Kevin Cash did in Tampa with all of the data and that whole philosophy and have the success that he's had. So that opens up a whole different spectrum of possible candidates. And this year it's included Alyssa Nacken. And it's absolutely 100% serious.
Yeah, I mean, so we should, I mean, what would the brain, I mean, how do you wrap your brain around a female managing a big league team? It sounds like based on, there's a manager in the Yankee system. Her name is, I forget her name right now. Rachel, I apologize. I don't have her name on the tip of my tongue, but she's managed this low A team for the last 2 years. Alyssa Nacken gets this interview. Sounds like this path is leading down this road to one day it could happen.
Well, I think she's a long shot, but I do think that there are 3 things that really speaks loudly in a clubhouse for a prospective manager walking in. Number 1, his reputation as a player. Mm-hmm. Number 2, the amount of money he has. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really held weight a long time ago. Maybe not so much now, and the third thing is how smart you are. And that's it. That's pretty simple. If you have one of those 3 things, I guess you could throw in 4 if you could kick everybody's ass in the room. So I'm serious.
Yeah.
And that was kind of Pat Corrales when he was managing in Philadelphia. If you don't like my way, meet me outside. And that was it.
Wow.
But those 4 things I think are if you've got one of those, you're a candidate.
My gosh. And so we'll see. I mean, like we said, so far, other than Alyssa, all to be, expect. I mean, is there a theory, though, that if like Hallberg or Kai Correa is too close to the old administration, which fans did not embrace with attendance-wise?
Not at all. Not at all. And I think that, they're going to, obviously they have lived through the Gabe era when it was data heavy. But if you talk to Mark Hallberg, he's very soft-spoken, but he misses nothing. And he's got a lot of old school in him. And he's also a hard ass. He's a disciplinarian. He has no problem squaring things up. And with Kai Correa, I think you might see a similar style of managing that you saw with Gabe. But I do think that whoever takes the helm there is going to have a different presence in the clubhouse. I do think for the most part, especially after they won 107 games, that it kind of became a bit of a country club in that clubhouse. And I do think that has to change. I think they have to be a little more work-oriented, and some of the perks that they've been given have to be taken away. I do think you'll see that.
Yeah, okay, interesting. All right, well, John Shea just put a story out in the Chronicle this morning, online at sfchronicle.com, addressing everything. And there is a quote from Buster Posey about Mark Hallberg from 2022. He said, Mark just takes it, make everyone around him better. I could definitely see him managing a big league team one day.
Interesting.
That's Buster. And Mike, Buster's involved in this. I'd say, Mike, very involved, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, he's in the inner circle, of course.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want that opinion on any argument or any observation, just to hear what he has to say about every aspect of what goes on in that clubhouse or in that organization?
Hey, Mike.
And he's that smart that he can give you something. He can give you some perspective that you'll think about and you'll consider.
Yeah. I think I'd want Buster advising me on pretty much
anything, basically.
Like we're going to paint a room in our house. I might want Buster's opinion on that.
Grocery shopping, everything. Yeah.
So, all right. Well, it's interesting. The Alyssa Nackenhire interview is historic. Kai, Mark, Al Bernaz is a name you might hear too. Donnie Yecker, we'll see what happens with Texas. But we will continue to follow it, and we'll follow the baseball. And, Mike, you get one in Philadelphia tonight.
Awesome.
And we will talk to you Thursday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow. Every Tuesday and Thursday.
Great Mike hit today. I love the Pete Rose stuff with the highlights and everything. That's just so cool, man.
Yeah.
You forget that Mike, the guy played with and against some of the greatest ball players, not only of his generation, but like in history. You got to go. I know Pete Rose is whatever the state he's in now, but Pete Rose, man, listen. I don't know, Murph. Where do you put
Mike
Pete?
met Satchel Paige.
Yeah, come on, man. What do you want?
By the way, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. Of the names that have been listed so far, none of them, I am actually intrigued by Alyssa. I think it's actually, she's really, if you meet her, she's a really likable person.
Here's a serious question about that, though. If she were, let's just say she got the job. How, honestly, I'm asking because I don't know how to do anybody could do this. Like, how could she raise a baby, honestly, because she will have a baby, but then also skip her a club? Like, because being a mother at those early stages, as you know, that is a full-time thing. That's
they go
round-the-clock.
They literally go on maternity leave.
Yeah, and it's a round-the-clock thing. I mean, there's feeding and
breaking barriers.
I'm just asking, I don't know how that would be done.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So I think realistically here, that was it was brought up. I read something online saying the interview itself is historic.
It is.
Like it begins the process for her. She's still very young.
Yeah.
And maybe the Giants, I read somebody on The Athletic wrote this and said, maybe the Giants are saying, hey, you going through this process is part of your evolution as a coach. And you're probably not going to get this.
It's actually a really good point.
But here's what a managerial interview is like, and we're going to take this seriously.
That is a good point, because even in life and any other business, when you you graduate college, if you get your degree and all that, you start the interview process. And guess what? I didn't get tons of those interviews, but you're right. Those are like, you're getting reps. You're getting reps about how to handle yourself, how to deal with.
Say, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? Yeah. You got to come up with an answer.
Unfortunately, all the interviews I went on, nobody ever sat me down and goes, Paulie, tell me, what's your favorite Van Halen song? Nobody ever asked me that.
You would have had the gig if they did.
That's what I'm saying. It was just the wrong kind of interview.
What is your favorite Van Halen song?
Ooh, oh boy, I don't know now. You're putting me up against it.
I'll raise my hand. It's Ain't Talking About Love.
Well, you can't compete with that. I mean, I got no problem with that.
Is that a viable number one in your book?
Age. I might need one, actually. There I stood and looked down.
Yeah. That's number one for me.
Lost a lot of friends, baby.
And Marcus, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I would be a redwood tree, bro.
Yeah.
Big and strong.
Yeah.
Like you are in life.
You know what? You're hired.
Big and strong. Yeah, that's a great answer.
And you'd last like 800 years.
Hire this man.
Yeah,
I'm not going anywhere. And you protect everything around you. You cool the temperatures. You do it all.
Big D Murphy is nicknamed by his high school teammates Redwood Tree.
Love it.
Because he's 6'4".
Love that.
Hell yeah, me and Big D.
The problem is our big rival is Redwood High School, so when they call him Redwood Tree, you hear anyway.
Well, you can't call him Oak Tree because that was Charles Oakley's nickname, although it was for a different reason, a Tommy Lee reason. They called him Oak Tree.
You ever do the Oak Tree on the dance floor, Paulie? It goes like this. And like,
I don't think I did the oak tree.
Yeah, the oak tree.
I like Murph showing the listeners on the screen.
Marcus, you ever do the oak tree?
No, that's out of my repertoire. I don't got that in my bag of dance moves.
You have many dance moves, too. Yeah. Greg Cosell joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50. And, of course, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I don't right now have a overt favorite. So I say Wotus, people are like, oh, he's tied to Bochy. But dude, let me just tell you this about Wotus.
Well, you mean the guy that's 2 wins away from the World Series? That's Wotus. A bad thing? I don't know.
You tell you about
Is that a bad thing?
God knows his freaking baseball.
He knows
Ron
baseball
Wotus, all right,
beyond
stone cold. He knows his baseball, dude. Stone cold. You want somebody who's going to walk into the dugout,
every little nuance,
fully prepared to manage the game that day. It's going to be Ron Wotus.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
As long as Marty says it's okay.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, because Marty's going to have to let go of him.
It's funny. Johnny Shea, who can be a tough cynic, and that's what's great about him, wrote that Kai Correa in his 3-game stint.
Here we go.
Was engaging and thoughtful in his conversations with reporters.
I haven't said this on the air yet, but I will now. Part of me actually kind of expects him to get the gig. There is a part of me that thinks that he's the guy. Yeah.
Here's why I would agree with you, is that there is that deal with Farhan only have 1 year left, and some guy from the outside might be like, dude, what, I'm going to come in here and you're going to get blown out? I'm toast. Whereas Kai would be at least kind of tied at the waist with like, hey, if they blow you out, they blow me out too. We'll go down together kind of thing. And it's like Kai be like, hey, I got my year in.
No question. So part of me thinks that is on the table as a possibility.
Hey, man, no manager has ever ever done more intricate infield drills than Kai Correa. Actually, Ron Washington.
A lot. I know Kai Correa likes to bust out the tennis balls and do some defensive drills, but I guess my whole question is, when you're doing all these internal interviews, what's the difference of a Kai Correa versus a Gabe Kapler?
Well, it would be what Mike said, the country club atmosphere would have to go. You have to come in and kick a little A. How about that Pat Corrales thing? If you don't like it, meet me outside. How about that?
Wow. We need somebody like that here at KNBR.
It's funny Mike says that. It's funny you experience things. You go into that Giants clubhouse. They got a Pop-A-Shot. They had all these games. They had a Pop-A-Shot. They had something that was like a little. Was it a pool table or like a?
I know they had that Filipino
table?
Card game.
Well, they were doing that, but they had a full on, and they have like a little like a Top Golf thing too. I think they had. I think somebody helped me out here. Triple, you were in the clubhouse with me. So I went in, and they had a very fancy Pop-A-Shot.
Try not to look too
golf and all that. And I get it. You're supposed to have fun.
You don't want to look too closely at the games. I try not to, yeah.
But, I mean, you want to,
we could talk some ball at some point.
At some point, you want to crack a...
They used to have the game on. That was about all you'd have in there. They'd have like a screen with whatever day game was on that day.
As the great Tony Phillips once screamed at the young A's on the morning of the 99 World Cup semifinal. But he said he walked in on a Sunday morning and the Women's World Cup was on. And he said, I'm going to get some breakfast. And when I come back, that father better be on the Reds game. That's what he said.
Isn't he the same guy that also said, because this quote has always stayed in my head, and it's so true. Isn't he the same? Is not the same guy who also said, after you play about 162 of these mother blankers, run me through that one again. That's a great quote.
And it's true. In 99, the A's were in contention. It was the first burgeoning post-La Russa contention. And they got eliminated in the final week from a wild card. And we asked Tony Phillips, and they got eliminated, do you guys feel like you got a deserved result, or do you guys think you guys were good enough to make the playoffs? Tony said, man, he said, Sparky, that's all he said, Sparky told me a long time ago.
Sparky.
You play 162 of these mother fathers, you pretty much mother, father end up where you're supposed to.
Truer words have never been spoken about baseball. That is like the most accurate statement of all time. And he's right.
Oh, man. All right.
There's no getting lucky in baseball. You're either going or you're not.
No, here's the deal. The big hit, we got to get back to the Niners. Where are we at with Christian McCaffrey? What would life be like without Christian McCaffrey? And other injury updates. 808 KNBR if you guys want to check in a day later after the loss. How are you feeling about the McCaffrey? Is Elijah Mitchell going to re-enter our lives at some point?
I want him to.
Let's get into it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the pride.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
We are 1 week away from the start of the Warriors 2023 season. So yesterday afternoon, Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about next Tuesday night against Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
It's not that they're being discreet. It's that that's the way that Christian McCaffrey operates with injuries. He's like a military operative that doesn't ever want to share anything and doesn't want anyone to know anything about what's wrong with him. So it's going to be difficult to tell. Look, we know he's dealing with an oblique. I'm going to guess that he's going to see some specialists today. I don't think that he or they know right now whether he'll miss a game, 2 games, any games at all. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what that oblique injury is right now. And again, that's part of the problem on some of these injuries is, you know, everybody says they're okay, and then they're not once they get the MRI. Or they go on me to early injury updates to me, you know, it's a little premature on these things. Let's wait till we get some more clarity, and they can figure out what's wrong with them. Christian McCaffrey, again, I think we'll be seeing some people today to figure out if and how much time he'll be missing due to this oblique injury. And yes, he will, as he always has, guard these things with his life because he doesn't want anyone to know anything about his body and where to target anything.
Good stuff from Schefter on the militant secrecy of Fort McCaffrey.
Which I don't have a key to, by the way.
McCaffrey.
I'm not invited.
Somebody wrote in and said, can you get into Fort McCaffrey with Oreos? Remember, he told us if you offer some Oreos at the game.
Just to kind of tie several of our themes together today, not only would I hope the Oreos could crack the code, I would come in with some of those Paul Newman Oreos, because we talked Newman earlier in the show. I'm just advising everybody, as an Oreo fan, which I am, do not sleep on the Paul Newman Oreos.
Oof, that's a
They're damn good. No, they're damn good. I'm telling you, man.
Very controversial
and
take.
the money's going to a good cause instead of Mr. Oreo's great-grandkid's bank account or whatever.
Have we followed the money? Have we followed the money to the...
The Oreo thing's got to be shady in some level.
Right, so,
and I'm a big customer.
Here's the deal. On the big hit, Triple E does his little pictures.
Yeah.
Some pretty good ones there of Christian McCaffrey getting his face yanked by a Brown and grabbing the face mask. I mean, this poor
Again,
guy.
4 times this year he's had face mask flags.
Also a picture of Trent Williams down, grabbing his ankle. You know, the stat was that he allowed more pressures than any other lineman on Sunday, Trent Williams.
Well, he was hobbled. I mean, he wasn't all the way there.
A lot like the Rams game when he played in the NFC Championship when he was hurt.
Yeah, but he was also going one-on-one with Myles Garrett most of the game.
Yeah. Oh, you're Trent Williams, though, baby.
It's a tough assignment.
But you stone him?
Yeah, you're supposed to, but good luck.
On one leg.
Not too many guys can do it,
on one
especially
ankle.
after getting your ankle
Yeah,
rolled
that's
up.
the problem. I hear you, man.
On a bum wheel. So, yeah, man, injuries. This is what we talked about, that the only thing, this reminds me of when Earl Woods, the great Earl Woods, said about Tiger. When Tiger was just arriving and dominating the world. Like nobody could come within a galaxy of the guy. Earl Woods said, the only thing that can stop my son is a bad injury or a bad marriage. Which, by the way, he
actually said that.
2 for 2.
So he wasn't
2 for 2,
wrong. Yeah.
But anyway, the point is that we said this about the
Bad
Niners.
marriage.
Yeah, he did say that.
See what happened? Well, whose fault was it the bad marriage, though?
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Hey, it's
Yeah. He's making phone calls.
He's
He's leaving messages.
I did not
Yeah.
prep Marcus for that riff. He somehow had that available. That's amazing.
Thing I remember reading about that whole scene is like when he was driving away, like, I don't know, she was throwing clubs at his car. Something was, I don't know, it sounded crazy.
She was
chasing him and throwing stuff.
It's like crazily.
I would call that a bad
dark
marriage.
Comedy of her attacking him with a golf club.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's something deeply...
It's like Jimi Hendrix's girlfriend breaking his guitar over his head.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's as Alanis
It's like, that's how I bought my house with this club.
Alanis
You're
Morissette
throwing
was
it at me.
saying, isn't it ironic?
Yeah.
All right? You know what I mean?
You have that yoga studio because of this club.
Alanis
You know what I'm saying?
Morissette's
That's what-
lost lyric. It's
Yeah.
like Tiger Woods getting crushed by a 4-iron. Yeah, there you go.
To Alanis? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, that's what I'm
okay.
doing.
All right.
It's like rain on your wedding day
Wow.
and Elin hitting you with a 4-iron.
Hey, shout out Alanis Morissette. She's out there.
Hey, man, she had a run.
She's doing something right now. She's trying to come back, actually. She
They
really
did a
is.
Broadway show on her Jagged Little Pill.
I got a problem with Alanis.
That's your
I got
era
no
now,
problem.
Marcus. So that's, she
Might be a little too hippie for Marcus, though.
Great Curb Your
He nods.
Enthusiasm.
He goes, yeah.
Great Curb Your Enthusiasm, where she played a charity benefit at Larry's house. And Larry's whole idea was he
Here we
wanted
go.
to find out
Here we go.
who she was singing about in the song "You Ought to Know."
It's a good question.
Because, she's singing very angrily
I'd
about
like to
him.
know.
You know
Yeah,
what I
who's
mean?
that
She's
about?
like, do you?
Yeah.
She's like, do you
That's
think
the
about,
wrath of the woman. Yeah.
Yeah. Does she go to the movies with you, if you know what I mean? Remember that line?
I do.
Yeah, exactly. So she told Larry, she whispered it in Larry's ear, and then Larry wound up blowing the secret, of course, ruined the whole thing. He blew it. He was supposed to hold the secret. He didn't.
Who's it about?
I forget.
Yeah.
It was like early season 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
One of the early ones. Anyway,
Talk to me, man.
Kyle Shanahan is the big hit. CMC injury is the big hit. Deebo Samuel injury. Trent Williams injury. And, of course, where are the 49ers? Going into Monday night, I'll confess I don't love it when my team plays on Monday night. It's too long of a wait. It's too long of a wait to Monday night.
What about the
at
national
5:15?
exposure? The whole
Give me
everybody's
Sunday night
watching.
or give me the Sunday afternoon game of the week, which you watched the Eagles and the Jets.
All 4 quarters.
See?
I did.
And that was, quote, America's game of the week.
Yeah, no,
right?
that Jet defense got me.
I know, you know what I mean? Give me
Mhm.
a Sunday afternoon, 125. That's my jam.
You're a traditionalist.
That's my
yeah,
jam.
Yeah.
This is way too long. And then if you're on the East Coast, you got to wait till 8:15.
I'm almost afraid to ask Murph what he thinks of a Thursday game.
Hey, well, I mean.
Yeah, that's not even, you don't even bring that up.
By the way, what is the Thursday game?
It's like
this
when you
week?
have dinner with Murph, don't talk politics, religion, or Thursday night football.
No, do
And
not.
you'll be fine.
Wait, it's, ready for this? Jags Saints.
Yeah, see, who in God's name is watching that?
Wait, the Jags
Pump that
are,
back a little bit.
No, totally.
Jags are 4-2. You did put out a warning sign on that game after the bye
They
at
scored a
Jacksonville.
lot of points, man. And they taught me a lesson when I picked the Bills to beat Jacksonville, and Jacksonville kicked their asses. I learned my lesson.
Trevor Lawrence is having a very ordinary season, though. He's thrown 7 touchdowns, 3 picks. He's kind of killing me. Your boy Derek Carr.
Why you say, hold on, wait. Murph, get in here, Marcus. What was that?
Oh, I just love that Murph just looked at the analytics of Trevor Lawrence through his fantasy team, and not the fact that the Jags are 4-2, beat the Buffalo Bills, and
He don't
playing
care
pretty,
about that.
playing
It's-
pretty good football, but he's not putting up fantasy
He's
stats.
having a bad year.
This is my Bill Belichick 2023 Patriots year, dude. I did terrible in the draft. That's having a horrific year.
I don't think it's as bad as Belichick's.
Oddly enough, I'm in the middle of the mix playoff because I've had some really lucky opponents who've had lousy days. I know, Waterboy, you lost again.
Yeah, dude. Every week someone puts up over 100 on me.
Waterboy is the Wile E. Coyote of fantasy
Dude,
football.
I'm the
dude.
good luck Chuck of fantasy football. You play me, your team goes off.
No, he is. The anvil. Waterboy runs off the cliff, looks around, sees the cliff is not there, and then falls to the ground.
Oh,
yeah. That's him.
my guy. That's my guy. Yeah.
Acme is coming for Waterboy.
Yeah,
it really is. So, anyway, here's Shanahan on what the status is on these valuable players.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Christian McCaffrey, oblique rib. He's actually in MRIs right now, so we're still waiting on the imaging. George Odom, quad contusion. He'll be day-to-day. Deebo Samuel's shoulder. He'll be day-to-day. Trent Williams, ankle. He'll be day-to-day. And from last week, Greenlaw with his hamstring. We expect to get him back for practice this week.
So a lot of that was quote-unquote good news in that Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams were not long-term injuries and that Dre Greenlaw might be back on the practice field this week. So that's all good. The CMC thing is brutal because rib, oblique, nobody likes it. Nobody wants it. It's the thing that doesn't go away real fast. And in fact, it brought to mind that Brock Purdy played the game at Seattle last year with a broken
Unbelievable.
rib.
Yeah.
It's when the game that won him the job, really.
All the respect of the locker room, too.
So here's Shanahan on, could McCaffrey play kind of like Purdy did last year in Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a tougher position just because you get hit a lot more. But we just got to see how it reacts. We got to see exactly what's wrong with it, too, because we haven't got that back yet. So we say oblique/rib. Hopefully it's not both. But we got to wait to see for sure.
Yeah. And again, as Adam Schefter told you ain't going to get the info. You know what I mean? So we're going to spend this whole year in the dark.
He's like a military operative.
I'd take CMC in my military operatives too.
100 times out of 100.
You know what I mean? If I'm running the U.S. government, and I
Follow
need to
that
send
guy.
a guy.
Yeah.
We got to get a guy into the tunnels in Moscow. I'd be like, send McCaffrey.
It's like Hanks in Saving Private Ryan. You just follow Hanks. He'll take care of you. Yeah.
So what was the play? Nobody knew. There was a theory that there was a sinister Twitter theory
Which is
that Debo
what?
got hurt in the pregame fight.
We were kind of riffing about that yesterday. No, but I don't think that's the case at all.
Also, we're not sure when McCaffrey got hurt. So Shanahan answered that question on Debo and McCaffrey.
Yeah, Debo was the first play of the game on the jet sweep. He just took a shot on the shoulder. It didn't look overly big or anything. It just connected right, and so it got him after that. And if you watch him like the next 8 plays and stuff, you could just tell the feeling was starting to go because he couldn't use his left arm. Tried to come back and stuff, but just couldn't get feeling back in it. So we had to shut him down. And Christian, we're not sure about. He mentioned about 4 possible plays he thought he could have done it on, but we're not sure which one he did.
I mean, I'm not laughing. I'm like chuckling at just how physical this guy is.
Well, he takes such
could
a
have been
beating.
any of 4 different.
That's
plays.
the thing. No, guys hit him. I mean, we've talked about it. Our guys even targeting him. I mean, it's a conversation, but no wonder he can't tell. He's taken so much physical punishment every time he touches the rock that these things are going to accumulate. So hopefully, I don't know. What do you think? Do you expect to see him this week?
I mean, obviously, I'm just completely talking out of my rear end
it's only
right now.
Tuesday too. Yeah,
but my gut is no.
I kind of feel that way too.
I mean, he also has he has an injury history. I mean,
if something really bad happened, people would be like, "Why was he playing now when you need him in January?" Marcus, you're nodding. What do you think? Give him a.
I agree. I'd probably hold him out this week, and I might even hold him out against Cincinnati because you have that bye week coming up, so that would give him 3 weeks of rest. That way he's got a full, almost month to recover. But then again, I'm not a doctor. I don't know exactly what is wrong with that rib or that oblique, or if it's something that's just pain tolerance. Because that was the thing that stood out to me was he was stretching it out on the sideline, but then he goes back in, and then he runs back into the locker room. So to me, that tells me it's more of a
to go test it out a little. Yeah.
So in 2020, he only played 3 games. And in 2021, he only played 7 games. So in those 2 years, 32 games, he missed 22. That was the knock when they traded for him. That was like, oh, you're trading for damaged goods. Well, since then, he's played every single game. He played 17 last year in the first 6 this year. He's played 23 in a row.
Yeah, but you can also mention that he was dealing with a calf injury last year in the postseason against the Philadelphia Eagles. So there was a bit of an injury lingering, but it did not hold him out for many games.
Yeah, what was the game he told us he had the injury in?
It was the calf injury against the Eagles in the week prior. It
was against Dallas.
Correct.
It was against the Dallas game.
It was Dallas
when he
going
said
into
to us,
Philly.
yeah, and he admitted to us in the interview. He goes, yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. So when he says that, I mean, this guy's a military operative. Anyway, so Kyle, what's it like for you when Debo and McCaffrey go down in the middle of a game? What did that do to your play sheet?
I mean, anytime you lose real good players like that, it's a challenge. But that's stuff you got to go through. That's part of football. I just thought we made too many mistakes, missed assignments and stuff once that happened. And because when that does happen, you got to put some guys in some different positions, stuff that you don't always put them through, but they're responsible for studying, and that's on everybody. But also when it got to that situation, I thought we should have made it easier for those guys because I think it would have been all right if we don't lose those guys. But with the amount of mistakes we made in the game, obviously we had too much on them.
I think he's talking about like Ray McLeod. You guys see him below that screen pad, ran into Trent Williams or something.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, these are guys who are, they get thrown in and they're like, oh, all of a sudden, wait a minute, I don't get all the ones, I don't get all the reps all the time. So that's what he's talking about. Debo and McCaffrey know exactly where to go, and maybe Ray and Juwan not as much, So meanwhile, Trent Williams missed only 2 plays with that bum ankle, did give up the most pressures of anybody, but it was either Jalen Moore versus Myles Garrett or Trent. So here's Shanahan on that.
Well, that's always the toughest thing because you never want to do something to put someone at a huge jeopardy to make it worse, and that's why you got to go with the player. Hopefully you have an idea. Well, first of all, you got to ask the trainers, but then you go to the player, and you got to have a history with the player. You got to kind of know how he is and stuff like that, and I truly believe that if Trent couldn't go, Trent's not going to go. He's going to do everything he can to be out there, but Trent's a very intelligent guy who's also very competitive and understands what those decisions are. And he said he could come back. I wasn't expecting him because of how bad the injury looked. The trainers thought that it wasn't as serious as it looked. Trent was adamant to get back out there, and then we keep our eyes on him all game, which Chris Verster does a real good job of. So does Krager and Joe, his assistants, and Trent, we thought, battled during the game, didn't show any limps, and it was a pretty courageous effort by him coming out and in those circumstances, especially the player who's going against.
Yeah, this guy's just done everything about this guy is just plus. See, he's just one of the great. Hope we get him as player of the week one of these weeks. By the way, speaking of player of the week, we have Eric Armstead today at 9:30.
Awesome.
Just that veteran wisdom after a loss.
He's a great guy to talk to, too, yeah.
We'll have to come at him with the hard, dude, your run defense let you down. What happened, So ask about that. Speaking of the run game, here's a name that, Paulie, you once wrote a song about this guy. He was so good, and now we haven't seen him. And now he's back in our lives, we hope. That's Elijah Mitchell.
I know, yeah.
And here's Shanahan on, is this guy who's been missing ready to take over for McCaffrey?
I hope so.
Yeah, we'll see how. Elijah's earned a ton with us over these years. I think Elijah, when he's been healthy, has been as good of a back as there is. He's had a hard time staying healthy, but I also can't take away anything from JP. Every time JP's got his opportunities, you guys see how he's done. So both of those guys have done very well. Elijah came back and practiced late last week on Thursday, so he got really one true day of practice in, and that's why JP got the first nod once Christian came out. But we got two really good players there, and I know Ty Davis is waiting for his opportunity also. So hopefully Christian will be good to go this week, but if not, we got a group of backs that we can rely on.
Okay, well, Paulie, if you're going to inspire Elijah Mitchell, you're going to inspire.
It's been a while. Let's do it.
Great cutback run by Elijah Mitchell. Breaks a tackle. He's gone.
Whoever's in my way, I just try to run the ball and run over him.
He's not your lover.
Oh, boy.
He's not your friend.
Wow.
He is something that you never comprehend. No need to worry. We got Eli. He's our Messiah and the only reason why. Cause you.
Touchdown, Elijah Mitchell.
I want Elijah for you. Yeah, darling, if you want him to, you.
Elijah has played at another level this year.
I want Elijah for you. Yeah. Wow. I'm just a sinner, I am told. He's my nine of red and gold. Makes me happy when I'm sad. Makes me good when I am bad. He's a human, he is a dove. He's my conscience, he is love. All I really need is to know that you believe.
Oh, yeah, my Elijah Mitchell shirt on.
I want Elijah for you. Yeah. Faithful if you want him to, you.
Elijah Mitchell, touchdown.
I want Elijah for you. Yeah. Sing it one more time. Yeah, now you. I want Elijah for you. Yeah.
The whole pile just pushed Elijah
Wow,
Mitchell
that
in the end
aged
zone.
very well. That aged incredibly well.
Did that win the prize that year? I think that might have took a Murph and Mackey home.
That was awesome.
I think it might have.
On a number of levels. Your Prince grunting
I like
and
Prince.
all that. And then that ripped through verse was really good, too.
You got to lay it down.
Nice
Murph.
work, buddy.
Well, thanks.
Man, I think Elijah might go for 110.
Okay,
on
good.
Monday night.
Good. I like where your head's at.
Paul and Mac deserve a Murph and Mackey just for those Prince ad-libs alone.
Yeah. Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
That was
You got to commit,
sensational.
Marcus. You got to go all the way.
That was worth the entire big hit.
I had my
right
ruffle
there,
shirt
man.
on, too, and a purple jacket.
There you go. And finally, the last one is just simply losing and bouncing back. As Ronnie told us many times this morning, hey,
Ronnie
man.
rules.
Hey, man, you're going to have tough losses. And that was a tough loss, is what he said. Here's Shanahan on that theory.
Yeah, definitely. I think you got to play good football in this league, or you're going to get beat. And it doesn't matter who you play or win, but we didn't play that good of football, and we're still able to pull it out, which I would have been proud of them for doing that. You're not always going to play great football, and you still got to find a ways to win. But rarely do the football gods reward you when you make as many mistakes as we did. Just missed assignments, penalties, missed tackles, a couple missed opportunities that are the difference in winning and losing. And when you miss those throughout the game, rarely does it work out in the end. So either way that happened, I think it was a good learning experience. And really all that matters is when they come in tomorrow and they watch this film with us, just like all that matters when they came in after Dallas and watched the film, is that you watch what you did good, you watch what you did bad, and you make sure that you get better the next week.
Hey, man, all great stuff. It's all very in perspective, And the Niners now go on to Minnesota, as the great Bill Belichick might say. By the way, man, see Teddy Bruschi finally took aim at Belichick on ESPN?
I did not. What did he say?
He said Robert Kraft and Belichick need to take a hard look. He said right now, it was a really interesting quote. We probably should put it in the cooler content. He said the entire career of Bill Belichick has been coaching for championships and Super Bowls, and right now he's only coaching to chase Shula, and that's the wrong reason to be coaching. And he's like,
Well, that's an assumption, but I hear what he's saying. I don't know that that's really.
He's one of the. I mean, he's a Belichick supporter.
See, but you got to go, and it's true. If you go all the way back, he's right, because even when Belichick was an assistant under Parcells, there are a lot of people that think Parcells would never have won those rings without Belichick being that D coordinator. So I mean, he's been a champion like for decades, and it is odd to see him like this, and the way his team is just committing penalties, like so many bad penalties in your game, Marcus, like illegal procedures, men in the wrong position, like motion before the snap. It's like the discipline is gone from Patriot football. I saw it.
Oh, and Paul and Mac, I got to tell you, I loved every single minute of it.
No, I know.
I love the demise of the Patriots, too. They've been good my entire life.
Hey, we need you to beat the freaking Lions this week. All right, buddy? We need you.
Well, you need Jimmy G to get out of the hospital
good
bed and be
news,
able
right?
to play.
Avoided a major injury, right?
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like he's got a chance to play this week.
By the way, 831 with the great text going back to the Giants manager riff. He says, question, will Alyssa Nacken be doing deadlifts in the weight room with the baby Bjorn on like Kapler in the jeans?
Let me get to my applause. Hold on. That's
incredible text.
very strong. With the Bjorn makes it all. That's like the greatest part.
All right, cooler of content. The sound that makes you laugh, cry, and think every day on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
He's like a military operative.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Dante Whitner stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday morning to talk about the 49ers' first loss of the season and how they can get back on track this Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler of content, always refreshing your brain with comedy and deep thoughts here.
Come
on. So the cooler, we go first right to my buddy, my classmate, Troy Aikman, and I, same year at UCLA. I talked to him before Super Bowl 50. He's like, yeah, I don't remember you. I was like, well, I remember you.
No parties, no hanging out, no pub nights.
He gave me the fake, yeah, vaguely.
I got to ask the obvious question at this point. Murph, did you say, you know what, dude, seeing you up close like this, you look a lot like Jay-Z.
Well,
did that come up?
It's funny you say that.
Yeah.
Because that has become a thing now.
No,
on the internet.
I know. He was talking about it on national TV. It's
this is obviously, let's get racial up in this piece. You rarely hear.
Can I get the official stamp?
You rarely
One of my
hear.
favorite sound bites is your tone of voice. It's all of it. If I could get one.
Yeah, let's get racial. You rarely hear somebody from one race being compared to another race, and yet the Aikman Jay-Z is gained momentum.
Yeah.
To the point where Aikman brought it to the Monday Night Football broadcast last night.
Jay-Z is in the house tonight, reaching for a refreshment.
Yeah.
There's a meme that's going around. People think that's my doppelganger, me and JC. How about that?
LeBron, he's a Cowboys fan. What's gotten into you, man? Something's off.
Okay. The hijinks of a Buck and a Troy.
Buck and Aikman really hanging loose
That's doing
now.
slapstick up there.
What's gotten into you, man?
Yeah.
Do you guys see it? Do you see the look?
Oh, I see
You're
it,
nodding your
Murph.
head, Marcus?
Yeah, have you guys seen the picture where they split the faces in half?
No.
They put it together. I'll look it up. Oh, here it
Text
is.
that to me, buddy.
Here it is right here. I'll put it up on the live
Show
stream.
the listeners. Okay, hang on. I don't see it. It's too small.
Oh, my God. Somebody split their faces in half. Oh, my God.
I'll send it to you boys right
That's
now.
incredible.
Is it?
That's incredible.
Okay.
By the way, did you catch Buck calling him Jay-Z?
Oh, perfect.
Did you catch that?
That's just perfect.
Is that? Have we been saying it wrong all along?
No, it's Jay-Z. It's Jay-Z.
But he goes,
dude.
Jay-Z.
I wouldn't take my cues on Jay-Z from
Listen
Joe
to the
Buck.
very start of that.
Yeah.
Jay-Z.
See?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
I think he's thinking like
he said
DJ
it like
Jazzy
Jay-Z.
Jeff.
Jay-Z.
Yeah.
He said it like Jay-Z instead of Jay-Z.
No, don't follow Troy in that one. Or Joe, whatever.
All right. So, well, hey, man.
That would be like, what he would say, and that's Chuck D. Chuck D. You know what I mean? It's Jay-Z, Chuck D. You got to separate. Yeah.
Jay-Z.
All right, this one caught a ton of traction, and it's A's pitcher Trevor May. Now, let's be 100% honest.
Yeah.
Who knew Trevor May pitched for the A's
No, but
this
that's
year?
not the point, though.
Former Met,
Yeah.
former Twin, spent his last year with the A's and retired online on some sort of stream. I don't know, he streamed it and decided to drop a bomb on the least popular man in the world, A's owner John Fisher. And he said everything everybody wants to say, but it's coming from a player this time. Here it is, man.
Now that it's official, to the A's organization and every single person part of it, I love all of you. Every single one of you except for one guy. We all know who that guy is. Sell the team, dude. I tried to get a sell shirt. It didn't get here fast enough. Sell it, man. Let someone who actually takes pride in the things they own something. There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork. And also, if you're gonna just be a greedy, own it. There's nothing weaker than being afraid of cameras. So that's one thing I really struggled with this year, was not just eviscerating that guy. Do what you're gonna do, bro. You're whatever. You're a billionaire. They exist. You guys have all this power. You shouldn't have any because you haven't earned any of it. But anyway, whatever. It is what it is. Reality is you got handed everything you have, and now you're too soft to sit and stand in front or take any responsibility for anything you're doing. Yeah, whatever. Oakland is Oakland. You can make all the cases. Oh, it's not a great city. Blah, 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 blah. But you're putting hundreds, if not thousands, of people out of work that have worked somewhere for decades. And you haven't acknowledged that at all. Just be better. That's all we're asking. Just be a human being.
That was a fabulous takedown. Fabulous.
It really was. No,
Start to finish, soup to nuts, the whole deal.
Yeah, he dropped a dork
He said
on him.
everything everybody wants to say, and coming from a player, although now retired, it has extra weight.
I got to tell
the
you,
only
too.
problem is it's Trevor May, and nobody knows who he is.
I'm glad he landed some punches. He got some jabs. He dropped a dork in there. That was money. But also, you know what I was tripping out on? He sounds a lot like Jimmy Kimmel to me. Just a voice. I almost thought I was listening to Kimmel for a second.
I didn't hear that so much.
Yeah, I heard it.
But wow. And he said everything, too, about it's so true. Dude, how weak is it to not face a camera? How weak is that?
It's
soft.
extremely
Yeah,
weak.
He's right.
Face
Now,
the music,
Can you
man.
imagine if Fisher now puts the team up for sale and they say to him, why now? He said, it was the Trevor May hit.
He got me when he called me a dork. I didn't want to.
Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork.
Dork. As a man who's been called a dork almost daily on the text line, I sympathize with John Fisher right now.
No, this text this thing you sent, by the way, about Aikman is insane. I'm just seeing it up close now for the first time. This is bonkers.
Dude, the side-by-side, face-to-face matchup, Troy Aikman, Jay-Z.
I'm starting to think there might be a laboratory involved.
It's a real thing.
Yeah,
Shout out
this
to the
is
movie I was telling you about. They cloned Tyrone Polymath.
Yeah,
Maybe they're
watch that. That's on
cloning
Netflix.
Jay-Z and
Yeah.
Troy Aikman, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys think the Trevor May rant will get Fisher to sell?
Dork.
Nah, they've been trying everything.
Dork.
Yeah.
I love it, though. He said A's fans, it felt good for A's fans, though. They got a vent out.
Well, good
that's
for me, too.
Yeah.
You know, I'm actually with Trevor May. I think John Fisher will eventually sell the team. The only problem is he's going to sell it once it's out in Las Vegas and run off with the money.
Yeah, exactly.
He is the
Hide
worst.
some more.
I mean, he's making Chris Cohan look like Eddie D. He really is.
That's good.
Dork.
Meanwhile, Kelsey, we're getting on. Come on, Chiefs ain't winning the bowl this year. I'll tell you that right now.
Chiefs are barely winning ball games. I was just talking to Marcus about the Chiefs.
Travis Kelsey's doing everything but playing football.
That's exactly what I've been saying, man. I mean, let's not forget, this is what his week was. He had a game Thursday that they just squeaked one out. They've been winning games, very tight ball games. Everybody they
with
play.
the help of the Zebras.
Big time help. Like I say, if the Chiefs aren't winning late in the fourth, don't worry about it. Just wait for the flags. They're coming. But anyway, so he had a game Thursday. Then he's in New York for Saturday Night Live. Then he goes to a Jets game.
They also, what they call hard launch to their romance.
I saw the term.
They're calling it the hard launch.
That's crap. They went for dinner. That's a hard lunch.
But they made sure that they came out of the restaurant.
We're seeing, we're holding hands now. We're at Nobu. We're doing our thing.
Are they, you think where they're now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, what, you think he's...
Now it's the two-back beast?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think it took long. I mean, I really don't think it took a whole lot of time. That's just me. I don't know. I could be wrong. What do I know?
Just checking off her football player part of her resume.
Yeah, I don't want to rattle the Swifties.
Madonna did that, right?
You see, the other thing is the Swifties are filming themselves at the movie theater, and now there's like a huge controversy. But anyway, he went to SNL, and then he was at the Jets game. We're in Green, and then last night he was in Philly. Guy's all over the place.
Here's him and Jason in Philly. Well, Jason plays in Philadelphia.
Right.
Travis does not. Here.
Hey, it's mid-October, baby. Philly season is here, and we're dominating tonight. What do you think of Citizens Bank right now? I mean, this place is rocking!
He's having a good time.
He did fly to, they are flying to London this week. I did not know that.
Are they in London or are they in Germany this weekend?
Copes is texting in like a maniac. He's listed. Copes says, we should just bring him back.
Copes might not even be, we should
come work on the show, man.
Come on the show.
Just come work on the show, brother.
Set up another chair.
I'm looking at the week. I don't see the Chiefs. Are they really?
I think they're in Germany, not London. I think last week was the last London game.
Copes, you can't contribute bad info.
Hold on, with Germany.
Chargers Chiefs. It says Sunday at 1:25. Anyway, we'll get to the bottom of that.
See, listen.
That was at Arrowhead Stadium. What's he doing?
I don't know what's going on.
Copes, you're killing me.
See?
But he did say Kelsey did have 9 catches for 124 yards.
At what point does this become a distraction? And at what point do you say, like, bro, take a look at your playbook once in a while. Just act like you're on the Chiefs. I don't know, for a goof, throw a red sweater on
they host
something.
the Chargers.
Yeah.
Copes has now admitted bad info. Bro.
Copes needs to go back to bed.
I know.
Yeah, he should be sleeping anyway.
Well, I can confirm that the Dolphins and Chiefs will be squaring off in Germany Week 9.
Okay.
It's week
Thank
9,
you, Marcus.
not week 7.
Grab some...
Let me get these last two in here real quick. There you go. Nice. Pecan spoke German to talk about alumni from the show. Last two. There's the band. So this band Creed is like Nickelback, right? Just like, they're a legit rock band.
That's your boy Scott Stapp.
But people love to hate on Creed.
Yeah, a little bit.
But there must be an audience for them somewhere.
Yeah.
Because they're Creed.
They sold a lot of records, there's no question.
So we talked about the Phillies earlier today. I keep dancing. I'm like, what a weird song for Philly to embrace.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I always thought they would do like Bachman Turner Overdrive, Taking Care of Business.
Makes a lot of sense. I know exactly.
Blue collar,
I know exactly what you mean.
But so every song,
taking care of business.
take the 815 into the city.
Everyone's house singing,
and tell them that you like it that way.
Taking care of business. I can hear it. Actually, it's working for me.
So, every team has a song. What was the Giants with the Gangnam Style or? I associate Tayo Cruz Dynamite with 2010.
Who let the dogs out way back in the day?
2000.
Yep.
Apparently, the Rangers are going with Creed higher.
It's a
now, what's the difference between this and Pearl Jam?
What's this guy up to? See, Marcus, look at you guys. Wow, both of you.
Okay.
Becca, wow.
Okay.
Horrible little lick.
So Ken Rosenthal says this is true. Bochy's Rangers love Creed.
All right.
So, Kenny, word has gotten out that the secret to this whole thing is Creed?
Evidently, Joe, Andrew Heaney told Rangers radio broadcaster Jared Sandler that the team dealt with its struggles in the second half by playing music from the band Creed. Now, it's a little bit of a surprising choice. Creed achieved its greatest popularity in late 90s, early 2000s. Most of the players were either quite young then or not even born. Evan Carter, born in 2002, said he had indeed heard of Creed. He said the players listen to the band on the bus and have special handshakes to go with the songs. Guys, whatever works.
There it is. Now Kirk Blanken Cousins has entered the chat.
Here we go.
Now, remember, he's like Mr. Nice Guy. He's so nice that his trophy room is hidden behind a hidden wall, which is, by the way, psycho. You know what I mean? And
it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Remember, he had to go behind the books, go drink his formula.
So he says they are getting a piece of Creed because of the Rangers.
That's a good clip from the from the Texas Rangers and made sure that Creed got played before we went out in the field, and I felt like that may have made the difference. So we got that going for us.
What made you decide to play Creed?
You know, the Rangers have been playing Creed, and they're rolling the playoffs, and we've been listening to it in the lifts a little bit here and there, but music's banging on the boombox most pre-games and in the locker room. We thought we'd maybe mix up the genre a little bit, get some Creed in there, and Garrett made sure it happened, and it was well received. We started, they got quite a catalog, but we started with higher this week. We didn't want to.
People started laughing.
We didn't want to overstep our bounds, so we just one higher, and then next week maybe we can see what we go to from there.
Is it
made the difference? Who knows?
Is it possible?
That's never good.
That 20 years later, Creed will, like revisionist history, be viewed as like rock legends, and this will become like Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones?
Well, Satisfaction's a stretch, but I know what you're saying, and it's possible. I mean, it could come back around and fall into favor. I've seen weirder things.
I mean, they've got like the Evan Carters of the world going, yeah, this is cool, man.
I'm not sure. I'm no expert on these guys, but I did hear, I think that they had one of those deals where they had a really, really crooked manager who like stole all their blanket money, and one of the reasons the whole thing fell apart because they were getting ripped off by their own bosses. But the best was like when Kirk Cousins goes, yeah, no, I like the Creed album, and you just hear everybody start laughing. It's like, that's never a good sign for your band.
Are they singing about JC?
I believe they are. They're big on JC, and I know that Kirk Cousins is as well.
Oh, Kirk Cousins, big
so
time.
So it fits. It's a good fit.
You like that? Yeah. By the way, they're from Tallahassee, Florida. I just put that in my data bank for when Florida State makes the national championship this year.
Listen to this guy.
Pop Culture Showdown.
Listen to
Pop Culture Showdown,
baby.
Petty out, Creed.
Oh,
in.
damn. Okay.
I remember when they played the when you play halftime of the Thanksgiving game in Detroit. That's when you know you're on the way. I remember they played halftime of the Thanksgiving game in Detroit, and I was like, all right, that's it. That's it for Creed. Remember Big Bad Voodoo Daddy playing there, too?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
All right, pretty good cooler today.
I enjoyed it, man.
Good job, buddy.
Got that big hit energy.
Yeah, well, you know what?
You need a piece? I'll give you one on a Tuesday. I feel like we need the boost. Yeah, it's for all of us. BHE. Big hit.
You down with BHE? You down with BHE? You down with BHE? Who down with BHE? Every last homie!
There it is, baby. All right, we're moving towards Eric Armstead as our 49er Player of the Week at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning, and thanks for listening to Murph and Mack. We're having a good time today. Hopefully, you guys are having a good time as well listening. Hey, when it comes to testing your skills out in the NFL and the fantasy world, have you guys tried Prize Picks yet? That's my only question. Probably the most important question, because at prizepicks.com, there are so many different ways to win. If you just bring a little bit of football knowledge to the table, you're most likely going to do pretty well. So go to prizepicks.com. You select 2 players or more. It's totally up to you. And then you just basically project on their stats. Rushing yardage, passing yardage, completions, maybe your Nick Bosa guy sacks, whatever it is. That's all you do. And then you place your entry. It's quite easy. If you have some skills, you can turn $20 into $250 with just a few taps. We are talking about easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players all waiting for you when you want to test your skills. Join Prize Picks. 7 million football fans already there waiting for you. When you go to Prize Picks, make sure you use the code word LEADER. That's what will get you the deposit match all the way up to $100. In other words, you throw $100 down, they're going to do the same thing at Prize Picks. So it's prizepicks.com/leader. Good luck to you at Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3 balls, 1 strike. Here it comes. Challenged him. Altuve rips it to left, not deep, and Taveras is there to make the play. The Texas Rangers survive another one and win game 2 5-4. Eovaldi comes out of the dugout with his hand over his heart. He felt the same way you did. A tightrope walk, but Texas comes on the road and beats the Astros twice and now go home with a commanding 2-0 lead as they win again. They have not lost in the postseason.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
That's good. Kyle Shanahan's got Lil Wayne serenading Bruce Bochy here. Think about the road win. I know every team to win a championship, you have to win on the road some, but I'm thinking about Bochy's road wins seem to be more epic than others. 2010, they clinched in Philly. 2010, they clinched in Texas. 2012, they had to win in St. Louis when they were dead. They had to win in Cincinnati when they were dead. They had to win in Detroit in the freezing cold. They did.
Check. Yep.
2014, they had to go to Kansas City and win a Game 7, dude.
Yep.
And now
it's actually a really good point, man.
Now here he is going to
great.
Tampa, Baltimore, and the latest, Houston. He's like, well, we're calmer than the other guys.
I will say this. I wish he would have gotten one of those games in Chicago, though, in 16. Remember
he got one.
The Cueto? Did he? Why am I forgetting that? Give me the Cueto.
Oh, no. Did they lose both?
Wait, Samardzija. It was Samardzija and
then
Cueto.
They won Game 3, and then they lost Game 4.
I think so. I think that's how it broke down.
Well,
in any case, no, but you got a great point there.
Boch now?
Boch must go. Boch on the road, he just doesn't care. And, this thing is going to carry on. Finally back to his home yard. You're telling me, Murph, it's only the second home game for the Rangers this postseason.
Yeah.
That's really something. That really is. That's almost hard to do.
Greg Cosell joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50. Get you ready. See what he saw with Brock Purdy doing his thing. All right. What we usually like to do right now is check the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line because you guys have been texting all morning, and we need to hear y'all. And Paulie, it starts with a number of different texts. I can't shout out all the different area codes, but several of them, including 559, 559, let's see here, 408, 925, 650, and 707 all say that Creed's guitarist Mark Tremonti deserves your respect and admiration.
My personal respect,
Apparently
like me?
he can play. They want you to...
no, okay, I'll look into it. I mean, I used to play them on the bone occasionally. I can give you that much.
Did you?
I swear to God, yeah, they were on the log. I played some Creed stuff, yeah. Okay. This is like 03. I was doing that. 04. You like that? You like that? Hey, if Larry Sharp told me to play Creed, I'm going to play some Creed. That was how it went, yeah.
We got a text from Creative Tony who said that I hurt his soul.
Yeah, I saw that. He didn't want to hear about your...
When I heard Creed, I said, well, what's the difference between this and Pearl Jam? He said,
nah, Tony ain't going to like that.
408 says Creed is reuniting next April for a Creed cruise.
Oh, now you're talking, bro. The Creed cruise.
Imagine the people going on there.
Oh, bro. I might go just to check it out, just to be around the scene.
408 says Woodstock 99 went bad when Fred Durst took on Creed. Do you remember that?
Well, I know they had some problems with Limp Bizkit. There were like riots going on. I don't know what the Creed thing is, though.
480 says Creed, I've heard that song.
So yeah, we all have, man.
4A says, guys, there's no comparison Creed to Nickelback. Creed had way more albums and was way better.
Okay.
I would think...
Creed Nation standing up. I like this. I didn't know they were so passionate, their fans.
Yeah.
It's good to see.
623 says, Copes needs to stick with more bad takes like ripping Murph for coffee cups, which was another terrible take.
Wait, I don't know.
Coffee
I see what you're saying. Okay, right. With the...
There you go. Here we go.
By the way, the best thing about that is none of those cups are Murph's.
That's correct.
Just for the FYI. Yeah, just throwing that out there.
707 says, now what is Cowboys fan LeBron doing at the game after he adapted
I said the same thing to myself last week. He just declared, he goes, no, I'm not. He goes, there's a lot of Cowboy fans in the country. I'm not one of them. I'm a Niner fan. He did this whole rap before the Cowboy Niner game.
310
there he was last night.
310 says, do you guys think Trevor May was trying to bite Jim Rome's style in his rant? There was some Romey to it.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Want to play it again? Play the whole thing again. This is Trevor May.
That's all good.
Retiring A's pitcher. There is some Romey here. There is.
Now that it's official, to the A's organization and every single person part of it, I love all of you. Every single one of you except for one guy. And we all know who that guy is. Sell the team, dude. I tried to get a sell shirt. It didn't get here fast enough. Sell it, man. Let someone who actually takes pride in the things they own something.
Yeah.
There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it.
Yeah.
Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork.
Yeah, there's some Rome there. I see it.
You know what I say to Trevor May? Rack 'em.
Very good. Hey, did you guys know Jim Hart? So the Smack Off, by the way, raise your hand if you used to set your calendar around the Smack Off. You can see on Twitch.
I didn't, yeah.
So in the 90s, when I was covering the Niners, I had a lot of free time in the off season. And January, basically February, March, April, dude, I was just home. I was hanging out. Candace was going to work. And I was listening to Romy on 1050. And, dude, the Smack Off was always in March or April. I would get very excited.
The Smack Off.
I'd make breakfast and get my ready.
Does he still have a Smack Off?
I think he does.
Present day?
Yeah, he does.
He's still on. Yeah, yeah.
Shout out to JT the Brick. He was a Smack Off winner.
Well,
JT the Brick used to be employed right here.
Are we going to go through some of the greats? Your Silk Bras, your Doc Mike Totolas. I mean, are we going to go through some of the greats?
No, I can't. This is all you.
Because
I can't.
I'm talking to my people now.
Yeah, no, because
the Cablinasian. I mean, I'm going through the legends now. The legends who called in.
What you just say?
Well, the Cablinasian. That's what Tiger called himself on Oprah.
I don't know any of this. This is all news to me.
Are you familiar with this, Marcus?
No.
When Tiger was really young and exploding, 21-year-old Tiger won the Masters, and he was everywhere. He went on Oprah. And she was talking about his multiracial aspect.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
He said,
right.
well, I've thought about it a long time. And he goes, I'm in many different races. And so I call myself Cablinasian.
Okay.
Caucasian, Black, Indian, and Asian.
Cablinasian.
Yeah.
So
one of the many heavy contenders every year in the Smack-Off was the Cablinasian.
It's me, Tiger.
Guy called himself the Cablinasian. We also had, as I said, Silk Bra, Doc Mike, all these guys. Anyway, Jim Harbaugh once called into a Smack-Off.
That is the best. Yeah.
We had that in the system.
It was very funny, I will say.
He flames out.
And Romy's really funny in that, too. He's just all right, Jim. Romy's
Harbaugh
good.
Called in and tried to enter the Smack-Off. It's an incredible flame out. He has one or two riffs, and he can tell that the riffs
hear it
didn't
just
land.
fall over the whole bit.
And then he says at one point, he goes, I don't really have much smack other than that. And then he goes, I'm out.
And there's a real moment where Romy's not in his normal character, and he's like, all right, Jim.
Well, he kind of laughs because he knows Harbaugh flamed out.
Yeah, yeah.
Peacock used to play it all the time.
Marcus is scrambling like a lunatic, and I love the effort, though, Marcus.
But Trevor May definitely was entering the Smack-Off with that. You know what I mean? Sell the team, dork. The pauses and all that.
Also, anytime we mention Rome, I love the story about that time you were at a bachelor party and there was that drunk guy who kept on just saying, Romy! Romy!
I still get nightmares. The guy would not let me alone, dude. It was at Bandon Dunes, of all places, the great golf destination. It's supposed to be a lifetime experience, a bucket list experience. And I was with my buddies, Brian Sinclair, and his fraternity boys from SMU.
Here we go.
They were all just absolute knuckleheads. One guy was the war. He goes, wait, what's this guy here who does radio? Where's this guy? Jim Rome's here, dude? He goes, Romy, what's up, man? Let's get some shots.
Oh, man, I could totally see it.
I don't even know you. He's like, Romy, we're doing shots.
Oh, damn it.
And, dude, the shots go down. He's like, give me a take, Romy.
Oh.
Give me a take.
I got to go, man.
It's Friday night. We haven't even started, dude.
I'm out.
Dude, we're playing Saturday in Bandon Dunes. The waves are crashing. Dude, guy on the next fairway yelling over, Romy, give me a take.
I can see it.
Have a take. Don't suck, Romy. I was like, bro, you're wearing me out, man. He broke me down.
Watch me turn the tables.
I was like, I got to avoid this guy. He's wearing me out.
Watch me turn the tables on Murph. He's not ready for what I'm about to bring. Murph, isn't it true that the guy who was giving you the drunken Romy, give me a Romy take, isn't that, in a way, your character when you were yelling out at the Michael Jackson tribute band?
No question.
Didn't you turn into the same guy?
No question that karmically I had it
coming. As soon as you said the band started talking to you, I go, oh, that's never...
Don't forget, Paulie, I once stalked Robert Hedges, who played Juan Epstein on Welcome Back, Kotter.
Now, see, I'm going to support that.
At the Back to the Future 3 premiere party at Universal Studios.
This is all money right here.
This is when I stood in line with Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn, and I told him how much I love Big Trouble in Little China.
Awesome.
And I had a few in me, and I saw Bob Hedges, and I kept pretending that he and I knew each other. And I kept saying, don't you remember Earth Day at the pier, Santa Monica?
Poor Epstein.
He was like, I got to go. I was like, dude, Earth Day. You don't remember?
That's actually a good setup, too. I got to say, it's Earth Day.
I go,
that
Bobby,
makes it.
Bobby, Santa
Don't you
Monica.
remember? Yeah, we were there.
I go, Santa Monica, Earth Day on the pier.
That is pretty cool, because it sounds like maybe...
no, bro, I don't. He was with a girl.
He was like, maybe this guy, maybe we did hang out. If it was me, I would have thought that.
I was being such a D, and I deserved it.
Yeah.
I deserved everything I got.
So you have been on the other side of that Romy guy.
Romy!
Yeah, yeah.
Did you find the Harbaugh? This is all, by the way, people are like, what the hell are these guys talking about? This is all because Trevor May of the A's went off on John Fisher, and a listener said, it sounds like a Jim Rome take, and I think there's something to that. Now, in the smack off, back in the 90s, Jim Harbaugh
Tremendous.
called in.
Happy holiday, except for some of your clones that don't really have families and are behind in their child support payments like your boy Sean in Syracuse. Tell that clone to get a life.
Hey, that's smack off pamphlet. Go after another clone.
Incredible, dude. That whole thing was incredible. That whole thing is gold. Absolute gold.
There actually is more, too. You don't have to, you've done enough, Marcus, but there is more. And it's
Romy's reaction we got cut off there.
It did.
Dude, that Harbaugh, I don't have a whole lot of smack, dude. He drops the frickin' Tiger and Fuzzy. Oh, my God.
I remember that.
Then he drops just comes after Sean in Syracuse for being behind on his child support payments. Anyway, well, that's what the mailbag gives us, baby.
You know, we had a program director here, he was a legend, Bob Agnew. He was actually the guy that hired me the first time way back in the day. He had a picture, he had a framed photo. I don't know if he was there when he hired you, Murphy. He still had this. But do you remember the framed photo that he had with himself and Fuzzy on the golf course?
No, I do not.
Yeah, he had a framed photo.
Things you should probably take down.
That's what I'm kind of saying.
I was like, take down.
Yeah.
All right, here's our deal. Eric Armstead's our 49er player of the week at 9:30. Thank you for that digression.
That was
there.
good. Thanks, Marcus.
9:30, Eric Armstead player of the week.
Okay.
So let's get into the Niners around 9:15. But next, dude.
What?
Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, look at him.
Can
I
I
know.
get a Ronnie Lott, Bochy and the Giants? Let's hear what they had to say about this. What made it so special, and what's Bryce Harper doing blowing on his fingers? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
But I want to wish everybody and their families a happy holiday, except for some of your clones that don't really have families and are behind in their child support payments like your boy Sean in Syracuse.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paul and Mac saying good morning and thank you for listening to Murph and Mac. The both of us appreciate that. Let's talk about Loan Pronto helping you out with some quick cash if you're in a pinch and you do need cash. These things happen in life. It'll happen to all of us at some point. So Loan Pronto comes along and says, listen, we have a revolutionary new Express Equity line of credit. Just might be the ticket for you. It's an amazing program. Really can get cash out of your home in as quick as 5 days. Also, will leave your 3% mortgage intact. And basically, Loan Pronto is here to pull $50, $100, even all the way up to $200,000 out of your record high home value if you do need that cash for maybe you've got back taxes you owe. Maybe you want to do some home renovations. Whatever the case may be, when you do need the cash, it's got to come from someplace, and Loan Pronto is here to offer you this incredible deal. Now, rates are too high to move into a new home right now for a lot of people, but again, you still have your existing equity. That is cash. They'll help you convert it to cash. You could be credit card debt free if that's the problem. So have a conversation, first of all, with the experts at Loan Pronto and ask specifically about their Express Equity line of credit. If you need quick cash and a lot of it in a hurry, this is probably the best avenue. Have a conversation by calling Loan Pronto at 415-808-5721. Visit them online as well at loanpronto.com. It's 415-808-5721. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Schwarber climbs in, and we're ready to go. The pitch. Swing and a drive. Right field. Way back. And gone. Off the scoreboard in right. A Schwarbomb. No doubt about it. Kyle Schwarber, first pitch of the game where the Rockets are right. 1-0 Phillies, and this place has come undone. Speaking of no doubters, here's Bryce Harper. The pitch. Swing and a high fly ball drilled right center field. Way back. Gone. Bryce Harper. A solo homer, and the Phillies lead it 2-0 as he circles the bases, and they're going crazy here at the bank. Next offering, drilled right field. Going back is Carroll at the wall, and it's gone. Over the high wall in right, Nick Castellanos is red hot. And the Phillies lead it. It is 3-0. An outbow homer for Castellanos.
Well, there it is, man. Two things to digest. The Philadelphia Phillies will hit home runs all day and all night. And two, somehow the rough and tumble city of Philadelphia has adopted the most Euro lightweight pop remix of all time as their song. I would have thought give me some like George Thorogood and the Destroyers, you know what I mean?
Well, even in Spinal Tap, you remember when they were canceling gigs, they're like, well, but Boston's canceled and everything. And he goes, don't worry about it. We're going to Philly. Philly's a real rock and roll town.
No, it isn't. This is Robin. But Robin, R-O-B-Y-N, a Swedish remix of another song. I don't know.
We're going Swedish pop.
Would you be down at 3rd and King shouting this at the top of your lungs?
You know what? Maybe. And I'll tell you why. Because this is what happens when a team goes on a magical run like this. Postseason play, and suddenly you've adopted a song. We talked about it. We did Gangnam Style, dude, every night down there. We were doing the dance.
You can't sing along to that one, though.
Not really.
You just do that dance that John and Dave did, right?
Yeah.
Miller and Flem.
Yeah.
Marcus, you're a little, perhaps a little more in touch with the.
He's in the demo,
the youth, buddy. Do you down with that?
I feel like I'm at the Jersey Shore, just like fist pumping like a champ.
Oh yeah,
A little bit of Jersey Shore there, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm sure this is a song they play at the clubs. I've heard it before.
Give me more
definitely.
of that. Give me that.
You like that, Paulie Mac?
I do, man. I do like that.
If you've ever been to Europe in like in your early 20s or whatever, and you go to those discos. They do like cheesy pop way more than the U.S. does, and they rally around it and they go crazy for and they all sing and they all jump around and all that stuff.
Hey Murph, what goes on at a European disco?
Well,
I'm starting to get curious.
And also,
totally
for the lasso heads out there. For the lasso heads out there, the Amsterdam episode ends with not the Amsterdam episode, the After Hours episode with Coach Beard ends with an all-night disco in England. And it's one of those songs that's playing when Beard reunites with his girl. And I was laughing because I was like, I know what he's talking about. It's 4 a.m. You're at that disco and they play that like poppy, lightweight, taffy, lightweight song and everybody goes crazy for it.
Oh, man.
So that's Philly. They're doing like a Euro thing here.
Well, whatever they're doing, it's working. I mean, it's a house party in Philly.
Well, can they keep hitting home runs?
Yes, that's all they've been doing this whole. That's what's fun about watching Phillies games. The balls are flying out of the yard.
Let me ask Marcus, former pitcher on the college level.
First pitch,
you're
gone.
Zach Gallen. Are you throwing Kyle Schwarber as they would call it, a C shot to start the game?
No, first pitch fastball, I'm not throwing to Kyle Schwarber, especially when he's hunting home runs every single at bat.
Yep.
But whether it's Schwarber, whether it's Harper, whether it's Nick Castellanos, who has 5 home runs in the last 3 games.
That guy's on fire.
Putting himself in the same conversation as Reggie Blanken Jackson, boys.
Reggie Jackson, 1977, went homer, 3 homers. So that's 5 and 3. Nick Castellanos, 2-2-1, 5 and 3. The only 2 guys ever to hit 5 in a 3-game.
Really impressive. It's historical, man. And that's why it's fun to watch.
Castellanos would say, I F's with Reggie Jackson.
I keep thinking, like, you watch that. Yes, he does. He F's with Reggie Jackson. But that electricity, that kind of pop at the plate, these big studs coming up, Schwarber, Castellanos, Bryce Harper.
Oh, we've seen it before.
Might have to come snuff that out a little bit, Mac.
Utley and Howard and Rollins
I've done it before.
Good.
I'll go again. Yeah.
I mean, we'll show up. We'll see what happens.
I don't believe a visiting team has won a game in Philly yet, right, this postseason? I don't think the Phillies have lost at home.
I want to make sure to get this stat out because I was like, who would have the home field between the Rangers and the Phillies? They both finished with 90 wins. So I was like, So I looked it up. The Rangers swept the Phillies this year.
Hey,
and have
sorry
the
about that,
tiebreaker.
boys.
Games 1, 2, and 6 and 7.
What do you
would be
say?
in
I'll get home
Texas.
field. Yeah.
So, or both should be like, well, we'll win it in 5 in Philly.
Totally.
I mean,
I got a soft spot for road wins.
I get it. The Phillies are. Although the Arizona came back in that game last night.
They fought a little bit. They did. Yeah, they
It's funny,
fought.
by the way. The Diamondbacks just seem.
No, I know.
Total afterthought.
They're standing out there.
It's like they might as well just be gray faces with no uniforms and no letters.
I mean,
on
if they lose Game 3, it's going to be one of these things where 10 years from now, it'll be like when the Phillies went to the World. Who would they play in the NLCS? You won't even remember.
And you have to look it up. You go Arizona. You're like, oh, that's right. I barely remember.
How many wins did the D-backs have? Do you remember, you guys? Regular season?
84.
I want to say it was mid to high 80s.
80 blank and 4.
Mm-hmm. That's Farhan's creed. Are you kidding me? That's all Farhan wants.
Why don't we go for 104 instead of 84? That's another way to get into the postseason. Here's a concept: win your division.
Farhan just wants to pinch hit and win 84 and then make a run.
Let's get a few more bullpen games. That'll bring the fans back.
Somebody texted in earlier. It's kind of amazing. Texas went and signed Semien and Seager, and the Phillies went and signed Harper and Trey Turner. It's kind of funny how that works.
You know? Who's the Giants? Oh, I thought you were going to go through some Giants.
You get superstars and superstar things happen.
See?
You know what I mean?
Right.
Where is he?
No, totally.
Yeah, Arizona
totally
officially won 84 games this year. Well, here's Bryce. So Harper, and it was his 31st birthday.
Yeah.
And he hit a tank. It was like the 5th or 6th pitch of the game. And he crossed home plate and held up his fingers and blew. My kid asked me, little Rory Murphy, he said, what's he doing? I said, I think he's blowing like a gun, like he just shot a bullet.
Yeah.
And then they showed it I was like, oh, he held up a 3 and a 1, his 31st birthday, blowing out the candles.
I don't know. It's crazy. Sometimes I just do stuff, and that felt right. So I thought I'd step on home plate and do that. But I just thought about it as I was running around third base. That I'd do it.
Okay.
Do your kids, I'm just curious, your kids like Bryce Harper? Is he like a favorite of the...
I'll tell you something if you're asking.
I am, yeah. Like, I want to know who they like. Like, who do the kids like?
The Redwood Tree, D. Murph, has come out staunchly anti-Phillies. He hates them.
Why?
They're like his Yankees. Because they're obnoxious. They feel like it's their birthright. They're in our face. I don't like their fans.
Oh, wow.
I don't like their team. He's
that's
hugely anti-Philly.
That's cool, though.
He sees them as obnoxious, in your face. He wants them to go down. Kind of like people thought about the Yankees back in the day or the Dodgers.
I would ask the question.
They're like the Yankees without the World Series wins. I mean, they get one every now and again, but they ain't like the Yankees that
Maybe
way.
when the Red Sox were making their run.
Yeah, I got you totally.
Maybe. But Murph, I'll ask the question, is it good that the Phillies are turning into the bad boys of baseball? Because we talk a lot about baseball not having a face. There's no face of the MLB.
That's kind of why I was asking, actually.
I think it could be Bryce Harper.
Good.
It should be Bryce Harper.
That's why I was asking.
It's great. They're fantastic for the game. And I want to point this out. I sent this out on X last night. That's right, I said X.
Look at this guy.
2 nights in a row. I got 9 innings of October baseball. Game over, done and dusted, and I got the 4th quarter of the NFL game. This pitch clock is insane.
That's my America.
It's insane.
Right there.
You would never get that. But these October games are moving now, and they end. And I got the 4th quarter Sunday night Bills Giants. And I got the 4th quarter last night Cowboys Chargers.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yep.
I'm so in. Have you felt the pitch clock rushing you along in October?
But I love the pace. No, it doesn't feel rushed to me at all, but I agree with your take. It is nice to get it in that quickly.
Well, speaking of pitchers, Nate Eovaldi, 2 years, $34 million. Giants didn't sign him. Rangers did. Maybe he didn't want to come here. He's a Texas kid.
Okay.
Maybe he wanted to be in Texas. So Farhan's probably yelling at his radio right now. So bases loaded, 5th inning, nobody out. Maybe you go get him. Or maybe you don't. Boch leaves him out there because he figures this is a veteran who's won a World Series. I'm going to count on him. And I saw a quote from Eovaldi. It was good. He said, well, it's times like that. He goes, the stadium's going crazy, and I just know that's my time to simplify and go to my strengths. And that's a veteran, right? Instead of putting in some reliever, doesn't know what he was doing right there.
Simplify.
And he goes, strikeout of Altuve.
Yeah, that was
and
awesome.
Then gets Bregman to ground out, even though the ball kicked off of Josh Young's wrist for a second there. Yeah. But here's Bochy on Eovaldi.
I think you're talking about one of the elite pitchers in the game. They have that ability to turn up a notch when they have to, and we made an error, bases loaded, and it's about picking each other up. And he picked us up there and just made some great pitches. And that was a turning point in the game. Bases loaded, nobody out there in the fifth, and found a way to get through it. And terrific job by him. He had good stuff today, pitched very well. And
well, he said you're talking about one of the elite pitchers, and they know how to get through it. And he did. Man. Now, 8th inning, he brings in Chapman. This is another interesting thing. He's using Aroldis Chapman, even though he's not as automatic as he once was.
No, not even close to what he used to be.
And in fact, Yordan Alvarez said, why not just leave the yard here?
He got him hard, yeah.
He's so hot. He said, was it 6 postseason homers?
Yeah, I think it's 6, Murph.
So the question is, do you walk him? But it's lefty-lefty. They actually asked Boach, would you walk Alvarez in that situation?
Well, we gave up 3 homers. They were solo homers, so that works. That gives you a chance to win. So, no, we weren't thinking about putting him on base with nobody on there, and you're trying to keep him in the park. But he's a good hitter. He got a couple balls there he could handle. That's baseball. But no, I didn't want to start putting guys on. When we had a lead, that's the last thing I want to do at that point. And we attacked him, and he got us a couple times.
He's like, you dork, you nerd. He's like, you hear him laughing right there. He's like, no, this is baseball now.
Well, he's up 5-3, and his thinking is, if Alvarez leaves the yard, I'm still up 5-4.
Right, instead of a tie game. Right, exactly.
Exactly. That's kind of a dumb question, actually. And then finally, Marcus Semien, the kid out of Berkeley, St. Mary's High School.
Yeah, boy.
And California Golden Bear, looking over and seeing Boach. What does this manager do for him?
Awesome.
Well, I mean, everybody knows what he's done in his career. I think that he's been in the CS multiple times, and he's done it successfully by getting to the World Series and winning in the World Series. So we trust his leadership. We all want to play as hard as we can for him, and he makes it easy to show up to the ballpark and have fun every day.
Look at this. Farhan's worst nightmare. And here's another aspect of the nightmare, is that Farhan, I think, wants to interview Donnie Ecker, who's the hitting coach.
Right.
You can't interview them when they keep winning. So it's like more. Farhan's like, would they lose already? Nope. World Series starts a week from Friday. So, if that means if they win the next couple, they got to sit around for a week. But guess what? They sat for 5 days between sweeping Baltimore and this, and it hasn't affected them. So today you only get the Phillies game.
All right, buddy.
5 o'clock, that game. And is that game on? Do we have that one on radio? I'm sure we do, right? Let me look at my Sporting Green here. Let me do the hard copy. You hear that? You hear that folding out there, buddy?
I got one too. I like it.
You hear that folding out? Yeah, 1050.
Nice.
1050. So there you go. So if you're in your car.
That was the one-time home of JT the Brick, Marcus. You can write that down for a trivia
And of Paulie Mack.
And of Paulie Mack, too. And of Rod Brooks.
We would like to say that Phillies Diamondbacks game is only on the nifty.
Hells yeah, Murph.
1050.
Hey, Murphs, I blanks with you when you do that. Yeah.
All right. What's going on with Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and the injuries? And then Eric Armstead at 9:30, our 49er Player of the Week on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
He got a lot of brains in that head up there.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cokes for his weekly hit to talk about the 1 week countdown to the Warriors' opening night game against Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
so strong, girl. I feel
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Christian McCaffrey, oblique rib. He's actually in MRIs right now, so we're still waiting on the imaging. George Odom, quad contusion. He'll be day-to-day. Deebo Samuel's shoulder. He'll be day-to-day. Trent Williams, ankle. He'll be day-to-day. And from last week, Greenlaw with his hamstring. We expect to get him back for practice this week.
You heard Kyle Shanahan talking about what will be definitely the story of the week is health. The Niners have been so lucky until now. Now the luck has run out, and they are definitely dealing with some injury bugs. Christian McCaffrey leads the way. We do not have any update for you And if Adam Schefter is to be believed, we won't get any update because he went on Pat McAfee and talked about McCaffrey's KGB level secretism over his injuries, which, is smart, I guess.
Belichick was like that, too, for all those years when they had the great Tom Brady teams. He would never dish out injury info. Nothing.
I mean, there is that theory, like, why should I tell you?
Yeah. No, it makes all the sense in the world. That's why in the NHL, they do stuff like they keep it very vague. You'll see a guy on the injury list, it'll say, like, lower body contusion.
Somebody actually wrote
something
in
like
and said that this is very hockey-like of what McCaffrey's
that's how they
doing.
keep the smoke screen up, yeah.
The texter also said maybe the McCaffrey family knows Joe Sakic. Is there a reason? Was he an Avalanche guy?
I'm not sure what's the connection.
Here's my hockey knowledge.
What's it
flaunting itself once again?
What's the connection? Why would he bring that up? He's saying it's like vague, like a hockey injury. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
For some reason, I feel like Sakic was an Avalanche, and they're from Colorado.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, here is Schefter on how McCaffrey will just not let you in.
Okay.
It's not that they're being discreet. It's that's the way that Christian McCaffrey operates with injuries. He's like a military operative that doesn't ever want to share anything and doesn't want anyone to know anything about what's wrong with him. So it's going to be difficult to tell. Look, we know he's dealing with an oblique. I'm going to guess that he's going to see some specialists today. I don't think that he or they know right now whether he'll miss a game, 2 games, any games at all. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what that oblique injury is right now. And again, that's part of the problem on some of these injuries is, everybody says they're okay, and then they're not once they get the MRI. Or they go on me to early injury updates to me, it's a little premature on these things. Let's wait till we get some more clarity, and they can figure out what's wrong with them. Christian McCaffrey, again, I think we'll be seeing some people today to figure out if and how much time he'll be missing due to this oblique injury. And yes, he will, as he always has, guard these things with his life because he doesn't want anyone to know anything about his body and where to target anything.
You can hear the frustration from Schefter, who gets all the information always. Yes, God won't give it to me. His people won't give it to me.
Yeah, it definitely bothers him, yeah.
By the way, Sakic, yes, big time, one of the greatest, if the greatest Colorado Avalanche of all time.
Listen. Shout out Patrick Waugh. He was pretty good, too, in net.
It says here, Sakic, according to his bio, according to his wiki page, is considered one of the greatest leaders in hockey history.
After Mark Messier
called.
I was going to say after Mark Messier.
He wants a showdown with
he's going to have to get in line.
A beat it like dance off with Sakic.
Can he line up 6 Stanley Cups the way Mark Messier can?
2.
I'm not sure about that. Yeah.
It says here, Sakic is regarded as one of the greatest team leaders in hockey history.
4 with Gretzky, 2 without.
He was an Avalanche, so maybe the McCaffreys. That's the point. The McCaffreys learned from Sakic.
We connected the dots. Took a minute.
Don't let them know.
We got you there.
Never let them see you sweat.
Yeah,
that's my big thing with my kids a lot in youth sports. Never let them see you sweat. Of course, by saying that, they start sweating. So anyway, McCaffrey, we won't know. For days, we won't know for sure. But to get us ready for Eric Armstead, who's joining us at 9:30, dude, we got to start talking about this run defense. They gave 160 yards on the ground to a non-Nick Chubb run game.
That is something, that's an eyebrow raiser. It is.
I think Dre Greenlaw.
No question. You felt his absence out there in pursuit, especially in the ground game. That's a good point, yes.
So, and Shanahan kind of, expressed his dissatisfaction yesterday in the conference call.
Yeah, I was disappointed in it. It was I'm not sure the exact stat compared to the others, but if I had to guess, it was our most missed tackles on the year. I thought they got our edges way too much. Just blocking down our DNs and getting around. We played a lot more 2-shell defense, and when you play 2-shell defense, you're a little bit behind in the run game. But we've been able to stop guys pretty good in that way. And when they got our ends and we weren't thinking our safeties downhill, they bled us out too much. And when you add on a couple of those missed tackles and everything, it was way too much. And especially when you got quarterbacks coming in who hasn't started yet. The best way to make that guy uncomfortable is to take away the run game. And with 160 yards in that, we obviously didn't. And that was disappointing, especially on those last 2 drives.
It was overtly frustrating to watch them run the ball. It was like, damn, what's going on here?
And meanwhile, the Niners, for the first time all year, they struggled with their own run game. They really couldn't get anything going either. Once again, credit to the Browns defense clogging up all the lanes. They did it basically the entire day.
This stupid game. How'd they lose to the Browns?
Yeah, well, look at this, Murph. You know what's funny? We had a great moment yesterday for old school Niner fans where Murph sent out, I wish you could send out to all our listeners because I enjoyed this very much. Murph, well, you should, because this is really interesting. Murph found a clip. I should let you describe this because you found it. But
I want to hear it through your eyes.
All right, so Murph,
Yeah.
we're sitting there trying to, like you just said, how do you lose to the Browns with all this talent and stuff? And, like, what happened? And then somebody yesterday actually said during the show, might have been a texter, he goes, guys, there's a really long and weird history between the Niners and Browns if you go back and check some of these games out. So Murph, being Murph, man, that's what he did, found a clip of the 1981 Browns-Niners game that was played at Candlestick Park. Significant for a couple of reasons. One, that's the Niners on their way to their first ever Super Bowl. Two, that was the last game they lost that entire season. And three, and most bizarrely, the game was not televised locally, even though it was a sellout. So this clip, Murph, it's more than a clip. It's like a 15-minute short film almost about like the history of the NFL regulations and why they blacked the game out. It had to do with doubleheaders and the Raiders. Of course it did.
You're damn right.
Yeah, totally.
After us, there's nothing to see. You're not seeing that Browns game.
Because the Raiders share the market.
We're playing the Dolphins.
It was very interesting. And then they showed, but it was all about the crowd footage, dude. They showed footage of the crowd.
Multiple things going on. It was the topic of my jock blog. My jock blog was, I was thinking, I want to go back and find a similar game that Montana might have had in his first year just to make the comp.
And the game was very similar. It was pouring rain. There were all these field goals.
I was looking through his line in 81, and I see this one line where he was only like 24. He actually threw 42 times as opposed to Purdy only throwing 27. But his rating was 55. He had no touchdowns, 2 picks. He got sacked 3 times. And I go, oh, well, there it is. And I look, I go, what game was it? And it was Cleveland. I was like, oh, my God, they lost to the Browns 15-12. And I was like, I don't remember this game. I was like, how my brain? So I Googled 1981 49ers Browns, and this YouTube documentary comes up.
Yeah, it's like a short doc, yeah.
The only game sold out and not televised because the NFL had an obscure blackout rule that the same market couldn't get 2 games that day.
Isn't that wild?
And the Raider-Dolphin game was on first because they
at
were
like 10 a.m.,
yeah.
yeah.
There they were. There's you're damn right.
We blacked them out for you.
I'm on your big screen, and I ain't going away.
You never saw it.
I'll see you over at Hulu.
All I know is you lost.
Instead of the Niner game, we'll go watch a documentary on Paramount Plus.
We'll talk trades over some Pepsis. This is revenge for the Heidi game.
Seriously.
Totally.
Anyway,
you black me out, I black you out.
Anyway, the point is they had a confounding loss to a bad Browns team that year.
Yeah.
And the Browns went 5-11 that year and beat the Niners, beat Joe Montana. And Montana had an intentional grounding in the end zone for a safety.
Serious
I was like,
question.
the great Joe Montana. And he kind of like panicked and chucked it in the ground. They're like, safety.
Hey, it didn't look good. It was a bad moment. So, serious question. After Joe had that game against the Browns, were there rumors about trading Joe for Kirk Cousins?
You know what?
Because that's what we're getting today.
You just put the cherry on it, buddy, right there. And by the way, I want to apologize to the Joe Sakic army, which came. I knew it.
What's he do now? What happened?
Well, they're saying, first of all, you're a total loser. Joe Sakic is one of the greatest players in hockey history. Second of all, it's not Sakic, it's Sakic.
Yeah, you're fine, Murph.
How do you explain the Croatian basketball players like Drazen Petrovic?
Don't try to figure it out, man.
Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
You're fine.
Anyway.
Murph's fine. We don't hold him to hockey. You know what I mean?
The 1981 footage, just Candlestick in all its glory,
Get it to all our listeners. I think everybody should see that.
All right, I'll send that out. All right, Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30, and Eric Armstead joins us next, our 49er Player of the Week on The Sports Leader.
helmet is off and his mic is on. Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Matt. On KNBR, the sports leader. Sponsored by
Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. And by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
No, they're the reason we had a chance. I mean, getting that turnover at the end with Demo, helping us win the turnover battle. They're the reasons that we were in it at the end and had a chance to win. But I also still think that they can do better than that too. Giving up over 300 yards to there and not finishing it there at the end. But they were the side of the ball that gave us a chance today.
Well, there it is. Kyle Shanahan talking about one of the many frustrating aspects of the loss to Cleveland was Cleveland's ability to run the ball. Heck, it all came down to a kick that went just right, and the 49ers have to lick their wounds after a surprising 19-17 loss in Cleveland. They go to Minnesota Monday night. We do our 49er Player of the Week at this time. It's always a pleasure to have number 91 on. This guy has been coming on our show pretty much every year as a Player of the Week. Always mature, perspective, just
rock solid.
Veteran wisdom. So no pressure, Eric. We just want mature perspective and veteran wisdom from Eric Armstead on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Eric. How are you, man?
Hey, man.
Good. How you guys doing?
Good. Well, good, man. We're good. Well, obviously the big question is, you guys were having such an incredible start and the 42-10 win over the Cowboys. So just describe to us, as best you can, the locker room and the flight home after the first loss of the season.
Well, we're not going to be 17-0, so that's what we found out about yesterday. But I think, or about the game. But I think that looking at that game, win or loss, of course you want to get the dub there at the end, but the game, what happened throughout the course of the game happened, and getting a win might have made us feel a little bit better about ourselves, obviously staying undefeated and being 6-0, but win or lose, we have to learn from the game. And that type of game, being in that situation, being battle tested, I think is going to be healthy for us moving forward. I don't see that game, even though we lost, being a negative thing for us. I think it'll be a positive thing, and things we can learn from. And being in a situation like that, a hard-fought, close, game, defensive battle, and we gave ourselves a chance there at the end to win, but it didn't go our way. And I think moving forward, looking at this week, we're in the same situation that we would have been. You got to move forward and put everything into trying to go 1-0 this week against the Vikings. So I don't see it as any different if we would have won or lost.
Eric Armstead, the voice you hear, been with the 49ers since 2015. Eric, you are the longest tenured guy, aren't you?
Yep. I am.
Congratulations, man. Does that get you the best parking spot?
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm pretty close on game day. pretty close.
You got to get seniority. You should be first in line on the spread, all that stuff, right?
It comes with some things, but yeah, it's been a huge blessing to be a part of such a great organization for so many years, and not have to learn a new place. And so it's been a huge blessing. Of course, being a NorCal kid, being able to stay close to home for this long, and really go through the ups and downs as well too. Starting off trying to build up a good team and being a part of some good teams, and so it's been a huge blessing throughout 9 years. In my career and the ups and downs personally, and as an organization too, going through all that has been fun. So
there's that 10-year wall down there, right? You eyeballing that thing?
I mean, it's there. It's 1 year away. Mm-hmm. That would be cool. Yeah. Like I said, I love being a part of this organization, and hope to keep this going, and really focus on this year, and doing everything I can to try to help my team win games each week.
Remember long snapper, your teammate Brian Jennings? You guys crossed paths, right?
No, I don't believe.
Oh, is he
He was
gone?
before you. Yeah, I think he was slightly
He must have
before.
just left the year before.
You just missed him, yeah.
He made the 10-year wall, and as a goofy long snapper, he said when his picture went on the wall, all the other veterans, their eyes came to life and looked to the side like, who's this guy?
Who's that guy?
That won't be you, buddy.
no.
You'll be one of those mainstays that gets up there and people remember fondly. So, okay, let's go back to Cleveland. Kyle publicly called out the run defense. He said he was disappointed in it. What's your reaction when you hear two things? One, your coach say that publicly, and two, look at the score sheet and see that they rushed for 160 yards.
He was right, and he didn't. I mean, obviously he has to answer questions about the game, and he's 100% right. 160 yards rushing is unacceptable for us. That's not our standard. That wasn't our goal going into this game. And that's not our goal each week. I talk about it on my podcast. The first thing I look at is the rushing yards total for the opponent. And if that is under 70 yards, then I would say that we probably won the game. And, our goal each week is to obviously keep them under 100. So 160 is unacceptable. Kudos and hats off to them. They came out with a lot of design runs, trying to attack our seam with whams, traps, toss plays, reverses, and, did a good job of managing the game and managing the clock and time of possession. Obviously, that was a goal of theirs, with, Deshaun being out and having P.J. Walker not their starter in the game. So, I think they did a good job of that. They made some crucial plays, but when I look at the game, there was a lot of leaky yards out there that I don't think it was just the entire game us not being able to stop them. I think there were some crucial moments that extended drives. I think there were some leaky yards and a few run plays that led to the total being 160, which is unacceptable and which will get cleaned up and be better moving forward. Like I said, this was a game that we can learn from. And we're going to be in games like this, in the future. The NFL is about running the ball and playing good defense. So that's what we got to do.
You mentioned some interesting things that happened that contributed, and one of them was the big flag on Tashawn Gibson, in which the replay showed it was a clean hit, and he got flagged for unnecessary roughness. Now, I know, listen, every
tough.
game, every year, every week can cry about refs' calls. But was that in particularly tough because you guys were fighting so hard?
And it looked like he used the correct form, too. He lowered his shoulder. It was not a head-to-head.
How frustrating are those, and how do you process them?
Well, it's frustrating. Obviously, you don't necessarily see it in the moment. And, on the field, we were just, supporting Gip and being like, yo, we got your back. I didn't see the hit in the game, obviously, but it's like, yo, it is what it is. Next play, we got to find a way to get a stop regardless. But then you look at it after and, what can you do? It's not really in your control. And so, what I always try to do is control the things that we can't control, which is, how we play, how we execute our effort, playing to our standard and those things. And then, you can't really control what the refs do. And so, sometimes that's just how football goes. Some things don't always go your way, but as long as you have the mindset to, first individually control what you can control, which is doing your job at a high level and playing a great effort, and then as a team and everybody doing that as well too. That's all, you can ask for. And so when I look at the film, it definitely wasn't for a lack of effort. I'm proud of our guys, being in a huge battle. And it's hard to win the NFL, but being in a huge battle and facing some adversity, and that effort and that mindset always being there. And I'm gonna rock out with us regardless.
Good stuff with Eric Armstead, who, of course, was the Niners 2022 Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. Does a lot of great stuff in his community to make the world a better place. I'll ask about that in just a couple minutes, but I did want to ask about the new teammate, Randy Gregory. He's new. And, all of a
Instant
sudden,
impact, yeah.
kind of flashed a little bit.
Yep.
interesting to pick him up, sort of unexpected from the fans' perspective. Shows you how John Lynch is always working, and the trade deadline's coming up, so there may be more coming. But tell us a little bit about Randy Gregory arriving and what it was like to play next to him and see him flash on film a little bit.
Yeah, Randy, we were the same draft class, so I've known him, throughout my career and kind of have watched his career from afar. Super talented guy, has been very productive in the NFL and an extremely great player. So having an opportunity to pick a guy up like that was amazing. Add him into what we already have, especially up front defensively. So I think everyone was very excited with that. And this was his first week. Still learning the playbook, and even in the game, at times, it was difficult to expect a guy to pick up everything, in just 1 week and all the nuances and different things that we do. So definitely proud of the game that, he had. And it was amazing to see his instant impact. He huge sack, TFL, a couple QB hits as well too. And, I think bring him into, what we already have. And once he's able to, grasp the playbook even more and a little bit of our culture, he's going to be tremendous for us the rest of the year. So we're really excited about that.
Nice.
Yeah, we're talking to Eric Armstead here on the UMA guest line. He's our 49er player of the week. Niners licking their wounds after that. The other new guy we got to ask you about is Javon Hargrave. This is your new buddy. You guys line up next to each other, man. What's he like?
Oh, he's great. He's a great dude, man. It's been great getting to know him more and more. He's been in the league a while, and he's been a tremendous player. He's been very productive and very dominant, in Pittsburgh and early his career in Philly as well. So it's been great getting to know him and playing alongside of him. And, we're still constantly striving to get better together as a group. And he's a big piece and big part of that as well, too. So, if our team is going to get to where we want to get, we know that, we know up front what we have to do. And so it's been great building that continuity with him and the rest of the guys as well.
Yeah, man. I mean, the D-line is stacked for sure. Bosa, obviously, the new deal, Armstead, Hargrave, Gregory, the new kids, Drake Jackson, all that. So I think everybody's looking forward to the next game at Minnesota. Now, I do have to ask, did you get the word? When did you get the word that the Eagles had lost? And let's be honest, were you scoreboard watching a little bit to make sure that, you guys were not falling behind?
I got the news on the plane. I wasn't scoreboard watching, but got that news, and it was obviously impactful to us and in the seedings and realizing that everyone is a clean slate and everyone's even. So it's very minimal though. It's early in the season and there's a lot of football left to be played, and our focus is on us. I think that our mindset is if we play to our standard as a team that we know we have, we're not really worried about what anybody else is doing. So that's our mindset each week, and that's what it'll continue to be.
Well, fans loved it. I'll tell you that. We love the Eagles losing. Hey, a little bit on the Walter Payton, man. I mean, it's just, if you go to your social media, you see the Armstead Academic Project, and you just been out here. I mean, you are the real deal, man. Some people say, oh, yeah, I start a foundation, have somebody else run it for me, man. No, you're out there doing your thing. Tell us.
Kudos, man.
Just tell us more about like how that's evolved. You guys founded it in 2019. What you've achieved. Is there a favorite story you have from this?
Yeah, it has evolved a lot, and I think that getting into it, I didn't know all that would come with it. I just kind of led with, my heart and compassion and wanting to be helpful and inspiring to others. But getting into it, it definitely is very time-consuming and.
Yeah. Oh, there's a drop.
Did he drop off?
Drop. Darn it.
Hold on. You try to reconnect.
Sometimes what happens, I've learned, is that sometimes you just pause and they'll bop back.
Yeah, because it cuts and comes back. I think. Hold on, you guys. We're going to try to get him back on.
Wrap
real
it up.
quick.
I want to talk about this.
Me too. He was just getting to it. I know.
I mean, it's the real deal, man. There's Sacramento Bee stories, all sorts
Off
of
the
stuff.
field,
out there.
this guy's exemplary. I mean,
yeah, he's very solid. This is the whole
Yes,
thing. Like,
yes.
you can tell he's.
Yes. Here we
got
go.
the
He's
connection,
back.
Eric. Sorry, the dastardly cell phone. So yeah, you were telling us about
go
getting
ahead.
started and not knowing what you were getting into, and then
getting started and not really knowing what you're getting into, and just leading with compassion and trying to be helpful and find ways to have impact. And it's grown so much. Really making an initial hire. We hired an executive director, Isla, who has been amazing and really pushing us forward. We also now have a board members who have been tremendous in helping us as well too. So I obviously couldn't do these things alone. I am very idea driven. And so it's been great to come up with these ideas of how to help people and be impactful, and then have a team to work on it together. And like I said, we're not a foundation that just sends money out. We're actually working on programming and have a lot of partners and want to create real change and real impact. And it's been fun to do that for students in Sacramento and in the Bay Area, and try to ensure that they have the opportunity, resources and tools they need to be successful later in life. And really, it's been a lot of fun to work with kids and families that some people have forgotten about and kind of left behind, and trying to have real impact in their lives have been fun.
It's incredible, man. You do it too. I mean, does it gobble up your off days, or do you mostly in the off season? How do you do the time?
Off days. I do a lot of things. I have tremendous support. Like I said, my wife, partnering with her too, and trying to bring more mental health resources. My wife is a child and adolescent psychiatrist, so
Nice. Yeah.
trying to bring more mental health resources for our families and our kids too has been a lot of fun. So, like I said, I have a lot of support, but I am very hands-on with it, and so the time that I do find, off days, obviously, where I'm able to actually physically go places and have impact in that way. And then, meetings, meeting with the board, meeting with my wife and our executive directors and all our partners to ensure that, even when I'm away, that things are being done and we're having impact and pushing things forward. So, it's whenever I can, have the time to set aside and, mix it in with everything that I'm doing, obviously for my career and for my team as well too.
Incredible, and congrats on the nominations. Those are a big deal. The Walter Payton Man of the Year, and finally, dude, you're doing our thing now. You're podcasting. You're getting into the.
Hey, welcome to the scene.
Welcome to
the microphone community.
Are you giving out takes now?
Yeah, Eric's hot takes.
No, I'm not really a hot takes guy.
No, I know. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
No. I know you guys are joking, but not really hot takes guy.
Yeah.
My podcast, Third and Long. My goal with that was to bring fans closer to the game, offer a new perspective, teach the game, so fans can, not only just be watching and enjoying, but also, understanding at a deeper level from a player what was going on out there, things that they should be looking at and keying in on when they're watching the games, and teaching them football. So it's been a lot of fun to highlight my teammates, talk about what was going through my head personally out there on the field, talk about our matchups and how I'm preparing. And then also it's been pretty therapeutic for me to break down the game and what transpired and what happened, from my perspective. And do that with, viewers has been very therapeutic for me too. You know, I'm a guy that I watch the film over and over and over, and I can dwell on a lot of small things, but you know, coming back to my house post game, writing out, you know, what I feel happened out there, writing out, you know, what I wanted to share, my perspective with fans and viewers.
Yeah,
it's therapeutic for me, so I can kind of flesh it and get it all out, and then move forward on to the next opponent.
Have you heard Draymond Green has checked in yet? Is that like he's the guy we think
he's
of
your
as,
competition.
Yeah. Or you know, you guys can share tips.
Sure.
Yeah, Draymond, I think is a person who definitely, when I was starting my podcast, like I looked at like, you know, I think he does it in a pretty cool way. It's very educational, authentic, and real. And so yeah, he's a guy that you know, I looked at like, you know, that's a dope podcast that is actually beneficial for fans. And so definitely I learned a little bit from him and seeing you know, how he went about it and how he educates you know, basketball fans, and you know, trying to do something similar in football and bring people closer to the game, and hopefully they can then walk away you know, more knowledgeable.
That's cool, man. Very, very cool. Congratulations on that. And hey, listen, you're a total pro. You have been since 2015, and we just look forward to watching you play football Monday night in Minnesota, man.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks for hopping on the Murph and Mac Show. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. See you out in Minneapolis.
Cheers. All right.
Is Eric Armstead, our player of the week. He's just such a pro.
Rock solid dude, man.
Absolute. He's going to go on that 10-year wall, and the eyes will not come to life and look at him. They'll be like, yeah.
That's
They'll be
Armstead.
nodding. They'll be nodding.
He's like one of those quiet warrior type guys, you know, doesn't say a whole lot, just goes out there, gets it done.
It helps that he's a gigantic figure clog in the middle, too.
Totally. You know what else I noticed about Armstead? He's always got the white sleeves. Rain, sleet,
we should
shine.
ask him about that.
Always with the white sleeves, no matter what.
There you go, buddy.
Yep.
Okay, here's the deal. Papa and Lund on the other side.
Okay.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You gonna get this podcast.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. station. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
All right, time to hand it over to Papa and Lund, although I believe no Papa, just Lund.
Can I shoot up a flare gun real quick? I'd like to do that, like a bat signal for...
Can there be a Papa and Lund when there's no Papa?
Well...
Oh,
hold on. He's better late than never. Here he comes.
We got you all settled in.
I hear you, but I don't see you, Greg.
I'm mourning the loss of Suzanne Summers.
Yeah,
I know.
we discussed that. You know, Bay Area gal, Cappuccino High.
I was a
San Bruno.
regular. I watched them all, man.
Yeah, Bay Area zone.
Tuesday night was the
I have to break out the Thigh Master when the show.
Oh, I have one. I'm doing it right
Polly
now.
Mac was talking Thigh Master.
She tightened him up for everybody. You know,
listen, talking Thigh Master.
She's got to take care of those thighs.
I'm not going to say too much, but she did usher me into manhood.
We addressed it. We addressed it.
Let's be honest now. It was a thing.
She addressed the curiosities of young male America back in the 70s and 80s.
And she could play the comic foil on
She totally could.
What do you want, slapstick? You want her falling into a hamper? She's done it. Yeah, she did it all.
Into a hamper.
She did it. So, well, and like we said, and she had a great life. She fought breast cancer for many, many years.
True story.
And she was very brave about it. And
took a holistic approach, so she didn't.
Yeah,
you know,
good for
there's a
her,
different
man.
way to deal with that.
So anyway, another Titan gone, and one of our own.
There's
Bay Area
G-Pops.
zone.
Now I see him. Now you guys are all set. Okay. I got Greg. I got Johnny Lund.
You
Everybody's
guys get
here.
the narrative. The Cowboys are back, right? They're back after the win last night.
It's the way the 49ers needed to win in Cleveland. It wasn't perfect, but you just got to win a game like that. I mean, that's a huge difference. They're going to be, after we saw them on that Sunday night, I wondered, are they going to make the playoffs? I think they're a playoff team, but, are they going to be the NFC East champions? I think Philadelphia is better. So we'll see, but I think they're going to be a playoff team.
What made me laugh was just how almost every one of the questions to them was framed in the context of the Niner game. After what happened to you in the Niner game, after it was like, God, they're never going to lose this game, So it was funny. Anyway, you guys take it from here.
Have a good show, boys.
It is time for a change.
Okay.
Thanks Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
He's like a military operative.
Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork.
He got a lot of brains in that head up there.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Flight is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Chargers have it. In the gun, the Charger quarterback, Herbert. Receiver in motion. Shotgun snap. Quick throw. Far side on the goal line. Falling down. Allen catches belt high. Touchdown. Inside the pylon. Far side of the field. And the Chargers have struck first. Snap, spin. It's a run by Prescott. Broke a tackle. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Takes it down the middle. Great fake to Pollard. Prescott runs it in with a touchdown run of 18 yards, his first touchdown run of the season. All right, the punt will come from Scott from right to left. The Charger punter will send it from right to left. The long snap is good. Swings his right leg through, high hanging, and the deep back man was bumped into, so the ball is bouncing at the 20, recovered by the Chargers. They are trying to chase the ball, and they have seemingly recovered at the 19 from the 1. 4th and goal. Chargers tight end in motion. 4-man front. Shotgun snap. Rolling out of the pocket. Throwing in the end zone. Caught. Goal line. Touchdown Everett. Chargers have cashed in. Another 1-yard touchdown run by Herbert. 3rd and 11 inside the Charger 25. Shotgun snap. Right tackle block. Herbert messy pocket. Throws his ears hit. A throw. It's intercepted on a dive. It's intercepted by the Cowboys at the 33. Stephon Gilmore got it and seals a Dallas win with a diving interception.
There's our guy, Kevin Harlan. We got Monday Night Football to talk about. We got Bruce Bochy, continued dominance over the Astros as they take a 2-zip lead. They hang on. When we last left you, they were crushing Framber Valdez in the first inning. They hung on that one. The Phillies continue to roll. We got that. We got some Klay Thompson news via Bob Myers that we didn't get to yesterday. Oh, boy, Trevor May. He's not very happy. Richard Sherman's going to chime in. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Debo have a little bit of a tiff going on, and the Lions are actually good. Good morning, my friend. A lot to
Chauncey
talk about.
Gardner-Johnson is no longer a null and saint. He's not even a Philadelphia Eagle.
All of a sudden, the Lions now are
good. He
good.
may be in our world. So
yeah.
I love when they talk so much. It's so interesting.
Fun.
Kevin Harlan was on fire last night, and by the state of Texas. What were they watching? You know, that game was over. Most of it was over by the time they rolled out Monday Night Football. But you got the two baseball teams dueling, and Boch just doesn't lose in October, at least this October. And he's going to roll out Brown Eye, Blue Eye in Game 3. Max Scherzer, which should be interesting. How hard did Kyle Schwarber hit the first home run? Wow. 117 miles per hour? Just insane. So a lot going on last night. So do we start from the perspective of Dallas won? And I think Kevin Stefanski said it, you know, what he wanted to do with the 49ers Sunday, and it rained there. It's not going to rain inside SoFi last night. But they wanted to drag the 49ers in the mud and make it a mud bowl and dirty it up, and they did. And they found a way to win by 2 points, and the Niners could not win that type of game. Now, they're built, the 49ers, to win that type of game. There is no doubt. They can go to Philly. They can go to Detroit. They can go anywhere if they have to. Detroit will be a dome, obviously, but or win at home, and we get a lot of rain, obviously, in the Bay Area in January, so... But last night, even though it was played on the plastic turf of SoFi, John, that was the kind of game the Dallas Cowboys have got to win. They got to win a gritty, grimy kind of game. So we'll get into their perspective. But I got to start. You know he's one of my all-time man crushes. What are we blaming last night on with Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
I saw him miss so many throws. He did hurt his middle finger on his left hand, right, his non-throwing hand, and that would have an impact to some degree. But I saw him play through the second week of the year. Remember that Thursday night showdown at Arrowhead, the first ever Amazon Prime game? He had the rib cartilage fracture in that game, and he played for several weeks, 5-6 weeks, got right just before the 49er game when they rolled in, and he's tough. But yesterday... Are we going to blame it on the left hand and the finger injury there? That just wasn't him. He just did not make enough throws. He threw the one touchdown to Keenan Allen. He ran in for one. They needed to score more than 17 points last night to win that game. I just don't know what's going on with him and their overall offense and getting Kellen Moore there and him leaving the Cowboys. So can we just start there? Then we'll get into how good Dallas is and look at the NFC. Something wrong with Justin Herbert. He's just not. And he had a 27-0 lead in the playoffs. I'm not going to blame him for that. They didn't run the ball well. But he's putting up a lot of numbers statistically. He's the second highest paid player in the league, in the history of the league. And he was for a brief time before Joe Burrow passed him. The talent just oozes out of his body. I mean, if you went into a laboratory and made a quarterback, you'd make Justin Herbert. But he just doesn't win football games. Do we blame it on the coach? Do we blame it on the team? He didn't look right last night. I've never seen him miss so many throws like he did last night.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and especially in the fourth quarter. He's got some bad fourth quarter numbers, especially when it comes to turning the ball over. And I realized that, you know, he got sacked by Parsons, and then the next play we played the highlight from Harlan, the underthrow that was intercepted at the end of the game that sealed the game by Gilmore. But like you said, he's far too talented to make those kind of mistakes, and you know, there's just something wrong with that entire organization. I mean, I still can't believe that the head coach hasn't been fired. I know Kellen Moore has been brought in offensively, but I think they need a mental overhaul on that team. I think they need to bring in an offensive guy for him because he's immensely talented, and you can't blame it on the lack of talent around him. And we talked yesterday, and we've talked, Brock missed that throw. Brock missed that throw. Well, he missed Keenan Allen on a throw that you just can't miss last night, and so he just didn't look like himself. And that team in general just has far too much talent to underachieve like it does.
Yeah, I agree. He missed throws he doesn't typically miss. I want to know more about what the nature of the left hand finger injury and how that impacted him. He's not going to play it up, obviously, because the other team will have knowledge of what's wrong with him. But, and I'm sure it did affect him to some degree, taking snaps and in the shotgun and under center, but he just did not look like himself. And now you begin to wonder what exactly is Justin Herbert's self. He's a guy that put up a lot of great numbers, did have a winning season last year, lost that playoff game in Jacksonville, and again, they just couldn't run the ball well enough. But you look at his career, John, you know who Justin Herbert is? He's a 500 quarterback. He's 27 and 27. 6-9 as a rookie, 9-8 his second year, 10-7 last year to the playoffs, and now they're 2-3 this year. And then you get to the Dallas Cowboys, and their quarterback didn't play a perfect game. If he hit Tony Pollard on that wheel route in the end zone, he missed some throws, but he made some big-time plays. The ball where he bobbled it on the mesh point with Tony Pollard on the handoff and took it back and ran in. He used his legs to whatever he had to do to win the game last night. Dak was actually Dallas's leading rusher last night. 7 carries, 40 yards with the 18-yard touchdown. The play over the middle of Pollard, and Pollard spun out of the tackle and took it down with a big run before Asante Samuel Jr. could run him down. It was a grindy game. They came up with the big defensive plays. Micah Parsons looked more like himself than he did 8 nights earlier when the 49ers just beat the crap out of him. So Good Morning Football's already doing it. They normally wait for the playoff picture and the bracketing and all that till at least Halloween or November, right? They're doing it now. And in the NFC, you've got the 3-5-1s, the 49ers, Eagles, and Lions that can all win their divisions, obviously. Who's going to win the NFC South? Right now, Tampa Bay's 3-2. They played one less game. Atlanta's 3-3, and New Orleans 3-3. And then the wild card teams right now are the Cowboys at 4-2, Seattle at 3-2, those sneaky LA Rams at 3-3. Then you've got Washington, Atlanta, New Orleans at 3-3 as well. So are we going to have 3 teams from the NFC West make the playoffs? And I think the Cowboys are a playoff team, John. Where are they? Can they win the NFC East, or are they going to be relegated to wild card status yet again?
Well, I tell you, I looked at Philly's schedule, and Philly's really good. It's just Jalen Hurts isn't playing to the level yet that he played at last year, and they're not quite to the level defensively that they were at last year, and yet they sit here at 5-1. So there's 2 ways to look at it. Are they as good, or are they going to reach a higher ceiling? But that's going to be tough because their schedule becomes really, really difficult. Does Phillies? So that's going to be interesting.
Miami Sunday night.
Yeah, and then it just kind of gets. I mean, maybe not worse than Miami because they have such a good offense, but it gets tough for Philly, and so they're going to get tested, and Jalen Hurts is going to get tested. As far as one team that really scares me, and I know they lost on Sunday, but Seattle's defense. They got Jamal Adams back, and the Weatherspoon kid is playing well. Cincinnati scored on their first 2 possessions of that game, and Joe Burrow looked good, and then they didn't get anything the whole rest of the game. And the reason why Seattle lost was Geno Smith and the offense, and Geno Smith was terrible on Sunday. They were inept, and they had the ball inside the Cincinnati 15-yard line twice in the final 5 minutes of the game and needed a touchdown to win. They lost 17-13, and they couldn't get the offense going. If the offense matches even close to what they did last year, and Geno Smith hasn't looked that way this year, and the defense looks the way it's starting to look in Seattle, they could be a scary team down the line. They're not there yet, but they had a really good defensive performance for about 3.5 quarters against Cincinnati. And if they do that, and remember they had 11 sacks against the Giants. I realize everybody sacks against the Giants, but they've got a deep rotation of edge rushers. Their defensive backfield's getting better. Bobby Wagner's back. Jordan Brooks is back. That's a good team in Seattle if Geno Smith can play even close to what he played at for the majority of last year.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree, and I thought that last year, and they came to Levi's in that rainy Saturday afternoon in January and actually took the lead at halftime on the DK Metcalf vertical over Charvarius Ward. But the 49ers win the division, and they're going to have to go the wild card route, which makes it tough.
Yeah.
You didn't mention the Lions at all. You don't believe in the Lions, do you, because of Jared Goff? Their O-line and their D-line are really good.
They are. And you know what? Jared Goff, over the last 17 games, I saw a number on it. He's playing great football. The reason I don't believe in him is because I lived there and went through an 0-16 season, and this has nothing to do with what they are now. And I just can't wrap my head around the Lions being good. That's all it is.
They won in 57,
Yeah,
Josh.
I know, but
when you were 10 years old, they were the NFL champions.
But I was there for the Million Man March, and everybody wore bags on their head.
How long ago? That was a million years ago.
But they just...
You got to move on.
Yeah, but the Fords still own them.
They're biting kneecaps and drinking Ventis.
You know what? I'm impressed with Dan Campbell. I thought he was a joke when he first started, but they are. They built it the way that Millen said he was going to build it, which was on the offensive and defensive lines. And they have a tough running game, although Montgomery is hurt, so they're going to have to see what Gibbs is. And then last year, it was just their defense was terrible, but they're playing good defense. So
After
I think you're right.
After their 1-6 start last year,
they were.
Where do they
finished
rank
9-8,
as overall records in the entire NFL? They started 1-6 last year.
And they finished 9-8, right?
7-2.
Yeah, down the stretch, and then they're 5-1.
They were 6-1. They flipped it, then they beat Green Bay at the end, and they're 5-1 this year.
And
so, do they have the best record in the NFL since the 1-6 start? They might.
Yeah, they probably. Well, what do the Niners have? The Niners do.
Well, that goes back to October 20th. Yeah, probably. You know what? It's probably Niners-Lions or 1-2.
Well, and here's the other thing too. You and I talked about this the other day. We talked about great edge rushers, and obviously Nick is in there, and Myles Garrett is in there, and Parsons because we've seen him. But Aiden Hutchinson's really good from the Lions.
He's good in a Nick Bosa type of way,
exactly
where
right.
it's not just coming off the edge. He's powerful. How about they zone drop him? How many interceptions did he have last year?
Plus,
that guy's from Detroit. Why didn't Mr. Bulkey take him number 1 overall?
Yeah, it wasn't
Let him
good.
Go to Detroit.
These guys fall in love with these workout warriors, and they took Walker at 1 from Georgia, and he wasn't even near the best player in their defense, and they took him number 1. But yeah, Hutchinson went to Michigan, was happy to be there, and they're a resurgent team. So I got to get it out of my head that they've been bad for so long, an embarrassment for so long, because they're legit.
You know what? They're better than Dallas. Are they? Can they beat Philadelphia? We're all saying we're going to South Philly. They're coming here. Could Detroit spoil a 49er Philly rematch and somehow sneak into the championship game? They could.
Yeah, they could. And I'll tell you, even though it's a dome, so you're not going to have to play in that cold weather, those fans are so starving. I mean, they were starving when I was there, and
now
that was
coming
20
here.
years
We're not
ago.
Going there. I'm not going to Greektown. I'm
Yeah,
not getting on a people mover. Busy night last night. I
loved last night, man.
I haven't had time to watch the Manning cast 2 weeks in a row because I'm watching baseball.
You know, there wasn't a Manning cast last night. Am I wrong?
Oh, there wasn't?
No,
Okay.
I was flipping around, and so I screwed up.
Yeah,
I said there was yesterday, but I don't think there was.
I didn't have time.
So
I'm watching Bochy and Bombs in South Philly.
Yeah.
How many home runs are they hitting? They are, wow.
I think the Phillies are the team of destiny. I could be wrong, but they
Destiny?
Destiny. They look pretty good. But, that can all change. But, God, every night it's like a home run fest. And they got Castellanos' kid sitting there. And they got Harper and Schwarber. And it's crazy, man. They look good.
And they got Zach Wheeler, and now they got Aaron Nola.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeesh.
Aaron Nola's a free agent, too. Just saying.
You want to buy every picture of it. Don't you want to?
All right, let's
Can we
get into
a manager first of all.
Yeah,
Can we get a giant
we got to talk about that.
First of all,
we got to talk about that
here.
because there's one that's making. We got to talk about this.
And interview everybody but Wody.
Have they called you? They probably talked to you. They called you.
Yeah, they asked me for Wodis' number. I said, "Don't you have it?"
Exactly. Plus, Jim Bowden, right before the show, wrote something that is interesting in regards to the Giants and a certain player that they may want. Not Shohei, but somebody very interesting.
Else?
Yeah,
somebody
so we'll tell you about that.
One of your man crushes, pitcher?
Oh, not a pitcher. Not a pitcher, a stick. They need some stick.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you
Polar
know.
Bear?
All right, so we'll get into all those things. We got a ton of 49ers. Upon further review, we'll look at a few things that we under-discussed yesterday in regards to it. And I got a funny story for you about the kicker. We'll get into all those things. I'll give you the guest list, and it is a Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out. The text line is unopened. Hit us up with any questions or comments that you have. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Hall of Famer, the great Ronnie Lott, he joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss what went wrong for the 49ers against the Browns in Cleveland. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It's harder to manage against a person than it is against analytics or the computer, because a lot of times the computer and analytics will tell you, just like we played Minnesota, that if you bring in a right-hander, they're going to change their whole lineup around early in the game, where a person might change only part of his lineup or try to do different things to, I respect Bruce. I don't know what our head-to-head record is, but, he got a lot of brains in that head up there.
Well, it's big enough, so there's a lot of brains. Big Brain Bochy. Big Brain Bochy. They got a 2-zip lead on Dusty and the Astros going back to Arlington. The Phillies play the first game, and they do what they do. They hit home runs, and they're up 1-zip. So I gave you a player. Then the show was pretty much done, and then I was reading a piece. I got a hit on a text, and Jim Bowden listed the former Reds and Nationals general manager, now with The Athletic and Sirius XM Radio, top 5 trade partners for Juan Soto. And at number 3, he puts the Giants in there, explains the Giants' rationale, and then this is the package that he put together that he said would get a Juan Soto deal done. And keep in mind that this is a 1-year rental, and he put the number for a contract for Soto in the 15,440 range. 15,440. First of all, before I tell you who he looked at or who he mentioned as far as prospects going the other way, you're doing this within division. 15 for 440. What would you think of that?
30. What is that a year? 30?
Let me do it. Somebody got a calculator?
Whatever it is.
That's a lot. 15 years is a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
So who do they have to give up in the deal?
Okay. 15, 440, 29.3. Kyle Harrison, as you would think.
Poof.
2023 second-round pick, shortstop Walker Martin, who I don't know anything about, and Luis Matos.
That's it?
That's what he said. And I immediately out.
What?
And I was actually driving when I saw this, and I go, abso-freaking-lutely. And then I looked around and went, there's no one here. But yeah, I would do that. I would do that in like 2 seconds, even if it's a 1-year rental. What about you?
Wow. I mean, and the thing with Bowden is he doesn't just pull things out. He talks to people, and he has an idea. But he was a bold GM. He likes to make trades like this. Is that the one they're going to trade? Manny and Tatis Jr., I think they're looking to trade in all of them. Soto, because he's a 1-year rental, is a problem. Right. He's a great hitter. I think the pitch clock diminished some of his force this year. I think he figured it out late in the year. The whole Soto shuffle and all that, he couldn't do it as much. He's an iffy outfielder. I mean, Machado's way better at third, and Fernando Tatis can play right field or win a Gold Glove or play shortstop. Soto's just okay defensively. In this ballpark, he would clearly be a left-handed hitter. And a 15-year deal, he'd have to segue at some point to DH. But he's a great hitter. He's a giant type of hitter, the way he grinds out at bats, high on base. I don't know much about Walker Martin, to be honest with you. I feel like Billy Beane asking Jonah Hill, who is he in the system? We'd have to look into him. Where did he play last year? Single A, double A?
He was a 2023. He was a 2023 second round draft pick. So yeah, we wouldn't know much about him. I'm looking up numbers.
I don't have an issue trading Luis Matos. I don't. I mean, he could be. FP's dropped Acuna Jr. on me a few times in the audience. He's got bat to ball skills. I think he has to improve defensively. He's probably not a center fielder. I mean, if you don't have to give up Luciano or Casey Schmidt, I think he'll develop power. He's got the bat-to-ball skill. What you do now is get him in the weight room and teach him how to backspin balls. I think he'll be we had our friend Pat the Bat on, and he thought he could be a 20-homer guy. Mm-hmm. But you got to give up something. The tough one would be Kyle Harrison. And I think Kyle Harrison's going to be a frontline starter. I've had some people tell me he doesn't have enough pitches and he's going to be a closer. I mean, he's just starting his career. I think he's going to get better. Obviously, he's just a baby. He just had his 22nd birthday, and he had some really good outings. His last outing with a Giant, he threw a no-hitter. He was no-hitting the Dodgers. So my first question would be, I mean, Matos and Harrison is a lot, but what San Diego, John, had to give up to get Soto.
Yeah.
Is that all they're going to get back in return? That would right away would say, what else? That would, to me, not be enough to get Juan Soto.
I wouldn't
I think whoever doesn't get Shohei Ohtani would be in line to go get Juan. They're not all going to get Shohei, obviously. They're all going to be in line to train for Juan Soto. Don't you think somebody else will offer more than that? As you go through the other 4 teams that he says are in play for Soto, what are they? What's he got them lining up with?
I'll have to go back and look, but it's Red Sox, Yankees, Guardians. It's teams out of the division. And my first thought when I heard that...
Dodgers, no Dodgers.
No Dodgers. And Bowden said, yeah, you're going to have to give up more because you're in division. And to me, look, I like Matos, but I don't see all-star or superstar written on him.
These guys are just starting their career. I mean, they could easily be all-star players.
Well, here's what's funny, though.
Starting.
Here's what's funny, and we forget this because he's been around so long. Juan Soto's 24. Patrick Bailey's 24. Casey Schmidt's 24. I mean, Juan Soto's got a long career ahead of him, and he's really good. He had a 930 OPS.
Do you think 15 years, 440 will be enough to get him? He's not even $30 million a year?
I would think he'd have to have
15 years is the issue.
Yeah.
You're giving the guy a lifetime contract.
I hate those, but he's different. I think he's different. I think he'd be worth it. I think that they're desperate for a cornerstone on this team.
So he's 24? You're
24.
Paying him until age 39?
Yeah.
You're buying his entire career.
Yeah, I mean, you could be seeing Pujols at some point, certainly, and you're hoping that during that time you're going to win a couple of World Series. I mean, that's obviously the rationale, but I wouldn't have a problem with that. I'm with you. When I read that, I thought that sounds light. And Bowden knows what Harrison's value is around the league. Walker Martin has no stats. He didn't play last year after being a second-round pick, so supposedly he's well thought of because he puts him in this deal. And I like Matos, I really do. But you said this, and I agree with you. You're going to have to give up somebody this offseason. It's going to be somebody that people don't want to give up. And I like Matos. I don't love him. I like him. And I don't know if he has the power potential. I don't know if he has the defensive potential. He's not overly fast. Like, what are the tools that he brings to the table that are going to make him
bad to ball skills?
Yeah, those are good. You're right. So
he's the guy who's going to put the ball in play, and then you're just going to teach him to drive the ball and backspin the ball. And I think he'll improve defensively. When he first came up, he looked like an easy glider out in center field, and then all of a sudden his jumps are bad. He's not a center fielder. I mean, Soto's not a center fielder. He's not a right fielder in this ballpark at Oracle Park. He's going to have to play left field. I've seen him really. It looks like it's not the kind of thing where he just doesn't try hard, Soto. I think he tries hard. Sometimes he tries too hard in the outfield, and he just doesn't. Those amazing, hand-eye coordination that he has with a bat in his hands does not translate to the field. He drops a lot of balls or misplaced balls or overruns balls. I don't know. Boy, if he's going to get 15 years and 440, what is Shohei Ohtani going to get?
500.
Take the pitching element out of it.
Yeah, even as a hitter. I mean, he had a better. Soto had a really good season by the end. 35 home runs. He walked 132 times. He
started slow. He did adjust to the
very slow. Started very slow. And in this first year in San Diego wasn't good at all. But I think he's starting to come around. So, as we're looking at this thing, Boris.
Is he a Boris guy?
He's a Boris guy. That's what. Is there any
Boris
hesitation?
Is going to get him more than 15 years and 440?
Sure would think so. Is there any hesitation?
I bet try to get him 440 for 10.
Yeah. Do you think there's any hesitation after the Correa thing, or does that just get? Hey, that happens.
No, that had nothing to do with it.
I just mean like
they signed like 2 Boris guys right after.
Yeah.
Conforto was a Boris guy. That's business.
Yeah.
I mean, they flunked Correa on the physical. I don't. Is Soto healthy?
I hope so. You give him that kind of money for that length of time, but that's
know.
That's
can he
the
manage
business.
the team? Can he give him a piece? Yeah. Give him an extra $1 million a year to manage. Who's going to manage? I believe in Stephen Vogt.
I guess we got to talk about that at some point.
Vogt's got an interview this week.
Yeah. All right, we got
Where
some
are they
baseball.
Do that? Down by the river.
Do that when they're in a losing streak or winning streak. They have to be a winning streak. All right, text line is open. Give us your thoughts on Juan Soto. We'll get back to some football upon further review. Some of the things we saw or didn't get to yesterday. We'll continue that conversation. Marcus Thompson joins us at 11:30. Marcus can talk about everything, but Bob Myers made his debut on ESPN and talked about Klay Thompson. We'll get into that with Marcus at 11:30. And then our good friend, Dennis Brown, is going to join us, Super Bowl champion. I'm sure he's not happy with that loss against Cleveland. We'll get into that and look ahead to Minnesota with Dennis at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Eater. Hello, friends. Always great to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, and he can help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
Employee retention credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers by giving away. That's right, giving away. It's not a loan. It is give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. Two different ways to qualify. The easy way, a certain drop in gross revenue. It's just math. But I was shocked how many CPAs are stopping there. And if you didn't have that drop in gross revenue, saying no ERC for you. Wrong. That's not what the law says. The law says there's another way, an alternative way, facts and circumstances. So why aren't the CPAs doing that? Because they like math. And before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. We're tax attorneys. We're used to doing analysis, and that's what we're going to do for you. And if you've been turned down by somebody who said your gross revenue didn't go down enough, talk to us for a second opinion. And even if you've already received your ERC, you may be entitled to more. We just talked with a client whose CPA figured he was entitled to $12,000. We did it. The client's entitled to $300,000. Call us for your free appointment and get that second opinion just like you would with a medical doctor.
And it's Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLB. Did you hear that? $12,000, and then Steve took a look at it, and it was $300,000. You got to make that call today at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, I was disappointed in it. It was I'm not sure the exact stat compared to the others, but if I had to guess, it was our most missed tackles on the year. I thought they got our edges way too much, just blocking down our DNs and getting around. We played a lot more two-shell defense, and when you play two-shell defense, you're a little bit behind in the run game. But we've been able to stop guys pretty good in that way. And when they got our ends and we didn't get our safeties downhill, they bled us out too much. And when you add on a couple of those missed tackles and everything, it was way too much. And especially when you got a quarterback's coming in who hasn't started yet, the best way to make that guy uncomfortable is to take away the run game. And with 160 yards in that, we obviously didn't, and that was disappointing, especially on those last two drives.
That is Kyle Shanahan. Upon further review, things that we either didn't talk about, or upon further review, we got more. Missed tackles on the game. I don't know if this is their most, but Demo had 3, Warner 2, Burks, Furl, Flanagan fouls, Gibson, and Oliver had 1 each. So 10 missed tackles against the
most
Browns.
of the year.
Yeah.
The most of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't even, they just got outflanked. And the one thing when we talk so much about Cleveland's scheme, defensively being just like the 49ers and Jim Schwartz and the wide 9. And, we invited Jim Washburn on the show, but he's now a consultant for Schwartz, be with you. So he couldn't come on. He's not there. I was looking for him Sunday in Cleveland. He's doing it from home remotely, but he is consulting, and he did speak to Kasarik. So their defense stylistically is very different, very similar, the same, the wide 9 as the Niners. And then with the run game, Stefanski was in Minnesota as the offensive coordinator, and Gary Kubiak was there when they played the Niners in the 2019 season in January 2020. And so the run game, I thought going into it, was very similar, but Bill Callahan is the offensive line coach for the Cleveland Browns, and we know him well from one of the great O-line coaches in the history of football. I think Joe Bugel and certainly Chris Furster. But a lot of great ones, here in the Bay Area. But Bill Callahan's all that, John, and he runs everything. But really, I think of power. They run power with John Gruden, and they ran power. They ran downhill. Even though they didn't have Batonio, their guard, they ran downhill. And the big thing was they got to the edge so easily, time and time again. So it wasn't just the missed tackles, it was the misalignment. Did anybody touch Kareem Hunt on his touchdown to miss a tackle on that play? And then they put Harrison Bryant, the tight end, under center, and you thought they were going to run, quarterback sneak with a tight end there, and they flipped it out to the edge, and Kareem Hunt got the edge. Fred got caught inside, and the big issue was just, the way they got to the edge and turned the corner on the Niners. You got to be able to set the edge in the run game. That's the whole point of a wide 9. Is to get outside of it and turn it back inside into the teeth of the defense, and they didn't do that at all. So, Minnesota's going to try to be able to do it. I don't know if they can. They're not running the ball well. They let Dalvin Cook go, and Alexander Madison is the guy. But the 10 missed tackles is a season high, but I think there were other issues, John, which is being misaligned, where they weren't even in position to make a tackle.
Yeah, I think that was a major problem as well. And look, I'm not looking to make injuries be an excuse, but I think one of the things is we do upon further review and look a little bit deeper. There were so many things that happened yesterday that were ahead of this story, and Cleveland had a ton of injuries. But to not have Dre Greenlaw in there, and hopefully he'll be back for Monday night, we'll find out for sure later on in the week. But, when we do the comparison of Willis and Bowman and Warner and Greenlaw, that's a legit comparison. I don't know if they've played long enough to make it a legitimate comparison, but it's the way that they're playing, they're really good. And I think that having him, and Oren Burks, had 8 tackles, might have had a game-sealing interception had Gibson not tipped it. It's not that he didn't play well. It's just that Drake Greenlaw is really, really good, and I think they missed him quite a bit.
He'll be fine, I think. He was close to playing on Sunday. I think if it was a playoff game or a bigger game, he would have played. He tweaked something Thursday in practice, so I fully expect him to be able to play. Now, that is on, it is a carpet in Minnesota. On the other side of it, we talked a lot about Brock and just not gripping the ball well, and I think that just fundamentally is the one change. A lot of things you can do tactically different, but I think he would need to pursue looking into wearing gloves when he plays in weather like that, because he could not get the proper grip of the football, and he missed so many throws that is just not Brock Purdy. So while he may not have been able to grip the football and he lost the grip on the laces, I don't think he lost the grip of the team. And I think that's the one thing when I watched it back and I listened to the game back again last night. Was there any, acting out by Brock Purdy? Did he act any different in the game on Sunday when it was not going well to the games when he was putting up 30, 30, 30, 35, 42 when he was 13-0? Did he have any behavior at all that was different? Did you see him snapping and yelling at anybody the way, Aaron Rodgers does and Tom Brady does? That's just not Brock Purdy. He was the steady commander he always is. He didn't show anything. After the game was over, he took all the responsibility. He didn't blame anybody around him, didn't blame the weather, didn't blame the kicker, didn't blame anybody. So I think ultimately you define someone by how they do well when they're doing well, obviously. But I think to some degree it matters more on a game like Sunday in Cleveland when he could not get a grip on the football. He could not grip it and rip it. But he did not lose the grip of the football team. I think he won a lot of guys over on Sunday in just the way he handled the situation. There was no hissy fits. There was no yelling at anybody, throwing down of touch pads or anything on the sideline. He did not behave that way. He was the unflappable Brock he always is. Did you have any idea if the 49ers had 17 points in that game on Sunday or 47? You had no idea. The quarterback was the same. Brock steady, he always is.
To be honest, I'll steal a line from you. After rewatching this thing and looking at a number of different things, he's probably still the least of my worries. And look, at some point you have to, and we're loath to do this as fans. We got to blame officials or coaching or something. We don't want to blame our own players and our own team. Cleveland was really good, and they are really good. And if you look at the stats, I was looking at the defensive teams because you had mentioned this yesterday. Who else can do this to the 49ers? Baltimore is a team that is second in yards and second in scoring. They're really good. I mean, there's a couple of teams coming up on their schedule. Seattle, I think, is going to round into form, even though statistically they're not overly impressive right now, but they're only giving up 3.2 yards per rush. I mean, there's some teams that can do it. I think Brock is going to be fine. To me, it's getting the kicker's confidence back. I was looking at games just so far this season. There's been 93 games, and about 55% of games are one-possession games. About 25% of games are 3 points or less games. So, I mean, you know this. You've been doing this for a long time. It's a one-possession league, and you've got to make those plays and make those kicks, whatever the situation was. Kickers miss kicks. I understand that. But as I go back and look at things, the 49ers are a really good defense. They could probably step it up another notch. I mean, we saw what Cleveland could do, especially against the run. Will they do that? Probably. But my point is that as we look back at everything that happened in that game and as poorly as Brock played at times, I do think that he's fine. I'm not going to overreact on the performance that he had. There are a few things as I look at that game that are much more concerning to me than what Brock Purdy did.
Totally. But he's got to fix the grip. I mean, he did not grip the ball well in that weather. Whatever it was, whatever he needs to do, whether he needs to grip it differently or put something tacky or gloves on, whatever, he just could not spin it. So that was a major issue. He missed so many throws. But the defense has been great all year. But when it was time to win the game, after Diamador Lenore had the interception and J.P. Mason scored, the Cleveland Browns drove down the field twice. To get field goal. I mean, the first one was a 50-yard field goal, but they still drove 43 yards, had the ball for 14 plays. The second time, they drove to make it a chip shot, a 29-yarder, 9 plays, 63 yards. And they just swerved right through the 49er defense. I mean, that last run that Ford had, the 22-yarder to put him into field goal range, chippy field goal range, that's not 49er football. So I think, and then, obviously Jake missed a couple of kicks in the game, and so I think as good as they played against Dallas, John, and that may have been their most complete game in all three phases, offense, defense, special teams, to demolish Dallas, each side, each one of the three components had a part of it. Obviously, Jake missing the 2 field goals, and the defense with the sloppiness, not getting lined up properly, the defensive penalties, not only on T-Gip, but on Charvarius Ward, and, if these are real penalties or not, they're getting called. You're just having too many penalties. So they didn't play well enough at all to win the football game. But for Brock Purdy, he's not going to throw the ball this way in the Dome in Minnesota. He's just not. So I think if we do, you look ahead to the schedule later in the year and look at potential games that could be a problem, weather-wise, at Seattle on Thanksgiving, at Philadelphia on December the 3rd, the showdown game, at Washington on New Year's Day. Those could all be gnarly weather games. Even Jacksonville in November, that's northern Florida, so you don't know what you're going to get there. It could be rain. It could rain anywhere. It could rain in the Bay Area. So I just think he's got to get a grip on the ball. So if he does play in weather like that, he does not, have a hard time with the ball coming out of his hand like it did. But I think the big thing is he's the leader of this team. He may have not been able to grip the football, but he did not lose the grip on the team. He is still the leader in good and bad, and Sunday was bad.
And no question about it. One thing you cannot control. We're going to discuss that coming up next and how worried we should be. Text line is wide open. You want to talk some Giants, you get the managerial thing. We'll get more into that a little bit. Juan Soto was the name that Jim Bowden brought up, but you'd have to give up Kyle Harrison and others. We can get to that conversation. 415-808-5627. Text line is wide open. Hit us up on YouTube and Twitch as well. Get the conversation going there. We'll discuss it more. Bottom of next hour, Marcus Thompson, a number of different issues, including the 49ers and what he's seen from the Warriors so far and what's the long-term prognosis on Clay staying a Warrior. We'll do that with Marcus at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a tougher position just because you get hit a lot more. But we just got to see how it reacts. We got to see exactly what's wrong with it, too, because we haven't got that back yet. So we say oblique/rib. Hopefully it's not both. But we got to wait to see for sure.
That is Kyle Shanahan yesterday. For everything that we've talked about, the hold your breath moment is Christian McCaffrey. We all know once they acquired him and got him up to speed on everything, along with Brock Purdy, he really made the offense hum, baby. So that's a major concern. Now, Matt Miyoko tweeted out, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area and the 49ers Talk podcast, that the way he hears it is it's a pain tolerance issue for Christian McCaffrey, but it's not my pain. So where are we at with him?
Well, I mean, did he fracture his ribs? So what exactly is it? He was in a lot of pain on Sunday, and Christian obviously has had a lot of injuries in the NFL after his 1,000 year in Carolina in 19. He played only 10 games combined in 2020 and 21, and they were, as far as I remember, they were all kind of soft tissue injuries. Has he ever had to play with a broken rib or something? So right now they're trying to figure out what he has. But what Kyle was asked, and it was Matt Barrows that asked him, same injury for Brock Purdy going into that Seattle Thursday night game last year, John, his first road game, and he had an oblique, and then later it was divulged it was a rib, and actually he fractured 2 ribs. Let's say it's a fractured rib, and he's going to be out a while. Can you flack it up? Can you shoot it up? It's a running back, so they're going to tag you anyway. So they're going at him anyway, try to grab his face mask and pull him, and a lot of times that's the only way to get him on the ground because he's trying to stiff arm you right back. So he's tough to get on the ground. Let's just say he misses some games here. The Brock Purdy streak is over as far as him playing the majority of the snaps and winning. And Christian did play the majority of the snaps in Philadelphia in the championship game, but they were the one-arm team. They were no-arm team. They had no quarterbacks. He actually had to run the flea flicker play as a quarterback. So it changes everything you do. We were talking about McCaffrey after his 4-touchdown game against Arizona being the MVP of the league. His numbers were not as good against Dallas, and because he was out of the lineup quite a bit on Sunday in Cleveland, his last 2 games, his numbers have been down. But he's the center of this all. And they can run the ball. J.P. Mason can line up and run, and Elijah Mitchell may be even able to mix back in where they kind of co-op, and then you got Ty Davis-Price as well. But they're not going to give you what McCaffrey gives you as an offensive weapon in the overall passing game, the way he unlocks the entire offense because of his Steph Curry gravitational pull. When McCaffrey goes in motion and he's hopping out to the side of Brock in the shotgun, they're all stemming out with him. They're motioning out their defense to pick him up, and he's so hard to cover. J.P. Mason and Elijah Mitchell and Ty Davis-Price worked hard in the offseason to improve their route running out of the backfield, the Texas routes, the choice routes. But they're not going to line up in the slot and run like Wes Welker or something like McCaffrey does. It just changes your offense. And then where's Debo with his shoulder injury? Where's Trent Williams with his ankle injury? I know we're thinking, it's only a low ankle, not a high ankle. Trent's had injury issues with that right ankle. So if you only don't have McCaffrey and you have Debo and Trent, John, and get Dre Greenlaw back from Minnesota, it's still an issue. I mean, if you had to rank the players on the team that you absolutely cannot lose, would McCaffrey be 1, 2, 3, 4? I guess because of the quarterback, you'd put Brock 1, and Trent plays left tackle. You don't want to miss him. You have other running backs on the roster that can run the ball, but you don't have a Christian McCaffrey. No one does that can do everything that he does. So if they do have to play, say, Monday in Minnesota, the Cincinnati game without him, and then have him come back after the bye, it's going to be a lot less of a threat offensively. I guarantee you the defensive coordinators they're going into the game. They're thinking, we got to stop McCaffrey. We got to in and out him. We got to have a plan for him. And I think Jim Schwartz's trap coverage on McCaffrey on the choice routes over the middle, bringing a safety from the secondary to pick him up, was just genius stuff. So it's going to change the offense dramatically if CMC can't play, say, these 2 games before the bye week.
Text line is open to answer the question. Who do you think most indispensable? I mean, I would, like I said, I think from Brock to Darnold is a pretty big drop off. Trent Williams, Jalen Moore. I know he survives in this league, but that's a massive difference. But I would probably put him third. And I mean, we've seen it. Before the trade, they were really good offensively. After the trade, they were a 30-point scoring machine, and it was night and day because of the gravitational pull, the Steph Curry kind of a pull that he has offensively. So to me, it's not
even more than Bosa. How about Bosa?
Yeah, I mean it's hard, but there's proof there that when he came to this offense, it just changed. That
20
just everything
points
just
a game
changed.
to 30 points a game.
Yeah, and
he got you 10 points a game overnight.
Yeah, and I think it's just, again, it's a number, 3 or 4 hitter in the lineup that makes everybody respect everybody around him. It's Steph Curry, having a guy in a game that can demand that much attention. That's what happened. We saw it right away. We were laughing, you and I. We would watch games, and all of a sudden here comes, the safety's coming over there, the linebacker. Everybody is just kind of tilting the field towards Christian McCaffrey, and that's not even when he has the ball. And when he has the ball in his hands, I think he's the best running back in the game. Catch it, run it, do all these different things as hard as he's running this year. I just think that he's that important. And normally we say running backs aren't that important. They're indispensable, but it's the same reason we talked about trading for him, and it was different. He's not 3 yards in a cloud of dust. He's not that kind of guy. He affects everything offensively, and as good as Mitchell has played in the past and J.P. Mason has looked good at times, real north-south runner, they're just not even anything close to what Christian McCaffrey brings, even when he doesn't have the ball in his hands.
Well, if there's any way he can go, he will go, because he is incredibly tough. We were saying yesterday, I could have picked a handful of plays where he got hurt. I had no idea, and Kyle actually said, talking to Christian, he said that he didn't know which play he got hurt on. He narrowed it down to 4. I mean, there were 4 different plays where he could have gotten hurt, so he was playing through the injury for a long time. I think the final moment where he thought, I cannot go anymore, was the play before Brock threw the interception. He got tagged in the hole, I think, by Delpit. But that may have just exacerbated an existing injury. And Debo, actually, Kyle said he got hurt, not on the run to get Jake Moody within field goal range for the 54-yarder, but the very first play of the game when they ran that jet sweep going out to the right, and it was Juan Thornhill, ironically, that hurt Debo by driving him to the ground on the shoulder, because they got into it pregame. Thornhill, the former Chief, although his memory serves, John, he didn't play in the Super Bowl, right? Because I think he was injured that year, his rookie year.
You're right.
With the Chiefs. But he did intercept Brock last year when Jimmy got pulled in that October game when he was a Chief, and Brock was throwing for Jawan Jennings in the end zone in that mop-up roll. But with McCaffrey, I don't think he's ever had, rib or anything like broken ribs. I got him for ankle, shoulder, thigh, hamstring. Did have a quadriceps muscle injury those 2 years in 20 and 21 when he played just 10 games combined. He never got seriously hurt at Stanford, did he? Not that I remember.
No, he was pretty durable, and that was one of the things when we talked about the trade was, can this guy hold up? He had all these injuries, and then he had and played all these games with the 49ers. So it's not that we didn't forget about it, because we were talking about it because his usage rate was so high, but one of the things you mentioned before, and look, I guess there's just nothing you can do about it, but teams just have decided, I think, what was it, $75,000 in fines against Christian McCaffrey defenders this year, grabbing face masks, illegal hits, all those kind of things. I mean, they're clearly trying to do that.
Well, they're trying to get him on the ground. And if it's grab his face mask to tackle him, if that's all you got, you grab his face mask. But then you're essentially missing the tackle and giving him 15 extra yards. Tim Ryan had a great point during the game on Sunday. They're grabbing his face mask because he's going to stiff arm you right back, and they just don't call stiff arms on running backs. They let it go. So he's had some wild stiffies this year, the one on Akella Witherspoon, but he's had like 2 or 3. But he's also smart about his body, McCaffrey. I'm sure he's going to be involved. His mom and dad are going to be involved. This whole team, McCaffrey, are going to be involved. And we don't know. Maybe it's just an oblique, but obliques are slow to heal. Ribs, I mean, it could be like Justin Herbert had last year, where it's not actually fractured ribs. It could be a rib cartilage fracture, and then I don't know if he can play with it or not. But he's smart about his body, and you are in this for the long haul. Remember when his final year at Stanford? And this raised some eyebrows. Was he the first one to do it? I don't think he was the very first one, but he was among the first. He did not play in that bowl game after the 2016 season because he wanted to be healthy for the draft in 17. So he went in, during the game, you could hardly get him off the field. He looks like he's in the middle of a war, and he's all... The Dallas game, there were a couple of moments where you looked in his eyes and you thought, wow, get him off the field. He doesn't look right. And he just would not come off the field. But he's also smart about his body, and this is different when you're doing the research, early in the week after a tough Sunday game and you don't play until Monday night. But the point we're making is they're going to be a dramatically different offense if they don't have Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll obviously monitor that situation, but that was, of everything, kind of upon further review and looking back at what we talked about yesterday. And I think one of the reasons we didn't talk about it as much is because we didn't have any results. And then Kyle said yesterday that they didn't have the MRI back. I would imagine that they probably have it back today and are trying to deal with it. And then Matt Mayoko tweeted out earlier that it's a pain tolerance thing. But again, when I see something like that, it's like you said, Christian McCaffrey to leave a game must really be hurt. Because last year in the Philadelphia game, the dude was
let's just say because Brock had it, and we have no idea. I honestly have no idea. But he has fractured ribs. So if you're going to play the game with fractured ribs, you don't run the risk of other ribs around it getting fractured. There's nothing that's going to cause more of a problem. But fractured ribs are incredibly painful to deal with. And as a running back, how do you, when Tyrod Taylor, when the Charger doctor shot him up, John, and missed and punctured his lung, was that to numb out fractured ribs? I think that's what they were doing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But that's a quarterback. And Brock definitely took a pain-killing injection before the game in Seattle. He may have had to take one at halftime because those wear off. So you could numb the pain out, but the other team is going to know where it is. I don't know if that would leave you more vulnerable around the ribs to have more fracture. I don't think so. But, that would be... It's easy to say it's a pain tolerance deal. That's the highest level.
Ribs suck.
Pain tolerance. Jack Youngblood played with a broken leg years ago in the 70s.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But I don't. Just to say, when you say it's a pain tolerance issue, you're saying just tolerate the pain, Christian, and go play. But you're dealing with fractured ribs. The other team knows where it is. You can flack it up and shoot it up. But you're going to get, if he gets the ball 20 times a game, they're going to tackle him.
Well, and plus...
that's hard to play running back with fractured ribs.
Plus, I don't know how much teams want to talk about this because they're loath to talk about injuries, but because of the betting aspect and all these kind of things, they do have to disclose it. You got a long season ahead of you. You look at this and you say, okay, we're 6 weeks in. Even though maybe he couldn't hurt it more, would a week off be good? It certainly couldn't hurt. Those kind of things you got to start thinking about because... To go where the 49ers want to go, you've got 11 more games, plus you got the playoffs, and do you want to push him now? That's definitely a thing.
I don't know. These are going to be hard games. I know you think Minnesota's not very good, but you just proved. And then Cincinnati's playing better. Can you get him through the bye and then have him rest up there? There are remedies to expedite healing. I think of, our late great friend, Dr. Elliot Schwartz, and the Forteo. Ribs are bones, and you can aid their healing. But they're not going to be, if they're, there's different degrees of fracture. It could be a hairline fracture, could be a rib cartilage fracture, not an actual rib. It may not be a fracture at all. Could be just an oblique and a love handle. So I don't know, but they're a different team.
I don't know about those love handles. I don't know what that is. I've never had a love handle. What is that?
This universe can help with that.
Absolutely. Look. I think all of a sudden this Minnesota game becomes extremely important. They're playing better. They won at Chicago. They're not the team they were a year ago, but they won a lot of games last year and made the playoffs. So I don't take that game for granted. And all due respect to Cleveland's defense, if you can get beat by P.J. Walker and that type of an offense, you can get beat by anybody. And then the week after that, Cincinnati, like you said, I don't love those matchups, especially against the secondary if you can't get to Joe Burrow, who's getting healthier by the day. So what's interesting about this league is it's certainly week to week because they're cruising along. They're undefeated. Everybody's giving them a bunch of love. They're number one in the power rankings, whatever the hell that means. Brock Purdy's, getting MVP love, and all of a sudden you lose at Cleveland 19-17, and then you overreact the other way. This is how this league works.
NFL is not for long.
Right. It's just all
they
of a sudden
were
you're
a plus
like, whoa.
99 in the point differential the first 5 games of the year.
And then it's all of a sudden it's like, God, they better win against at Minnesota.
The one thing is, and I mentioned it quite a bit in the broadcast, and I don't know if we mentioned it enough leading it. They were coming off their bye week, Cleveland. You give Jim Schwartz 2 weeks to get ready, and they were talking about, that he figured out the 49er offense. Every offense has tendencies. So when you gave Jim Schwartz 2 full weeks to study that, and Bill Callahan 2 weeks to study the 49er front, they dominated the game with their defense and their swarming and how fast they played and holding the 49ers that had averaged 33-plus points per game to merely 17, and then they ran 160 yards on them. So that's what it is. The other thing is you got to go back and look at how many teams the Niners are facing this year off their bye. Cincinnati is on their bye week this week. So the 49ers have to go to Minnesota, play in a short week, and we're not going to get home on Monday night after that game in the Twin Cities like the crack of dawn. I'm going to be highly ornery a week from today, John. When I do it on No Sleep with you. It's going to be no sleep. We're not going to land until like 5 o'clock in the morning.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
And then we've got the Bengals. The Niners do on a short week. It's a home game. But the Bengals have their bye week this week. How hard is that Bengal game going to be? When you're traveling on a Monday to Minnesota, play on the short week against a team that has the bye week? That doesn't seem fair scheduling-wise, does it?
Marcus Thompson is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. There's a lot of different things to discuss. By the way, because I was curious about Christian McCaffrey sitting out. So the first guy to do it was Leonard Fournette, and he was at LSU at the time to sit out a bowl game. And the reason that they did, this is 2017, the reason that they did was the year before that. Remember Jalen Smith in Notre Dame went to the Cowboys? He ripped up about every piece of his knee in a bowl game in the Fiesta Bowl. So
where is he now? He's not in the league. Played.
Yeah, he played for Dallas for a number of years. I forgot where he moved on to, but he wasn't very effective.
He could not stop running. He could run straight line forward, but he could not stop his body and change direction. It was so hard to watch him play.
And he had a couple of decent years in Dallas, but I think he's out of the league now. That was against Ohio State in the Fiesta Bowl. That next year, Fournette sat out, then McCaffrey sat out, and then it kind of started that whole trend.
So he was the second one to ever do it?
Fournette was the first, but it was in the same bowl season because it was right after Jalen Smith got hurt and everybody else went, I'm not doing this.
Right.
I'm not losing my money.
So playoff Lenny wouldn't play a bowl game.
He was the first one. The first one. And then Johnny Y on Twitter caught you. I heard this, but I was mature enough to go right past it. He says, did Papa just say CMC has had some wild stiffies this year? You did say that.
I did say that.
But I was mature enough to just go right past it.
Do you think that wasn't intended? You think that wasn't intended? Pay attention.
I don't know. Yesterday, people might have missed this.
That was not a misspeak. That was fully intended.
Yesterday, when we had Joe Nedney on,
we still are the morning missile of the afternoon delight. Please,
Joe Nedney was talking about being called the foot, and then he said Greg the leg, and you said, "Oh, I'm Greg the third leg," and then Joe kind of was like,
"I've used that line many times." Keep up.
I was waiting for Joe to make a comment, then I went, okay, Joe, thanks for joining.
And Miss Universe will take care of CMC's love handles.
I hope so.
He'll be fine.
All right. Marcus at the bottom of the hour, some Warriors, but a lot of 49ers who's been writing some great stuff, so we get caught up on a lot of different things. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. It's Pop and Lund. Happy Tuesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan, he criticized the defense's ability of the 49ers to stop the Browns' run game. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What is the path forward for Klay Thompson in Golden State?
Well, this is why I left, first of all. Look, a lot of times people will say it's just business, but this is not a just business situation. This guy, there's going to be a statue of this player outside of Chase Center. He was instrumental in bringing 4 championships. He's beloved inside the organization, the fan base. So it's not so simple as it's money and years. This is why it was hard for me. You get relationships with these people, especially if you've succeeded with them. And that core has been together for 12 years. And that's just so rare now. It just doesn't happen. And so this is a delicate negotiation. From what I know and see, he wants to stay. They want him to stay. Doesn't mean it'll happen. But it is a test. It's certainly a test, like Woj said. And this is probably the first real test.
Pop, that is ESPN insider Bob Myers on the Klay Thompson situation.
The insider? Woj would be the insider. He was a member of the desk.
I think Bob's probably more of an insider than Woj. He kind of knows.
It's amazing how. So he made his debut on TV on Sunday night. They opened the show and they let Stephen A-hole talk for minutes and minutes and minutes. And then Michael Wilbon has got a lot to say. They waited like 4 minutes to get Bob's thoughts on Damian Lillard being a Milwaukee Buck, which is he's just sitting there quietly. I texted Bob. He looks like a natural on TV. Suit looked good. It's always a bit of a quandary when you're seated at the desk. Do you button the button on the jacket or do you leave it open? And Bob's so skinny that he had his button and it kind of doubled over a little bit and the tie came out. So I gave him a little fashion tip there. He's more concerned about doing games. See, I don't know if he's going to be an insider or an overall analyst because he was not concerned about the studio work. He's concerned about doing games. So I asked him, when's your first game? And he didn't get back to me yet. But it's interesting to listen to him talk. And he talked about, the Damian Lillard acquisition and what Boston has, obviously, with Drew Holiday. And when it got to the Warriors, John, he just became a politician. He had a lot to say, and he said it well. He speaks well. He looks good. He's going to be great on TV, but he kind of dodged everything there. That all proceeded when Kendra Andrews brought him in. Was it Malika or Kendra? Malika. I confused the Andrews sisters. The hills are alive with the sound of
Malika,
warriors.
yes.
Malika. So Wojbomb came in, and we'll talk to Marcus Thompson about this, that there's been no dialogue at all about a Klay Thompson contract. And go back to last year, before the playoffs started, Woj had the Woj bomb saying that Klay wanted a supermax contract. And Klay played well last year. The first couple of months were rough. Once he hit that 2-year anniversary of the Achilles tear after the ACL tear, he played, I thought, better. They know they got to use him more as a baseline defender, not out on the floor like Rocco. He's not even a 1-2. He's more of a 3-4. Steve's talked about playing him at 4 defensively this year with a small lineup. But anyway, he did lead the NBA in 3-point field goals made last year. It's just that one Lakers series, he did not shoot the ball well at all. And it was great to see him, even though it was a preseason game against the Lakers on Friday night. Go back to Crypto.com, whatever that arena's called, Old Staples, and make some shots. But the real news is that there's no news at all, is what Woj said, and Bob followed up on that here we are. The regular season starts a week from the night. So it's highly unlikely Klay will get a contract, John. And then once he starts the year, is there a moratorium on talking about a contract? So I think, and Steve doesn't have a contract right now, I think we're moving into a lame duck season for Klay, which I don't think is a bad deal. If you had to do the Jordan Poole fiasco over again, would you just have waited to give him the contract extension? You didn't have to do it. Now, you won a championship. You felt great about it. But then he gets sucker punched in a practice. The whole thing goes crazy. For whatever reason, he didn't play well. You wound up trading him. So, that one is one, looking back on it, you would have rather have waited to give him the contract This one, let's just see where he plays and watch the year what his role is. But, Bob in his political talk kind of danced around it. He wants to be a Warrior. They want him to be a Warrior. They don't want him to play another jersey. But what exactly is the number on a contract extension for Klay Thompson, John, if there is one at all after this year?
We'll talk to Marcus Thompson about it. The exact quote from Woj is, "I'm told there's been absolutely no progress on a Klay Thompson extension in Golden State. They're both still apart on years and money, and there's a very real possibility that Klay Thompson goes into free agency next summer without a deal." That's the quote. My fear, and I've always thought this, and it's not that Klay doesn't love the Bay and everything else. I just have always had this weird feeling he was going to end up a Laker. And that would be the worst possible scenario. And I know they don't have a lot of money under the cap or anything like that, but LeBron James has never been a shooter, and he's always been reliant, not always, but in the last number of years, more reliant on getting the ball out to shooters, and Klay would be the ultimate in that. So I wouldn't want him to go to the Lakers, but I could see it happening.
Well, Stephen A-hole did jump in when Bob did his tap dance on the question. He jumped in with, "I know the Lakers would love him." Let's just see how he plays. Let's see where he's at. Let's see where his game is at. He played well. We counted it down to that 2-year anniversary to the Achilles tear, and that was on draft day when they drafted Wiseman. He tore the Achilles. Bob broke down, and he had good moments and bad moments. Obviously, he was part of a championship team. He led the Warriors in playoff minutes, the most recent title. But last year, the one thing he's over, John, is the hurdle. Remember last year at this time, he came in saying he didn't want to scrimmage anymore, and he kind of got into his head a little bit. He had a very active offseason. His body looks in great shape. He called it the most important preseason of his career. Really? The preseason? I think he wants to get his body right for the season. So the Warriors played Friday in L.A. against the Lakers, Sunday in SAC against the Kings. Both games were on ESPN. And by the way, we saw the debut of Doc Rivers with Doris, Doc and Doris, the Mike Breen on Friday night's Warriors-Laker game. Doc's got that coaching voice going. I'm going to have to give him a bag of holes to get through the year. But, Steph and Chris Paul did not play on Sunday in SAC. They played Friday. Klay Thompson played both games, John. And there was a long time where he was not playing back-to-backs. And so where's he at physically? I think he's in a much more advanced state of mind, mentally and physically, than he was a year ago at this time. But I think they're in a wait-and-see situation with him. Just what kind of a year can he bring you now? Because Klay is what? He's 32 or 33? 33. He'll turn 34 in February. So now we're getting in the middle 30s with him, and he's coming back off the 2 worst injuries you could possibly have in back-to-back years, the ACL first, then the Achilles.
Let's talk to Marcus Thompson all about it. Obviously, he's got 49ers thoughts as well, but we'll get into what's going on with the Warriors. Like you said, it's just a week away from opening night and the Klay Thompson situation. Jonathan Kuminga's playing very well. What can we take away from preseason? We'll ask all those questions to our guy, Marcus Thompson, next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
My pop culture references are so outdated. So speaking of which, at the end of the Laker game, or it was like mid-third, Lakers had 70 in the first half, and so I went down to the end of the bench, and during the action, I said to the guys who were seated, I said, guys, we're not hitting on any of the things we're trying to get better with. We're turning it over. We're not defending anybody, and so we're just trying to outscore them. It's just Nelly ball. This is just Nelly ball. And I didn't think anything of it. And the next day, I got a text from Lester Quinones, and it was he had Googled Nelly ball, and he screenshotted the definition of Nelly ball. And he goes, I had to look this up, Coach. That reference went straight over my head. And I was like, oh my God, of course it did. Like, these guys weren't even born when Nelly was coaching. So, yeah, I gotta start. I gotta start updating my pop culture.
That's outstanding. They're like, Nelly ball, what are you talking about? Not everybody knows the history of the Warriors. Those guys, like in their early to mid-20s, some of those guys, my goodness. Well, Kuminga's what, barely 21? He doesn't know Nelly ball. He's only seen Nelly Kush, maybe. Not saying he smokes, I'm just saying. Thanks for joining us, Pop in London, on a Tuesday edition of the show. We got a ton to talk about with Marcus Thompson, with the NBA season starting in about a week, and we got the Klay Thompson news, and Bob Myers makes his debut on ESPN in preseason ball, and Jonathan Kuminga, speaking of, is playing really well. But we got to start with some 49ers talk with Marcus. Make sure that you are following him and reading his great stuff in The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the Uman guest line. What's happening?
Hey, I wonder how many people on the roster when you said Nelly ball thought about country grammar. It was like, Steve Kerr, listen to Nelly?
I guarantee you that's what they thought. They're like,
it's getting hot in here.
Oh, we got a cool coach. He out here listening to Nelly.
Which Nelly is it?
That's classic. That's exactly what they
Nelly
thought.
and the St. Lunatics, huh?
Like, wow, that's a weird reference, but all right, okay, yeah, cool. Nelly ball, all right. Let's start with the 49ers, and we'll hit up on the Warriors. What did you think? I mean, we've been debating this for 2 days. What did you think of that loss in Cleveland on Sunday?
It felt like a trap game that came true. It felt like they got a little bit ahead of their skis, as far as like the hype about them, which is surprising for a team that, is as hungry as they are. The missed tackles are crazy. I think David Lombardi posted it. They had 18 missed tackles, which was by far the most they've had.
18?
But they went up against it. Yeah, 18. 18 missed tackles, which is crazy for the 49ers. And obviously that points to not having Dre Greenlaw. It's a big deal. It just shows like, hey, all right, you lose a guy or two, everything changes. But they clearly were not the most physical team. And we haven't seen that this year where they weren't the most physical team. They got out physical, it looked like.
Wow, 18 missed tackles is a lot. And Brock Purdy had 15 missed throws, and they weren't all on him, obviously, but 12 of 27. At one point, he was 8 for 22, and then he came alive on that last drive, and you detailed just about every one. Watching it live, I thought it, but then when I watched it back more, I think the grip on the football. He just did not get a grip on the ball. He could not grip it and rip it. The wind off of Lake Drury was taking the ball right out of his hand. He does have smaller hands. Just how much do you think the inaccuracy from the quarterback was weather-related with the rain? And knowing this now, how does he proceed forward?
Yeah, I do think that was – I agree with you. Watching it again, his ball just looked funny coming out of his hands. And if you go back, remember there was some weather in the last kind of quote-unquote bad game he had. In his mind, remember he said he didn't play well against Dallas in the playoffs. Wasn't that like a wet game in Levi?
The week before against Seattle it was, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like maybe he's just not a bad weather quarterback. And that's some of those things where it's like, all right, you start seeing a few of the reasons why he was the last pick in the draft. Because, scouts probably say he's got small hands. Maybe he's not great in bad weather. So you start to get a little bit of it. I do think that was it. But I also think, the O-line just got kind of manhandled a little bit, especially on the right side. And he had pressure like he hadn't had this year. So to me, it was a few factors. And the way they stopped the run, For a quarterback, that running game is the ultimate security blanket. And the fact that they couldn't just dominate at the line of scrimmage with the run, they just said, yo, Purdy beat us. Can you beat us? And in this game, he couldn't. I thought that was a great, important lesson for him moving forward.
Marcus Thompson joining us. We're talking 49ers. We get to the Warriors as well as as they're coming up. We got some Clay Thompson news, Bob Myers, and the such. What do you make of the kicker? Are you nervous if it comes down to it because he missed that? He missed a 54, but certainly the 41-yarder was makeable.
Yeah, that's probably not a good sign. If I don't know. I felt like that's ball game. There was a clip of Trent Williams when he missed it. He was ready to throw his helmet. It's like now you got to start worrying about confidence. Kickers miss. You got it. Like that, it happens. It happens to the best of them. But to start your, career that way, your first chance to get a walk off, and you miss a gimme, like now you got to start worrying about it. Does this thing kind of build? And such a psychological thing, field goal kicking is. So I feel like we're gonna learn about him too, because Kyle's gonna go back to him. He's going to try to rebuild his confidence. It's a pretty big deal. This is a team that's planning for the Super Bowl. At some point, it's going to come down to Moody making a big field goal. So, he's got to do that. You want to see it. I feel like he's gonna have to redeem himself. If not, I worry about his confidence and where it'll be. What if he doesn't get it to week 11, and then the last time it's been a while, or what if it's in the first round of the playoffs? Little things that you worry about.
All right, let's segue over to basketball, and we have 1 week to go before the start of the year. It's hard to believe Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal are going to come in with the Phoenix Suns, formerly of Washington. Well, you'd like to have Draymond Green be able to play. I know he had a good workout Friday in L.A. before their preseason game. He didn't play, obviously. What do you think? What's the update on Draymond? Is there any chance he makes opening night, Marcus?
I don't think so. I think they're playing it safe. And plus, it actually creates a good opportunity. They don't have a reason to rush him because, number one, you answered the question about Chris Paul starting, and that's not a big deal. You don't start the season dealing with that level of drama. And then number two, Jonathan Kuminga looks really good, and you probably want to get him minutes early. And if Draymond's not playing, those are Jonathan Kuminga's minutes. So the safe bet is to take his time. He hasn't, you got to deal with his conditioning. You got to deal with his shape, to not force it. I don't think they will. Plus, they have other reasons not to. So I do feel like they won't at least play him opening night, and maybe a week or so after that.
Kuminga's look really good, but we've seen preseasons. Basketball, football, spring training, guys look really good. To you, is this preseason legit, and can he bring it into the season?
I don't know, man. I fall for the gas, John. I'm telling you, I get hype.
Every time.
Oh, look at it. Every time, and then I get hurt. I thought Wiseman was going to be incredible based off, Instagram posts over the summer. I was like, look at him. He's hitting jumpers. He's sweating. He must be great. So I'm gassed. To me, what helps me believe it, as this is a natural next progression, right? This isn't something where it's coming out of nowhere. Jonathan Kuminga has been building towards this, right? He's now a third-year player. He's had some disappointments, right? He's learned some things. He's had things pointed out to him. So this feels natural. You got the Jordan Poole example of a third-year blow-up. To me, it feels more real, even though, that parts of me want to pause because you've seen it, but I'm fully gassed. Kuminga's about to average 20, be an all-star. Book it. I'm going
he got to the free throw line 17 times on Sunday night. Wow, 13 of 17 to score his 28 points. So, as we said, the season starts a week from tonight. A couple of contract deadlines. Doesn't sound like Klay Thompson's going to get his extension. Wojnarowski with Bob Myers on the set on Sunday night said no talk. Nothing's been going on there. What are your thoughts there? And then with Steve Kerr, are they going to get a contract done between now and opening night? An extension? Is that something either one of them would sign in season, Marcus, if they don't make it by opening night?
I think Klay, I always thought Klay was the longer shot, just because if he has a huge year, it changes the number. And he really kind of doesn't have to worry about whether the Warriors will want him. That's probably the safest bet, that he has a team to go to. He'll be wanted he'll have a place to play. And the question is the number. But if you're a Klay Thompson, you probably want to have this conversation after you finish strong, right? After you come off a good quality. I mean, he had a good year, but like the way it ended left you some question marks. So it will make sense for him to be comfortable saying, you know what, we can work this out next offseason, but let me show you why you might want to give me more than what you was thinking. So I feel like that one is a little bit less pressure. To me, the Steve Kerr one is tricky just because we just went through this with Bob Myers, right? We just witnessed how, like, stories start coming out, the reports start happening, and, you know, Steve is worth quite a bit of money based on the market. And there's some question whether Joe, like, how high he wants to go, how hard does Steve Kerr want to stick to it. To me, that's the one that could become a thing if they don't take care of it. Because if you're Steve Kerr, it's like, why is Steve Kerr going into his lame duck year? He's like, I've delivered you 4 championships. Why do I have to wait on a contract, right? And if you wait, now you just got to start wondering about that stuff. It ended with Bob Myers leaving. If you're Steph Curry and them, do you want to play for another coach? Everybody's locking in except Steve Kerr. Like, so to me, that's the one I feel like probably is the most urgent as far as getting done.
Well, you know, and here's the thing, too. I guess he's making about $9.5 million, so he's not going to starve. But Monty Williams got over $13 million with the Pistons. I mean, I got to believe that Steve's deal, what, $15 million or north of that? I mean,
Pop got 15, right? Yeah.
That's what I mean. So, I mean, doesn't it start there? I mean, it doesn't seem that difficult, but does he just not want to pay it? I wouldn't want to take that risk. And I'd want to sign Kerr now.
That's what you would think, but, like, the Warriors do this. They don't pay until they have to. That's what everybody. I mean, look at Klay. They don't pay it. Like Draymond had to become a free agent. Like, hold on. They're not. They run their business in the sense like, hey, first off, we're not desperate, right? We're a good organization. You want to be here, so we're not just about to run and give you everything you ask for. So it's gonna become that matter of like, do they find that middle, or if you Steve Kerr, you're like, hey, what are we doing here? I'm Steve Kerr. Give me my money. Because to me, it starts at like 15, and if you get lucky, he'll take 14, right? But he's walking out this deal making more than Monty Williams. I'll tell you that much, right? So,
yeah, well, you mentioned Bob walking away, and it's a different situation with Bob Myers. Do you watch Bob on TV on Sunday night making his network television studio debut, Marcus?
Absolutely. I want to see what he brings to the table. Like, is he going to be the Bob that kind of dances around and not says anything? Or is he going to get out there with hot takes? I'm wondering which Bob shows up. We'll know if he's trying to get another job or not by how he talks, right? If he's out there.
First night he was dancing. First night he was dancing.
Right?
He was dancing.
First night he was dancing. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, I want the real Bob to come out, the Bob nobody got to see. Let that Bob come out with some hot takes. Let me tell you about the real Draymond. Let me tell you what you know. Let me tell you about this GM and why he's terrible. He'll never win. Like, give me that, Bob Myers.
What do you think of Daryl Morey, Bob?
Oh, boy.
Exactly right.
Well, I mean, I knew he was going to dance around the Klay Thompson and anything regarding the Warriors, but I don't. He's not like a hot take guy. Like everybody on ESPN, he's not a hot take guy, no matter what.
He's not a hot take guy, but he has opinions, right? Like he's got thoughts, and he's dealt with everybody in the league for the last decade. Like Bob Myers is smart, and he knows, and he's opinionated. He has thoughts. So if he says them, it'll be entertaining, right? If he says them, it'll be entertaining. But I think he'll be chill. Like, he'll have his nice suit on and his great hair, and he'll be the Bob. He'll throw out some Langston Hughes quotes. You know how he likes to get all deep and philosophical.
Yeah.
Like, he'll do that.
John Wooden stuff.
John Wooden. There you go. Right?
Yeah, he was dancing the other night, but it's difficult to talk about the Warriors stuff. So, and with Bob, there's such great texture. You know, whenever the Warriors went to San Quentin annually, Bob would play in that game. And I'm reading your piece, and this is the first time you've gone inside the walls at San Quentin, and a lot of it was about Chris Paul, but just give me the whole, the whole take on that trip there you had recently.
It was, it's always pretty gut-wrenching. Like, it's a very emotional trip. Like, just the sight of it, especially as a black male myself, walking into a prison is not something I ever envisioned doing, right? So it's like, that's already tough as it is. And then, like, it's weird to go in there and start seeing people you know or who know you and you remember him. So it gets lighter as you get in, and you start to kind of get the sense of it. It's always fascinating to hear a guy speak with such eloquence and compassion and like sensibility and thoughtfulness, and then you find out like, yeah, I'm on year 22 out of 30. Right, it's wild. It's wild to hear somebody who's been through like, and you can tell they've gone through like intense therapy. They've done a lot of work on themselves, and they're talking. And then it's like, what you do? Yeah, attempted murder. You know, with an enhancement, right? Like it's like, yo, this person is all thoughtful and they're smiley, and that. So that's always really jarring. To me, the thing that stood out like crazy was just how comfortable Chris Paul was. Like, I didn't know he was one of those people who could sit down and talk to anybody. Like, and that's how he was. He just walked right in and sat down, and you just couldn't tell he was at prison. He could have been at a barbecue. You just like, it's really hard to do, and it's nothing against people who can't do it. Like, that's not like a knock if you can't do it. I can't do it, right? I'm feeling all kind of emotions, and you know, I'm feeling a certain type of way. I'm like checking my surroundings. Chris Paul went in there and was like, it was unbelievable. The only other person I see do it like that was Draymond, where it's like, you don't know, he doesn't treat anybody absolutely any differently, and the environment doesn't change how he responds. He's just Draymond. So to see Chris Paul do that was definitely eye-opening. It made a definite impression, just like the kind of person he is.
Oh, that's great insight. Marcus Thompson was with us. When you said a guy is in year 22 of 30 and still has 8 years, that blows my mind. I mean, I don't know how people do it, like how they can compartmentalize it now to get through a day like that. Now, there's no way.
It's unbelievable. You walk in and you're talking to, first off, the amount of smiles is just jarring.
Is that right?
Like, the Warriors are there, so they're happy, right? Like, this is a big day for them, and they're smiling. And, you know, I'm talking to a guy, and he's like, he just sounds so wise, right? And he's making a lot of sense. And the one thing you don't ever hear, like, you don't hear anybody making excuses. It's always full responsibility. It's always talking about, like, the person I used to be is wrong. They talk about the victims. You're talking to a guy, he's talking about his victims and have, you know, like, it's just like, it's wild to hear the depth. And then it's like, yeah, man, what you in for? Oh, yeah, man, I shot 3 people. And it's like the people who do those things, you don't expect that level of like perspective and maturity. So it really points to, like, they'll all tell you, like, the person they used to be is way different. Like, even Showtime, Aaron Taylor, who's the broadcaster, he went back for the first time as a civilian, but he did 26 years there. He's one of those people, like, he'll just start talking to you in Arabic, and it's like, you know Arabic? Like, it's just a jarring thing. Like, obviously they're people, obviously they have talents. It's just not something you think about based on the way incarcerated people are portrayed, right? You figure criminal, hardcore, TV show, stay away. But you go in there and you just realize, like, people are just layered and contextual and textured human beings, who the same person who could do that 20 years ago can really transform themselves to be somebody different. It's just something that always just blows me away when I'm in there. And I've only been twice, so.
Yeah, the Niners have a group go every year. I think I'm going to go in December the 5th. I went to Miami-Dade years ago, and that was a jarring experience.
Barrett
I always
Robbins
wanted to go to interview
Robbins,
Barrett Robbins. And the people that were incarcerated then were totally different. It was like selling a dime bag or something, as opposed to San Quentin and, attempted murder. And they're huge sports fans, Marcus. I get letters from people in San Quentin all the time. They follow all the Bay Area sports, don't they?
Oh, yeah, huge Warriors fans, huge. A few of them dudes knew who Pajimski was, which is like, wow, that's impressive.
Wow. Who's the curly-haired kid from Santa Clara?
Yeah, they were talking crazy to Chris Paul. They were like, all right, man, we know you from North Carolina. For them, you could tell some of them it was like a little uncomfortable. They were expressing that the same thing Warriors fans express. Like, it's odd that you're on our team, but like, let's go Chris Paul. Like, it was interesting. He was dishing it right back, but yeah. They're locked in. They're big-time Warriors fans for sure. And, they talk 49ers, Raiders, all that stuff, because when you're in prison, like, that stuff is probably a great escape. Sports is probably a tremendous mental health advantage for them in there.
They listen to a lot of radio in there. I know that.
Yeah. Dude, that is so cool, man. Thanks for the insight. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
That's cool, man. What a great perspective.
Totally.
Yeah. That blows my mind. Like a guy has a good attitude.
Incarcerated.
Guy has a good attitude. He's already done 22, and he's like, yeah, I'm out in 8. It's like, 8? My goodness, man. That is a long
And then when you're in that
time.
long, it's like Shawshank. How do you look at how much the world has changed in the 30 years you've been in prison? How do you come back into society and fit in and just, it's just everything is so different. Think about that.
Yeah. I mean, it is. That's crazy.
It was 30 years ago or the early 90s.
Yeah.
The world's moving a lot faster now.
I think the early 90s, I probably had a mullet, and it was bad. It was bad stuff. I don't know if my hair's much better now.
You didn't have a phone on that everybody's got an opinion on everything every minute.
That's for sure. That's totally different.
You just sit there and watch the world go by a little bit,
Pop and Lund, sponsored by our good friends at Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company, rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. You brought this up a little bit earlier. I was thinking after this loss to the 49ers, we've had a minute to settle down, but the Eagles lose 2, the Lions win. What does the NFC look like now, and where do the 49ers fit in it? We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, speaking on behalf of Gold Bar Whiskey, which proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion, crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that's as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or may I suggest the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. I was there a few weeks ago. The food is delicious, the cocktails are refreshing, and you're on Treasure Island. You get the best views that the Bay has to offer. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. Now, this is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate party, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. It was a week ago on my birthday, right around to the minute. We did it at 12:18. We were serving Golden Joes in studio with thanks from Elliot from Gold Bar. Gold Bar is the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yes. Thanks for joining us. Well, hey, Danny's on it today. We're a minute early, even. Very nice.
I'm ready, John.
Yeah, let's go.
Morning missile done. Afternoon delight.
It is Pop and London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Before we look at how the NFC stacks up now with the 49ers having their first loss, you asked me this yesterday, and I didn't have a good answer for you. But after going back through it, you said, who would you say played well against Cleveland? Well, one guy stood out. That's Randy Gregory.
Randy Gregory?
That's right. 26 snaps. Yeah, with 26 snaps. That's 34% of the snaps defensively. 12 pass rushes, 3 pressures, a sack, and 3 QB hits. I'll give you number 5, Randy Gregory. He played well.
I'm with you. So he actually played more snaps than Drake Jackson did. I know Kyle was impressed with his length. I mean, he kind of stands out on the field, just what a specimen he is. I asked Kasarik how many snaps right before the game on Sunday morning is, how much do you want to mix him in? And he said about 25 snaps. And what did he get, 26 in the game?
26, yep.
So it was right on that number. And I think as time goes on, that's going to be the ultimate thing is he going to be... So the way Chris Kasarik, calls his line, you got the alphas, which is the starters, the team that opens the game, and the big group in the base, which is Cleveland Ferrell at one end, Nick Bosa at the other, and inside the Gravedigger, Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead. And then you go to the Bravos, which is the backup group when you bring in Javon Kinlaw and Kevin Givens at the D tackle to take out the Gravedigger and Armstead. And then the outside guys are Drake Jackson and Cleve Ferrell comes out. Austin Bryant can mix in, and then obviously Randy Gregory would be there. So, but he also went in the turbo, which I think is interesting, which is what we call the gold rush. It's the turbo, which your fast get off. Mike Waffle, when he was coaching the Giants D-line years ago, came up with the term NASCAR. Everybody's got a different group. It's your speed rushers, and sometimes you move the edge guys inside. I think the one thing, John, is that first game out, Randy Gregory mixed in the turbo. His sack was in the turbo with Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, the Gravedigger next to him, and then Randy Gregory. And I think if he's in the turbo now, he may be able to mix in. The next elevation would be to get him into the alpha and, take the spot. But Cleve Ferrell's playing well as well. And when you watch the sack that Randy Gregory had, you think that there's no teamwork with being a defensive lineman. Just go get P.J. Walker. Well, that sack was a E.T. stunt where it was the end looping underneath the tackle, and the tackle is Javon Hargrave. And, I mean, Javon Hargrave can collapse a pocket himself. You don't need him to play the role of the cowboy, Justin Smith. But on that snap, you had Hargrave like a lead blocker going into the middle of their line, and then Randy Gregory looping underneath that. Think about the speed of Randy Gregory, John, at 6'5", those 34-inch arms. So I think Cleveland Ferrell played well. A lot, Hargrave probably played well. You got to look at it more. They mainly had perimeter runs in the game, so I'm sure other guys graded out well. But I think one thing is that Randy Gregory, first game out, certainly flashed and had some stat. Not only this quarterback sack, and what was great about that sack, the entire pocket collapsed. It wasn't just Gregory; he got there first, but Bosa could have gotten there. They all got in, and then you have no room to escape at all. There was nowhere for P.J. Walker to go. So a very solid first opening debut for Randy Gregory, and I think he'll wind up playing more and more as long as he stays healthy here. I know Kyle Shanahan was very impressed by his performance the first game.
Again, 26 snaps, which is 34% of the defensive rushes, 12 pass rushes, 3 pressures, a sack, 3 QB hits, and that was Randy Gregory. And I agree with you. Ferrell has done good on the base downs, done well on the base downs. I would think maybe Randy Gregory, I know that Drake Jackson had that 3-sack performance against Pittsburgh, but he hasn't really shown a whole lot since then, and I would think Gregory's going to take some of his snaps, and eventually, I don't know that he's eventually going to start. Who knows? Because as Tim was telling us last week, there's a lot of intricacies to that position, especially in the run game and certain things like that. But like I said, you saw 5 at times, and he's fast. And like you said, if he's looping inside and there's a guard trying to take him on, there's no chance. He's just too quick and fast and strong. So
there's not a lot of snaps here because you have 3 and 4 down players, really. Mm-hmm. I mean, Bosa needs a rest. He's not going to play every snap. But Bosa's not coming out in the Gold Rush, the Turbo. Neither is Javon Hargrave. He's not coming out. Would you take out Eric Armstead in some situations? The point is, could you move Drake Jackson inside over a guard? Maybe in certain situations, Armstead comes out and Drake goes in the way they did with Arden Key. And you didn't have the Gravedigger. I mean, now you've got those 2 inside guys are monsters, so ordinarily you wouldn't sub them out at all. But maybe go to a 5-man line like they did with Kinlaw. I'm just trying to, if you wanted to come up with just pure speed and go Gold Rush, ultimate Gold Rush, the golden ticket, or, the NASCAR. You could move Drake Jackson over a guard. You could move Randy Gregory over a guard. Hell, I mean, Bosa stands up a lot of times, John, and walks around. He can play inside over a guard or a center. The thing is that Hargrave and Armstead are so good on all downs, you don't want to take them off the field. But if you wanted to go just to a pure speed pass rush, Randy Gregory on top of Drake Jackson gives you those thoughts where you can start to mix some of those guys in and play him over a guard like Arden Key did the one year he was a Niner, and he played so well here doing that.
Yeah, he was really effective that year. By the way, Javon Kinlaw, too. I mean, again, Pro Football Focus, and I know what Tim's thoughts on this whole thing is, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but this year, Javon Hargrave's Javon Kinlaw's grades, 49.8 against the run, 81.2 against the pass, as far as his pass rush grade. So he's been a really good pass rusher. He hasn't been a good run defender. So he could mix in too in the middle on those. And
what did he tell me a couple of weeks ago? He prefers to play the run.
He hasn't done well.
And to play the pass. He's with him. It's pad level.
Yeah,
he's just got to keep his pad level down. And there were a couple of snaps I remember just watching where he got his pad level high. So all the Pilates he's doing at Willow Glen with the Pilates instructor there, and we had her on the air. It helps with his flexibility and getting down, but he's just so damn big. I just love Kinlaw's act. Pre-game, John. He comes out. He's got the sunglasses going. He's got the hoodie over the head, and he just sets out a persona like he's a badass. And he plays that way, and obviously, see the biggest guy on the team? I mean, when you look at it as far as height and weight, just pure body mass, is he the Shaquille O'Neal of this team even more than Trent Williams? Javon Kinlaw is a monstrous man.
Yeah, I would like that physicality to translate sometimes more on the field. But when they had that pregame skirmish and then Trent came over, people saw the video. Trent came over and the thing stopped.
He's throwing bodies.
If Kinlaw came over there, that thing would stop even faster. Because, like you said, from a physical presence, that dude, it's amazing.
And he's got the whole bit. He puts the sunglasses on. He's got the designer shades on. And then he's got the hoodie pulled down. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, that dude.
With him.
By the way, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson continues to troll Deebo Samuel. This time he says he can't run routes. We'll play this a little bit for you later. Can't run routes, and he's just a running back, and he can easily cover him. But these kind of things never turn out well.
Tackle him.
These things never turn out when dudes talk trash. So he's hurt right now, and supposedly he could be back potentially by the playoffs. They might play the Lions in the playoffs, and we'll get into the NFC picture in a minute.
Why, is he still mad at Deebo about what Deebo said about the Eagles last year?
Yes. Dude, I don't know. Maybe it means nothing, all this trash talk. Like you said, we were talking about this earlier this week and actually last week when, it's just everything goes viral. Everybody's got a podcast. Everybody's going to talk. Everybody's going to, all these kind of things. But this one, to me, just sounds for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I don't think this one's going to turn out well. When you do that to Debo, it's just like, okay, I'll put that in the back of my mind. He's a tough sucker. He is,
Chauncey
man.
Gardner-Johnson is tough.
They are. But
he was a New Orleans Saint before he was a Philadelphia Eagle. In that 48-45 game, Dennis Allen blitzed him out of the nickel more than I've ever seen a cat blitz ever. And they gave up a lot of points that day. Their defense got shredded. But he's a tough little guy. And he can play nickelback, and he can also play safety. I mean, he's a good player. And he kind of fits the mentality of what Aaron Glenn has going on with the Lions, John. So we talked about it early, when we opened the show after watching the Monday night game, and the Cowboys in a gritty, grindy kind of way found a way to beat the Chargers last night at SoFi. They're 4-2. I mean, to me, the three best teams in the NFC are the Niners, Eagles, and Lions. And I would say Detroit is a better team than Dallas. They're more physical. But Dallas got down and dirty last night. But the Lions, I mean, to me, these teams have, I think Philadelphia was built that way anyway. I'm not sure they're copying the Niners. I think the Rams have, and Arizona has tried to get more physical because they're in the 49ers division. There are a lot of physical teams in football. But I think, I don't even know how to stack them up. I thought it was Niners, Eagles all along. Where are the Lions right now? They are good, John. After the 1-6 start to open last year, the way they closed the year last year, almost making the playoffs, beating Green Bay at the end, knocking them out, and then starting the year 5-1 and the acquisitions they've had in the offseason. Is it a 2-team race atop the NFC? Is it a 3-team? Where are the Lions in all this?
Let's discuss. I think there's probably 5. Maybe I'm 100% wrong in this, but I think there's 5 teams that could contend in the NFC now that we're a little bit into this thing. Give us your thoughts on the text line. It is wide open. Jump on YouTube and Twitch as well and start the conversation. By the way, this is a weird signing. The Eagles just signed Julio Jones. Isn't he done? Wasn't he already done?
Hamstring injuries with Julio.
Yeah.
Howie Roseman, this time of the year, goes out and gets veteran guys
that
he's been talking to. And Ndamukong Suh, Linval Joseph. Is there an injury in their wide receiver core?
That's what I'm trying to find out. That's exactly what I thought. There's got to be something.
Where did Julio play last year?
Bucks. And he wasn't very good. Remember he went Falcons?
Well, he's had hamstring injuries.
Bucks.
We saw him in Tennessee the year before. A.J. played with him in Tennessee.
Yeah, that's true.
They were together on that same team, A.J. Brown. So I'm sure he got the veteran minimum, right?
Had to have. Yeah, I don't see the number here, but had to have. So anyway, there's the latest on that. The Eagles, as we speak of the NFC, they've got that. Oh, Quez Watkins went on IR. There it is.
There you go.
Quez Watkins, who caught
completely different player.
Yeah, speed.
Quez is one of the fastest route runners in football. He's the guy that beat Diamador Lenore over the top. Remember, week 2
years
of
ago.
2021. So Julio ain't running that way anymore. But he's an A.J. Brown, a big, strong, physical target. So that's what Howie Roseman does. He'll sign veteran guys to. And I assume it's a veteran minimum for Julio Jones.
I think, yeah. All right, let's take a closer look at the NFC. Niners, Eagles, Lions at 5-1. A couple other teams as well. Where's Dallas sitting there? We'll tell you coming up next. And then Dennis Brown's going to join us at the bottom of the hour to look back at Cleveland, look ahead to how big this Minnesota game suddenly is on Monday night. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former A's reliever Trevor May, he ripped John Fisher on his way out. He's retiring. He called him a dork. He urged him to sell. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Grab the keys to your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota, where you can get great savings on that new Toyota you want with, get this, no dealer markup. So every day, new cars, SUVs, and trucks, they're arriving, and there's never been a better time to get yours. And this is what I did. I checked out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. I picked out the one I wanted. Okay, there's all the bells and whistles. That's what I need. RAV4 hybrid, boom. And then I reserved it, and here it is. It's that simple. And there's a huge selection of hybrids, and you can check out the fully electric BZ4X at a great price and special lease deals as well. Have you seen the BZ4X? It is awesome. So it's time to save on high gas prices. Modesto Toyota has been family owned since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So come grab the keys at Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want, and the time is right. And there's no dealer markup. That's right, no dealer markup on a great deal on that next Toyota you want at Modesto Toyota, where I got my Toyota. Lots of Toyotas. My son's Toyota. I already told him, you know what? You're buying your son's Toyota there. Or even if you have a daughter. We're actually contractually obligated. That's how much we love Kevin and the whole crew at Modesto Toyota. Check them out at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. You are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
You know, the fans that travel with us and that show up at the state, I feel like every game, and there's more and more that are showing up. And I mean, we got into this game there at the end with 2 scores, and they. You know, Tampa's offense is out there on the field, and I feel like they're about to have to go into silent cadence at their own place, and that's saying something about the support you have from the fans. So, listen, it's a good feeling, it's a good vibe. I can tell you, our players and coaches noticed it. We noticed it when we walked out today, start the game. It was like, look at all the blue, and you could hear them.
That's a Lions head coach Dan Campbell. So here's what we got in the top of the NFC. By the way, Dennis Brown joins us at the bottom of the hour, Super Bowl champion. 4 and after games, you'll hear him. So we'll look back at Cleveland, look ahead to Minnesota on Monday night. So Niners 5-1, Eagles 5-1, Lions 5-1. Seattle lost because of offensive ineptitude twice in the red zone against Cincinnati. They're 3-2. Dallas bounces back. They're 4-2. They beat the Chargers last night. Surprising Rams 3-3, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as you look, let's just look at these top 3, Niners, Eagles, Lions. In some order, is that the top 3 in your mind?
Yes. I think Detroit's better than Dallas. So, it's a long way to go. We're early in the year. But, Philadelphia started last year 8-0. They went 14-3, and they gave the Chiefs a game in the Super Bowl. It was a 38-35 game. They've changed a lot. They've lost some. They've added some. And then Detroit, they started 1-6 last year. They finished 7-2 to get to 9-8. So add up their 7-2 to close last year. They're 5-1 to start. That's 12-3. 49ers just had a 15-game winning streak snap. So I think there's no doubt. Now there's a long way to go. It's October. We haven't gotten to November, Thanksgiving, December. But I think that's the 3 best teams, John. So I'm going to pull out my trusty schedule, and I gave one of these to Tim Ryan, Chris Babcock, and you. You got every team schedule the whole year. You flip it over, and you go week to week as well. So do you want to pull out a Honolulu blue marker and a silver marker for the Lions? So they've got 5 wins. Let's go through their schedule and see what Dan Campbell, how many kneecaps he's going to bite off. Mm-hmm. At Baltimore on Sunday, do they win or lose?
Lose.
You got them losing to the Harbaughs?
Baltimore's pretty good.
All right, at Baltimore, you got them losing on Sunday. Home to the Raiders.
Oh, they're winning that game.
How's Jimmy's back?
Yeah, I don't know.
Jimmy gets hurt with a different body part. Every game, Jimmy's getting hurt.
Away in an ambulance.
All right. Then
that makes them, 6-2?
Then the Lions, right? I got a loss and a win. We'll add it up at the end. Bye week, November the 5th, then at the Chargers.
Oh, they're winning that one. Chargers will find a way to lose.
All right, then the Lions are home to Chicago.
Win.
Then on a Thursday night with Al Michaels there, they're home for Green Bay.
Win. Green Bay's not very good.
All right, and then after that, now they got 10 days to get ready.
Mm-hmm. Bye week.
At New Orleans in the Derek Carrs.
I'm going to say they're going to win, but that's going to be tougher than you think. New Orleans is weird. They're good defensively.
All right, you're giving Detroit some wins here.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I think they're pretty good.
At Chicago.
Now they'll win that.
What the hell? They could be the number 1 seed in the NFC, according to you.
What else you got?
Home for Denver.
Broncos country.
All right, I'll give them a win. Just move on.
Come on, I mean, my God,
Who's
man.
beating them?
Yeah, that's a good
At
question.
Minnesota. At Minnesota.
Okay, they lose that
division game.
Let's say they lose that game. They're not going to win all these games.
Are you just saying
No,
that,
I'm
or
not.
do you mean it?
Minnesota's better than you think. They're not as good as they were last year. They're not as bad as they've shown this year. Minnesota
All right, Saturday, December the 30th at Dallas.
Lose.
They lose that game. Last game of the year, home to Minnesota.
I'd say they win.
They win that game?
Yeah, they win. They'll split with
So
Minnesota.
you've got them for 2.
Oh, no.
John.
What are they going to win?
John.
12? Do I get 12
You've
there?
got them for 4 losses. You've got them going
they're gonna lose another
13-4.
All right, they're not going. I can see them going 12-5.
One.
It
They've
still
got
is
2,
the Lions.
2, 3, 4, and your heart
Do I really
wasn't
have
in the
them
Minnesota
13-4?
game. Yeah, they could go 13-4. And the Niners went 13-4 last year.
I got to redo that. I can't see them 13-4, but they've been good.
Why? Look at their schedule. Why we just gave it to you. They are 5-1. The one game they lost was home to Seattle.
Well, here's
And
the other thing.
They've had 2 touchdown wins. I think they've had 4 of them. They're playing great.
Here's the other thing with them that in the offseason it was they got plenty of offense. What are they going to do defensively? They're averaging 28 points a game, which is 4th in the league, and they're only giving up 18.8, and they're 8th in yards given up too. So it's not fake what they're doing. So they're getting it done on both sides of the ball. They just got Jamison Williams back, the receiver out of Alabama. He got a deep one last week, and they don't have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and they don't have the former Niners corner. Who got hurt, right?
Emmanuel Mosley.
So
E-man, terribly tore his ACL again.
They went out and they tried to get a bunch of defensive backs to help because they were so bad. They were the worst team defensively last year, and yet they seem to be better defensively. They drafted the Iowa kid Campbell at linebacker. He's just been okay, but it's just been kind of a maturation process, and they've played better, and they're pretty legit. I mean, we're 6 games in, and I know a lot of things can change.
So how long is David
6 games
Montgomery going to be out? How long is David Montgomery going to be out? See, that's really their identity is the power running and the big offensive line. Jahmyr Gibbs, the young back's a good player, but David Montgomery, I mean, they've given it to him 30 times in a game. That's a significant injury for them to lose him. Is he going to be out a while?
Let me see here. I'm looking at that right now.
Well, you got him losing to Baltimore.
Well, I mean,
Then they got the Raiders at home. Then they're on their bye week.
Yeah, they got some easy games because that division sucks. You know, Green Bay's not good anymore. Chicago's not good. Minnesota's not looking great, even though I think they're better than what their record is. What are they saying about him? Blah, blah, blah. How many? Let's see here.
You got them going 13-4, Jack.
I got to be wrong. That's Detroit. That's the Lions. That's the problem I told you I'm having.
All right, so if they go 13-4, the Niners aren't seeing them. So, I mean, can the Niners go 14-3?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we had them going 17-0 like 48 hours ago. Now the world is falling. Tell you the one thing that concerns me, how many teams do the Niners have to play this year that are coming in off their bye week? It's a lot. Cleveland, their bye week. You lost that game. Cincinnati has their bye week. Is Jacksonville on their bye week before they play the 49ers?
I don't know.
My trusty little schedule here tells me all these things.
Nice.
Down. Look at this thing. Don't you love this?
By the way, the quote from Dan Campbell was, "He's going to be out a little bit." So I don't know what that means.
Jacksonville's on their bye week the week before the Niners.
Yeah, they'll be. Come on, Jacksonville.
Damn. What?
Yeah, they'll be.
Have you watched them?
Yeah, they're all right.
It's going to be a hard game.
Yeah, I watched them lose to the Texans when I had a bet on them.
Well, that's actually fair because that's a double bye. The Niners are off their bye week as well. So
now,
each team will be equal.
We'll have to do this later on in the show. Philadelphia is really, really good. But Philadelphia and Dallas have brutal schedules, especially Philadelphia coming up because they've got Miami coming up this weekend. Philadelphia's schedule is a mother load.
At Washington, home to Dallas, bye week, at Kansas City, Buffalo, Niners, at Dallas, at Seattle.
Yeah. And Miami this weekend, right?
Right.
We start
Home
with
to Miami, at Washington, Dallas at home, bye week, Kansas City, Buffalo, Niners at Dallas.
those last 5 are like, that's
but then they
the
finish
stretch
up
in the league.
Giants, Arizona at Giants.
Okay, they're not going to lose any of their last 3 games, but there's a 5-game stretch in there that might be the toughest in the league this year.
All right, so we did the Honolulu Blue. We got to do the Eagle Green, the Midnight Green. Detroit will have a better record than the Philadelphia Eagles, John Lund says here.
What did I say? 13-4? That can't be
13-4, and your heart wasn't in the Minnesota game. You were just going W.
But here's what makes me
I
nervous.
got to give it L.
I know this doesn't mean anything, but it's a stat. Like Kirk Cousins never wins in primetime games. Didn't you say Detroit and Minnesota's a primetime game? That first one. Is that a primetime game?
What's it? Let's just kick it off at midnight. I love those stats. Whatever.
Yeah, but he's like 0 forever.
What does he get? What does he get nervous playing on national TV?
Isn't he like 0 for his
the reason
career?
is when you're on primetime games, you're playing good teams on primetime. That's why you'll
unless
lose.
it's Thursday, but I get your point. That's fair.
Oh, come on.
Saturdays and Sundays. I guess what's the Thursday this week? It's oh no, that's Sunday. I was thinking Miami and Philadelphia is Sunday night.
I just flip over my trusty schedule, John, and I got it right here. Don't you love this?
You gave me one of those things. It's amazing.
Dude, have you been using it?
You know what I did? No, I put it in my studio. I have it right above my face, and so I was like,
we got Jacksonville and New Orleans is our Thursday night game. What do you have against Jacksonville?
A game only a mother could love.
What? Those are two playoff teams this year.
Trevor Lawrence is banged up. I don't know if he's going to play. New Orleans has a good defense. They just don't have a really great.
What?
Derek Carr has not been good. Derek Carr has not been good.
They will both be in the playoffs this year. Jacksonville and New Orleans.
You think so?
I can hear it now. When I was having my morning beignet, I was thinking I'm going to be back here for playoff football. By the way, speaking of Al Michaels, and I'm surprised at you.
What?
We are 2 hours and 28 minutes into the show.
Yeah.
And you have not mentioned what happened on this date.
I have
1989.
it. It's time. It's gonna. We'll have it. In fact, we may spend like all of 1 o'clock on it. I love doing this.
Really?
Well, not love. I like talking about this every year.
This state's sneaking up on me. We got so distracted by Jerry Rice's birthday last week that we haven't even thought of what's October the 17th.
Well, yesterday was Travis Ishikawa. That put us in a much better mood. And then today is not a great mood day, but
this is one of Al Michaels' moments.
Absolutely. And when I watched the video, boy, man, much younger looking Al Michaels nowadays.
Well, that was 1989.
Yeah. So what are we at, 34
what year
years?
Are we now? 2023?
Yeah, it's 34 years.
34 years ago?
I haven't aged a day. Well, I'm barely 34, so I was a baby.
Al's 78, so he wasn't that young at 89. He's just...
It's all that steak, bro. You can't just eat red meat.
Oh, please.
How about a carrot? Oh, please.
I knew he didn't. I knew he never ate vegetables, but he does not. He has a steak delivered
at halftime. I'm sure
I have a hard enough time grabbing a hot dog in between. Kidding me?
I'm doing halftime, and I look up at you, and you bring 2 cups of coffee back. That's all you have time for.
Who was it that asked me? I was on, I think, Dallas Cowboy Radio.
Yeah.
Because Brad Sham has some elaborate meal at halftime. They went into, so what is your halftime ritual for eating? I'm like,
coffee.
What? I got 12 minutes. Most of it involves live streaming.
Right, exactly.
And it has nothing to do with your kind of live streaming. And then I'm loading up on more caffeine. I don't know what you're eating. Who eats at halftime besides Bill King?
Your halftime is another cup of coffee and a cup of throat lozenges. That's what your halftime is.
I go see Julian Edelman in the stall.
Exactly.
Say, hey, aren't you Mike Shanahan? And then I go back and get a cup of coffee.
That's what you do.
Who the hell's having a full course meal in the middle of a game?
They must cut Al's steak for him too. There's not much time. It's like they cut
feed it to him.
Here you go, Al.
Here, alfalfa.
There's no vegetables in this. Straight beef. All right. Dennis Brown's going to join us coming up next. Your thoughts on how the NFC looks. Jump on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch as well. We'll talk to Dennis, Super Bowl champion. He knows what it's like to bounce back from losses, although they didn't have very many. We'll get into it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
That's my favorite. It's John Lund, my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They changed my life, my life and Papa's life. We can actually see again, no readers, no going into a restaurant and flashing a light on. Look at that old guy over there. He turned his iPhone light on because he can't see the menu. That doesn't happen anymore. In fact, I was talking about it last weekend, and we had a large group for a friend of mine's birthday party, and I was sitting at the table, and I went, "No readers." They kind of just looked at me real weird and went, "Carry on." I digress. CLR for me, custom lens replacement with Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It has worked wonders on me, and I'd had other laser procedures, and maybe those procedures will work for you. They do all sorts of great things, but they've got a CLR webinar coming up, a custom lens replacement webinar that Pop and I both had and have had a ton of success with. It is October 26th at noon. It's a great opportunity to find out about custom lens replacement. The doctors are going to answer any questions you have, like what's the difference between LASIK and CLR? Am I a good candidate? What's the cost, financing? How long does the procedure take? Look, I can't tell you about the financing part of it because that part is to each their own. But I will tell you this, the procedure is simple. I went through a battery test to find out if I was a good candidate. You can trust these guys. They're good friends of mine at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And the results, bottom line is CLR works. It's a permanent solution to your readers, contacts, glasses, all those kind of things at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. So what you do is you go online. Space is limited, so you got to register now. LaserEyeCLR.com. LaserEyeSilicon.com, and it is a free CLR webinar October 26th at noon. So jump on it right now to get all the information on CLR. Laser Eye Center or LaserEyeCLR.com, LaserEyeCLR.com. We love catching up with Dennis Brown. Of course, he joins Adam Copeland and I for the pre- and post-game Monday night, which will be the polar opposite from 7 a.m. on Sunday. We will be doing Monday night pregame ahead of the Vikings and the 49ers. Dennis, Super Bowl champion, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
What's going on? Nothing. It's warm in the city today.
Oh,
and just talking to everyone out and about. They're talking about the game, of course, and is it good or is it bad or what are the next steps? And I just try to let folks know that losing is part of the game, and you got to build from that and learn about your mistakes. And I think this one hurts so much because you deserve you didn't play up to standard enough to say you would win a football game, defense, offense, or special teams, but you had a chance to win it and you didn't. So I think that's the frustrating part, that you go into Cleveland, with a beat up offensive line, a lot of injuries, second string quarterback, and you don't play well, but at the end of the game, you have an opportunity to win a football game, and it really doesn't happen for you. So, this is a tough one, but like I was telling somebody this morning, it's good to get this out your system, lose a game like this early in the season, and build from it, learn from your mistakes, and now go out and finish up this season strong. The challenge is going to be the injuries. I keep hearing people talking about the injuries. Give me an update on injuries, John.
We don't know.
Yeah, CMC's the biggest one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's where we're
they're playing Monday night, so Kyle's not going to talk again until Thursday, and they'll keep it under grab. I think I get a feel for what the nature, what the injury would be. If, in fact, McCaffrey, Dennis, has broken ribs,
right,
you can flag that. Can you shoot that? Do you play running back with broken ribs in October, or you do it in January? A playoff game, maybe you go. Any way he plays, if he's got any kind of hairline fracture, rib cartilage fracture, anything like that at all, does he shut it down, do you think?
I think you kind of have to, because you can go in and try to shoot ribs, but if you miss, then you're screwed. I think it happened a couple years ago with the quarterback.
Yeah.
You miss with that needle. There's a chance. And the thing about ribs, it has to heal itself. And it's painful. I've known guys who've had broken ribs, and that hurts. And for him, the way he runs the ball and the hits he's taking as a running back, that's tough. I think you have to shut it down. But I think that running back room is strong. It's not going to be a McCaffrey, but I think it's strong. I think it's strong. You can carry you can create a good run game with the guys that you have in house. My big concern is Debo. I think the offense we saw against Cleveland really slowed down without Debo, and his ability to get those yak yards, those quick slant routes, those in routes, and then get the ball up the field. That's what I'm concerned with is, and of course Trent Williams, but I think Debo is a big part. I think he needs to be out there for this offense to go.
Dennis Brown is joining us. Defensively, they missed a lot of tackles. Cleveland certainly out-physicaled them. That's kind of a weird thing to say about the 49ers. They usually punch everybody in the face. They kind of got punched in the face. And then the main thing for me was, and look, you're not going to stop him every time, I understand that, but you as a former defensive guy, 17-13 lead, Demo gets that interception, Mason punches it in. with 10:59 in the fourth, you're up by 4. That's not a lot of margin for error, but this is supposed to be the best defense in the league. They came in giving up 13.6 points per game, and yet they gave up 2 field goal drives to lose that game. Yep, Jake Moody missed the kick. There's no question about it. But they gave up 2 scoring drives with 11 minutes left in the game, and that just wouldn't be typical, I wouldn't think, of this 49ers defense.
Yeah, and I was super surprised that Cleveland actually had a little run game. And whatever they were schemed up, they were able to get to the perimeter. And it was a lot of trap plays. It was a lot of, guard and tackle, counter plays, we used to call them. And you're able to kind of pin that defensive end and get to the edge. So they had a good game plan. We talk about this 49ers pass rush, but you got to get to 3rd and long. And I think Cleveland, opposite of the 49ers, they were ahead of the chains the entire football game. So, again, this was a beat-up offensive line. I mean, the 49ers defense should have dominated this football game. From Jump Street, it just kind of looked like they were off a little bit. And they established that run game. They got really balanced, and they were able to move the ball. I mean, field goal, we've seen how field goals are important. Those 3 points are important. Those 6 points were important in this football game. So, again, you got to go back and you got to look at the tape and kind of figure out what happened there. I was really impressed with Randy Gregory. I mean, I think once he gets into this defense and he learns more about it and he starts running more games like he did on Sunday, I think he's going to be a great addition to this defense. But he's got to kind of get in his groove and kind of learn more of the defense. But, defensive side, I mean, you look at Cleveland, that's what gave that offense that confidence, right? Your defense goes out and you shut down a offense that's scoring 30 points a game, then you get that confidence and you lean on your defense. And I still say it, defense is going to win you championships, and the 49ers have to lean on their defense. Defense has to set the tone every single football game.
Yeah, and it, score 17 points after 30, 35, 42 was a letdown. And then you mentioned the 6 they didn't get on the 2 Jake Moody missed field goals. And then Jake was 9 for 9 on field goals. He made his first extra point. He made his first 30 kicks in the NFL. But we're going to, certainly remember the one that he missed, including the 41-yarder, which leads to a lot of discussion, in particular on this radio show, about expending a draft pick, the 99th overall pick, and a kicker. Your team in 94 used the 85th overall pick and a kicker from California, Doug Bryan.
Yeah. And
his rookie year, you guys won the Super Bowl. He was fine as a kicker. He made 15 to 20. He made 60 extra points that year. Wow. 60 out of 62. You guys were scoring damn near 4 touchdowns a game. But then the next year it went sideways and they wound up cutting him. So what was it like with a team that, just like this team, had their heart broken on January's prior? The goal was to win the Super Bowl. And, to beat the Cowboys, it may come down to a kick here or there. It didn't ultimately. But what was the mentality of your veteran team in 94, Dennis, having a rookie kicker on the roster, trying to, and you guys did win the Super Bowl that year?
Yeah, I mean, and you said it, that was the expectation. And, you don't spend much time, kind of talking to a kicker or a punter or a long snapper. But, the expectation was there. And, he's young. I think Robbie Gould, we talked about it on our show, our post-game show, that, Robbie Gould said that, these young kickers miss kicks because they're not familiar with the wind or with the stadium or the elements, which way to pull it. I don't understand how that works. I know that with Doug Bryan, that we expected him to hit all field goals and hit all extra points. And that was the expectation. And, you talk about the ones that he's made up until that kick. That's all that matters, is that kick, that last kick. So, he's got to redeem himself. You don't look down, on anybody like on an airplane. You're not giving them crap or during the week, but the expectation's there. And believe me, he's beating up on himself, and I hope this is not something that he just kind of dwells on and, he's always kind of in the back of his mind that he could have won a football game, because he's got to move forward, and he's got to figure out kind of how to kick in the NFL. And those pressure, I mean, kicking, that's what it's about. That's the pressure, right? I mean, as a kicker, as a defensive lineman, you want to make that sack, fumble, and pick it up and win a Super Bowl running into the end zone. For a kicker, it's got to be winning football games at the last second. That's got to be, the joy of being a kicker, the dream of being a kicker. So, he's thought about it. Hopefully he could fix it. I don't know. Again, I don't know how it works. I don't know how you pull a ball or you shank a ball or whatever it is. But all I know is standing on the sidelines, you understand the ball's kicked, the goalpost is not moving. You're a kicker, put it between the goal. That's all we know as, team members. So, but the expectation was there for Doug Ryan. I mean, it was there. And I think, he knew he had some pressure situations. But again, I think a lot of it's confidence, and I just hope this young kid doesn't lose his confidence.
Dennis Brown is joining us. So you know what it's like to bounce back in these. You guys didn't have a ton of them, but like you said, look, there's been one team to do it start to finish, the 72 Dolphins, so it's inevitable you're going to lose games. So they lose this game. They get out physical. Now all of a sudden, you're kind of in a dogfight now. Detroit's 5-1. Philly loses at the Jets. They're 5-1. You're 5-1. So last week, it's like they're cruising. Home field advantage. Everything's going through Levi's. And all of a sudden, you got 3 5-1 teams, and you play a team on Monday night in Minnesota that's desperate. And last year was a really good team, playoff team. So all of a sudden, how does the mentality change now when you're a team with the expectations that the 49ers have, and then you lose a game, and now you go into a game where it's like, man, we can't lose another one. This thing's tight.
Yeah. I mean, how about Detroit, though? Who would have thought Detroit? I mean, geez. But, it goes back to leadership. And, we talked about it in the show. It's about the leadership now. Those guys in the locker room who've been there have done that. I mean, this is, you got to prepare this week. I mean, you're going on the road, and we talked about it. You've been in California, and you went to the Raiders, but you never really left, the West Coast at all. I mean, you've been at home, and you've been close to home, and now you got to get on the road yet again. You got to play in a dome. It's a Monday night football game, and you're coming off a game that you should have won. So, leadership, you get in the locker room, you got to get the guys together. You got to focus on preparation, first of all, and then get on that airplane and understand your business trip and understand and kind of dig where you are. I mean, there's 3 teams now, and you have an opportunity. You can pull away a little bit, but you got to focus. You got to, you got to produce. First of all, you got to execute on the football field, and it has to start. On the defensive side, you got to set your tone. But now you're dealing with some injuries, so you got to overcome those injuries and those challenges. And we always talk about next man up, whoever it might be. You got to go in there, you got to play at a super high level. So, I mean, it's all leadership, and it's easy for me to say because I played on teams that had great leadership. And whenever we were down, I could just turn to Michael Carter or Charles Haley or Larry Roberts, and they would tell me kind of how to do it, how you wanted to play. And this is what's expected of you this week. And yeah, you had a bad game, but now this is what you have to do. Watch the film, hand techniques, where's your feet, what was your read type of thing. So, I mean, it's all about that. It's all about your preparation, but then you got to execute. You got to go on the field, you got to execute, and you got to be up. I mean, road games are tough. It's a business trip. And then when you start the season off and you're playing really well, you may look at your articles a little bit and say, oh, we're pretty dang good. We're the best team here and there. Now you got some challenges. Your defense is still your defense, but now your offense, Brock Purdy, you got to play a whole lot better. If Debo's not in there, Elijah, whoever's in there running the football, you got to play a whole lot better. So this is it. I mean, it's what we going on in week 7. So, this is what you got to put together, and you got to get it together, get your body right, get your mind together. This is the push now. This is the push. Now, all the good teams, the cream rises. The cream starts rising right now, and it's just kind of who wants it more.
And it's on Monday Night Football. So, I mean, they'll have an extra day to get ready, but still, Monday night's not Monday night like it used to be. Sunday is, and Thursday. Yeah. But when you were playing, Dennis, Monday night was Monday Night Football.
Oh, it was Monday Night Football, and we played in a lot of Monday Night Football games. And Monday is a little different, though, because now you get to watch everyone on Sunday, and then you don't play until later. So there's a lot. I mean, especially on the road. I mean, we used to get in on a Friday, and you had Friday night to kind of go out. Then you had all day Saturday. Then you had Sunday, and then you played late on Monday. So you sit around the hotel a lot. It's too late to get in the playbook, but you get your mind right. But it's, getting ready to play a football game on a Monday night's a whole different deal because, everyone's done. Everyone's done, but yet you're under the lights. You're the only team playing, kind of like Sunday Night Football, and everyone's watching you, and it's a chance to showcase.
Great stuff, man. We look forward to seeing you on Monday. Monday
night, baby. Yeah. Levi's is fun. I do like a road game though. I mean, I love a road game when you can get in and you just shut down people. I love that stuff.
Plus, you love it because it's late enough to where Tony's Pizza will be open and you can do the ritual.
Oh my goodness! See, we missed it this week.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You know,
What happened?
It
was too early.
I'm not going to say that was the problem, but it could have been. It could have been the reason.
They don't open until noon, so the game starts.
Until noon.
Yeah, the game starts at 10.
Come on, you want me to text Jam and Yanni?
Yeah, let's go. Get it up.
Bring them over. We'll bring them right to you.
We need a 10 a.m. We need a 10 a.m. pie.
Let me know. When's the next early game? When's the next Jacksonville?
When's our next
early one?
Yeah, I guess Jacksonville's 10 a.m., right?
Jacksonville. I got you. I'll text you.
All right.
Or maybe we could get one the night before or something. I don't know. Whatever. That's not the same.
I don't want it.
Yeah, that ain't the same. I was going to say, and then as soon as I came in my mouth, I was like, that was stupid. That happens to me a lot. But yeah, that was not the night before. I want it fresh now. All right, man. We'll see you on Monday.
All right, man. Appreciate you guys.
Take care, Dennis.
The great Dennis Brown, Super Bowl champion, giving us great insight into how the 49ers can bounce back. Top of the hour, your foreplay, an anniversary. Yesterday was a lot of fun because we had to put you in a better mood, but this one isn't the greatest. But it is certainly historic. We got to do it every single year, and we do. Plus, Merrill Kelly probably didn't do the smartest thing.
Woogie?
Have you seen Woogie, what he said during the
guy
press
starting
conference?
against the Philadelphia Phillies tonight?
Yeah, not the smartest thing that he probably ever did.
What did he say?
We will let you hear that. And then we got the latest. Kyle Shanahan and Dennis asked for injury updates. We'll give you that as well. Foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to know. 5 minutes away. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Hall of Famer, the great Ronnie Lott, he joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss what went wrong for the 49ers against the Browns in Cleveland. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. We have a solid cross-section of things today for the foreplay. Of course, it was
a potpourri.
Yeah, there you go. That's a much better word.
A poo-poo platter.
Potpourri. We'll have the poo-poo platter.
What do you get to order at the poo-poo platter? I'll have the poo-poo.
Yeah, when I was oblivious to all the sophomore humor that you and I often use, I used to have those. Didn't they? I can't remember what's on it, but don't they have like a little like a a sterno thing?
Potpourri.
Yeah, and you can cook things on it. Those are good.
Yeah, it's everything.
They're very good. Yeah, a little bit of everything. Eric
I'll have
Armstead.
the poo-poo platter and hold the poo-poo.
Exactly. Give me all the good
egg rolls, spare ribs, chicken wings, chicken fingers.
I'm getting hungry, yeah.
Beef teriyaki, skewered beef, fried wontons, fried shrimp, crab rangoon.
Oh, those are so good. Those are so good.
I need me a rangoon.
It's so hard during football season to lose weight. I mean, I can't even imagine. You guys got Chick-fil-A on the flights and stuff. It's just impossible. And so now
that's just before we take off.
I know, that's what I'm saying. And so like what you just mentioned, now I'm starving. I'm trying to not eat as much now, and I'm like sitting in the studio starving, drinking lots of water. Like that's what everybody tells you. I'll just drink lots of water. Yeah, that works. Anyway, Eric Armstead is going to be in the foreplay today. Merrill Kelly.
Armstead?
Yeah, Eric Armstead. He was on this morning with Murph and Mac. And then Merrill Kelly, who probably did not a very smart thing, Steve Kerr on Jonathan Kuminga, and Anniversary Day. So that's what we got.
We should save that for 1:15 on its own.
Yeah, we'll probably have to do that because we're going to run late. I know how we go. All right, it's Papa and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Eric Armstead was the 49ers Play of the Week, and he joined Murph and Mac and talked about what he learned from losing to the Browns on Sunday.
We're not going to be 17-0, so that's what we found out about yesterday. But I think, or about the game. But I think that, looking at that game, win or loss, of course you want to get the dub there at the end. But the game, what happened throughout the course of the game happened, and getting a win might have made us feel a little bit better about ourselves, obviously staying undefeated and being 6-0. But win or lose, we have to learn from the game. And that type of game, being in that situation, being battle-tested, I think is going to be healthy for us moving forward. I don't see that game, even though we lost, being a negative thing for us. I think it'll be a positive thing, and things we can learn from. And being in a situation like that, a hard-fought, close, game, defensive battle, and we gave ourselves a chance there at the end to win, but it didn't go our way. And I think moving forward, looking at this week, we're in the same situation that we would have been. You got to move forward and put everything into trying to go 1-0 this week against the Vikings. So I don't see it as any different if we would have won or lost.
Well, I guess that's a good attitude for it. Agree with some of it, don't agree with some of it, but he's got to deal with it. So he said it means we're not going to go 17-0. Okay.
Can they go 16-1?
Yeah, that'd be good.
I mean, look at his perspective. He was on some bad Niner teams.
He sure was.
In his career, 15, 16, 17, 18, not good. I mean, perspective, Kyle started 0-9 as a head coach in the NFL. Well, he saw Marquise Goodwin take that end around, John, and go 20 yards. Remember, that was the first ever win for Kyle Shanahan. When Marquise and his lady lost their baby boy that morning. It was terrible. And he scored the touchdown to beat the Giants from C.J. Beathard. But that's when he had me right at we're not going to go 17-0. He's kind of saying they can still go 16-1, so they know they are good. So we have to segue, John, from 5-0, bro, to 5-1 and still having fun.
There you go.
We're
Good. Yeah.
We're good.
No, but I think, look, professional athletes are used to doing this. Baseball players have to do it pretty much every day. Basketball players pretty much every other day, every week. It burns at the 49ers, I'm sure, all week long. They have a pit in their stomach or something, but they're used to moving on. And like he points out, to be honest, it's kind of like Jake Moody. Like, look, I don't love that they took a kicker in the third round, but inevitably he was going to miss. You hope it's not, a game-winning type of kick, but kickers rarely go perfect all year long. In fact, what was it, Gary Anderson of the Vikings in 98 went perfect all year long, and then he missed the kick that he needed against Atlanta. It happened,
And I interviewed him that Wednesday right here on KNBR, a former classmate of mine.
Brutal.
Maybe Jake can have an Evan McPherson type of postseason.
There you go. Yeah.
How good was he with the Bengals in, 21?
Yeah. Until he went out. What was the halftime show at SoFi? Remember he went out in the halftime show and they got all pissed off at him?
Is that why they lost the game?
No, I think that's why he lost the game. But he's sitting in the locker room going,
it was the greatest halftime show ever.
Exactly.
It was Dr.
Snoop
Dre,
all of them.
Snoop, and
L.A. rap scene,
Mary J.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Come on.
So he's like, I'm out of here. What do I need to hear? Go get him.
In retrospect, the whole Bengals team should have gone out to that
Go watch
halftime show. He was fine. He made the right call.
All right, speaking of playoffs, I just don't think you do this if you're Merrill Kelly. Maybe it means nothing whatsoever. But this was his press conference this morning and talking about Philadelphia and how loud it's going to be.
And then going into the WBC game, I think that I haven't obviously heard this place on the field, but I'd be very surprised if it trumped that Venezuela game down in Miami.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
That's not smart.
Well, they were loud and they were musical.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the Venezuelan
crowd.
Right,
they got the drums and the whole
But
deal.
they had, they were into it. So, but did you just poke the bear that are the Philadelphia Phillies
He just basically said, could you be louder? And the Phillies fans are like, yeah.
Well, I don't even, I certainly, those people are something you have to deal with, but I'd be more concerned with Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm, Bryson Stott, JT, Real Muto. They got Castellanos batting 7th in this lineup
Isn't that
tonight.
Crazy? Yeah, that's
Woogie, don't break into a rash. Good luck to you.
I just look. Maybe it means nothing whatsoever, and there's gonna be loud. But that place has been just raucous and crazy. And then the opposing pitcher just said, "I don't really think you're very loud."
He didn't quite say that, but he said.
But that's how it's
it was
gonna be translated, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they're gonna translate it like that. It's
So
like,
there's two things we know about these postseasons so far. Bruce Bochy's teams never loses.
Right.
And the Philadelphia Phillies never lose at the bank.
Yeah.
They're 5-0 at home in South Philly. So, and they got Aaron Nola going. So, and as I recall, John, how did one Merrill Kelly pitch for Team USA in the WBC? Not great.
No.
As I remember.
Yeah. That's the truth.
He pitches well against the Giants usually. Woogie does.
Just put Giants uniforms on everybody.
So,
my God, that guy against us.
This will be fun. This is the only game in town tonight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no American League.
5:07 first pitch.
Yeah. And give it up to Boch, man. I mean, you get a different perspective when he's manning for somebody else, but he doesn't have the best relievers, but they weren't during the regular season, but they have been in the postseason. And Chapman gave up a home run last night. Alvarez is awesome. But he brought in Leclerc, his closer, for a 4-out save, and they win it. And you look over to the dugout, and this has got to help players. He doesn't even look like it's – he looks like it's game 32 in Milwaukee or something. Like he's not sweating it. And maybe this would be happening anyway if he wasn't managing, but he sticks with guys. Evaldi pitched well last night. He gets it to the pen. They didn't have a good pen during the regular season. All of a sudden, it's Bochy magic in the postseason. They're mashed, and they did it early. We were on the air when it was happening, and then they hold on at the end, 5-4.
These crooked numbers in the top of the first or bottom of the first. I mean, both games last night, Framber Valdez giving up 4 right away, and Zach Gallen. You can't afford to give up a crooked number. I thought it was really interesting what we played it earlier in the show, what Dusty said about managing against Boch. When you manage against an analytics-based franchise, you kind of know what they're going to do.
Right. Good point.
When you're managing against a man and not a machine, you don't know what Bochy's going to do. And then he cited, I don't know what my record is against Ball. I don't know what it is in the regular season, but I know what it is in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Bochy was down 2-0 to Dusty and came back, and the Cockroaches won 3 in a row. So Bochy's beaten him 5 straight times in the playoffs, right? And This is Bochy's time. He's Bochtober. He just takes off this time of the year.
It reminds me of that fishing commercial with Buster Posey. Like you said, he's not a computer, but he does the sounds. Boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, turn left. Like that whole thing when he was doing that, trying to get the tacos.
Don't eat all the burritos. Was it tacos or what was Bochy eating?
Yeah, but that's the Bochy computer. That's the Bochy computer sounds. They're not the same. And he just, like you said, gut feel on that. Here is one Steve Kerr. Jonathan Kuminga's had a great preseason. I asked Marcus Thompson, who joined us a little bit earlier, if he's buying into it. And hopefully for Warriors fans, this is the guy that they see, because in the preseason, Kuminga has been absolutely great. Last night, again, he was very good. And Steve Kerr has praised him a lot. But during the preseason, 26 points per game, almost 6 boards, shooting 54.5% from the field and 47% from three. Here's Steve Kerr on what he's seen from Kuminga so far.
I think the biggest thing is his confidence. It's his third year, so he understands what we're asking for. So he's hitting, those marks a lot more often. But when he's not hitting those marks, he's understanding the mistakes that he's made, and then he's much more open, to the conversation that ensues. And so I think it's just, the exchange of information is smoother, the awareness after the fact, and the whole process is just much smoother. And this is how it should go in his third year. But he's so talented, he's so gifted. You saw some of the explosive moves to the rim last night. He got to the line, what was it, like 17 times or something? I mean, when was the last time any Warrior player did that? So we need his ability to attack and get to the line, get to the rim.
What do you think? You buying into Kuminga's
13 to
preseason?
17.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks more decisive with the ball. Now, he was in the rotation last year, especially when Andrew Wiggins was out, and then he lost his spot in the playoffs, so we thought he had a role. So, he's shooting 55% from the floor. The three ball, it's amazing. A guy so athletic, he was so slow to take his three. He would line it up. He had a low load. He's hit 8 of 17 on three. The free throw shooting, he was 13 of 17 the other night. He's 22 of 29 from the line this preseason. That's 76%. So now's the time. He's just a baby when he came into the NBA. It's his third year. So the one thing is he's going to get a chance. He's not going to start games, even with Draymond being out, but he will be in the rotation to start. And having Chris Paul on the floor with him will certainly help him. They're running the split action through him. I just see him being more decisive. He had a play against the Lakers the other night where he just faced up and took off and went in and dunked in the half court. So we know he's got the athleticism. It's just how he handles the overall game. They want him to rebound more. That's been a big talking point this training camp. And, John, he's up to 5.7 rebounds a game in 28 minutes. So far, so good. Now he's got to let that translate into the season. And then also the entirety. Last year he was in the rotation. We thought for sure he's going to play in the playoffs, and then he lost his spot in the playoffs. So he's still young and developing. And can you believe the NBA season starts a week from tonight?
Amazing.
Against Kevin Durant.
That's going to be fun.
And the Phoenix. Well, here's one. Will Kuminga guard Durant? Without Draymond, how many guys do you have that can guard Durant? Andrew Wiggins? Yeesh. Can Clay guard him?
A little bit.
Who can guard him?
Yeah, Kuminga. Like you said, Kuminga.
Sounds like Draymond's not going to make opening night. So.
Mark Spears just sent that out, and the Warriors just sent out a release saying that Draymond Green's been cleared for light workouts, will be reevaluated Sunday. So that's 2 days before the season opener.
Sunday.
Yeah, so light workouts right now for Draymond with that ankle.
So no 5-on-5?
No, not yet. Reevaluated
If he gets
Sunday.
fully cleared by Sunday and they go 5-on-5 on Monday, could he play on opening night?
We sure hope so.
Remember last year we were talking about having him be suspended?
Yeah, because they got the
for
rings.
opening night on ring night after the...
if it was ring night, he'd be playing.
The sitch with Jordan Poole.
Yeah. So, all right, let's save that. 34 years ago today. It's a big day.
Wow.
It's not
I think
the
I
fun.
was getting in my car right now 34 years ago and starting the drive to the venue.
Yeah, it's not the fun one we had yesterday, but certainly historic, and we must discuss. 34 years ago today, we'll extend the foreplay into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan, he criticized the defense's ability of the 49ers to stop the Browns' run game. That story and more returning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, the 49ers are off to a 5-1 start, 5-1 and still having fun. And nothing excites us more than football season and great Italian food, especially pizza. The best in the Bay Area and the world, for that matter, is Tony's Pizza in North Beach, the best I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked literally number one in the world. And it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas as well, and their spicy bucatini is one of my all-time favorites. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style crackered thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic, and they are mouth-wateringly good. So don't forget to finish off your meal right after with a super delicious cannoli or a tiramisu, or take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. Tony has you covered. And last but not least, don't forget about his fast and casual restaurants at Bay Area sporting venues. 1 week from tonight, the Warriors play against Kevin Durant, so get over to Chase Center or go to Oracle Park when the Giants come out to play, or when the Niners are back at Levi's, check out his Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area. Remember, if you're looking for pizza, Tony's Pizza ranked number one in the entire world.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
But is it just possible that you would like, I'm thinking of one of the more non-objectionable vegetables, a carrot?
Oh, please. Please.
A carrot?
No, a carrot. No, that's an objectionable vegetable.
I mean, really? What? I mean, how would you know? You've never tasted it.
I look at it.
There's the great Al Michaels. Oh, I mean, people got to be looking on the YouTube and Twitch. I like the combo you got there. Normally you would say, but you know.
I don't have the split cap.
We got to talk about it.
We are going back. So Michaels.
Yeah, we are going back.
Was with Chris Wallace and talking about vegetables and all that. But it was on this date 34 years ago. And Al was already a star. You know, do you believe in miracles in the 80 Lake Placid Olympics? But it was his knowledge of the Bay Area. And it's funny, for a guy that doesn't like the color orange from a carrot, he was the voice of the San Francisco Giants. Predating KNBR, it was, what were they on then? KGO or KSFO way back then. And Al was the voice of the Giants in 74. But it was his knowledge of the Bay Area that guided the country through the earthquake on this date 34 years ago. You had Peter Jennings in a television studio in New York, but it was Al Michaels and his knowledge of the Marina District where the fires were and everything that, I mean, Al was one of the greatest sportscasters of all time, but in this assignment when the earthquake hit you on at 5:04, October the 17th of 89, Al's knowledge of the Bay Area, and he quickly turned into a newsman. It transcended sports. I think, you know, Al Michaels to some degree became Al Michaels that night.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. So, again, October 17th, 1989, the Loma Prieta earthquake, 5:04 local time, of course, and about 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz on the San Andreas Fault. 6.9 was the magnitude, and again, credited with less deaths probably was the start, of course, of the Giants and the A's in the World Series. 63 deaths, 3,757 injuries. This is what it sounded like when Al Michaels and Tim McCarver took the mic during the earthquake.
Candy Maldonado with the hesitation, allowing Jose Canseco to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base, so the Oakland A's take.
I'll tell you what, we're having an earthquake. Well, I don't know if we're on the air. We are in commercial, I guess. I don't know if we're on the air or not, and I'm not sure I care at this moment, but we are. Well, folks, that's the greatest open in the history of television, bar none. Yes, it certainly did. We're still here. We are still, as we can tell, on the air, and I guess you are hearing us, even though we have no picture and no return audio, and we will be back, we hope, from San Francisco in just a moment.
Wow. Every time I hear it, I'm amazed.
Yeah, and I was driving to the game, so that was something I had to record, and then you watched it back. So it was, and one of the great trios in the broadcast booth, Al Michaels and Tim McCarver, also Jim Palmer. And Joe Morgan was on the field doing interviews. And right in the middle of the open, as they were recapping the A's winning the first two games of the series, so they won the first two in Oakland, and then the series shifted to Candlestick for Game 3. And just what a night. Driving to the game, and I was somehow thought, driving. I remember driving on the Bay Bridge, John, and when it first hit, actually, I didn't go over the Bay Bridge. I went south. I went over the San Mateo Bridge. I picked up a buddy of mine playing golf in Fremont. Had I gone over the Bay Bridge, I would have been right there where the top deck collapsed. But I went south, and my initial reaction was my tires blew. When you're in an earthquake and you're driving, your tires, the best place to be is a car, but the car pulls to one side, and you felt like you had a flat tire. And I'm like, damn, I got to fix a flat on the way to the World Series. So anyway, I drove over the San Mateo Bridge and drove to Candlestick thinking, are they going to play the game? You just didn't know. And then listening to the radio, the reports got so scary. You thought the entire Bay Bridge just fell into the bay. Mm-hmm. What was going on that day? And for some reason, I drove into Candlestick Park, and the people were just flying out of Candlestick. It was mass hysteria. So I did a U-turn right away, and stupidly, just all kinds of bad decisions got pushed to SFO. Everybody is trying to fly out of town. So it was a night. The whole thing was just insane. And then that was October the 17th. They didn't resume the World Series again for 10 days. And you thought for a long time. But it was the loss of life, the fires in the marina. I still see Dave Stewart going over and helping the people in Oakland. And, Bob Welch, the ace pitcher, lived in the marina at that time. It was just something that brought our community together. I mean, when the series started, it was the Bay Bridge Series, the Bart Series, the Battle of the Bay. And then for the country, it became the Earthquake Series. And a little bit, it defined, the Bay and San Francisco and the threat of the earthquakes. But the loss of life was profound. The way our freeway systems still are not completely intact after the events of that earthquake. And just what a day. We used to, for a long time, John, whenever October 17th came up on the calendar, you thought immediately of that earthquake.
Absolutely.
Now, 34 years later, honestly, when I saw October 17th, it didn't dawn on me. It's been so long, but it impacted the Bay Area for years and years and years afterwards. And it really was, it was hard for the A's. They won that World Series over the sweep against the Giants, and they were a dominant team. What a great team. One of the best teams in the history of baseball. And they went to 3 straight World Series in 88, 89, and 90. And they never got a chance to celebrate that 89 one. Never had a parade. Never sprayed champagne when Tony Phillips fed act to retire Brett Butler in Game 4 on that Saturday night at Candlestick Park. They never got to celebrate. So the one that they won, was marred by the earthquake. But it was the loss of life, and all the players, but in particular Dave Stewart, just going over and working. And it was, what a time. Seems like 34 lifetimes ago, doesn't it? Not just 34 years.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I'll tell you, we only really talk about it on our show on October 17th, but every time we play Al Michaels, it takes you right back to it. And it's pretty amazing to me that he could keep that kind of composure during that kind of a situation because, I grew up in California my whole life. I mean, I've been through earthquakes and everything else, but right away he identifies it, and right away he keeps his composure. And I mean, it's pretty amazing.
And then it really where it took over was the whole country is settling down at 8:04 on the East Coast to watch the World Series. There's no World Series, and we don't have cell phones then. I remember going somewhere in South San Francisco to call my mom and dad. They didn't know what was. They thought the whole city was on fire, the earthquake, and they thought it was just a mass genocide. Not genocide, but a loss of life. And so he had to guide the country through the, what just happened in San Francisco. It wasn't quite 9/11, but back in the 89, it was kind of a version of that. And Al's knowledge of the Bay Area from being the voice of the Giants here in the Marina District, Peter Jennings didn't know anything about that. So really Al anchored the whole thing. So he was, he didn't know if he was on the air or not to start the broadcast. But after that, for the next several hours, he guided the country through what was going on there to make sure, and people did die. Not everybody was safe. It was terrible. The city was impacted for a long, long time, and they shut down the bridge for how long was the bridge shut down? And I thought, no big deal. I remember going on the bridge the first day it reopened, and I thought nothing of it until my tires hit that bridge. And you thought about the earthquake, and I went over that bridge at 100 miles an hour. You just couldn't wait to get to the other side. I think I pulled off at Treasure Island and went, I got to get it together. No, it was an amazing experience. And as I say, wow, that seems like so long ago.
It does.
I mean, that was 89. It was 34 years ago. Some things seem like yesterday. And the images and your feelings and your emotions of what happened that day, to some degree, you'll live forever, but it just seems like such a lifetime. What if that ever happened today? Oof. With social media, I just remember the misinformation on the radio. I really thought the bridge had collapsed. The entire bridge had fallen into the bay. You didn't know what was going on. And today, maybe it'd be better because we communicate better, but everybody just rushes to all kinds of, judgments on social media. Could you imagine if that happened today in the era of social media? Would it be worse or better? Or
I think it'd be
how
worse.
Would we have gotten through it?
I mean, because the way that media works, not only in sports but everywhere, is to be first and then to ask questions later. It used to be that you wanted to be accurate, and then so you didn't want to rush to it. Now it would just be, everybody with their phones and this is happening and that's happening. I think it would be an absolute mess.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it would be crazy.
Well, think about all the cameras rolling on things. And we had some video. Remember the video of the top deck of the bridge falling and the guy driving right into the lip of it? I mean, can you imagine all the phones rolling? I mean, you're exactly right. When I was at Syracuse, the Newhouse School, they taught us you couldn't report anything until you had it verified 3 times.
Right.
If you didn't have 3 sources to corroborate what you were told, you couldn't use it. Hell, are you kidding me?
There's
now
none
people
of that.
just make
There's
crap
no
up.
sources now.
No.
That's what I mean.
I'm a source.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that.
It's crazy. But anyway,
wow.
There you go. 34 years ago today, we played the Al Michaels, Tim McCarver has become so famous over the years. 5:04 p.m. is the exact time. So we wanted to give you that.
Do we acknowledge that at all still 34 years later? Do we do anything at 5:04? We used to in the year back,
a long time.
5-year anniversary, 10, 15, 20. I remember we used to.
I don't think so. I mean, probably the news stations do and everything like that. But I'll be honest with you, I watch less and less local news, and I'm sure that they do. But like you said, not like they used to. I mean, it reminds me of 9/11. To be honest, at 9/11, when the first year, the 5th year, the 10th year. I mean, it was. Now it kind of gets. I'm not going to say it's an afterthought. It's not, but it gets that way, right?
Well, we got a first pitch in a baseball game today at 5:07.
That's right, man. By the way, yesterday, man, what they do? Like 1:35 yesterday was the first pitch or something like that. Gee, that's early.
Because you had a doubleheader.
Yeah. Anyway, they should mention that. 34 years. All right, we got your Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol. As part of that, we didn't have a place to play this, so we'll play this for you coming up next. Guys do all their different things. They announce retirements now on social media constantly. Trevor May, former A's pitcher, announced his retirement yesterday, but with a John Fisher twist. We will explain next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the state of California? That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, right here in the Bay Area. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Now, they've secured more than $1 billion with a B. I think I made that abundantly clear. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
45-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now that it's official, to the A's organization and every single person part of it, I love all of you. Every single one of you except for one guy. And we all know who that guy is. Sell the team, dude. I tried to get a sell shirt. It didn't get here fast enough. Sell it, man. Let someone who actually takes pride in the things they own something. There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork. And also, if you're gonna just be a greedy, own it. There's nothing weaker than being afraid of cameras. So that's one thing I really struggled with this year, was not just eviscerating that guy. Do what you're gonna do, bro. You're whatever. You're a billionaire. They exist. You guys have all this power. You shouldn't have any because you haven't earned any of it. But anyway, whatever. It is what it is. Reality is you got handed everything you have, and now you're too soft to sit and stand in front or take any responsibility for anything you're doing. Yeah, whatever. Oakland is Oakland. You can make all the cases. Oh, it's not a great city. Blah, 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 blah. But you're putting hundreds, if not thousands, of people out of work that have worked somewhere for decades, and you haven't acknowledged that at all. Just be better. That's all we're asking. Just be a human being.
That is former A Trevor May, and he announced his retirement. Then he, as you just heard, eviscerated A's owner John Fisher.
Thought it was Chris Rose. Sounded just like him.
A little bit.
So he'll go into sportscasting. So I thought I was harsh on him, calling him Baby Gap. He went off on mommy and daddy's money. Wow.
And for the A's, I mean, he had a pretty good contract. 1 year, $7 million, and then he retired. That's a lot of money for the A's.
Why didn't he say that when he played there?
Yeah. Probably checks probably wouldn't have cleared. By the way,
they'd have to pay him. He didn't violate the moral turpitude clause in his contract. They would have had to pay him.
Plus, he had a good year. He's 33 years old with a 3.28 for that mess that was the A's this year. So I'm surprised he's retiring. But he was
retiring. An A for 1 year.
1 year.
And he went off.
Yeah, mostly with Minnesota. Most of his career went to the Mets, and then 1 year with the A's. So anyway, that's what he said. Was not happy.
He went off. And now he's launching the Trevor May podcast.
Exactly. That's a good way to kick it off because he got a lot of that's smart.
He's a hot taker.
Let me eviscerate John Fisher and get some clicks. So there is Trevor May. A couple of quick things. This is a weird one. So Terrell Owens is always kind of coming up in weird news stories, and this is not different. He was struck by a vehicle near San Diego and Calabasas on Monday. The incident is being investigated as an intentional act instead of an accident. So what happened was he played in a pickup basketball game with an unidentified individual. They kind of had words. Once the game ended, the unknown male drove a car towards Owens and clipped him.
Whoa. Charging?
Yeah. Anyway.
Wow. He drove the car. So it was an intentional hit and run?
That's what they're saying. They're saying he hit him.
Ooh.
It says once apprehended, this person would be charged with assault with a deadly weapon. No arrests have been made as of Tuesday. How about that?
Wow.
T.O. pissed a guy off so much.
The car being the deadly weapon. I could see that.
Yeesh. Dude. It's a pickup basketball game. Settle down.
How about on Sunday Night Football, when the 49ers played the Cowboys, they had T.O. voice over the intro. And then get your popcorn ready. And, I mean, all the great players that played in playoff games, would you pick T.O. to represent the 49ers and the Cowboys? I mean, he's the one that would do it. He'd deliver the line. But I thought it was kind of surprising.
Well, did Jerry have a sore throat like Jerry wouldn't do that or something?
I guess, because you want someone to do both sides.
Oh, I got you. Dion busy?
Dion's busy, I guess. Okay, you get right. Dion to do it.
Pay him enough he'd have done it.
Charles Haley. Charles Haley would be interesting.
I wouldn't want he couldn't keep it clean. Charles, take 52. Quit F-bombing, man.
Oh, even his Hall of Fame speech, he dropped a few F-bombs.
We've had him on our show, and it's like, before we have Charles Haley on our show, we have to always tell the producer, so we're normally at an 8-second delay, make it an 80-second delay. I love Charles.
And T.O. nailed it. He was exactly, he was funny.
Yeah, that's good.
He was a Niner many more years than he was a Cowboy, though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Terrell Owens?
Yeah. And then did he do the sit-ups when he was an Eagle?
In the driveway, doing the crunches. With Drew Rosenhaus to his side.
Doing crunches.
Next question. He was a Niner from 96 through 03, a Cowboy. He was a Cowboy for 3 years.
Yeah.
Come on.
It was weird, too.
Yeah.
All right, this is a strange story. A spokesman for the city of Savannah, Georgia, said local officials are adjusting the language of its e-citations after a man thought he was issued a $1.48 million speeding ticket last month. So what happened was this guy was driving home on September 2nd when he was pulled over by the Georgia State Patrol for driving 90 and a 55. 90 and a 55.
So that's excessive.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
excessive.
worth $1.4 million.
He said, so in Georgia they have these things called a super speeder ticket. It's a citation reserved for drivers traveling 35 miles per hour or more over the speed limit. And so...
So he was driving 90 and a what?
90 and a 55. That's not that. I mean, I guess.
That's 35 miles
Yeah, it's over it.
All right, what's the super speeder ticket? It's not $1.4 million.
So he calls this. He gets this ticket. He calls the lady, and the lady told me on the phone $1.4 million. He said, this might be a typo. She said, no, sir, you either pay the amount on the ticket or you come to court on December 21st.
No, I'd come to court.
1.4.
It wasn't a typo?
That's what she said.
So what's what's it, $1,400? I mean, that's...
Yeah, I mean, 1.4. So anyway. But here's the thing is, so it's not 1.4, and it was adjusted. They did say that traffic violations in the state of Georgia cannot exceed $1,000. So they are fining him $1,000, though.
All right, it's a big difference from $1.4 million.
Yeah, a little higher it is. But still.
Even that's excessive.
$1,000? For 35 over?
90 to 55?
Yeah, it wasn't like he was going in a school zone. I mean, he was on the freeway.
Esteban Loaiza, what was he going? And he was hammered, wasn't he?
I believe so.
He was like going 126 miles an hour.
No, you want to put a 1.4 on somebody? Being hammered through a school zone. He's the
reason there's no more alcohol on charters anymore in all of American sport. We got Loaiza.
Oh, is that right? There's none?
There was a rash of them. But Esteban Loaiza, remember after a race trip, he was driving doing 126
What does
miles
everybody
per hour?
do after they win a series in baseball? Take an Uber? Nobody actually drinks the booze, actually. Everyone just sprays it around.
Sure they do.
When Madison Bumgarner had all those Budweisers, did he drink
he had
any
like
of them?
6 in one hand, didn't he?
I don't think he drank it. They all just went all over his face.
He shotgunned them all. He Trevor made them.
Yeah, he did. Man, Trevor May. Like you said, that's a good
Mommy
point.
and Daddy's buddy. Wow.
It's a good way to kick off a podcast. By the way, the Trevor May
Well, I guess
podcast.
he's thinking, you're always worried about a reunion or something. I guess they're not going to have a reunion of the 2023 Oakland A's.
No, it's pretty safe to bet.
They didn't get
get
the 62. Do the Mets do that? Do the Mets bring back the 62 Mets?
No, I don't think so.
Why not? The Cleveland Spiders, they're all dead
yeah,
from
they probably would do that.
1899.
I mean, seriously.
Don't you bring back the losingest team in the
That'd
history
be
of American
amazing.
sport?
You going to see the 2023? Yeah, I can't wait to see Tony Kemp and man, oof. No, I don't. Nothing.
And Trevor May. I hardly knew
May, man, he's going to go down in A's history. Played 1 year with a 4.4, 3.28, but he's going to come down. He's going to go down in history with the A's.
Mommy and Daddy's buddy. That was hard.
Got him. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose whistle. We got a couple of remnants before we get out of here. And then Tolbert and Copes come up in about 15 minutes at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former A's reliever Trevor May, he ripped John Fisher on his way out. He's retiring. He called him a dork. He urged him to sell. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's obviously the surgery that Dr. Elitrox did. There's a rehab that I've done and kind of the round-the-clock approach that I've had. There's implementing the diet that I've been doing as well. And then just the power of the mind and the power of the manifestation of the desires. All those things together still doesn't get you back on the field. You have to hit a bunch of different things and be feeling a certain way. But that's the goal. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to put a timetable on it specifically. That makes absolutely no sense. Anybody that doesn't realize that there's a lot of things that have to happen to get to that point. But it's going to have to be jogging and then explosive movements and then practicing and then everybody's signing off on it, and hopefully we get to have those conversations.
That's Aaron Rodgers' Tuesday conversation with Pat McAfee, which has become one of the most quoted and talked about segments in all of sports media. So he was on the field throwing, and people were freaking out about how he's going to come back. So we shall see. I'm a positive thinker, but I don't know if positive thinking can heal an Achilles. Maybe it can. I don't know.
Manifestation of the desire.
Yeah. I have a lot of that.
Ayahuasca in my life. What's he talking about? How much do they pay Aaron Rodgers for his weekly hit on that show? Millions of dollars?
I've heard it's $1 million for the season. So that's not bad. $1 million for the season, and he comes on, 15, 16
he's
times?
He's not playing. He's played 4 snaps.
That's pretty good.
How much money is he making this year to have 4 snaps?
I know, not bad.
So they're 3-3.
I'd give him a ton of credit for being 3-3.
Are they going to be able to hang around though, and really stay in the race? So they've got they're on their bye week.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got the Giants, 4-3 maybe. Then the Chargers, at the Raiders, at Buffalo, Miami, Atlanta, Houston, at Miami. They could hang around 500 maybe. Salah's doing a good job.
Plus, the 49ers could help Kirk Cousins make a decision. I know that he's saying that he's not going to waive his no trade, but if they were to lose to the 49ers on Monday, which I think the Niners are going to bounce back, and they continue to spiral down, and a team says, like the Jets, hey, we got a really good defense, we need a quarterback. Financially, it doesn't look like it could work because the Jets don't have a ton of cap space, but at that point, then half his money's already gone. I don't know if he'd change his mind.
He tore his Achilles September the 11th.
Yeah, I can't see Rodgers.
I mean, seriously,
back.
Come on.
And he's older. I can't see it.
What was Cam Akers out for? Like 7.5 months, something like that.
Yeah, and he came back
6.5 months.
Played in that one playoff game a little bit. I can't see it. I mean, I could be wrong.
You're talking January if they make the playoffs?
Yeah.
The Super Bowl is exactly September the 11th to February the 11th. Is he talking that? I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, he
is on a mystical trip, that guy. Yeah.
So best of luck. Best of luck with you. Other things that we discussed, obviously we talked about the Warriors. It blows my mind because you said this, and it wasn't really front of mind until you said it. It's a week ago tonight, right?
Season's actually a week later.
Yeah.
They normally begin like tonight.
Yeah.
They pushed it back a week because I guess the play-in tournament may have something to do with it. The NBA,
I think that's what it is.
The finals this year, Game 7 is scheduled for the Sunday after Father's Day.
I thought it was July 4th.
It may be.
Mr. July.
If you go into quadruple overtime and you're tied at 5 games apiece, you may have to play to the 4th of July. I don't know. I mean, they never done that. You want it done because people go on vacation after Father's Day, school's out. So, but in years past, the Warriors. Well, when I was doing the Warrior games, we always started election night.
Right.
It was November, the first Tuesday in November. Now, there's been years past when it started tonight, John. So, it's a week later, but it does start against the Kevin Durant. we're so Niners-centric, and I'll be coming back from Minnesota in a hangover. We landed like 5 o'clock in the morning when next Monday turns to Tuesday morning. But we got to start gearing up for Durant. He's never played in front of fans in San Francisco since he left. So, and then what's the update on Draymond Green? They're going to update us again on Sunday. Is there somewhat optimistic that he could play on opening night?
It kind of sounds like
check Durant.
I mean, I looked at the release of the Warriors said, and they said light workouts, and then they're going to reevaluate next Sunday. That's 2 days.
So that means
he's
not cleared for scrimmaging in 5-on-5.
Doesn't sound like it.
Could they clear him on Sunday and then have him take part in a scrimmage on Sunday and Monday, and then and then play on Tuesday?
Sure, yeah.
They won't have a team scrimmage on Monday. They're playing Tuesday night.
Yeah.
That'll be a lighter day. So,
but still,
maybe.
I mean, that's
maybe.
At least there's something.
Don't you love this time of the year? The Sharks are back.
I do.
Basketball's cranking up. We got preseason games, and the season starts in a week, and of course football. And then we got the Phillies fans tonight against Woogie.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden we like the Phillies. We don't like the Eagles.
Yeah.
But we're Phillies fans, right? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. But I don't know. I like the energy in the place, and then I don't know why. I mean, again, Arizona makes sense. It's in the West. They usually vote for teams or root for teams in the West. They're in the division. You see them do well, and they're not the Dodgers, so I don't have any reason.
And do they have any ties to the Giants at all besides Zach Wheeler?
As far as I know. I mean, I could be wrong.
Anybody on the Phillies connected with the Giants in any way? I can't even put it
other
together.
than Longoria, I guess. But
he's in Arizona.
Right. Oh, the Phillies, you mean? Yeah, the Phillies.
The Phillies, yeah. Here's one for you.
I did hear Kevin Franzen do it on MLB Network doing the pregame show for him yesterday.
He used to do the Phillies, but now he's a Washington.
But he was doing
so
the national. He was doing the national thing.
So, and Madison Bumgarner's still a Diamondback. If they win the World Series, you get a ring. Does Bumgarner get a ring?
Well, they blew him out. So he's gone.
He was on the team this year.
Yeah, that's true. At some point he was. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know.
If they win the World Series, Bumgarner gets another ring.
Wow. How would that be?
So do we root for Longoria?
No,
I mean, and then the American League, it's the ultimate. It's Bochy against Baker.
Yeah.
And you got a little doobie. You got a little Dubon.
Yeah. He made a nice play in the outfield the other night. So, yeah, I'm rooting for Boch, and I think he's doing a good job. And you're watching him, and you're just like, man. He knows what he's doing, that guy.
Well, he's off today. It's all South Philly tonight.
Man, but you go like postseason, you're like, damn.
How many home runs the Phillies hit tonight off of Woogie? Merrill Kelly.
1,000? You can't say that about that place. You can't say that some place was louder. Like, what are you doing? But whatever. I get it. That's be good. By the way, a week from tonight, this is going to be fun. Lakers and Nuggets, Suns, Warriors. Man, that's cool.
I know.
How about that? TNT. Yeah.
So much will occur between now and a week from tonight. We got 49ers got a game. Yep. We got this game tonight. So much going to Here's Trey Turner, 9 for 21 against Merrill Kelly.
Wow.
3 extra base hits. JT Realmuto, 3 for 9 against him with a home run. Kyle Schwarber's just 1 for 7 against him with 4 Ks.
He'll probably hit one 600 feet to start the game.
Well, the ball last night was 117 miles per hour.
It's ridiculous. Like, dude, it's like he is the ultimate Rob Deere. He just pounds it. It's almost
strangest leadoff hitter ever.
No doubt.
And he does walk.
Yeah, he does walk. But I remember when Joe Madden did that for the first time and he was on the Cubs and everyone was like, what are you doing? And then it's like, oh, okay, you know what you're doing. And teach their own. So, anyway.
5:07 first pitch.
5:07.
3 minutes after I have my double Gold Bar whiskey and remember 34 years ago at 5:04 we'll watch the World Series 4 minutes later. So.
Thanks to Danny and Walter, as always. Marcus Thompson was a lot of fun, as he always is, and provided great insight. Make sure that you hit that up at KNBR.com. And, of course, Dennis Brown, our Super Bowl champion, joined us today as well. Thanks to the guys, as always, Tolbert and Copes today. Greg Cosell, the great Greg Cosell from NFL Films at 3:50. Dante Whitner, never short of opinions, at 4:50. We'll see you live and in person tomorrow.
I think we're in studio tomorrow, John.
We'll see you then. All right, we'll see you, Pop, tomorrow. Thanks again to Danny and Walter. Tolbert and Copes are next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Sell the team, dude. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the program, Tuesday usuals. Does that even make sense? Tuesday usuals? Tuesday. Anyway, Greg Cosell and Dante Whitner will join us. We'll go over the film. We'll get a little film from Greg, a little emotion from Dante. And usually Tuesday, I'm right there with you. Alameda had other
hungover from your birthday. That's it.
Alameda, yeah, I got hammered last night.
Oh, dude, how you feeling, man?
Ripped.
Little hair of the dog today.
Yeah. Woo, killing me. Sometimes it's like you can't get off the island. The island will not let you off. So was the case today. The bridges, I don't know what the hell happened.
Did they get pulled up?
They did, and
Yep.
I'm not even sure. I couldn't even tell what happened.
I don't get you, man.
I couldn't get to the point where I could tell what happened. I was like, I need to get to the point.
Once those railroad tracks go down, and you're sitting there when the bridge is going up to that triangle, and you're like,
brutal.
I used to live. My mom would live over there, and I'd stay there.
Yep.
I have to catch a BART train, like to work.
It's the worst.
Oh, dude, it's
It's
impossible.
the worst when you're like heading, and I didn't even get to this point, but every once in a while you'll head there, and like the bridge, the gates start coming down. You're like, I'm not going to make it.
I'm
you're
thinking
like, I
I can
should go
make it.
movie style.
Yeah, I can make
and
it.
Just like
Dukes of Hazzard, just jump the.
just like, I'm gonna. I've thought about it.
Ferris Bueller, right? The guys in the joyride.
You always got to try to assess risk reward. Like what the reward is, like a kick-ass story. Like, yeah, I made it, jumped over a little bit. It was incredible. Risk, man, you don't make it. That's it, and it's not quite weighted properly for me. Like I gotta have if I'm gonna risk the car going in the drink, it's got to be a bigger reward than that. It's
just making it and nobody's seeing it. Yeah, so like you get home, you're like, guys, you'll never believe it. They're like, that didn't happen.
Yeah, no, we didn't believe it. We don't believe it.
Can't even sell the story,
dude. It's but seriously, whatever. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, you got pictures.
But like, if you risk it and you lose, that you don't have to convince them because they're yanking you and your car out of the drink, and hopefully, at best, that's all that happens. At worst, it could be a lot worse. So
don't forget, on your way down and hitting the water, you have to yell out the window, "Take it away, Dirk!"
Oh my God! Oh! Will I have time for the whole thing?
Shut down your life right there. Try to jump the bridge. See,
I've always thought this though. If you whatever, you remember that scene? Did you ever see the game with Michael Douglas? It took place in the city.
No, I don't think I've seen
it. It's a pretty cool movie where it's a game. They set up a game for him and you got to figure out whether they set up this game for him or all this crazy stuff is really happening to him for like his 50th birthday or something like that. It's interesting. I liked it. I thought it was a cool movie. But there's a part where somebody bails from a taxi, leaves him in the back of a taxi, and then the car just takes off into the bay, and the car is sinking. And anyway, so I've always thought, like, if you are heading toward the water, like you off the bridge into the water.
Yeah.
I've always thought my first reaction, hopefully, will be to lower the window.
I was going to say window down.
Yeah, because you don't want to get stuck in there. Yeah. You can't get the door open.
Too much
the water.
Yeah.
You can't get like, hey, whoa, the door won't open.
It's very scientific. I don't want to get into it now. We don't have time, but it's all It's pressurized is what happens.
Exactly.
I watch a lot of Thunderball, a lot of early James Bond. I get it, but
oh, fantastic! Yeah. So, would I have the presence of mind to lower the window as I'm falling? Probably not. That's pretty focused.
Well, think
up
about
right
taking
there.
like a charge in the NBA. Like you're taking a charge, or you're going to the lane, and some guy undercuts you. Can you recall having the presence of mind? Actually, we have audio of that happening. There you go.
Thank you.
It's tough to think about bracing your fall.
Yeah, you know what though? You know what I always do if I fall, especially if I'm falling backwards. The one thing, and this is just something that I think I do instinctively, is I tuck my chin to my like this, just so I don't get my head caught. Because I hate when I see guys like land on their head and then their head rolls back this way.
Oof, and it hits the turf of the hell.
They're going to snap their neck.
Yeah, like Tua. Like Tua did last year.
Yeah.
That concussion. That stuff's bad.
So I'm always thinking, you got to tuck that chin. Tuck it in there.
Tuck it in there.
Like this. Yeah, protect that neck.
Well,
I don't need any vertebrae fractures. That would be losing.
You should probably, in general, stay away from water. You're probably, are you a good swimmer?
I try to.
You're a player.
I do. I grew up near the beach, and I still stay away from water whenever.
You get cement feet, maybe, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm not good. I'm not great in water.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not Aquaman, and I can't float. Yeah. Like my mom was a great floater. She would.
Why are you here?
Why are
the
you
bridges?
Here?
Yeah, she came in. She didn't even expect me here.
Yeah.
Like, why are you here? What are you doing here? And so anyway, like the whole family's here. You want to join the show, everybody?
They can't hear, but you can hear. That's the problem.
Thank you. That is fantastic. All right, everybody. I'm working.
All right, let's get little Mimi's out.
She's sitting there talking, dude. Tom's at home.
See ya.
This is what happens. This is what happens on Tuesdays when Tom's not there. Apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll just hang out in his room, in his office. Just hanging out.
There we go. Now everybody's saying, "Hey, what's going on? How you doing?" Yeah, just come on in.
Oh, it's a family affair.
I'm just sitting here. And so there we go. I got the dog. I got the cat. I got the granddaughter. But even she knows. She's like, "What are you doing here? Tuesday. Why are you here?"
She's like, "What's up?"
Supposed to be.
She's like, Tuesdays are called smooth days. Dwayne Kuipers and Murphy Mackey.
Exactly.
7:30.
You're supposed to be gone. Tuesdays are girl days. What are you doing here? Beat it, pal.
It's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. We got a little variety to get to today, though. I kind of like this. After we get through our Mondays, then we get to have a lot of fun with a lot of the stuff that we didn't get to because it was such a big Niner day yesterday and taking calls. We'll see if we get an update on what happened in the Christian McCaffrey. He got the MRI yesterday, and I think it was happening like while we were doing the show. So we haven't heard an official update yet, but it sounds like it's a pain tolerance thing. So we'll talk about his impact in just a little bit. You mentioned Greg Cosell. Probably a lot to pick apart with the film this week, right? I mean, I
would think so.
Kyle ripped and I missed this a little bit yesterday. Kyle ripped apparently the run defense for the Niners, and I thought, well, yeah, but I would kind of rip the run offense for the Niners too. I'd go, well, he didn't move the ball that well on the ground, but that was the element that got him. I still think with this offense, you give up 19 points on defense, you got to win this game. This team's got to score 20 plus.
Yeah.
So
no, and look, they put them as bad as they played offensively. They did put themselves in a position to win the game.
Yep.
I mean, they had a really good chance to win the game. That's a kick that you would expect a good kicker to make. And again, I said yesterday, he's a rookie, his first game-winning kick, not great conditions. I give him a pass on that one. But you know what? Not the next one. Those are what you just got to make those. That's your job. That's what you sign up for.
And he missed two. That's the other thing. He missed.
That's what. Well, the other one was over 50. I'm not going to ding a guy for a 54-yard field goal. And a little windy, a little rainy. So I that one, it was like, you know what? If you make it, cool. But I'm not going to ding you if you miss it.
Over 51, you're kind of rolling the bones sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
51, I'm like, I kind of like that one.
Yeah, but 41. Yeah, that's when you need to make. That's when you expect a kicker to make. Now you're not going to make them all. 81% is not 100%. I think that was the stat: 81% of 41-yard field goals, and that probably I think that included all field goals. So that probably includes indoor field goals as well. I don't know what 41-yard field goals outdoors are, but yeah. I mean, you're going to make that a high percentage of the time. Not all the time, a high percentage of the time. So I just factored in, rookie, not great conditions, first game-winning field goal. Probably heart was in his throat. maybe a little nervous, and didn't. Once he makes one, like we were worried about him to start the season, and then he got off to a good start. He got some easy field goals, extra points, and then banged a 57-yarder down in L.A. I mean, he was just striping them, boom, 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 boom. But this was the first game winner, and that's a little different. I mean, game winners are a little bit different. Don't let anybody tell you so.
Well, it was a game winner. It was a game winner. Now,
yep.
Now it's a game loser.
Yeah, well, yeah,
it's
exactly.
Unfortunately, that's what happens. You got to make it one.
Could have been a game.
He had an opportunity to win the game.
Could have been a game winner.
But nobody's putting that on him. We'll talk more about that. There's some funny details with the Niners rookie kicker stuff that we'll talk about a little bit later. But Christian McCaffrey, we're waiting to find out the severity of the injury he's dealing with. It was a core muscle injury. I guess he's dealing with like an oblique. I guess the oblique and ribs. So could be a pain tolerance thing. But they do have until Monday to figure this thing out. We will hear from what Kyle Shanahan had to say about he and Debo and their injuries this weekend. We'll talk about, like, what's the impact on this offense? We said you got to score. They hold them to 19. You got to score more than 19 to win. Debo's missed a game. Debo's missed time. Ayuka's missed time. What's the impact this time around? It's the first time we'll see the Niner offense without McCaffrey, really, since he got here, right? Since that game against Dallas back in the playoffs of last year. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a Tuesday afternoon. What would the impact be to the Niner offense if McCaffrey doesn't play? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Eric Armstead joined Murph and Mac this morning and agreed that Kyle Shanahan was right to criticize the run defense in the loss to the Cleveland Browns. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, Devo was the first play of the game on the jet sweep. He just took a shot on the shoulder. It didn't look overly big or anything. It just connected right, and so it got him after that. And if you watch him like the next 8 plays and stuff, you could just tell the feeling was starting to go because he couldn't use his left arm. Tried to come back and stuff, but just couldn't get feeling back in it. So we had to shut him down. And Christian, we're not sure about. He mentioned about 4 possible plays he thought he could have done it on, but we're not sure which one he did.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Kyle Shanahan reporting yesterday on the injuries to Deebo Samuel. First play of the game, he got hurt. And then I was like, I'm going to try to play through it. They took him out, and he's day-to-day, so that's going to be probably a pain tolerance thing. They have the extra day with the game against Minnesota on Monday. McCaffrey had an MRI yesterday. No news as far as the results of the MRI. It's an oblique and rib injury. Once we get more information, we will give it to you. Matt Mayoko did report this. He said, quote, as I understand it, Christian McCaffrey's injury is more of a pain tolerance thing. The extra day helps. At this point, it's not out of the question. McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams are all available for Monday night against the Vikings, though he did tell us yesterday, Matt Mayoko, that Trent Williams he thought was maybe the most likely to miss time of the 3, but we were also waiting for imaging on McCaffrey. What's the impact on McCaffrey or on the offense? We haven't seen really we haven't really seen a whole game, I don't think, since he's gotten here without him playing. I mean, he's scoring 15 straight games at this point.
I know.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Well, it's big. It is big, but they have enough to compensate.
Of course they do.
I think Williams is the biggest one. Like that's the one that we've talked about. Him and Bosa are the two that you just can't have missing extended periods of time. So we'll see what happens there. Now, go back to what I said yesterday. When you get off to a 5-0 start, now 5-1, it allows you a little margin for error. Like you don't have to force guys to play, but you don't have to just kind of roll the dice, so to speak, and say, you know what, we could rest him, but we need this game. So let's go ahead and if you're feeling up to it, let's play.
It's a luxury.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They have a little bit of a cushion now, which is nice to have. But I don't know. I think they'd be okay. I mean, they'd be better than okay. They'd still be really, really good offensively because all the other weapons they have. And Mason's running really hard, and we haven't really seen the Mitchell from last year this year. So that'd be nice to see. But I still think with look, it's a Shanahan running system. You plug guys in, it's probably going to work okay. It's not going to be completely shut down against a defense like Minnesota, I wouldn't think. But, yeah, I mean, they'll have an impact. It's a lot less dynamic because you see what McCaffrey adds to an offense when he's out there. He just adds a level that you can't get to without. It's just a dynamic level. He's a playmaker. I mean, he catches the ball, he runs the ball. That touchdown he got against the Browns, it was a sweet move. He caught it, faked inside.
Dude, he had a little step
went
inside
back
of the
outside.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sweet move. He does it so quick and so instinctively. Like, that wasn't a touchdown for every back that catches that ball. He had to maneuver a little bit to get there. He made it look easy because that's what great players do. They make it look easy. It isn't easy. And he makes a lot of things look easy that aren't particularly easy. So, yeah, I mean, they'll definitely miss something. I think what you miss with Deebo is you miss those little quick hitters for like 8 yards that have a possibility of going like
60
20,
or
30
40.
yards.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. Like you just flip it to him, 8 yards. Just flip it to him, 6 yards. Like you always feel like you have that safety blanket with Debo because he's just big, strong, and if you get like just one block, he'll make somebody miss or bounce off somebody and get you a minimum of 6, 7, 8 yards. So you miss that along with all the toughness that he brings and all the things. Like these are all three of them really good players.
Yeah.
Really good players. So we will see on Monday. I do believe that going up against that defense is a perfect tonic for what happened on Sunday because they're going from facing one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the league, to I don't know if it's the worst defense.
I'll get you some numbers on them in just a minute.
But it's bad. It's bad. It's bottom third, easy bottom third. Probably bottom 5. It's not a good defense.
Well,
so.
how about we mentioned Kyle Shanahan calling out the defense, and we'll talk more maybe about them later in the week. Getting beat by the run, and that's happened twice now. Arizona got him with the run a bunch too. Josh Dobbs got him a bunch, and they went for over 100, maybe it was over 200 on the ground the week before that against the Cowboys, and then got the Niners for like 140 or 160 in San Francisco. Niners are like obviously one of the top offenses. I'll get you they're projected, by the way, the Niners by team rankings to have 13 and plus wins, which is clear by a win and a half of the next best team, which is Buffalo. So they're still projected to finish as the best team in the NFL by whatever projection system that is. But the defense I was talking about for the Niners against the run that was called out by Shanahan, the Vikings don't have a rushing touchdown this year. Alex Madison hasn't gone over 100 yards rushing on the season. I think he's got 2 that are right up near 100 in the 90s. But that'll be a good tonic, too, for the defense. Yep. You want to get right there and come
I was looking at this. You know what? I'm surprised, Copes. The Minnesota's 4.9 play on defense. That's 12th in the league. So a little bit actually better than I thought.
Wow.
That actually isn't bad. And I meant to tell you this yesterday, too. There's only 2 teams. Because we were talking about this yesterday. I was going to bring it up, and I forgot. Only 2 teams in the league that are top 5 in yards per play, offense and defense. Niners are one of them. Can you guess the other one?
Yards per play, offense and defense. Is it Miami?
Nope.
Is it Kansas City?
Nope.
I don't know.
We talked about them yesterday.
Is Detroit?
Yep.
Ooh, there you go. They're coming.
Detroit, they are 5th in yards per play defense. 4.7. Niners are 4.5. Cleveland is 3.8. Yards, that's not yards per rush. That's yards per play they're holding teams to. And then offensively, I think the Niners are 2nd. But the Dolphins are like 8 yards a play on offense, which is just an absolute absurd number. It's just ridiculous number.
Raheem Mostert's on pace for 30 touchdowns.
Yeah, every time it touches the ball, it's like 30, 40 yards.
It's early, but it's insane.
Yeah.
30, and then you've got Tyreek Hill's on pace for 2,300 receiving yards. So like that. Okay, so that's another offense I look at, right? You look at another high-octane offense, like as it relates back to McCaffrey. You look at that offense, you look at an offense like, what's another really good one? I mean, the Chiefs aren't as electric, I guess, right now.
Yeah, but you still feel like it's in them.
The Lions have weapons, right?
Lions have weapons. They're a good
touchdown.
offense. Absolutely.
Definitely. So they've got weapons. Okay, so and you look at those teams, and we did this early in the year, and we said Bosa and Trent Williams were the 2 that could go down that would make you think, okay, I don't know if the Niners can still do it. I'm still standing by. If for some reason McCaffrey were out for an extended period of time, I'm pretty confident the Niners get it done with whoever they decide to put back there. Whether it's somebody that we haven't seen yet or Elijah Mitchell or J.P. Mason, I think they feel confident enough in those guys. You'd lose something on the offense, but also when somebody's out, it's not like if Debo's out, it means Ayuk's going to have a huge game. It's not like they're a very game plan team, right? I mean, it's like sometimes it's Kittle, sometimes it's always McCaffrey, but sometimes it's a different guy in the offense. And so I'm with you. I think you play whack-a-mole with this thing, and let me ask you this. Who has a greater impact on missing time? Would it be McCaffrey or Debo on the offense's production?
McCaffrey.
What about McCaffrey or Ayuk?
McCaffrey.
What about McCaffrey or Kittle?
McCaffrey.
Okay, so he's the greatest impact. Is there any?
I think so, yes.
Is there any other, in your opinion, is there any other running back in football that has that great of an impact on a playoff caliber team? Like the Titans, I don't want to. That doesn't really, that's all they do.
On a playoff
wow, you figured it
team.
out. The I formation. Way to go. Give it to Derrick Henry. Getting better at my Steve.
Man, so we're talking playoff teams here,
like playoff caliber teams, right? Because that's the point, right? Is the devaluing of the running back it's incredible that the Niners could get to the NFC Championship a couple of times in 19 and 21 without a guy like Christian McCaffrey. They did it with Mostert, who, by the way, is like 30 years old. He's like leading the league in touchdowns scored at 30 or 31 years old. It's incredible. He's been around for so long and has had this whole second half of his career he's never touched, it seems like. And he's going to I think he's still currently the active leader in yards per carry. Or not the active leader, the all-time leader in yards per carry. Raheem Mostert is. He's like over 5 yards a carry for his career. But they can find, like you look at what Mike Shanahan did when he had Terrell Davis, right? They explode. It's like you put an elite player in that spot and they take off. But the Chiefs won it last year with, who's their running back? Isaiah Pacheco. You know, teams are finding success from sort of Frankenstein backfields.
I would say, look, I think the team that could most ill afford to lose a running back that's a playoff caliber team already lost their running back. Chubb would be number one.
Good call. That's a good one.
That would have been number one. He's already out. Other than that, most teams don't really, I mean, they don't use their running backs like the Niners do. Right. I would say Pollard. If they lost Pollard, that'd be a massive blow.
That'd be bad.
For the Cowboys. But Eagles, they're by committee. Lions have a two-headed monster, though Montgomery's been really good. I think he actually might be out for
Montgomery
for a couple
injuries
games.
a little bit.
I'm not even going to consider anybody from the South because I really don't care. I don't know. I guess Walker would be a big blow. We haven't seen a lot of Charbonnet because Walker's been the guy in Seattle, so Walker would probably be one. Etienne probably be another one that they could ill afford to lose. The Chiefs, Pacheco, but I think they could fill it in. They're the Chiefs. I don't even know what to say about Eckler because
that's what Tim just said in my ear. He goes, Eckler? I said, are they a playoff
Yeah, they don't
team?
really. I mean,
And they're on the borderline.
of course. They would hurt. It would really hurt. But that team could be the worst running team I've seen in the NFL in a long time. You watched that game last night, and I've seen them play a couple times this year. They just can't run the ball. They are terrible at running the ball, like pathetic at running the ball. It's astounding how bad they are. But Eckler would hurt. Bills, Cook, but they throw the ball.
They give it to Murray. They give it to three guys.
Yeah. The interesting thing is this, and I was going to ask you this because we look at the Niners. Like, who are the best offenses in the league right now? Detroit, Niners, Miami for sure. Kansas City's still scuffling a little bit. Bills good, but still they've been scuffling the last couple weeks.
They did not look
like
the last
out of those teams, or if you could think of any other teams that you want to throw in there, who do you trust most in December when it gets colder? Because I don't know how much I trust Miami. I mean, they are a Lamborghini. Like they fly. You put them on a nice racetrack. I mean, they're going to kill everybody.
They're so opposite Buffalo, and like they play in that division. You like think about them going to Foxborough and being like, I don't know, man, when it's cold.
You put Miami like off road, they might scuffle a little bit. Yeah. Like I think the Niners are best equipped from an offensive standpoint to go on pavement and go off road. Like they can handle anything because they can throw it and they can run it. And you trust your running game more when the weather gets cold, turns a little bit. Like I think Miami would be the one team that would benefit most from home field advantage in the playoffs. Like if they got a chance to play in South Beach until the Super Bowl, they're going to probably be pretty tough to beat because they don't have to worry about weather at all. But if they have to travel somewhere and go play in the snow or
Baltimore.
in the rain, or when it's like 30 degrees or 20 degrees.
Grinded out game.
Yeah,
like, oh,
you
man.
can see the smoke coming out of your mouth.
It's like when the Saints went to Chicago in 2006 in the NFC Championship.
Yep.
And Drew Brees was like, he was inept. It was like it was snowing. Rex Grossman's like handing the ball off. They're playing defense. The Saints couldn't do anything.
Yep. But like the Niners, I think, obviously will benefit from being at home because everybody's going to benefit from being at home. But that's a type of offense and defense that travels. Like the Niners travel. Niners can go play in the snow, fine. Go play in the rain, fine. Good weather, fine. Fast track, fine. Sloppy track, fine. Like I think their offense is better equipped because they're based in run. Like they want to run. That's what Shanahan wants to do is run. They can throw. They will throw. They have thrown. They're more than capable of getting in a shootout with teams and beating them. Kansas City doesn't run it that well, but you got Mahomes. He's like the X factor. He just kind of they could, in whatever weather they play, and you figure they'll find a way to get it done. Buffalo, because they play in the cold, maybe, but they don't really have a running game. They like to pass it more than most. So Detroit, I'm not sure yet. I dome team in the cold. I don't know how that would.
I never trust them. I never do.
How that would go, but I look at these teams, and although Miami right now is far and away the best team offensively in football, I wonder if it will be that way as we start turning into a little bit colder weather. You have to play in some inclement weather. I think the Niners are just much better, much more capable of handling that kind of stuff than Miami. Like Miami on a fast track, forget it. They're going to kill you. They're going to score points, and you better keep up. I don't care how good your defense is. But the game isn't always played on fast tracks.
Yeah, and the 49ers have proven they can get it done on both. It's just that this game last week was sort of a perfect storm, for lack of a better term. We will catch up, by the way, with Greg Cosell a little bit later in the show. He's going to join us at 3:50. Dante Whitner at 4:50. Stay tuned. By the way, all show long and all week long, we are giving away those tickets to the boxing match. It's going on down at the Cow Palace. It's going on November the 4th. Westside Promotions is going to bring you championship boxing once again at the Cow Palace. Third event in the series, Resurrecting the Palace. Going to be exciting, action-packed night of boxing. WBC Latino lightweight title is on the line. The main event, Adam Blue Nose Lopez faces off against Giovan King Gio Gonzalez, also in action. Undefeated Filipino sensation Jacob Makalui, and undefeated 2016 Russian Olympic boxer Peter Kamukov. So, and by the way, and from Cork Island, Tommy Hyde. They wanted to get that one in too. So you're going to get all this action November the 4th down at the Cow Palace. But you got to be caller number 10 when you hear the cue to call. What's the cue to call, Tim?
I broke my back. Spinal.
Be caller number 10 through 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, and you can win a pair of tickets. It's furnished by Westside Promotions. Tickets are available at westside-promotions.com. Doors open at 4 o'clock on November the 4th. When we come on back, we'll get a little bit more into the NFC. We were just talking about some of those other teams that could be dangerous. Here's the one thing that we hadn't really thought about. Like, not a lot has changed in terms of my mindset about the Cowboys, but Niners losing, Eagles losing, Cowboys jumped the game back into it. Cowboys are now back firmly in the mix here after the win last night. We'll talk about if anything has changed in your mind among the top, or the powers that be in the NFC. That's coming up next, and then I'll tell you about it a little bit later. We got some exciting stuff coming your way. Next on the NFC, has anything changed after last night's win by the Cowboys? Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're not going to be 17-0, so that's what we found out. But I think that looking at that game, win or loss, of course you want to get the dub. What happened throughout the course of the game happened, and getting a win might have made us feel a little bit better about ourselves. Obviously, staying undefeated and being 6-0, but win or lose, we have to learn from the game. Being in that situation, being battle tested, I think is going to be healthy for us moving forward. I don't see that game, even though we lost, being a negative thing for us. I think it would be a positive thing.
That was Eric Armstead, the 49er Player of the Week this week. He was on today with Murph and Mac this morning. If you want to hear the full podcast, all available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Cowboys won last night. And again, they got a little dicey for Dak and company at the end. They end up getting the W, but coming back off of the loss to the 49ers, which was a bad one. I think we all thought that defense took a step back, and then we thought the Niners are just that much better than everybody else, and then humble pie comes quick in the NFL. It came in Cleveland for the Niners, and the Cowboys get a hard-fought win. Has anything changed for you in terms of how things shake up? Because when you look at the scheduling, things do get a little bit funny in terms of matchups. Because the Cowboys, while I don't think any differently about them after last night, they still get the Eagles twice. And I believe they also play the Lions later this year. I'll get you their schedule as well. But there's a lot of stuff going on. The Niners play the Eagles, so a lot could jumble in terms of tie-break stuff, head-to-head matchups, and a lot is going to change near the end of the season, or could change near the end of the season.
I don't know what I thought after last night's game. I think the Chargers stink. Yeah. Maybe not stink. That's too strong. But they're not because every time you think of the Chargers, you're like, oh, Herbert, look at the weapons, look at the defense, oh, Bosa, oh, Mac, oh, they're just they're whatever. They're the team that everybody looks at, and you want to look at the pieces and go, oh, it might actually be pretty good. How'll I do it? And then you watch them play, you're like, no. And no. That is not sum as great, or the whole is not greater than some of the parts, or some of the parts, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I think I screwed it up.
They're as good as their weakest link, though, and that's their coach.
Yeah. It's not good. I wasn't even that impressed with Dallas. Dallas was okay.
That's what I was saying. Right.
They tried to give the game away. I mean, look, my brother, what's he doing on the punt? Come on. You can't do that to the Tolbert crest. That's a proud tradition. Yeah. You got there and screw up like that? I mean, come on.
Strip him of all titles and rights in the family.
Exactly. Right. Killing me. Oh, man. But I wasn't that impressed with them. I didn't think they played that well. The biggest play they had was because of a missed tackle by the Chargers. 4th and 1. I guess the Eagles, by law, are the only team allowed to use the diamond formation and succeed with it. The other people that try it can't quite figure it out. So they're like, "Hey, let's try that. That'll work."
You going brotherly shove? Is that what we're talking about?
It didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. Right. I call it the diamond formation because I'm stubborn. I don't want to go with.
Should be dive, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, you know why? One of the reasons it worked for them because their quarterback has big ass legs, and he's able to push him, and you push him, and he can push as well. Chargers 4th and 1. It's you love when you have a 4th and 1, and you know they have to pass because they can't run a lick. You knew a pass was coming there, and it was. And it didn't work. Shocking. What the Chargers score on a 48-yard field, a 22-yard field is ultimately what it ended up being. So no, I'm still not buying Cowboys at all. I think they're going to make the playoffs, but as far as Super Bowl contenders, nah. And now I'm more convinced than ever after last night that the Lions are better than the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's what that did for me. Me too, because we both said that yesterday. We thought, I don't know if they're better than the Eagles yet. And we'll have to talk about them because I don't know at what point we start saying, are the Eagles going to start looking good? Because they're winning games, but they're not. Yep. They don't look good. And at some point I wonder if they'll, round into form. Or a lot of times what happens, those teams that get to the Super Bowl the first time, it's tough to get going the following year, or you sort of burn out midway through the season because you have a lot of guys who haven't played that deep into a season yet. So we'll see what happens with them in that defensive line. Jalen Carter playing a full year on that line as well. It's a much different defensive line, but still pretty good for the Eagles. But that offense is probably going to pick it up. We'll talk about more of this a little bit later, especially with Greg Cosell and Dante Whitner when they join us. Stay tuned in case you hear that cue to call to win a couple of tickets to the boxing event, WBC Championship Boxing down at the Cow Palace. When we come on back, how about we get into a little bit of what happened last night? Dusty falling again to Bruce Bochy. Bochy ever going to lose?
Doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. Or the Phillies. Bochy's going back to Philadelphia, maybe? collect some more pelts. Dusty facing Bruce Bochy. You want to hear what Dusty said about going up against the guy who's as smart in the game of baseball as Boch is? You can't just play the numbers against him with analytics, said Dusty. We'll talk about that. And how does this relate to the Giants' managerial search? A couple new names are involved in that, but do they need somebody like they've got in this postseason right now, or do they need to go a completely different direction? A little bit on the playoffs and the Giants' managerial search. That's coming up next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr joined Tom and myself yesterday to preview the start of the Warriors season. It starts exactly 1 week from today. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's harder to manage against a person than it is against analytics or the computer. Because a lot of times the computer and analytics will tell you, just like we played Minnesota, that if you bring in a right-hander, they're going to change their whole lineup around early in the game, where a person might change only part of his lineup or try to do different things to, I respect Bruce. I don't know what our head-to-head record is, but he got a lot of brains in that head up there.
Undoubtedly, Dusty Baker, two of our favorite guys. How many teams have two guys leave an organization, and within one, like they only had Felipe in between them, right, for 4 years or something. I guess it was 2003 to 2006, those 4 seasons before Boat shows up. But to have two guys like that who were just beloved by your organization, I mean, there's not a lot of teams in baseball that have two stints that close to each other of long tenured managers. I feel like, at least in today's game, it cycles more. I mean, obviously, basketball and the NFL, they cycle a ton, but baseball is a kind of a different beast. You want sort of a steady hand there for it.
Yeah, the only team that I remember, because I grew up with them in the area, were the Dodgers.
Yep.
They had like Walter Alston and Tommy Lasorda. I think those two went 50 years. I think they had 2 managers in 50 years or something like that for the Dodgers. The Steelers are always the one that
they got 4 or something all the time.
Come to mind. The Dodgers?
No, the Steelers are like 4 coaches ever.
Did they have somebody before Noel? They must have had somebody before Noel, right?
No, Noel started the Steelers, I think. I'm kidding.
But I know Noel, Cowher, and Tomlin. That's like 3 coaches since what, 72, 71, something like that. I mean, it's insane. 50 years of Steeler football, and you have 3 head coaches.
Tomlin is the 16th ever. So the Steelers' first coach was Forrest Dowds. He was as tall as a redwood tree. His whole family was.
Marty
like
did football too?
Yeah, dude, he loved pigskin. Luby DeMello. I won't tell you how he got his name.
Luby DeMello.
Luby, dude. Demiolo or maybe. Joe Bach, 35 to 36. So they had a bunch of guys who were like probably coaches. They're like coach/player.
Yeah, exactly.
Salute, looking to make him slip.
And these are all guys who, forward pass wasn't a thing. They were the Pittsburgh Pirates then. Then they become the Steelers in 40.
Okay.
Since 41, they've had 10 head coaches. Or 11. And Tomlin's been it since, you said since 71. 69. Noel.
Is that 69?
Yeah, 69.
What?
It was the summer. Yeah. I think it was in the summer of that year he got hired. 69 to 91 was Chuck Noll.
His defensive coordinator, Brian Adams.
Yeah, there you go. Me and Chuck Noll, 69 to 91. And then 92 to 06, Cowher. Chuck Nolan, 342, 193. Cowher goes 240, 149. Tomlin's at 258 and 163.
That's incredible.
They've all won Coach of the Years.
That's incredible.
That's a good run. It's like going Montana to Young. It's like going Manning to what we thought was going to be Andrew Luck for a long time. That was going to be pretty wild. It wasn't quite going from Dusty to Boch, but it did go Dusty to Felipe to Boch. He's talking there about managing against a human rather than analytics, because I guess when he manages against analytics, he don't get the big Boch voice. He gets this guy, like Colin Bowman.
Adios, turd nugget.
That's a guy who's normally you're managing against him now. You think Bochy and Dusty are they evidence that the postseason relies more on this type of manager, somebody who has a better grasp of in-game strategy? Like, I assume that was always the case, but I got to tell you, man, I have a really tough time gauging who's a good manager if they weren't managing in the National League or for a period of time before the DH came to the AL. Like, the managerial success now a lot of the times or problems just relies on the NL. Well, that's what it said to do. So you don't know who's good. It's tough.
Yeah. Well, I've always felt that analytics are going to play itself out over 162 more than they are over 5 or 7, and that's just numbers. Numbers are going to play itself out the longer you let them try to play themselves out. So, yeah, I think there probably is something to it, but ultimately it's the players. Like, numbers had nothing to do with Framber Valdez getting knocked around in the first inning. That was it. That was the game because they didn't do anything after that. I think Jonah Heim hit a home run, and that was all they did. And the Astros haven't really hit either. It's just for the big fella, the most intimidating man in baseball.
Yordan Alvarez.
He's
a monster.
He's just a monster. He have 3 home runs in the series, 6 home runs in the playoffs, and I think his OPS was 1,700 in the play. Yeah, he's just ridiculous. But other than him, Altuve's not hitting, Tucker's not hitting. They're not getting big hits. So it comes down to the players, whether it's analytics or not analytics. Comes down to the players. But I think these guys. Here's the thing: both those teams have players that you're going to play. They're going to play, right? Left, doesn't matter. You're in the lineup. May tweak a couple, but they're going to play. And we've talked about this. That's what the Giants need to get to. They just need players. They don't have players.
All these teams have players. Everyone.
Yeah,
when
you're switching out your 3-hole hitter, your 3-hole hitter, you shouldn't have to worry lefty or righty.
No.
If you are, you have problems. You have problems if your 3-hole hitter you're worried about. I don't know, lefty or righty. No. You want your top 4 to be solid.
Wilmer leads the team in home runs. Yeah, but it's a righty today.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got 20 bombs. We can't have this guy play. Nah, dude, he would hit 3 if it was a lefty. Maybe we'll see him later.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe we'll just drop down in the order.
It's the worst.
7th. It's what are we doing here?
Something I think people do need to remember, though, both of these teams were ready to go. Right? Yep. Rob, the Phillies spent, look at their roster. It's almost all free agents. They spent tons of money on that roster, and they have, and via trade. I mean, they traded for Real Muto and then locked him up.
Yep.
They have very few homegrown guys on that staff. They had to rebuild the entire bullpen 2 years ago. Remember, it was atrocious.
Yep.
Last year, the defense was horrible. And it's still pretty bad for them, but they just mashed the hell out of the ball, and it doesn't really matter. So for the Phillies, it's a little bit different. Thompson was hired from within the organization already, right? He was already there when Girardi was there. So he takes over and then maintains that job. They win the pennant last year. Bochy gets brought in because they spent $500 million in 25 minutes 2 off seasons ago to go get Seager and Semien. Then they spent the money again this offseason and plan to make a run at Jacob deGrom because they needed pitching after last year. And then they said, you know what, we've invested in this. We've got a window of time here. Let's get somebody who knows how to operate this thing. And so here came Boch, and they're looking pretty good right now. So you put Bochy on this Giants team, I can't imagine, and I know people that he didn't leave absolutely on his own terms. I mean, I know that's I think, pretty commonplace or common knowledge for people. But it's not like they had success at the end of his tenure here. 89 and then or 98 and then 89 losses back to back. Those weren't when Farhan were here. Those were still from Bobby Evans and the Brian Sabian era. So I don't think much looks different with them here. I think that's where Boch and Dusty need to be now. They're kind of like Roger Clemens at the end of his career. He's like, let me know in August when you need somebody.
Yeah. You want me to sign the contract? Can I start in July?
Yeah.
And we're
Jack McKeon, Pat Riley,
Yeah. Well, the thing that's incredible about the Rangers is how many teams would have signed both Seager and Semien in the same offseason. They were both shortstops. Like, Semien was a shortstop, and they moved him over to second base.
Well, he'd been a second the year before in Toronto. Remember, he's 43 homers or something?
He did, absolutely. That's what was it, about $400 million between those two?
Yeah, I thought it was more. I think Seager got 3. I think Seager's in the 3s.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's 5. I think it's 170 for Semien and 325. I think you're right. I think it was $500 million. How many teams would have done that? I mean, one or the other. Not both of them. And they get both of them.
Well, the Padres would have.
The Padres might have. Padres absolutely would have. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. They're going to offer Ohtani $1 billion for 1 year. Just like, hey, come to...
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
You own the cartel for a year.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, exactly. We got it. We got crypto stashed away. You're good to go. Don't worry about it. But that was, I mean, that's a big time move. And then you go get DeGrom and Eovaldi that offseason. So you bolster the starting staff. That's how, I mean, you got to spend the money. You got to spend the money. And the Giants haven't spent the money. The Giants tried to spend the money. I'll give them credit for that. They got the deal. I mean, the deal was done. They're the ones that nixed that deal. So I don't know how much free agents don't want to come here. Water holds. But you're going to have to pay them. You're going to have to pay them maybe more than market rate. But look, you got to do it. They can't just be like, oh, that's too much for this guy. That's too much for this guy. Hell with that. Again, when people make the comparison between the Giants, this kills me. Make the comparison between the Giants and the Rays because they kind of run the operations the same, and the Rays have been doing great. And the Rays do it because the Rays have to do it. The Giants don't have to do it. If the Giants wanted to, they could spend like the Yankees. They could spend like the Dodgers. They could spend like anybody. They could spend like the Padres if they wanted to. They have that type of money. It's time to start spending like that type of team. Like, don't you want to have that? Don't you want to have the best of both worlds? Like, you can compete without it, but you can use your brains and spend that money. And now you got better players that you can also incorporate all this analytic stuff with. But you want to have the top 4 guys. You want to have a rotation, and then the other guys kind of fit in. I've never understood. Oh, man. Like that 1 year. Oh, well, look what they competed. 107 wins. They didn't have to spend that much. That almost was debilitating. Like, that almost got in the way because, like, hey, I'm sure the owners were like, hey, look, we're saving money.
Right, yeah.
The money we're saving, or we want a whole bunch of gains. Maybe this is a way to go. Instead of saying, we got the money. We have the money. Let's spend it. And we can use the brain power as well. That they have to do that. I mean, I don't even know what's out there except for Ohtani.
It is not a good free agent class.
So I'm not saying blow the money, but you got to upgrade. I mean, you got to figure out a way. It just can't be. This team should be spending with the best of them. Like they should never. I don't know where they were in payroll this year, but they should never be too far from the top 5. They just shouldn't be. They should say we are one of those teams. We are one of the big spenders. We are one of the heavyweights. We got to treat ourselves like a heavyweight, and we got to get out there and spend if we want to win. So instead of trying to hey, if we could win without spending, that'd be great. I mean, let's try to do it that way. That way we can make more money and we can win. No. I think everybody's seen enough of that.
So the Giants finished, or they not finished. They were 13th in payroll.
Come on.
$122 million. That's low.
Come on. 13th?
13th.
That's stupid.
13th.
I mean, this team should. I said they shouldn't be too far for the top 5. They should never be out of the top 10, ever. Period. To be 13th is an embarrassment.
Mitch Haniger at $19 million is the highest paid player on the Giants. For comparison, $18 million is what Taijuan Walker's making for the Phillies. He's like the 7th or 8th highest paid player. Now, what's interesting, and to think about this, is free agent contracts don't age well, right?
Yep.
So the Phillies have a 31-year-old right now, Bryce Harper, $27 million. 31-year-old Turner, $27 million. You've got Real Muto, 33. He's making $23 million. Zach Wheeler, 34. He's making $23 million. Nick Castellanos, 32, making $20 million. Schwarber, 31, making $20 million. You've got all these guys, and not all of them have big long-term contracts, but they are not, at least right now, set up for long-term success. So what they're trying to snipe now is this window or this period where they went out, they signed Wheeler years ago. Now he's nearing the back end of that deal. They're trying to make sure they can get another one, which basically is what happened when they had their last run, right? Would they have a 3-year window? They went in 2008 and won the World Series. They lost in 2009 to the Yankees, and then 10 the Giants stop them, and then 11 I think they got close. They might have gone back to the playoffs, but that window sort of slammed shut on them. Yep. And that was a few homegrown guys and sprinkled in a bunch of vets. So the way to do it now is the way like the Diamondbacks are doing it, where they've got some guys now and they've got some pieces, and they're going to be able to add in a couple of big names. And they did that once before with Zach Greinke, right? When they had Paul Goldschmidt, they had a couple of guys that they had developed and they were ready to make a run. Never got all the way, but the Giants just don't have enough sustainability right now. That's the way it goes. At $122 million, that's not a good number. That's pretty sad. I can't believe we hadn't looked at that. At 13th in the league.
Pathetic.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. 17th in
it
attendance,
is
by
bad.
the way. 17th in attendance. That's sort
Who
of
are the
on par.
teams? Just give me if you still have it up there.
Yep.
Who are the teams that are right below them, like 12, 11, 10, 9?
Oh, yeah, that'll be good. Let's see who's close in salary. I can tell you the teams at the top, by the way. A lot of them made the playoffs. Phillies are the number 2 payroll team in baseball.
Yep.
And they're in the playoffs, right? Then you got Yankees, Cubs, Astros are 5, Braves are 6, Rangers are 7, Padres 8, Red Sox 9, Blue Jays 10. They made it. Dodgers 11. Okay, so the Giants have the Angels are right above them, White Sox right below them, Rockies right below that. So I got to do a little bit more research on this because this may be who's under the active contracts right now. I'm going to do more research on the entirety of this, and we'll come back to it. But just circling back to Bochy and to Dusty real quick. Does it change the type of manager you think the Giants need to get? Like, getting to the postseason is a different beast and changing culture is a different beast. Like, right now I'm focused, and everybody got upset when Farhan said our goal every year is to get to the playoffs. Stop with the semantics here. We all know what the goal is every year. He knows. But the fans who got upset at that would go, we got to win it. Well, you don't know what kind of manager can win it for you until you get somebody in, right? Mark Jackson wasn't the guy to win it. He was the guy to set it up. That's the example I always like to give.
Yeah. That seemed kind of silly to me when people were saying, oh, you should be saying you want to win it instead of want to get to the playoffs. Well, you kind of got to get to the playoffs before you can win it. Like, one comes before the other. And the goal should be to get to the playoffs. And then, of course, what do you think? They're going to get to the playoffs and not try to win it? Yeah, we're good. We got to the playoffs. That was our goal. We're good now. Yeah, you know what? We're actually going to start. We're going to do starters every game because now we just don't really care. Of course, they're going to try to win it, but you got to get there. That's a 162-game grind to get there. I don't know. I still think it's more about the players than it is the manager. I don't think I need that much experience as long as I would like to see them do what Steve did and do what some of maybe the first-time NBA coaches have done where, you hire somebody that has been there before and done that before. Like, I don't need a first-timer, even though Gabe wasn't a first-timer, but I don't need like a guy who's a young coach, a first-timer manager, and then surrounded by a bunch of kids who are also first-timers. Like, give me some crusty dude in the dugout who's been through the wars, who's seen it, who has a different opinion on things, who doesn't look at things like everybody. Like, that's the one thing you think with the Giants, and I could be way off on this because I don't know, but my guess would be it was like everybody was thinking kind of on the same wavelength. Like, it was, they were analytically driven, of course, but there were other, it wasn't, I've always said there maybe not as much analytics as you think, but maybe not. Maybe they are. But I think everybody was on those, like, kind of new wave, how to do things, how to train, how to throw, how to rest, how to eat, I just want somebody who doesn't give a crap about that. Like, I want someone who thinks like a recovery drink is a whiskey.
Yeah.
Like, give me one of those dudes.
Rub some dirt in it guy. That's what I want.
Yeah, rub some dirt. Give me a whiskey. Give me a goddamn cheeseburger.
He's like a sleep specialist. What do we have a sleep specialist for? You go to sleep, you wake up, you play ball.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Get that wheatgrass out of my face, along with those numbers and that chart.
There's one question. That's one question they should ask when they open when the Giants and Farhan are doing their managerial search. There should be the opening question is, do you moisturize? And then just wait for the answer. Yes. Get the hell out of my office. Get out of my stadium. Get out of my office, dude. Let me see your hands. Let me see the callus. Let me see the calluses on your palms. Have you been holding the clipboard?
When's the last colonic you've had?
Yeah.
Excuse me? Yesterday. Out of here. Beat it.
You're out. You're
but I don't need that guy to be my manager, although that'd be fine if he was. But I need that guy in the dugout.
Yeah.
Like, I need that guy to be a bench coach or something. Somebody who has a dissenting point of view. Somebody who's not in line, like just everybody think alike. Like, I want somebody that says, "What are we doing? That's BS. That's garbage or whatever." But I think they need a little bit of that.
We're going back to the beginning of Moneyball with those guys who are like who look like the old crusty idiots.
Yeah, just give me one of those guys.
He's got a good body, Billy. You know what I mean? He's got a good body. We got to get this guy. Now we want one of those. Now we're like, I need that guy managing my team. Can we get one of those dudes? I need him to tell me what he's seeing. One of those old school scout guys. No, you're right. You're right. An eye test dude. So that's what's going on with Bochy and Dusty. They've got a 2-0 lead to the Rangers. They'll play Game 3 tomorrow, I believe, right, in Houston. You've got one tonight, Phillies and the D-backs Game 2.
Yeah. I will remind people that the last time the Astros went to Texas, 3-game series, combined score 39-10. Astros slaughtered them. I mean, just wore them out. So I'm not going to count them out yet. Texas looks really good, and we'll see what Scherzer does. Scherzer hasn't pitched in a while, so we'll see if he's sharp. If he's not sharp, I'm sure Haney will come in. They have some guys that can give him some length. Perez maybe is a guy, but if Texas is feeling good, they haven't lost in the playoffs yet, so they're feeling good. But 7 straight ALCSs, that's a team that knows how to win, and if they get on just a little bit of a roll, they're going to be tough. And they've been way better on the road all season long. They've been a team that, for whatever reason, scuffled at home, finished under 500 at home, and did really, really well on the road. So I don't think this one's over quite yet.
No, it could be a series. Or I hope it is, because we haven't had any really good series yet. We haven't had anything go elimination. We had a winner take all game. So we need an LCS that finishes that way. And by the looks of it, Arizona may not be the one.
Maybe not.
I don't think so. We will jump off of the baseball probably for the rest of the day at this point. Actually, no, there's one thing Jim Bowden had. We'll talk about that a little bit later, about a big trade the Giants could make this offseason. Still to come, though. 3:50, Greg Cosell. We'll get into a lot of the film breakdown about what happened to the Niners in Cleveland. We're still waiting an update on Christian McCaffrey and the MRI status from yesterday on that oblique and the rib injury. Dante Whitner, been a little bit quieter this week, Dante. I haven't seen Dante making as much. I didn't see Dante on national news on NFL.com. At 4:50, Dante Whitner is going to join us. But when we come on back, it's a Tuesday, which means one thing only. It's the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
We got that for you next on The Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Hall of Famer Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss what went wrong for the 49ers on defense and on offense against Cleveland. That podcast is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We do it every week here on Tolbert and Copes. NBA season or not, you get an NBA grab bag coming your way. By the way, Warriors start a week from today. They open a week from today at Chase Center against the Phoenix Suns. We had a great conversation with Steve Kerr yesterday, and so you can check out that interview on KNBR.com, and he will join us.
You coaching?
Throughout the season. No, I am not coaching. I am opening up the NBA grab bag. Thanks to everybody checking in on the Twitch stream, on the YouTube stream, and on KNBR.com. You can always watch video of the show. We are live streaming each and every show. Let's dive into the NBA grab bag, Tom.
NBA grab bag.
Where else would it start but the NBA, right? It's the NBA grab bag.
It can start just about anywhere.
Come on, dude. You know it starts in the NBA. Warriors and the NBA season start exactly in 1 week. There we go. They announced Draymond Green, by the way, has been cleared to begin light on-court workouts, shooting drills, and his return to a full team practice and scrimmages will be based on his continued progress through this health here, okay? So he's going to be reevaluated again on Sunday. That is classic Warrior work. Reevaluated on a certain day is when they'll do it.
They're the ones that started that, and that's genius. Because you don't gotta. It's not an exact date. It's perfect. We'll reevaluate him in 2 weeks. Nobody asked after that. Nobody asked. Has anything changed? Is he no? We'll evaluate after 2 weeks. We told you that.
And then it's always a surprise. Then it's always good news. It's like he's going to actually practice tomorrow. We're like, what?
Exactly.
What? He's going back?
No one's upset when it's good news.
Yeah, nobody's upset. Yeah, he's under promise, right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Number one, who cares?
Thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, I think that was a genius move a number of years ago. I think that's a great way to do it. Every team should do that.
I don't know why they don't.
We'll tell you in a week.
Yeah.
All right, leave us alone.
How big of a deal is it for Draymond to be out there early in the season with these guys? There's a lot. We talked to Steve yesterday. A lot of vets. It's not as many. Like he's like, you can do a lot more because you're not teaching guys to play basketball. You're just teaching them kind of what they need to be doing.
I don't think it's a huge deal at all.
No.
It's a long season. It's really, they're trying to incorporate Chris Paul, and he's a vet, so I don't think that will take that long. So, yeah, it'd be nice to have him out there, of course, but I don't think it's a huge deal. I really don't.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Julio Jones. I thought retired from the NFL. I actually talked about it this weekend. I was like, is he still around? He's back in the NFL. He signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. How about that? Julio Jones signs with the Eagles. Move comes after Quez Watkins was placed on IR with a hamstring injury. Jones is going to begin on the practice squad with the expectation that he would be elevated fairly quickly. So Julio Jones, Hall of Fame receiver, is just sitting out there. How about that?
When's the last time he played?
Last year or 2 years ago? Was it last year, Derek?
Did he play last year
with the Bucks? That's right. Yeah, he signed with the Bucks.
That's right, he did. And wasn't he with like Tennessee the year before that?
Yeah, he was in Tennessee.
Yeah. Huh. Wonder why they signed him. Like, don't think
they lost a receiver and they just wanted another big body, I guess, or experience over another practice squad guy you have, or a rookie hanging out there.
Okay. All right. We're fine.
There you go. So Julio Jones, you going to sign him, Tom? Fantasy move for you? No?
I'd rather sign you.
That's a good move. I am quick. All right, moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab ass.
What?
Did I say grab ass?
What the hell was that?
NBA grab bag.
That was different, Pice. No, that was different.
Yeah, it was definitely different.
Hit it again.
NBA grab bag.
No, dude, hit the...
He's trying to make you think like you're hearing
Did we
things.
hear grab ass or did we hear grab bag?
No, we definitely heard grab ass.
NBA grab bag.
See?
Tim, is it a second bite or not? Anyway, KNBR, anybody else here grab ass?
NBA grab bag.
Tim, stop hitting that one. Is it the one or not? Derek, I want to get a clip that like 2 seconds. Go back and find that on the thing. I want that clip. I want to find out by the end of this segment if that was...
My God.
Tim's messing with us now, I think, dude.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Seriously, hit it again, Tim.
NBA grab
bag. Moving on here, not in the NBA grab ass. That's a That's a second bite. Anyway, KNBR, if you heard that. That's Derek. Derek, cut that bite, dude. I need that. So stupid. We move on here in the NBA grab bag. Happy Gilmore star Christopher McDonald, more commonly known as former number one golfer in the world, Shooter McGavin.
Oh, my God.
All-around bad guy, favorite of the show. He may have been a bit overserved at the Bills game on Sunday.
No.
He appeared to be very intoxicated, stumbling and swaying while inside the stadium's concourse. Oh, dude, this is tough for Shooter. The Shooter McGavin Twitter account, then, because, there's a guy who tweets as Shooter on Twitter, as though he is the real Shooter McGavin. It said on Monday morning, quote, "Every time I visit Buffalo, Gets a little harder to leave. Must be something in the alcohol.
Excuse me, I gotta go play with the dog.
Oh, it's a great line, dude. Paraphrasing. Money. Nailed it.
That's awesome.
He's maybe bulletproof, dude, as far as like villains in movies go and like how beloved he is in society by people just because he embraces. I love when people lean into a role like that.
And Shooter's not about to let his reign at the top be spoiled by some freak sideshow clown.
Such a good villain, dude. An all-time.
Hey, look, if
great.
Shooter comes visits me at a game, I want Shooter drunk.
I want him hammered.
Shooter drinking.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little secret of the pros.
Yeah, secret of the pros.
Oh, moron. Good for Happy Gilmore. Oh, my God.
It's pretty good. Did you find that clip, Tim?
NBA grab bag.
This is ridiculous, dude. We're not going to play the clip. Are we going to get the soundbite of that actual bit there? Okay. Well,
NBA grab bag.
this is now you're just messing with us, dude. This is outrageous. Yeah, Spider Leland's checking in. He's like, "No, man, it's just the actual soundbite." The NBA grab bag.
Oh my God!
That's your NBA grab bag
NBA grab bag.
for Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. I was laughing. I'm pissed. It's so funny when I'm not in on the joke, boys. I'm me in on the joke if we're going to do it at least. A couple of notes here just as it relates to the Niners. We're still waiting to find out if there's another injury report or an updated injury report on Christian McCaffrey. I was looking through this yesterday because I'm not going to spend tons of time talking about the kicking, but I've made this point a couple of times this year that, and I think I did it in the preseason when Jake Moody had missed a few kicks, that the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl, they had a rookie kicker. Doug Bryan out of Cal. I went to De La Salle from the East Bay. Shout out Mrs. Bryan, who was my secretary, his mom in elementary school. It was pretty cool. He came and talked to our school a couple of times. Anyway, he kicked for 12 years in the league and kicked for the Niners in '94 and then was cut the following year. And then he spent a long time with the Saints and then got some yips and bounced around a little bit. But he was the kicker in '94, led the league in extra points and wasn't, I think it was like 75% on field goal attempts, but those Niner teams were blowing people out. What's interesting is he was drafted, Tom, in the third round.
Was he really?
Guess what number he wore? Dude, he wore number 4. It's bizarre, dude. He's like third round pick, wore number 4, rookie kicker on a team that was ready to go and hadn't gotten one since '89, and were expecting to get one. So it's interesting that even that team, with as high octane as they were, George Seifert's drafted in the third round a rookie kicker.
Wow.
Interesting, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Some funky notes there.
I just don't get the big. I know it's you'd rather have a player, but how many teams are, stocked where you just feel like, and again, it's a third rounder. It's not like you're guaranteed to get a player. So I don't know. I don't get as up in arms about it as some people do.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me because if you got the quarterback in the third round, you got the kicker in the 7th round, you'd be like, okay.
Yep.
Right? But you got them both. Who cares? Again, does it matter that Lincecum was making $500K and Zito was making $26 million in 2010? No.
To some people.
To some people it did. I don't know why. Yeah. It didn't matter at all. I
don't care.
It doesn't matter where the funds are allocated as long as you win. We're going to catch up with some film study stuff with Greg Cosell, NFL Films. He joins us every week at 3:50 and a lot to get to in terms of the Niners' run defense. How did they get bottled up like that? I kind of want to know why Brock Purdy looks so under duress. Maybe it was just the talent of the D-line for the Cleveland Browns. And I'm wondering how much Greg has looked at Jim Schwartz and Kyle Shanahan's matchups. By the way, Murph and Mac had a funny riff this morning about Jim Schwartz. Like, basically, it's the one guy or one thing or one person in your life that is always putting like a thorn in your side. Paulie can say, Murph, who's your Schwartz? Like, who's the guy in your life or the person? Like, I'm like, Bochy is the Schwartz for everybody in the playoffs, right? Like, they just don't want to run into Bruce Bochy, it seems like. But somebody in your life who's like always fit. Like, for Phil Mickelson, it's Tiger, right? He Schwartzed him forever. It probably felt like. So anyway, I thought that was a funny angle there. Just absolute ownage. All right, Tim, did I buy enough time for you? All right, moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab ass.
Boom.
See?
NBA grab ass. Hit it again. Hit the grab ass again.
NBA grab bag.
When we come on back, we will talk a little bit more about the 49ers and their quarterback situation as it relates to the QBs across the NFL. Justin Herbert last night didn't look very good. Who at quarterback is playing at an elite level right now in the NFL? I would still argue Brock Purdy may be the best in terms of how he's playing right now, right behind Tua Tagovailoa. Who would be number 3? Is there anybody that's playing at a high level right now. Statistically, it doesn't feel like it. We'll talk a bit about that quarterback situation across the NFL. Offenses look a little bit inept. Justin Herbert wasn't great yesterday. You got Justin Fields now out with an injury. Anthony Richardson could be done for the year. Quarterback play in the NFL has been a struggle. We'll talk about it next, and then Greg Cosell at 3:50. It's an NBA grab ass on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3rd and 11 inside the Charger 25. Shotgun snap, right tackle block. Herbert, messy pocket, throws his ears hit. A throw, it's intercepted on a dive. It's intercepted by the Cowboys at the 33. Stephon Gilmore got it and seals a Dallas win with a diving interception.
I believe that's Mr. Gilmore.
No, I don't. Nicely done, Tim. Well done, Stephon Gilmore, on the interception. Putting a cap on the Shooter McGavin story there. Justin Herbert, another interception there to end the game. And what'd you think of that statement there? Because Derek said that to me earlier, and we were all kind of standing around in the bullpen. And I said this before the break, that who's playing the best at quarterback? Like, who's playing at an elite level? The obvious answer is Tua. Then you go, okay, who else is playing at a really high level or an elite level? Like, Mahomes, not exceptionally high. I've got confidence he'll turn it around.
Yep.
Hurts, Jalen Hurts threw 4 picks last week.
Yeah.
It's going to be 3. He's got more interceptions now than he had all last year, though. Through 6 weeks of the season now, right? Dak Prescott's not looked good. Trevor Lawrence has been kind of average. Joe Burrow was hurt. Injuries to guys like Aaron Rodgers, so not great quarterback play in New York. Daniel Jones has been awful. Then he got hurt. You've got Anthony Richardson down. Jared Goff, how's he playing?
He's been good.
He's been pretty good.
Yeah, he's been good.
It's kind of the point, though, is quarterback play has not been great around the league. And so part of that MVP talk about Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, it becomes a little bit more real, not just because of the team that they're on and how much they're winning before last week, but if there's nobody playing at an exceptionally high level, it's going to leave the door open for more variables and variants, and that's when you can end up with a running back like that. And that's where we'll see, if Christian McCaffrey doesn't play this week, what the impact is on the offense. I can imagine it's huge. I think he makes them elite, but I don't think it's like they take a huge step backwards without him.
I wouldn't think so. I'm just looking up the quarterback rating just so I can kind of refresh my... I don't know. What do you use? Total QBR?
I don't even know what does that matter?
I don't know. But that's usually...
It's a bad stat because they're all... Yeah. How about total yards, too?
Your top 5 in QBR, take it for what it's worth,
nothing.
Are Purdy at 1,
yeah,
Allen at 2, Tua at 3, Goff at 4, Mahomes at 5. So, I mean, look, I don't know what it entails. I know those are the guys that are probably playing the best. So, I mean, whatever they use, it makes sense. I always look at... I mean, they got like EPA in here, Raw, whatever that means. Is that WWE? Do they have SmackDown stat in here too? They have a SmackDown column.
That's a defensive
They have a Raw
stat.
column. Yeah. So okay, very good. But those guys are playing good quarterbacks. So yeah, Purdy's up there with them, and I don't think Mahomes has been as explosive as he usually is, but they've been winning games. Look, Purdy had one bad game. That's it. He's been really good. I mean, do I think he's going to win the MVP? No, not a chance.
Me neither.
I don't. But the fact, I mean, that's not even the point. The point is, people are even mentioning it, like he's in the conversation. That's the point. That there's a guy that it's in his second year after being Mr. Irrelevant that anybody would even mention as MVP. Again, I think it's ridiculous. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could. I mean, they keep winning. Quarterbacks usually win, so it's that's the point. It's possible.
Yeah,
that's the point. Is like he's been playing, and again, we're gonna find out a lot this week how he plays coming off a bad game. He wasn't good in that game at all, and it'll be interesting to talk to Greg Cosell, which we're gonna do in about 10 minutes or so. Was he just late on throws? Was he inaccurate? Like we were talking about it yesterday. Give him credit for that last drive because he put him in a position to win that game after not playing very well. He should have been picked off on the first throw of that drive. I mean, that was a brutal throw. I want to say it was to Ayuk, but it was way behind whoever it was to.
I think it was to Ayuk.
Yeah, and it should have been picked. It was much closer to the Cleveland defender than it was to Ayuk. So, you have bad games, but how do you bounce back from those bad games? This one sets up well for him indoors, fast track, not a great defense, although better than I thought. I'll have to look at their pass defense. When you look at yards per play, they're better than I thought they were, and that could be a little misleading, but still, again, I thought they were bad. They're not. So we'll see how he bounces back. But look, if I said top 5 QBR, 6 games into the season, these are going to be the guys. And this was, I was saying before the season, Allen's going to be in there. Yep, makes sense. Tua's going to be in there. Okay, maybe. Yeah, I can see that with McDaniels.
71% completion rate. I didn't know that. No.
Mahomes going to be in there. Okay, yeah, I'll buy that. Goff is going to be in there. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I would have thought Herbert Maybe Lamar Jackson with the new offense, possibly. But
Maybe
okay,
Lawrence,
that's okay.
Actually, Jackson's playing pretty well. He's actually
he is.
he's just under 70% completion percentage. He's got only 5 passing touchdowns to 3 picks, but he's running too, right? So his passing yards are never going to be as high.
Yeah.
Brock still got the best touchdown percentage or rate. CJ Stroud is right there.
He's the guy that you would have said, "What? Come on,
Yeah.
get out of here." Like the rest of the guys, you may have said, "Nah, maybe not," but that they're there. Like you could see Tua being there, Goff being there. Not a chance anybody could see Brock Purdy being in there, and they certainly couldn't see him atop the league in this stat. Like, not even in the top 5, but not even really number 1. 6 games in, and that's after that game. That game was and he's still number 1. To show there's really not somebody that's just at their heads.
Yeah.
Football 6 games in, and he's right there with the best quarterbacks in the league. And that bad game. I don't think Mahomes very good game 1 against Detroit, if I remember correctly. But it happens. It just does.
Didn't he throw a few picks in that game? He threw 2 picks in that game?
I knew he threw 1 for a pick 6.
In week 1?
Detroit returned
Mahomes,
1.
Derek, yeah.
Yeah, that's how they scored scored one of their touchdowns.
He threw 1, Derek says. He counts every Mahomes pick.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, every time Mahomes throws
Does he
a
have
pick.
a tracker at home?
Derek gets his wings every time Mahomes throws a pick. He gets all excited.
Fantastic.
I hate that Lamar Hunt. But I think he's going to come around. And again, he's got a bunch of different receivers. I still think that kid Rashee Rice is going to end up being a factor for them. He started to come on strong target-wise and caught a touchdown last week. Mahomes just needs to, they kind of reset the receiver position. Would you say Josh Allen's playing at an elite level? He's at almost 70% completion right now. He just turns it over.
It's so
seems
interesting because you look at the game against Miami and you go, yeah. He wasn't great against the Giants. I mean, he kind of scuffled against the Giants, to be frank. I guess I don't know what
if you guess it's
level
not.
is.
Yeah, if you guess, then you're
I
probably
think
not
he's an
feeling it.
elite quarterback.
Sure.
I don't know if he's playing I'll put it this way. I don't know if he's playing as well as he can play.
Yeah.
I don't know if, and that's the thing. I don't know that Mahomes is playing as well as he can play, as we've seen him play. I think Tua probably is playing about as well as he could play. Brock's probably playing about as well as he could play. I think they're a lot closer to their ceiling than Mahomes and Allen. And here's the one thing about those guys, though. They've been in the league long enough. We know what their ceiling is. We know when they are rolling that.
What it looks like.
They're almost unstoppable. I don't even think we know what Purdy's ceiling is. We're not sure. Is this it? Can he go up another level? Is he kind of exceeding? It's really pushing the boundaries of where he can go. We don't know because he's only played almost not even a year. I don't think a full game. So. I don't even know what his ceiling is. That's why I always say, give me time to watch these guys. But I think you probably need 2 years to really get an idea of who a guy is going to be consistently. What is he? Who is he? What does he do? What can't he do? All those sort of things. And we don't know that, but we do know that. I'll give you a good example. Tua. We thought we knew Tua after 2 years.
Yeah.
And that Tua was going to be traded. That Tua, I don't even know if Miami wanted that Tua. You get McDaniels in there.
I thought McDaniel might get rid of him when he got there.
Yeah. You get him in there, and all of a sudden, MVP Tua.
He's like, no, give me Tyreek. That's all I need.
Yeah. So NFL's weird that way. I mean, you can get some guys occasionally. It doesn't happen all the time. Some guys where you get a certain coaching staff, it just doesn't work. Have the right pieces around them. And then when you get those guys, you're like, oh, damn. Man, that's the guy that was out of Alabama. That was the guy that got drafted in top fifth over, I believe. That was that guy. That's right. They ain't trading him now. I don't think they're in the market of trading Tua or wanting to get a new quarterback in there. So things can change, and they've changed pretty drastically with him. Allen's different. Because I don't think anybody really knew Allen, coming out of Wyoming, 58% of his passes, whatever. Okay, we get all the tangibles. He's got all the measurables. Let's see. But he took, like kind of your normal steps where it's like, okay, kind of see it, but he's raw, getting a little less raw, getting, okay. It's got pretty good. I kind of see it now. We kind of got a fully formed picture, but that was like a natural progression of what you're going to see. Brock's been different because you don't go from, God, I wonder who, third quarterback, practice squad, last player picked, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, he's good. Well, he's really good. Well, he's good. He didn't go through the game that he had in Cleveland. He didn't have that a year ago. Like, that's when you would have expected him to have the first month that he took over.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, okay. Now I know why he got drafted last pick of the draft. Now I know he was on the practice squad. Ooh, I can kind of see that. They never had that. Never had it. I mean, it was like a rocket ship, and it was straight up, pointed straight up, and it just kept going. And it never wobbled, never teetered, never shimmied. It was just, whoa.
Yep.
Straight up. I was like, oh, man, I wonder
up
how
and to the right is what Steve would say. Up and to the right.
I wonder how it can go. Look at it. It's still going to infinity and beyond. Last weekend was the first bobble, which still is amazing to me. You can go that long, and your first game is like almost a year into your career, where it's like, oh, yeah, that wasn't very good.
Yeah.
That's the first time that's happened. So, again, I'm really eager to see Monday. I mean, I want to see what they look like, and I want to see what he looks like. I suspect he's going to bounce back fine. But when you haven't seen it, you don't know. We haven't seen it, and that's the interesting part about this guy, that he's been a rocket ship pointed straight up his entire career until last weekend.
Cleveland looked like the best defense in football. What did they do to dismantle this 49er offense? Did it seem as simple as injuries? That's not what you talked to Greg Cosell about, but was there anything he saw defensively? Why did Brock look so hurried? The rain could have been a factor, but in terms of the X's and O's, they did something right. Jim Schwartz frequently does against Kyle Shanahan. We'll talk about that very thing with Greg Cosell, who joins us when we come on back from NFL Films. And then Dante Whitner's going to join us at 4:50. Greg Cosell next on the Sports Leader.
Tom, what's happening, my man?
Former A's reliever Trevor May retired yesterday in epic fashion, calling out A's owner John Fisher, saying, quote, "Take mommy and daddy's money and go somewhere else, dork." Whew, got him. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is that time of the week to break it down. And we always like breaking it down with NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell. Hello, Greg.
Tom, what's happening?
Doing well. Yourself?
I'm hanging in there.
Good. Did you see the movie Something About Mary?
Oh yeah, but a long time ago.
Yeah, great movie. After watching Brock Purdy this week, I kept thinking of that scene where Matt Dillon goes, "First chink in the armor, Ted."
You know, it's funny you say that because I watched the tape on both sides, as did a number of people in our matchup office here, and I don't think the narrative of that game is exactly what happened.
What's the narrative? Actually, that was more of a joke. You're supposed to laugh.
I know, but I mean, obviously the feeling being that,
you went straight to serious mode on me.
Well, no, I just
how
thought,
dare you?
I've been thinking about this since I watched the tape because obviously the narrative has been, I love this whole thing about, well, is now Brock Purdy a fraud?
Fraud Purdy, right?
Yeah.
Well, tell us what happened because it was interesting. And look, I think all that's ridiculous, to be honest. But I will say this: it's the first bobble that we've seen. Like I said, when he came out of the gates, Brock Purdy was a rocket ship shooting straight up and just never stopped. This is the first game he's had that anywhere resembles a bad game like this since he took over. I don't think it's a huge deal one way or the other, to be honest with you, but it is. And I guess the most surprising thing is, Greg, it took him this long to have a game like this.
And I think you have to define bad game. He made one of the best throws he's made in his career on 3rd and 13 on the 49ers' third possession when he was under major duress, and he threw it to Ayuk that he dropped. Yep. I mean, that might have been one of the best throws he's made in his career. So, I think you have to define. He missed some throws that he normally makes. Okay? Yeah. By the way, one of my guys went through Joe Burrow this week and said he missed 8 throws that were routine throws. So now do we want to say Joe Burrow is a fraud? I mean, you have to be careful about how you decide what you're saying about this kind of stuff. We all know what Brock Purdy is and what he isn't as far as a pure thrower of the football. That's all we're talking about here, as a pure thrower of the football. He also made some unbelievably great throws in this game that showed his phenomenal anticipation. He hit Jennings, I believe, I think it was 17 yards maybe, which was an unbelievable throw on an inbreaker, just phenomenal. The anticipation when he threw it, how he understood the defense intuitively, throwing it into an open void. But he missed a few throws that were clearly there. And by the way, in the first half of this game, the 49ers went up and down the field like the Browns defense wasn't there. So this idea that the Browns defense just showed you something or dominated the 49ers, the tape did not show that at all. Now, in the second half, they got way behind the sticks for any number of reasons. Penalties, some bad plays, which do happen, and, no quarterback, and certainly not Purdy, is going to convert 3rd and 17s and 3rd and 23s. That's just not going to happen. But this idea that the Browns took it to the 49ers, that's not what the tape showed in the least.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I think the whole fraud talk is dumb. I mean, he's the same quarterback he was before the game, and we'll find out. It'll be interesting to see how somebody handles that type of game, though, moving forward when he hasn't had to handle of a game like that. That'll be interesting against Minnesota. But was there a reason? Because the throws he missed were behind. Like, he missed a couple of throws that very easily could have been picked, and he missed them behind. Was he late on the reads or just bad throws, and that's all there was to it?
I think he was just inaccurate. And by the way, that was one of the reasons people, including myself, did not love him coming out of college. He was not, for a guy that does not have a big arm, those kinds of quarterbacks need to be consistently accurate, as we know. And his ball placement at times in college was not like that either, and that was one reason why a lot of people, had him down on the list, so to speak. So he missed some again, I'm not making excuses here. He missed throws. You got to make those throws. He missed them in this game, and that posed a problem. But I would also say that there were some times that he made some really good throws as well. Now, obviously the numbers were not great. I guess he was under 50%, which he's normally not, and certainly there were not a lot of passing yards, not a lot of total yards overall. But I don't believe that the Browns showed you anything where people. First of all, I'm not a blueprint guy, because people say, well, they played man coverage, so that's the way to play. Do you think the 49ers have never seen man coverage in Purdy starts in this league? I mean, people who say that, it's just such a silly thing to say.
Talking to Greg Cosell, NFL Films on the UMA guest line. We do it every week throughout the football season. So you said the notion or the idea that the Browns defense stuck it to the 49ers is inaccurate. What about the other side of things? Kyle was critical of the Niners' run defense, and it seemed like they had a pretty good attack against him. Jerome Ford got out on a couple of good runs, and Kareem Hunt looked as good as we've seen him in a couple of years, I felt.
Well, I think that, again, and I don't think we're now going to say they have a bad defense, but there's no question that in the fourth quarter, when they had to have 2 stops to win the game, that they did not, and there were some running plays that were impactful in the game. They got on the edge a couple of times. Obviously, the 22-yarder that set up the what turned out to be the winning field goal. That was a trap play, if I'm not mistaken, that those were factors. I don't think their run defense was as stout as we've come to expect, and it was a factor in this game. But the other thing too is when games are close, as you guys know. Every play does get magnified. I always find this stuff kind of interesting because what do you think you guys would be talking about, and what would the conversation be if Moody made that kick?
Boy, they stole one.
Which, by the way, changes nothing about what we just talked about at all.
Nothing.
But if he made that kick, what do you think the conversation would? It would probably be, man, the 49ers went on the road, played a really good defense, not the best of conditions, and they showed their championship medal, coming out with a tough, hard-fought, gritty victory. Wouldn't that probably be along the lines of what people would say?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know because I'm with you. I look at things a little bit differently. I've said many times before, I go back to the Super Bowl. And the only reason I'm bringing this up because it's what you're talking about when Seattle lost to New England. Like, everybody would have been talking about that game differently, and Brady gets credit for winning one more Super Bowl. And instead of losing a Super Bowl, but he couldn't have done anything at that point. Like, he had literally nothing to do with that game at that point, and they won the game. So it looks different for him because they won.
That always comes up to me, Tom, and it's funny you say that, and you'll probably remember this. Do you remember the year before the Ravens won the Super Bowl? Joe Flacco made an unbelievable throw in the end zone to Lee Evans, and he dropped the ball.
Yep, that was against New England. Was it against New England? Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and therefore they did not get to the Super Bowl that year, but the next year. And I remember all off-season people were saying, well, Joe Flacco's really got to take a step up. And I'm thinking to myself, he probably just made one of the great throws in a pressure situation in a game against, at the time, New England, the dynasty team, and his guy dropped the ball. What does Joe Flacco have to do about that? I mean, so what happens is we respond, as you guys know, to the results, not the process, not the way the game plays out. And in this particular game, the whole conversation would be different if Moody's kick went, 2 feet to I guess to the left. He pushed it right, didn't he? So if it went 2 feet to the left, we'd be having a different conversation.
Yeah,
and it changes nothing, like you said.
Right. The context of the game matters. We're talking to Greg Cosell. And so circling back to the run defense, I want to ask you about that because I look at that game and I go, the defense got beat with the run, but they were out there. Look at that second half. I mean, it was 3 and outs, turnover for the Niners. They were out there for a long time and short drives.
Correct.
Short drives because of the incomplete passes. So I always wondered, did you see anything schematically with the runs? Dennis Brown, who was on our postgame show on Sunday, was saying they ran some to the outside, some counters. They weren't going straight up the middle, but Anything you saw, or do you think it could have just been all-encompassing?
Well, they did run to the outside a little bit. They had the wham trap concept, which is an inside run. But again, now you get into, Copes, do we think that every team is just going to run on the outside and every week the Niners are not going to be able to stop the run? My guess is that's not going to be the case. So it was just, the game, in the second half, the game snowballed. What happened was the Niners just, obviously, I think it was on their first possession, that Purdy threw the pick. And by the way, on that first possession for the Browns, that's the 50-50 ball that Cooper caught, over Ward, which was a 50-50 ball. Cooper's got size, elevation, hands. He made a big-time catch. And then I don't believe they scored on that drive, but then Purdy threw the pick. And the game snowballed. You know how each game develops its own flow. And what happened was the Niners just could not get ahead of the sticks, and they were so far behind the sticks, it was almost impossible for them to convert. So not only were they so far behind the sticks, but they were also deep in their own territory where you don't want to take a chance to try to convert. So the game kind of snowballed, and the Niners lost control of it. So they just, that's what happened. But, in the first half, they were just marching right up and down the field.
Two big plays I thought were massive plays in the game. One you mentioned, the Ayuk drop. That's such a big play. The other play I thought was big, and I wanted to ask you about it was the first play after the Warner pick. So they score the touchdown, they get the pick. If they score on that drive, they're going to be set up 2 scores, and they run a little screen, and McCaffrey
loses,
just gets
half the field.
8 yards. Yeah, lost 8. What happened there? Was that just, good play by Cleveland defense, missed blocks?
Yeah, I think it was a good play. You know how fans are. They'll probably say, bad play calling, but, they were throwing a screen to their best back, their best player, and it didn't work. That was the killer because I remember I was watching Red Zone, and the Red Zone was on that game at the time because it was a sudden change and looked like the Niners were getting ready to move in to score. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're in great shape. They go up 14-0, and I'm not one who says this game's over. I don't think like that, but I'm thinking to myself, they go up 14-0 here, and with P.J. Walker and this defense, it's going to be hard. That's the way I was thinking. And then when that didn't happen, and they got no points out of that, by the way. I'm thinking to myself, ooh, that's a weird thing that just happened. I don't know how it's going to play out, but that's a weird deal. And I agree with you, Tom, 1,000%. I think, that first play, they didn't need to gain 20 yards on that play, but if they had just run a normal play and gained 4 yards, they would have been in position to kick a field goal.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. It's weird how little things like that, I think a lot of times people think the biggest plays of games are at the end of games because it's the closest to the end. But a lot of times in any sport, you can look back earlier in the game and say, wow, that had a big impact on the game. And I just thought that play, because they followed that up with a false start. So now it's first and 18, and they get back into field goal range, and it's a 54-yard field goal in not great weather, and that hurt him. There's no doubt about it. What did you think about how P.J. Walker played?
I thought he was very up and down. He made a couple of throws that, toward the end that obviously mattered. I'm sure there's been a lot of discussion about the penalties. I don't usually like to get into that. But again, another example, though, of how games can turn. And I think, one could have a reasonable debate, although it doesn't matter based on the call. But I personally thought he fumbled that, and it shouldn't have been intentional grounding. But that's just me. But again, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, okay, so they got cheated out of a game. Ultimately, I don't think like that, but I just happen to think that was a fumble. But hey, so be it. It wasn't called a fumble. And that could have changed the game as well. So it ended up having a lot of things in the game that were kind of weird. And like even Dean Blandino on the Gibson hit said, that's not a penalty, but it was called a penalty. So now you got to go on to the next play, and you got to keep playing. That's the way it works.
What we were wondering, Greg, is even if they called that P.J. Walker fumble, non-fumble, a fumble, what they would have done with it, because they blew the whistle so quick that I don't even know how they could have given the ball to the 49ers.
No, but the way it works is if because there was an immediate recovery, I think, by Bosa. It was definitely a 49er who made an immediate recovery, Tom, that if they had changed the call and said fumble, the Niners would have been given the ball at the spot that it was recovered because it was an immediate recovery.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't know, because they blew the whistle before he recovered it. It would have been interesting.
Oh, no, the official called it an incomplete pass literally right away.
Exactly. Yeah, it would have been interesting to hear, but we never got to
we never got that. So they called it intentional grounding.
Exactly.
And obviously they had a punt on that drive, but obviously that would have been a sudden change, and the Niners would have had the ball in the red zone, and who knows what happens there. But again, it's just like when I played, it's like when I played basketball, Tom. I was never one who argued with the refs. I mean, you just, you can't change that stuff. And so at the end of the day, you just got to keep playing.
God, you're much better than I was.
Yeah, me too.
I argued occasionally, not all the time, because when I was like in high school, I could argue a little bit more. College, you could argue a little bit more. I wasn't really good enough to argue in the.
Right.
I had to worry about getting back on defense. One time I argued and I didn't get back on defense, and Nelly just ripped me a new one for about 30 seconds. You're not good enough to argue with the ref. Get your ass back on defense.
Yeah, you had to get back on defense so you could cover Larry Bird. Because they were putting that white guy on me.
Great story.
Make sure you use the word cover very lightly.
Right. Exactly.
I was in the general vicinity.
You were assigned to cover. He was your assignment.
I was there. Yeah. Okay, let's put it that way.
You were on the same court when he was there. Yeah.
Correct. Yes, I was. There's video evidence of that. No doubt about it.
Right. But overall, I think this was. Let's put it this way: are there things coaches are going to go over in great detail? And we know how Kyle is. This is not going to be a fun week for Kyle, the staff, and the players, because that's who Kyle is, as he should be. And it's a game. As I was watching the tape and talking to my guys, I was saying to myself, God, they could have won this game 31-10. But that's not what happened. And so now you've got to move on. I guess we don't know at this point what Samuel and McCaffrey's situation will be for Monday night. Whatever happens in a given game, you got to play that game as it is. And it's easy to say what should have happened, but it didn't happen. They lost. And now you got to move on. And, look, I doubt anybody thought they were going 17-0. So they lost a tough road game to a really good defensive team, and now you got to play the next one.
Speaking of the next one, I thought Minnesota's defense was bad, and I was wrong. I looked at the yards per play anyway suggests that they're kind of middle of the pack defense. So maybe, I watched them against Kansas City, and they weren't actually that bad. What do you think of them?
I'll give you a thumbnail sketch.
Okay.
They're a really difficult defense to play against because of Brian Flores. Because with Brian Flores, you never know what you're going to get, guys. He could decide to blitz. They're a high percentage blitz defense, but they don't always do that. They could line up and they could play zone and drop out. You just never know what you're going to get. Now, Brian Flores, contrary to what a lot of people might think, has not been a coordinator in this league, and he has not called a lot of defenses. So the sample size of what he's going to call, despite his background with Belichick and others, you just don't know. And that's where it gets tougher, when you don't feel like you have a sense of the coach. Because in this league, particularly with the veteran coaches coach against coaches. They know how coaches do things in given situations. I guarantee if you got coaches under truth serum, they would tell you, hey, when I'm playing this coach, I know on third down and long he's going to do this. And they're right 98% of the time. With Flores, you're not 100% sure, so it becomes a little bit of a feeling out process. And while you're feeling that out, don't forget Kyle will try to be aggressive and see how Flores reacts to what he's going to do, but you're also feeling out what Flores is doing. So I would guess, and I could be dead wrong, maybe the Niners will go right down on their first possession, score a touchdown, but I would guess there'd be a little bit of a feeling out process in this one.
Greg, I was talking to Greg Cosell here on the UMA guest line. The rushing offense for Minnesota. Alex Madison, I don't believe the team has a rushing touchdown yet this year. He hasn't gone over 100 yards on the ground. Right. They only carry it I think fewer than 20 attempts a game is the lowest rate in the NFL. Are they pretty one-dimensional, and now they've lost Justin Jefferson? What have you seen from them in the run game this year?
Yeah, I didn't watch their tape yet this week, but
Okay.
the run game's not been very good. I mean, and obviously losing Jefferson changes the way you play defense because you don't have to build particular structures in given down and distance situations to deal with Jefferson. Whereas he's one of those receivers, you've got to build certain structures, whether it's bracket, over the top, whatever you do, there are certain situations where you've got to deal with Justin Jefferson. Obviously, you don't have to do that now. So that changes, theoretically, in a positive way, how you go about it, Copes. But they've not been able to run the ball. I think that's a little bit of a problem because, I really like Kirk Cousins as a player. I think he's had a really nice career. But you're put in a tough spot when you're asking a quarterback, even one like Cousins, to have to drop back, 35, 40, 45, potentially 50 times, depending on the game.
It's tough.
I wanted to ask you, kind of go off the board here, and ask you about Philadelphia's offense this year, and it looks like it's sputtering. It's not the same offense I remember from last year that was just like kind of smooth and just,
right.
I know Steichen's now in Indy, so he's not there anymore. But what do you see this year compared to what they were last year?
Well, I'd say there's a number of factors. First of all, in this past game, for the first time that I can remember, Tom, their offensive line was handled, and that never happens. Their O-line was handled by the Jets, who have a really good front seven, by the way. Probably top 3 or 4 front seven in the league. And their O-line was handled, and it wasn't just the replacement for Lane Johnson, who went out on the first possession with an ankle injury. It wasn't just that player. The other thing is while A.J. Brown has, I think, broken a record with 4 consecutive games of 125 or more receiving yards, we're in a situation where the other players, Goddard and Smith in particular, have not really been a part of the pass game in any meaningful way. I can't tell you why that is because I'm not there, but I think that's a factor. A.J. Brown's putting up wonderful numbers, and maybe he's going to have 1,700 yards. But Devonta Smith and Dallas Goedert have not really been factors in the pass game, and both of those guys are high-level players. I mean, I think Goddard's a top 5 tight end in the league. Devonta Smith, to me, is a terrific route runner and a really good receiver overall. So there's just, something is not quite working right, and, I can't, like I said, I don't know the reason, but it's not quite right.
Got it. We were saying, I know we got to run, but we were saying how impressed we've been with Detroit. Like we think, we both think Detroit's better than Dallas now.
Yeah.
I would put them ahead of Dallas, but not that it really matters all that much. But they're better defensively than I thought
That
they would
is
be.
the key.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to tell you, their offense is really fun to watch because, just the way Ben Johnson puts together his pass game and even the run game is really diverse and multiple. But I think their defense, Aaron Glenn, has really just evolved over his couple of years as a coordinator. And this defense now is fun to watch. They're more multiple. They don't play anywhere near the amount of man that he initially started out with as a coordinator. And they play with great discipline, yet with aggression. Their defense is really, really good.
No, they're fun to watch, no doubt about it. Greg, but the next time we talk to you, it'll be opening night for the NBA. You'll be ready to go.
Oh, you mean a week from tonight? Oh, that's right. You told me the 24th.
The 24th, Lakers and Nuggets and Warriors and Suns play.
Is that Warriors and Suns game? Is that home or away?
It's home.
That's home. Yes, that's here.
Okay.
First Kevin Durant trip in front of fans since he left. How about that?
Wow.
Yep.
Well, that'll be a fun one. I'll be sleeping by the time that game comes on.
Oh, come on.
That'll be
Suck
a
it
fun
up,
one.
Greg.
We'll text you updates.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Suck it
I'll
up.
see them
Let's
in the
go.
morning when I wake
Yeah,
up.
good deal.
I need you. We need you for that first game.
All right.
All right, Greg, have a good week.
Have a
man.
good one, Greg.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Take it easy.
Oh, dude, it's so funny when you can tell when he's done with us. All right. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, all right.
All right, Tom.
here we go.
Great stuff from Greg Cosell. How about that, though? He said the notion or the idea that the Browns just kind of threw the house at Brock Purdy and beat the crap out of the Niners. He said that's inaccurate. He's like defending Brock a little bit. He said it's tough to gauge what a good game and a bad game is, and he doesn't know about moisture and all that, but certainly a game the Niners did not play well and things they have to clean up. But a good elixir for them, I think, coming up on Monday.
He wasn't having my something about Mary joke.
Dude, you came in hot with that. I was like, damn, he was. I didn't even know. I was like, if he doesn't know this at all, it's going to be a funny bit here.
That landed with a complete thud.
I know. I was trying to help you out, but I was like, I don't know where we're,
Yeah, that was total gong.
I was debating on whether or not I should bring a Madam P.J. Walker to him, but
you should have brought that one into the.
Darren just so mad I might have gotten a laugh out of Greg if I dropped that. I'm a big history buff, Copes. You know me. Great stuff. Good film breakdown stuff from Greg Cosell. We will talk about more of the emotion stuff and more of the penalties. We'll get some opinion on that from Dante Whitner, who was known to lay some hard hits. He's got to be pissed about the way some of these penalties went down. But before we do that, playoff baseball is getting ready to get back underway for Game 2 tonight. Let's talk about what Jim Bowden had to say in an article about the Giants potentially making a trade. We've seen this before for Juan Soto. Are we doing this again? We're doing this again. With the Padres? Come on. What would it take for the Giants to get Juan Soto? My opinion, too much, but we'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's Sports Leader.
Eric Armstead joined Murph and Mac this morning and agreed that Kyle Shanahan was right to criticize the run defense in the loss to the Cleveland Browns. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death OT, we all know the sports that we love to watch can get pretty unpredictable, and that's why we love it. Sports is the greatest reality television, but what you don't want is game-winning field goal to go up and it freezes. Nope. Game-winning shot, free. Nope, can't have it. You don't want it. With Wi-Fi, you need extreme predictability. You want to know you can trust your connection. Am I going to be connected? Can I watch my games? Well, with the Xfinity 10G network, you get what you need. A reliable connection that you can count on when you're streaming your favorite sports, from football to football and everything in between. You can catch it all on the network made for streaming. Looking for more entertainment? Of course you are. The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into the sports that you are into on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. You love sports, you love high def, you love predictable Wi-Fi. Yeah, you do. You will love Xfinity.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday evening. Not a Scott Friday, I'll tell you that. We get to playoff baseball game 2. The biggest game of the series, Tom, game 2, until game 3. Goes down to Aaron Nola and Merrill Kelly. It's a big one, though, for Arizona. They need to win this to try to keep hope alive. They don't need to win it, but it would be a big win to get this one and head home. They do go 2-3-2 still, correct? Baseball doesn't do the 2-2-1-1-1.
I thought it was 2-2-1-1-1.
Have they gone to that route? I really don't think it is.
I think
it's 2-3-2. It always had been, unless they.
Let me look.
It always had been 2-3-2, unless they've moved it to 2-2-1-1-1, and that would be news to me. 2-3-2 according to FP. Thank you, FP. I got it in my own head, dude. Yeah, FP. Did you play? He knows. All right. How about this one? Jim Bowden threw this out.
Okay, it's 2-3-2.
2-3-2. Thank you. Now I believe it. Now that Tom's confirmed.
I like 2-2-1-1-1, to be honest with you. I always hated 2-3-2.
Baseball, I think it's too tough to do 2-2-1-1-1.
They travel all the time during the season. Suck it up.
But it's not East and West. Like in basketball, it's easier when you're both in the Eastern Conference, right?
What are you talking about? Planes go 500 miles an hour. Let's go.
Is that how fast planes go?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Seems light.
Right.
Seems light.
Maybe it could be. I don't know. It just sounded about right. I didn't want to go like too high because then that'd be way too high, or when I go too low, I figured I was kind of like right in the middle. It's like when you start on the climber on what's the game show?
Price is Right.
Price is Right, and they go yodel, yodel,
right.
yodel. You start at like 80, and then you go lower, and then you go 75, and you go higher, and then you go 80, and then you go lower, and then you go 76, 77, and 9. Boom. Got it. So you start in the middle. You don't want to be too far away. Anyway, go ahead. I don't know what that meant.
I don't know what we're doing either there. But anyway, how about
yodel,
this?
Yodel.
We're bringing back to a potential trade for the Giants. I don't know what Jim Bowden brought this up. This is ridiculous again. So here's the thing. This is why, number one, I don't think it's happening. Because Juan Soto is not signed long-term. He's going to be a free agent. Why would you give up a bunch for him?
For 1 year.
When he's likely to be a free agent.
Yes.
And you could just go try to sign him. For all the money in the world, you could just go try to get him to be the DH for the next decade plus, right? Jim Bowden, in a new trade, has the Giants as the third best chances to trade for Juan Soto. His proposed hypothetical, here you go. Juan Soto for Luis Matos, Walker Martin, who's a guy we could see in the next year, and Kyle Harrison.
Poof.
Why? For what? For a year? Unless you know you can re-sign him, what's the point?
It
doesn't even make sense to me, really.
I don't know what they have in the minor leagues as far as pitching other than Harrison. I know they had... they
have the other kid, Wisenhunt.
Wisenhunt? Who was the other guy that pitched last year, the right-hander? Good, had the changeup.
You mean in the bigs? Oh, you're talking about Keaton Wynn?
Yes. He might be a guy that could pitch, but, no. I got a pitcher that can... Now, again, we don't know exactly what he's going to be, but I think I saw enough for him that, he's going to be I don't know if he'll be an ace, but I think he's a top 3 guy. And you have him for, 6 years. So, if it was 2 years, maybe I would think about it. Yeah, I would. But not 1 year. I'm not gonna do it for 1 year. So that's a no-go for me. They need some pitching. They got Webb, and I've said they've done a good job up until this year of cobbling a pitching staff together. But this year was no bueno. I don't want to see that again. I don't want to see Brebbia. I don't want to see that combo in 2 consecutive games. I like when it was DeSclafani and Wood and Webb and Cobb. Fantastic. Even better when it was Gausman and Rodon. Because then you had a legit 1-2, and then 3-4-5 was really good. But this year was just a mess. Just a mess. Piggybacking guys and starters.
Look what it did to the Dodgers. Even when you have all that money and all that offense on your roster. So it's funny because I know people are sitting here hearing us say that, and you're like, they need pitching. And people are going, did you see the last month? Did you see him hit? Yeah, did you see the Dodgers hit? And then did you see what happened when they got to the playoffs? They had no pitching. It happened to them, and They win in the division every year. Every single year they win, they go, and they can't win. They don't have the arms to do it. It happened to them numerous times, and the teams that win are the teams that have the arms to get through. The Astros threw a no-hitter last year, right? A combined no-hitter in the World Series. Somebody checked in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 925 said, that would be a terrible idea. That would be worse than the Beltran-Wheeler trade. I don't know why people hate that trade so much.
I don't hate that trade.
Zach Wheeler's not like winning Cy Youngs or, the best pitcher. He's not like, but I don't even know that I'd have him as a top 5. He's probably top 10 starting pitcher in baseball nowadays. But, he wasn't an ace even, and he's still not like a dominant ace. He's been great in the back half of this season.
Yep.
And in the playoffs, but he's never won a World Series. And you got 2 more after. So how could you be upset with the ramifications of trading Beltran, who I know the numbers look better than how that run went, but if you don't do that, you may not end up getting Hunter Pence the next year. You may not make the moves you make. I mean, all these things, when you have an opportunity, you got to go for it.
Yeah, look, I mean, those deals led to everything else that happened after that, and they won 3 World Series. But just in a vacuum, I don't hate that deal. Again, you have no idea what Wheeler's going to turn into. None. You knew what Beltran was, and Beltran was good. They got hurt, and they were 4 games up. And I love making trades when you're up. I've always said, I'm strong, I'm going to get stronger. I'm better than you now, I'm going to get even better. I'm going to try to widen that gap, give myself a better chance to be the dominant team when it comes to the postseason. I don't want to make that trade when I'm 6 games back. I'm trying to make the playoffs. I want to be up on a step on you like a bug. And so I had no problem with that. To me, that's after poker. That's, it didn't work out for us, so that sucks.
Tim Alderson, you traded him for Freddie Sanchez, and you won a World Series. Nobody got mad at that because he stunk.
Nope.
Right?
Yep, exactly. So I would do that. I'd do that trade again in a heartbeat. Absolutely. When you have a chance, you do have to go for it. I think teams now are more risk adverse. They don't want to trade their prospects. Back then, the minor leagues were there, especially for the Giants, to supplement the big league ball club. Now that's not so much the case. But look, I love the idea of getting Juan Soto. I don't love the idea of getting him for a year unless you think we could resign this guy. If you thought getting him would give you a much better chance to resign him, then okay, I'd do that deal. I mean, he's one of the best players in baseball. But you have him for a year, and then you watch those other 3 walk out the door? No. That can't happen.
Just real quick, Zach Wheeler, by the way, the Giants won another World Series in 2012 before he even debuted in the big leagues. He didn't debut until 13. He pitches 13, 14. Missed all of 15 and 16, guys. He didn't pitch a minute or an inning in 15 or in 16. And then he comes back, plays 3 more years for the Mets, signed the contract with the Phillies, and 2 years ago in 21, that was the best season of his career. 3 complete games, 2 shutouts. He led the league in innings pitched and strikeouts. Finished second in Cy Young voting. I would still do the deal. I'd do the deal again. Plus, Beltran was sick, dude. And they lost Posey. They needed him. So they had a window of opportunity there, and then Boch gave him the number and all that. Couldn't get it done. We will see what Bochy. Thank you, Derek. We'll see what they do tonight. Derek's all over me about doing this boxing read. Yet again, it's because we're giving away tickets. When you hear the cue to call, you happy now, Derek? When you hear the cue to call, you want to be caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you can win a pair of tickets to the Cow Palace in Daly City to see on November 4th, Westside Promotions presenting yet another Resurrecting the Palace boxing match. You're going to have the WBC Latino lightweight title on the line. Adam Blue Nose Lopez is going to be fighting. Giovanni King Gio Gonzalez will be in there. And again, the undefeated Jacob Makalui. So a whole lot of great stuff to get to. When you hear the cue to call, what is it, Tim?
I broke my back. Spinal.
It's so funny every time, dude. When you hear that, when you hear it, not right now, but when you hear that, 415-896-KNBR, and you can win that pair of tickets to go see the boxing match for the WBC Championship Boxing on November the 4th. 896-KNBR, presented by Westside Promotions, westside-promotions.com for tickets. When we come on back, we'll catch up with Dante Whitner, see what he saw in a couple of those penalties at the end of the game on Sunday. Oh, we have time before that. Sorry about that. I stepped right in it, didn't I? Maybe I'll show up in the next segment then. Let's get into Who Stepped in It.
Tolbert and Copes 1-0.
We'll save it, Tim. We're going to do it. We'll do that, and then we'll talk to Dante Whitner. I stepped right in it, didn't I, on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. So I say happy Tuesday. You're not happy when you find out there's no football on Tuesday, but there is something that I can help you out with. And by the way, basketball right around the corner. Yet another reason to head on over to the App Store and download the Underdog Fantasy app. And when you do that, make sure you use promo code KNBR at sign up, and they'll match your first deposit up to $500. A $10 deposit up to $500 they will match if you use promo code KNBR at sign up. So what I'm looking at, though, for a little Tuesday night fun is probably some baseball. How about this? We got a lot of fun stuff going on. Corbin Carroll, Arizona Diamondbacks, 0.5 RBIs. I'm going to go higher than the 0.5 RBIs. I think he's going to drive one in this game tonight. And then why not go with the hottest guy on the planet off of his birthday yesterday, Bryce Harper? Why don't we go, we'll go higher than 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs. Guy hits a home run, and you're there. You pair those two together, and they both win. You can make 5 times your money, 10 times, 20 times, all in a single day. But it starts with downloading the Underdog Fantasy app or signing up at UnderdogFantasy.com. Don't forget promo code KNBR, and they'll match that first deposit up to $500, plus new customers get a mystery special pick'em in that pick'em lobby. Makes it even easier for you to win. The special pick'em is going to be like higher than a half a yard for a running back or a quarterback. You decide, and then that's it. You can make some money. How about that? You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Tolbert and Copes want to know who stepped in it.
Oh, look out. You stepped right in it.
Yes, I sure did.
It's America's favorite game show. We do it each and every week here on Tolbert and Copes. It's where we give you a handful of scenarios from across the weekend in sports, usually football. When I say the weekend in sports, who stepped in it is usually best served when you're in the NFL or in college, because constantly we are making poor decisions, or coaches are making poor decisions. And I'll throw them out to you, give you a few scenarios here, and then Tom will make his selection as to who stepped in it the worst. A little bit different than our Munson, which we did yesterday. So
yes.
We got that every Monday for you. Here you go. Who stepped in it? We'll start with our first candidate here. We talked a bit about this yesterday in the world of college football. It was a great game, Washington and Oregon over the weekend. Dan Lanning, who, by the way, don't forget, when they were playing against Colorado, what was it at halftime? 35-0 in that game at half?
Yep.
And he said, we're not done. And they weren't. They came back out and they scored again. Well, This one, Oregon opts to go for it on a 4th and goal right before halftime, and it fails. Field goal would have made it Washington 22-21 over Oregon. They also then failed on a 4th and 3 in Washington's red zone on the first drive out of the half in the fourth quarter. Then they're leading by 4, 33-29. They go for it on 4th and 3. Is Brendan Staley coaching this team? 4th and 3 again at the Washington's 47. Washington has no timeouts left. Bo Nix fails to convert. Washington scores to take the lead by 3, 36-33. Oregon has a chance to send the game to OT, and they miss the kick. Here's how it went down.
I think this game's 100% on me. I don't think you guys got to look anywhere else besides me. You know, I think every one of us can look and look at the decisions that were made today. And again, if you can make some of those decisions differently, like I said, if you kick the field goal before half, you kick the field goal somewhere else, then it could have been a different result. You never know how the rest of the game's going to play out, so you make those decisions based on the information you have.
Well, there you go. It wasn't just one decision. I always appreciate when a guy takes blame or ownership. I said that about Brock and a handful of the guys the other day. It's good for a young dude to do it, but you got to wear it when it's your fault too. I mean, you never hear a coach blame his players for stuff, but when it is your fault, and I do think this is one where it's like, hey man, they're just running the plays you called. You took a lot of risks in a tight game, and maybe that was the right. Do you like that in this game, taking those risks against this team?
Yeah, I do, because of the game it was going to be and ended up being. The one that I don't have a huge problem with it, but if I had a problem with any of them, it'd be the field goal before half.
Right.
Just get your points, go in feeling good, you're down a point, and you get the ball coming out the gate in the second half. And then you might even have kicked a field goal in the second half because you're only down a point. Now you could have put yourself up 2 points. So
they're up 4.
Yeah, if you go from down 4 to down 1 to up 2, that's 6 points. That's a touchdown. You just didn't get the extra point, but it's a touchdown. So I think sometimes passing up points gets a little dicey. Chasing points on extra points gets a little dicey. But in this type of game, like, I get where he was thinking, like, we got to score touchdowns. This is going to be a high-octane game, which it ended up being a high-octane game. But, yeah, I didn't look at that and go, boy, that was really egregious. I mean, anytime you look back on something, you're like, oh, yeah, we lost. So, yeah, are there some things I'd like to do different?
It's a good team, yeah.
It's like always fun when the guy misses a ball going right down the middle, a hitter, and they go, oh, I bet he wish he had that one back. Well, no crap. He wishes he had it back.
Yeah.
He missed it.
It's a good one.
He swung and fouled it off. Of course, he wants that one back. The fact that it was right down the middle makes it even more blatant that he wants that one back, but you don't need to say it when a guy swings and fouls it back that he wants it back. It didn't go in his face. Of course he wants it back. So, yes, Dan Lanning, if he had to do it all over again, he'd probably do it differently. But he doesn't have that hindsight, and I didn't have that big a problem with those calls.
Yeah, that one wasn't terrible for me, but it wasn't great. So he's going to land himself at least in spot number 1. Let's see if we can find a more egregious
He's a nominee.
one. Here's another good nominee from Sunday Night Football. It wasn't Daniel Jones. It was Tyrod Taylor. At least his lung wasn't punctured this time around. The Giants had 14 seconds left on a 1st and goal on the 1-yard line with no timeouts left. Tyrod Taylor audibles out of a pass play to a Saquon Barkley run that gets stuffed. Time runs out. No points for the Giants. Brian Dable is like walking. I've never seen that, dude, where a coach is like in the NFL chewing out his player, like kind of barking at him while they're walking to the tunnel side by side after the game as they leave the field together. Here's what Tyrod Taylor had to say. Once again, guys, taking responsibility.
Yeah, it was a decision. Looking back on it, definitely shouldn't have made. Alluded to a run, but I seen a look that was beneficial for us, and it wasn't the right call. And that falls on me as a quarterback, as a leader, as the one that's communicating everything to everyone. Got to be better in that situation.
Man,
bro, you're a vet.
Like they've been around for a while.
You're a vet, a super vet. That can't happen. That was that
can't happen.
That
can't happen.
That was bad. That was really bad.
I might be leader in the clubhouse, right?
Yeah, definitely leader in the clubhouse.
Props to Dable, dude. Just walking around like a little league coach, just pissed off. I half expect him to have
he was so mad.
like the raccoon sunglass tan. Brian Dable. He looks like he should have that pair of Oakleys wrapped around his head, dude. He was pissed. Oh man, because that's the one thing you put in a backup like that. You're going, at least he's not going to make the mental mistake. That's what you're counting on. This guy's not going to make the mental mistake. Well. If you make the mental mistake, he called you out of your play. What are you doing? All right, moving on here, and who stepped in it? Next candidate. Why don't we go to the Seattle game? Quarterback Geno Smith of the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks had 4 trips into the red zone in the second half in their loss to the Bengals. In those 4 drives, Seahawks scored a grand total of 3 points. Wow, not good. 1 for 3, 1 for 4, 3 points. Seahawks were down 14-10 at the half. Geno throws a pick on the first red zone trip. Seattle then has to settle for a field goal on the second drive. Geno gets sacked on 4th down in the red zone. And on the third drive with 2:08 remaining, finally on the last drive, he gets sacked in the red zone on the third drive with 2:08 remaining. And then on the last drive, he gets hit and he misses a pass on 4th down, 44 seconds remaining in the game. As I heard the semi, here's what Pete Carroll said after the game.
We had our opportunities. I liked the way we went about it. We had our shot. We were going to win. We weren't trying to kick a field goal there. Somebody asked about that. We were going for the win on all 4 downs and thinking that we're going to get it. And, man, we liked the calls that we had. And, we just didn't execute well enough to get it done. It was always, all the red zone stuff that got us. We needed our touchdowns. So our numbers will look like crap there in the red zone. But, man, we were so close to winning that football game.
There you go.
Yeah, I kind of want to get on Geno for getting sacked the last play of the game, basically.
He can't take a sack.
You just got to throw it straight up in the air or something, but it got on him pretty quick, and I know he wanted a half a beat more, and it's easy to say when you're sitting on your couch, throw the damn ball, what are you doing? Especially when you have Seattle +3. Throw the damn ball, what are you doing? He didn't throw it, yeah, and he got sacked, but... to me, I think we know who the winner is.
Well, we have another one. We have one more. We have a 4th edition. We normally just have 3.
Bonus entry.
We have a 4th one here.
Okay.
This is a good one. Tony Romo. I don't know, Jim. Here's Tony Romo. He's on the call for the Pats and Raider game on Sunday. Raiders are leading 19-10 in the 4th quarter. Ramondre Stevenson, running back for the Patriots, he scores with 3:36 remaining in the game. Tony Romo then suggests the Patriots go for 2. They could have cut it to a 2-point game on a PAT. Is that the situation? So Tony's doing his math wrong here. Tony Romo suggests the Patriots go for 2 when they could have cut it to a 2-point game on a PAT. Here's Tony Romo's suggestion.
I've always wondered in this situation right here, if you can go for 1, and obviously you make it where a field goal wins the game. It's a really good job, and then it's late. He needed to fit that gap sooner on the edge, the corner. But I always thought if you go for 2 and you get it, Jim, then you can be really aggressive on defense, and if they score, you're still down 8 points. You got a chance with the ball. It's a Madden decision usually.
So you got it. I like this play right here. Ryland, because now you win it with a field goal.
It's true.
What?
What?
I'm confused.
What are you talking about?
What is he thinking?
What are you talking about? So he's saying go for 2. That way, if they score a touchdown, you can still tie the game up with a touchdown, a 2-point conversion.
That's a loser mentality, if that is, my man. That's
what are you doing? Really? You're going to risk not getting a 2-point conversion, and now a field goal just ties the game, doesn't win the game? What?
What do you know about winning ball games?
A field goal.
It's true.
It's true. I mean, it's just simple math there, Jim.
You know what he said it? It was like he'd never really thought about that before. Just occasionally somebody had brought it up to him. So he decided he was going to bring it up. And when he brought it up, he didn't really have a fully formed thought. So he just kind of went through it. And then as he was saying it, he realized how dumb it was. And Jim kind of called him out, and he goes, "That's true.
That's true."
Like, hey, you're right.
That's pretty silly.
Like yesterday when I was doing a question that really wasn't a question, Steve goes, "That was
what was the
terrible.
question?
Why don't you try
He-
over." I'm
he
like,
Castellanos you.
I was like,
Yeah.
you're right. That was terrible. Let me try it over.
Take
And
two.
that's exactly what that was. Like I just kind of floundered my way through it. And he called me, and I go, "Yeah, you know what? That was dumb. Let me start over on this one." That's what Romo did. He's like, "Yeah, I got this. What about this? You do that, and then you do this, and you do that." And you go, "No, yeah, you're right."
So there are your four, by the way: Dan Lanning, Tyrod Taylor, Geno Smith, and Tony Romo. I think we're both saying Dan Lanning probably stays out of it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan Lanning, I didn't have a problem with. To me, the winner is fairly clear. Romo made a strong bid at the end, but he doesn't really affect the outcome
He's
of the game.
lost his
That was
games
just-
already, you know what I mean?
That was tomfoolery.
He's done his share of losing.
Yeah, that was Tyrod Taylor.
It's true.
Yeah.
You're a vet. You got to know better. You can't check into a run there when you have no timeouts, and either it's all or nothing. You got to throw the ball. Give yourself at least an out to get a field goal. And the way that game was kind of playing out, points were at a premium. Like, there wasn't a lot of scoring going on. The offenses weren't rolling up and down the field. So, yeah, that was really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, it was not good. That's going to do it for Who Stepped In. And by the way, I want to apologize publicly to Geno Smith. He really should have been more of a Munson. All those opportunities and just had to go right through his fingers. More of a Munson nominee for Geno. I'm sorry to put you in Who Stepped In it, man. You didn't really do anything to step in it. You just had to go right through your fingers. Dante Whitner joins us every week throughout the season to talk 49er football. I'm sure he was upset about the holding penalty and the unnecessary roughness penalties. We'll talk about that and what he thought about the defense of the Cleveland Browns and the play of Brock Purdy. That's all next, only here on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr joined Tom and myself yesterday to preview the start of the Warrior season. It starts exactly 1 week from today. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I know there was a lot of questions about it last week. There has been for months. Tell us about the ERC.
This is where the federal government is rewarding small and medium-sized employers for employing people during the 2020 and 21 pandemic. The federal government is giving away, that's right, giving away. It's not a loan. They're giving away their grants up to $26,000 for every employee that you have that qualifies. There's two different ways to qualify. One way is the easy way, the math way, a certain drop in gross revenue. But amazingly, a lot of CPAs that I've spoken to have stopped there, and if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue, saying, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. That's not what the law says. The law has an either-or test. The math test or the facts and circumstances test. You know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, but a lot of CPAs don't like to do that. We're tax attorneys. This is what we do, legal analysis. So if your CPA told you you don't qualify because your gross revenue go down enough, or if you've already received ERC and think you didn't get enough. For example, we recently had a case where the CPA figured out that the client was due $12,000 of ERC. Actually, the client was due $300,000. That's why you want to call us for a free second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor.
Thanks so much, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz. Let him give you that opinion. 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
I broke my back. Spinal.